Lin Lishan watched him with delight, nodding repeatedly at his instructions. Grandma, I'll be back in a few days. If anyone tries to bully you while I'm gone, just put up with it for now, wait till I get back, and I'll stand up for you. Got it. And don't forget to bring an umbrella when you go to the countryside, and pack some biscuits in your bag. Grandpa will be back in 6 or 7 days, so don't be afraid to come home alone. If those old ladies come looking for you, remember not to let them into Grandpa's study. Sigh. Actually, just don't invite anyone over. Lin Lishan burst out laughing. Be serious. You're making me worry. Ping'an scolded. Lin Lishan tried to hold back her laughter and promised, all right, don't worry, I'll remember everything. Zhou Jiao looked at them speechlessly, then glanced at Zhang Guoqing. Seeing that he wasn't surprised at all, she wondered if this scene had played out often during the months she'd been away from home. She looked at the pair having so much fun and signaled Zhang Guoqing to follow her. Back in the bedroom, Zhou Jiao looked at him curiously. Zhang Guoqing chuckled, pulled her into his arms, and sat down on the king. Didn't you notice who our son sounds like? It's just like how Dad always gives Mom instructions before she goes to the countryside. He's imitating him. Zhou Jiao thought about it and couldn't help but laugh quietly. Do you know what Dad said to him this morning? Zhang Guoqing asked. Zhou Jiao shook her head. She didn't have Zhang Guoqing's sharp ears. Dad said, Ping'an, Grandpa's going out, so you have to help your dad hold down the fort. You're the little man of the house now, so I'm leaving things to you. After mimicking Zhou Xiaojing, Zhang Guoqing looked at his wife and continued, Dad also told him to protect his mom, to be careful when he goes out, and to always stay alert because it's chaotic outside. Zhou Jiao shook her head with a smile. Her father really did treat their 5-year-old like an adult. Don't worry, it's good for him to be like this. People can be treacherous. It's better to be smart than to be so naive you'd help count the money after being sold. We still have things to take care of when we go back, and I'm more worried about him being bullied at home. Zhou Jiao gave him a look. Who bullies whom is still up in the air. Zhang Guoqing laughed, cupped her face, and kissed her several times. Zhou Jiao pinched his waist hard, but all she felt was muscle. She quickly grabbed his ear, serves him right for being so shameless all the time. Zhang Guoqing complained, if I end up with big ears, it'll be your fault. Oh, quit it, she said, but still let go and even rubbed his ear for him. Zhang Guoqing grinned, picked her up and tumbled onto the king, holding her tightly. Nap time. Aren't you worried our son will come in? He's a chatterbox, he'll be talking for a while. Be good, get some sleep. You won't be able to rest well on the train tonight. Want me to sing you a lullaby? Get lost. Zhou Jiao scolded with a laugh. All right, I'll get lost once you're asleep. Be good, sleep. Fine, I'll sleep, okay? Go see when your aunt and the others are coming. Let me know when they arrive. Zhang Guoqing patted her back. They said they'll come after dinner, it's still early. Shoo, don't talk, I'm sleepy too. Let's nap for a bit. Zhou Jiao checked her watch, said nothing, closed her eyes, and leaned into his arms, gradually drifting off. Half asleep, she suddenly felt something odd between her legs. She half opened her eyes, then jolted awake in shock. You. Shoo sleep. Zhou Jiao glanced nervously at the door, then at the window, and hissed through gritted teeth, you're dead. 3 days in the study. No, a month. Zhang Guoqing nodded obediently. Right now, he'd agree to anything, not just 3 days, even 365 days. He had plenty of ways to win his wife over. A real man knows when to yield. Being afraid of your wife isn't shameful. Still not stopping? Shoo, someone might hear outside. A while later, Zhang Guoqing looked up at her with a smug grin. You little minx, saying one thing and meaning another. Seeing she was about to get angry, he quickly soothed her. Shoo, there are people outside. Watching Zhou Jiao's aggrieved expression, he was thoroughly amused. His wife could be so silly, would he dare mess around if he hadn't made sure their son was napping? By the time Zhou Jiao was fully awake, the sun was already setting. Hearing laughter from Zhang Guoqing and their son in the study, she smiled. She didn't feel like getting up right away, so she lay quietly on the kang, thinking over their upcoming trip and whether she'd forgotten anything. Seeing it was getting late, Zhang Guoqing brought their son into the bedroom. Noticing her smiling at him, he was secretly pleased. See, he knew his wife always said one thing and meant another. As Zhou Jiao got off the kang, her legs gave out and she almost fell, but Zhang Guoqing caught her just in time. That's impossible, I even made sure. Before he could finish, Zhou Jiao pinched his arm hard. This rascal dared say anything in front of their son. Zhang Guoqing just grinned foolishly, but kept an eye on her legs, worried. Zhou Jiao resisted the urge to hit him, sat down with a smile, and asked her son, "Got everything ready?" Ping'an glanced at his dad. He always went blank when he saw his mom. He nodded at Zhou Jiao. "Mom, don't bring too much stuff. Grandpa said it's not safe to carry a lot." "All right. I'll follow your lead this time. Did you get all the gifts ready for your older siblings?" Ping'an shook his head. "I put them back. I'm the youngest, I don't need to give gifts to others." That made sense. Zhou Jiao nodded in agreement, but still reminded him, "Just don't say that in front of others." "I won't, I only tell you and Dad. Dad also said we can't break the rules. If I go back next time without gifts, they'll think I'm stingy." "Good, as long as you know." Ping'an beamed. "Dad said he'll take me hunting in the Daqing Mountains." Zhou Jiao knew Zhang Guoqing had been wanting to do that, and she fully supported it. Whether they got a lot of meat or not didn't matter, learning some survival skills was always useful. Who knew when they might come in handy? As the three of them chatted, Aunt Chen's voice called from outside, "Xiao Wu, there's a phone call for you." Zhang Guoqing didn't think much of it, assuming it was just Yijia Fang and the others calling again. He left the bedroom to answer. As soon as he picked up, he heard Cheng Ruju talking to someone, her tone full of worry and urgency. He called out uncertainly, "Auntie." "Yes, Xiao Wu, it's me. I'm at the hospital right now. Tell Jiao that Xiaoyu can't go with you anymore, and I won't be able to see you off tonight. I wish you both a safe journey." Zhang Guoqing quickly asked, "Auntie, wait, don't hang up. Who's in the hospital? Is it serious? Which hospital are you at?" As soon as Zhou Jiao stepped into the living room, she hurriedly scooped up her son and moved closer to the phone, anxiously listening to the voice on the other end. "It's nothing serious. It's just that Xiaoyu must have eaten something bad this morning. He's had diarrhea and vomiting all afternoon. He just got an injection, and it's stopped now. He's asleep at the moment, so you don't need to come over. And remember, don't tell the old lady and the others." Hearing this, Zhou Jiao frowned deeply. How come he was perfectly fine after staying at their house for 2 or 3 days, but as soon as he went back, something happened? If they'd left yesterday instead of the day before, she'd be worried it was something from their own house that caused it. Zhang Guoqing quickly asked, "Was it at the general hospital?" "No." "Oh, you child, why don't you listen? Don't come over. The hospital is chaotic. You two should hurry up and pack for your trip home." Zhang Guoqing looked at the phone that had just been hung up and shook his head in exasperation. She must be at a hospital near their place. He glanced at the clock. "There's still time. I can ride my bike fast. You and our son wait at home. I'll be back soon." "Dad, does this mean Xiaoyu can't come with us? He'll be so sad." Zhang Guoqing took the opportunity to teach his son, "See, this is what happens when you don't watch what you eat. You can't always ask for popsicles, understand?" Ping'an nodded. "Dad, can I go see him?" Zhang Guoqing looked at Zhou Jiao, and seeing her nod, he said, "All right, but let's hurry. If we really can't leave today, I'll have to change the tickets." Zhou Jiao didn't have time to say much. She rushed back to the room and packed a big bag of things. Still worried, she added a box of imported penicillin. She'd already shown this to her colleagues before, so she wasn't worried about exposing her space. What troubled her was what to do if someone came to her for medicine in the future. A couple of years ago, Zhou Jiao had learned by chance that imported medicine was so scarce that ordinary people couldn't get it at all. So this time when she went abroad, she tried every way to get as much as she could. But she never intended to show off in front of others. Sigh. Forget it. She'd just have to give Cheng Ruju a few extra instructions. Zhang Guoqing pedaled his old bicycle, carrying his wife and son, carefully making his way to the People's Hospital. The trip left him exhausted. When they arrived, he felt as if he'd just climbed out of water. He grabbed his handkerchief, wiped his face, and casually tossed it into the bike basket. He was never stuffing it in his pocket again. Meanwhile, Ping'an, being carried by Zhou Jiao, looked back at the basket, wondering if anyone would steal it. After all, there was a bottle of soda in there. Zhang Guoqing went ahead to the service desk to ask for information, then hurried to pediatrics and finally, after much effort, found out which ward little Xiaoyu was in. He turned and hurried back, not noticing a certain figure he passed by. If he had, he'd surely have wondered why that old scammer was wandering around in a white coat and why no one dared say anything. At that moment, he waved to Zhou Jiao and their son in the registration hall. The old man's eyes lit up and he was about to follow, but a middle-aged man grabbed him first. "Shishu, where are you going now? Hurry up, there's another patient waiting for you to save." The old man cursed, "You brat. You only brought me here to work me to the bone? I'm not doing it. Every day it's one thing after another." The middle-aged man knew his Shishu's temper all too well and was genuinely worried he'd just up and leave without a word. He'd done it before. He quickly clasped his hands in a pleading gesture. "Shishu, please. This patient is really important. Once you're done, I'll take you home right away, okay?" The old man waved him off impatiently, pushing him aside. "I've got urgent business. Don't block my way." Seeing this, the middle-aged man quickly wrapped his arms tightly around the old man's waist and whispered urgently, "Shishu, household registration. Courtyard." The old man paused, pretending not to care. "It's just a lousy courtyard. Who cares?" But as he looked outside, he realized that in just this short time, that kid Zhang Guoqing had already slipped away. "Fine. Don't embarrass me. I'll go with you, all right?" "Great, Shishu, you really have medical ethics. Cut the crap. I hate that fake stuff the most." "My mistake, Shishu. At least you know. And I'm not staying for some courtyard. If I wanted a courtyard, there are plenty of people in Beijing who'd give me one for free. I don't even want it." The middle-aged man could only nod helplessly at the old man's pride. "I know. Shishu, you're the famous Doctor Who. As soon as people know who you are, everyone wants to curry favor with you." The old man, Doctor Who, the one Gu Rui had been thinking of on her deathbed, jumped up and smacked his nephew on the head. The middle-aged man rubbed his head in grievance and muttered, "I'm still the hospital director, you know. Give me a little face." "Humph." The old man snorted, ignoring him, and muttered, "Some big-shot director, look at you, so useless." A few nurses passing by pretended not to see anything, twitching their lips as they hurried away. This scene was nothing new to them. They still didn't know where the director had found this elder, who got smacked every day, but still grinned like an idiot. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing and his family finally reached the inpatient ward and, following the information they'd gotten, found the right room. There were 4 beds in the room, all occupied, plus the family members accompanying the patients. Standing at the door, they felt the place was a noisy mess. How could anyone rest here? Zhou Jiao frowned as she looked around, finally spotting Xiaoyu lying on the innermost bed, with Cheng Ruju sitting with her back to the door. The family of 3 stood at the door with their things, and the room suddenly fell silent. Taking advantage of the lull, Zhou Jiao squeezed her way in. Cheng Ruju turned and was shocked to see them. "Why did you come?" Zhou Jiao shot her a reproachful look. "You didn't even say where you were. We had to search all over. What are you doing here? Go back quickly or you'll miss your train." Meanwhile, Ping'an was already holding Xiaoyu's hand. "Little uncle, did you sneak a popsicle? Didn't I tell you my mom said you'd get diarrhea if you ate one?" Xiaoyu's eyes were red as he choked out, "Ping'an, I can't go to the northeast anymore." Ping'an tried to pat him, but the bed was too high, so he patted his own chest instead. "I'll take you next time. I'll bring you some meat when I come back. But I still want to go now." Ping'an sighed, "You're sick. Meaning, even if you want to go, you can't." Zhang Guoqing glanced at the other beds, seeing all sorts of people. "Aunt, do you want to transfer to another hospital?" "No need to bother, Auntie. I can just ask Yang-kun." Cheng Ruju shook her head and smiled. "If he's better tonight, we'll be discharged tomorrow. It's too much trouble." "Grandpa Wan and the others don't know, do they?" Qing Ruju smiled. They're old, and it's such a hassle to come out in this heat. Don't worry, your uncle will be here soon. You all should hurry back. Are hospital beds really that tight? Qing Ruju nodded. Zhou Jiao gave Zhang Guoqing a slight shake of her head. With Qing Ruju's personality, she wouldn't mind spending a bit more money if it helped. Is this your relative? Qing Ruju smiled and nodded. My niece and her husband. The elderly lady in the next bed looked over at Zhou Jiao's family of 3. Your niece is really pretty. And your nephew-in-law looks sharp too. Is he in the military? Qing Ruju didn't want to chat further, so she just smiled and motioned for Zhou Jiao and her husband to step outside. She was worried that if they delayed any longer, they'd miss their train. Zhang Guoqing bent down and said to Ping'an, "Stay here with your little uncle, and don't wander off." Ping'an nodded obediently. Dad, hurry up. Zhang Guoqing patted his head and smiled at the eager Xiaoyu. Get well first. Next time you want to go somewhere, your brother-in-law will definitely take you. It's a promise. Zhang Guoqing grinned. The kid looked even paler lying down, poor thing. Happiness turned to misfortune so quickly. At the end of the corridor, Zhou Jiao unzipped her backpack, revealing a box for Qing Ruju to see, and whispered, "There's a box of imported penicillin in here, all labeled in a foreign language. Ask the doctor if it's useful. But don't say it's from me. I don't want word getting out and people showing up at my door." Qing Ruju chuckled and nodded. Okay, give me 2 vials to take home. Zhou Jiao ignored her, took off the backpack, and put it on Qing Ruju's shoulders. Come on, we're family. Don't be so polite. If you don't use it, just keep it. Give it to someone you like if you want. Qing Ruju didn't refuse again. She knew Zhou Jiao's temperament. If she pushed it, the girl would get annoyed. But she weighed the bag. Something felt off. Did you put a lot of stuff in here? Take the medicine and bring the food back for Ping'an. Zhou Jiao pressed her hand down. Enough. It's just a military satchel. How much can it hold? Qing Ruju shook her head with a smile. All right, I'll take it all. There's nothing more for you to do here, so head back early. I won't see you off tonight. No need. When it's time, the driver will take us straight to the station. I've already told Auntie and my mom not to come. Be careful on the road. Don't let Ping'an eat anything outside. Xiaoyu got sick from running out and drinking some sour plum soup and stuffing himself with lamb offal. Zhou Jiao nodded. Okay, if you're too busy, just tell Auntie. There's still the housekeeper at home. No need. If everything's fine tomorrow morning, I'll take him home. If you need anything, just go to my house and take it. My parents aren't home, and we have extra rations this month. All right. I'll go clear it out. Not far from the door, Zhang Guoqing saw them coming and asked again, Are you sure you don't need to transfer hospitals? Qing Ruju shook her head, then went inside and waved at Ping'an. Sweetie, go home with your dad now or you'll miss the train. Be good when you get back, and don't copy your little uncle by putting everything in your mouth, got it? Ping'an waved goodbye to Xiaoyu and replied, Got it. Uncle, I'll bring you some meat. Get well soon and wait for me to come back. Don't have too much fun and forget to come back. I'll wait for you at the compound. After sending off Zhang Guoqing's family, Qing Ruju returned to the ward to find her son staring intently at the military satchel on the bedside table. She nodded to herself. At least the kid was sharp enough to get her hint. They're gone? Go see what they brought. Qing Ruju glanced at the nosy old lady. She really didn't get why the woman was so excited. Did she think she'd get something out of it? Looking at the child in the other bed, she sighed inwardly. Nothing much. Auntie, why are you the only one here with the child? Where are her parents? The old lady's attention shifted immediately. Both parents have to work, and there are 4 other kids at home for my husband to look after. Someone will come to relieve me tonight. The kids suffer, and so do the adults, sighed another thin old lady from a nearby bed. The first old lady found a kindred spirit and quickly asked, Right? Are you here alone with your grandchild too? Grandson or granddaughter? Grandson. What's wrong with him? The rascal went swimming in the river, got cut by some metal, and was afraid to tell us. By midnight, he had a high fever, scared us to death. As she listened, Qing Ruju gently patted her son. Get some sleep and rest up. Mom, I can't sleep thinking about my sister leaving soon. Why am I the unlucky one? My brothers are fine. Why did I get sick? Zhang Guoqing laughed and tapped his nose. See if you dare eat random things again. Mom, I feel fine except for being weak. Can I go with them? No way. Your sister and her husband have to look after Ping'an, and your brother is sick too. How could you add to their burden? Xiaoyu drooped his head and pounded the bed in frustration. It's not like they'll never come back after this trip. Next time, you can go, and I'll agree for sure. I guess that's the only way. Xiaoyu's eyes darted to the satchel, and he pointed at it. Mom, I'm hungry. See what my sister brought me. Qingruju shook her head. No, the doctor said you can't eat anything right now. Come on, Mom. My sister knows I'm sick. She wouldn't bring something I can't eat. Open it up. I bet it's something I can have. Seeing his eager face, Qingruju was moved. She picked up the bag, placed it on her lap, and carefully opened it. Pushing aside the medicine box, she found a bag of brown sugar and some glucose powder. Seeing these, Qingruju smiled at her son and signaled him to stay quiet. She slung the bag over her shoulder, grabbed the wash basin, and left the room. Finding a quiet spot, she took out the brown sugar and glucose powder, covered them with a towel on the basin, and dug through the bag again. She muttered, "Silly girl." It was hardly just a few things. Inside was a big bag of milk candies, a pack of imported milk powder, and a can of preserved fruit. Qingruju was sure that if the bag had been bigger, Zhou Jiao would have emptied her whole pantry. With a child this loyal and caring, how could she not be fond of her? Qingruju quietly decided to ask a colleague going to the Canton Fair in the south to bring back some local specialties as a thank you. If she got the chance, she'd go herself. After consulting the doctor about whether her son needed the imported medicine and being told it wasn't necessary, Qingruju returned to the ward with a smile. Mom? On the way back, she'd learned that her son's illness wasn't serious, so she was finally at ease. Smiling, she took out the glucose powder, now wrapped in newspaper, and made him a cup of warm water. Get through tonight, and we'll go home tomorrow morning. Xiaoyu grumbled, I told you I'm fine. I could be discharged now and still catch up with my sister. He took a sip and his eyes lit up. Mom? Qingruju gave him a look, and seeing his silly grin, she smiled too. Finally, the kid wouldn't fuss about going to the northeast anymore. Not bad, her 3 sons were finally settled. When Zhang Guoqing and his family of 3 arrived home, it was already dark. Lin Lishan was sitting in the living room with old Madame Cheng, waiting for them to return. Seeing them come in, neither asked many questions, probably assuming they'd just been out running errands. Zhang Guoqing quickly greeted them and then took his son to the bathroom for a shower. Hospitals were full of germs, and with all the sweat and grime, he felt uncomfortable until he was clean. In the bathroom, seeing his son clutching a little handkerchief, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. Daddy, you have to take care of your things. His son scolded. Zhang Guoqing patted the little guy. I'll be more careful next time. Thank you, sweetheart. Ping'an grinned and waved his hand. Good thing it didn't get stolen. You're better than Grandma. She used to waste things, but Grandpa says she's improved a lot since I taught her. She's a good comrade now. Zhang Guoqing was so amused he couldn't stop smiling. He carefully helped his son lather up with imported body wash, feeling quite satisfied with the foamy bubbles. His son could finally use the good stuff openly. Now he understood why parents always wanted to give their children the best. He was the same. He wished he could offer his child the finest things in the world, just to see that happy little face. Daddy, don't throw away that pretty bottle. Fill it with water and let Mom hide it. Next time, it'll still smell nice. Son, do we really have to be so thrifty? Ping'an giggled, half closing his eyes as he smeared bubbles onto his dad. Serves you right for teasing me about being stingy. Mom said it was really expensive, only for family use. Zhang Guoqing had no idea his wife had influenced their son this way, or he'd have protested. Back in the day, he'd prepared plenty of high-quality children's products. There was no need for his son to be so frugal. After their shower, father and son, hand in hand, returned to the living room. With matching haircuts and identical white shirts and army green pants, they made old Madame Cheng burst out laughing. She pointed at Ping'an's little shirt and pants. Did your mom get these for you? Ping'an shook his head. Grandma made 3 sets for me and Dad. Great-grandma, it's a secret. Old Madam Chung looked at Lin Lishan, who nodded with a smile. She laughed, good taste. Our Xiao Wu and Ping'an look sharp but not flashy in these. These past few years, Xiao Wu has had it tough with Zhou Jiao. He's been wearing old clothes. I figured if we didn't use the fabric at home, it'd just go to waste, so I had the tailor make a bunch, Lin Lishan explained. Zhang Guoqing smiled and added for his wife, I'm a grown man, so it doesn't matter what I wear. Jiao Jiao hasn't made new clothes for herself either. You wouldn't believe it, at school, except for me and Da Yi and a few dozen others, everyone's clothes are patched up. Even so, people keep their distance. If you wore new clothes every day, you'd worry about getting mugged at night. Old Madam Chung shook her head, smiling. Times are different. It's good to be careful. Don't worry, Auntie. Our kids know what's what. That's true, she agreed. Seeing Zhou Jiao come out after her shower, she beckoned, come on, let's eat. Eat more tonight, there's not much decent food on the train. Aunt Chen made lots of fried noodles. Just add hot water on the train and it tastes great. That's perfect. Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao exchanged a smile. Every time they traveled, it was a big event for the whole family, but honestly, it made them happy. After dinner and a short rest, it was time to go. Old Master Chang's orderly, Xiao Chen, drove them to the train station. In the waiting room, Zhang Guoqing took the 2 sleeper tickets from Xiao Chen and told him to head back. Xiao Chen just rolled his eyes, making Zhang Guoqing laugh. The 2 men sat together gossiping, sometimes whispering, sometimes bursting into laughter, making Zhou Jiao, sitting nearby, roll her eyes at their antics. She gently patted her sleepy son in her arms. Go to sleep, Mommy's holding you. No, I have to protect Mommy. Zhou Jiao wanted to say, son, the Sandman is already calling you to Dreamland, just go to sleep. But seeing him clutch her hand tightly, she just smiled and said, all right. Mom, once we get on the train, you can sleep and rest. Hang in there a bit longer. Zhou Jiao looked at him, trying not to laugh. She almost wanted to ask if this counted as psychological suggestion. Finally, it was time to board. Zhang Guoqing picked up his son and let Zhou Jiao go ahead, with Xiao Chen following behind carrying their luggage. Only then did he feel at ease boarding the train. No need to rush me this time. I'm heading back now. Send a telegram when you return and I'll come pick you up. Brother Chen, take care on the way. Safe travels. Don't come out again, let your boy sleep. He can barely keep his eyes open. Waving goodbye to Xiao Chen, Zhang Guoqing patted Ping'an. We're safely on the train now, go to sleep. Daddy will watch over Mommy. Ping'an glanced at Zhou Jiao, saw her smiling and nodding at him, and finally smiled himself. Okay. Listening to the noise inside and outside the train, Zhang Guoqing gently rocked his son. Before long, the boy was fast asleep. Smiling, Zhang Guoqing stroked his head and carefully laid him on the inside of the bunk. Zhou Jiao pointed at herself. All right, I'll squeeze in with the kid, though I'm worried I'll crowd him, Zhang Guoqing said, glancing regretfully at the packed bunks around them. Zhou Jiao took off her shoes, lay down on the bunk, and gently hugged their son, motioning for Zhang Guoqing to get some rest too. She was feeling sleepy herself and decided to nap with the child. All night, Zhang Guoqing worried about his son being stolen. Half awake, he kept opening his eyes to check that his wife and son were still there before dozing off again. By morning, when the announcement for breakfast came over the speakers, he still felt half dreaming. Lying quietly on the bunk, listening to his wife and son chatting, Zhang Guoqing rested for a while before finally waking up. He couldn't help but sigh. Traveling with a child was exhausting. Mom, Daddy's awake. Zhang Guoqing waved at his son. Did you sleep well last night? Not bad. A middle-aged man on the upper bunk smiled and praised. Your child is so well-behaved, not fussy at all. Zhang Guoqing smiled modestly. He can be a handful at home. So, are you going home to visit family? Yes, taking the child to see his grandparents. Seeing them chatting, Zhou Jiao leaned down and quietly told Ping'an, stay here and don't wander. Mommy's going to wash her face. Ping'an nodded. Be careful, Mom. Okay. No matter how much they rested on the way, by the time they got off at the provincial station, Zhou Jiao and Ping'an were both exhausted. Zhang Guoqing knew they were used to a comfortable life. He picked up his son, grabbed their luggage, and led his wife out of the station. This time, they hadn't notified Zhao Chuangang in advance. Since it was usually just the two of them coming home, they decided to take their son straight to the military district to see the family first. At the dining table, Zhao Chuanguang took a bite of his steamed bun and a sip of porridge, his attention fixed on his two sons. The eldest, handsome and accomplished, was already studying at Harbin Institute of Technology, no worries there. But looking at his younger son, who couldn't even drink porridge properly, he was filled with concern. Why did he still act like such a kid at his age? 16-year-old Zhao Lihui immediately straightened up under his father's gaze, but inside he was on edge. Who knew what harebrained scheme his dad was about to come up with for him this time? Most of the summer vacation has passed. I've got a task for you too. Before Zhao Chuanguang could finish, a knock at the door interrupted him. Delighted, Zhao Lihui silently thanked this unexpected guest and winked at his older brother. Godfather, godmother, it's me. Uncle, it's me, Ping'an. At those words, Zhao Lihui sprang up and dashed out, his chair clattering to the floor, ignored by everyone as he raced to the door. The whole family hurried after him in excitement. Sis, brother-in-law, little Ping'an, it really is you. Oh, whoa. Ping'an was swept up into Zhao Lihui's arms, laughing gleefully and hugging his uncle's neck. He pouted at Zhao Liyang, who was ruffling his hair, and complained, Uncle, you never wrote me any letters. Zhao Liyang replied, Uncle's been swamped these past few months. I was planning to visit you during the new year. All right, I forgive you. Zhao Liyang grinned, Thank you, little nephew. How about Uncle takes you out to play? Zhao Lihui chimed in, Big brother, let's take Ping'an to Grandpa's house and show them what a handsome kid looks like. Uncle, I'm a man, not a baby. Meanwhile, Huang Huimin pulled Zhou Jiao to sit down, scolding, Why didn't you let us know you were coming? You must be exhausted. Without waiting for a reply, she headed for the kitchen. Zhou Jiao quickly followed. Zhao Chuanguang, beaming, patted Zhang Guoqing on the shoulder and praised, Good lad, well done. Your Uncle Wang and the others have sung your praises to me many times. Keep it up. Zhang Guoqing smiled, Godfather, I've still got a long way to go. How have things been lately? Has the prince given you any trouble? Zhao Chuanguang shook his head with a smile. Don't worry. You know who your godfather is. How are my uncles? Seeing Zhang Guoqing's concern, Zhao Chuanguang laughed happily. They're all doing well. How long are you staying this time? I'm not sure how things are at home yet. I'll go back and take a look first. I went to the county town a while ago. Your parents are doing fine, still living in their own courtyard. Your second brother visits 3 times a day, and your eldest brother is still in the provincial capital. You should go see them later. Zhang Guoqing nodded gratefully, smiling. Zhao Chuanguang treated him like his own son, saying thank you felt too formal and distant between them. Suddenly remembering something, he slapped his forehead in annoyance and hurried off to fetch a large burlap sack. This was a special gift he'd prepared for Zhao Chuanguang, smuggled along the way. Otherwise, he'd never have managed to lug such a big sack around on the journey. Zhang Guoqing opened the sack and winked at Zhao Chuanguang, pulling out a 20 10 kilograms, jar of liquor, still caked with dirt. Zhao Chuanguang burst into hearty laughter. Godfather, take a look at what's inside. I buried this in the courtyard when I went to Beijing that year. The medicinal effects should be ready by now. Remember, only 1 small cup a day. Zhao Chuanguang unsealed the jar, and a rich aroma of medicinal wine filled the air, permeating the whole living room. He peered inside, then looked at Zhang Guoqing in surprise. Zhang Guoqing leaned in and whispered, I got tiger penis that year, and with what we had at home, I asked old man Wang to prepare the herbs. I buried 2 jars underground. Zhao Chuanguang remembered that year when the kid had brought him a chunk of tiger meat. He wasn't surprised Zhang Guoqing would go to such lengths for good things. He stroked the wine jar fondly. Can your dad finish 20 all by himself? Zhang Guoqing laughed, knowing his godfather was already eyeing his father-in-law's wine. He quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, there's more buried at home. When you finish this, I'll bring you more. I'm planning to visit Old Man Wang again. Maybe I'll get lucky." "Forget it, that's too much trouble. No matter how much you make, it's never enough for us brothers to share. Did your dad set aside some for your Uncle Wang and the others?" When Zhang Guoqing nodded, Zhao Chuanguang carefully cradled the wine jar and headed inside. "I'll take a jean or two for your 4 uncles, and hide the rest." Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile and called to his 2 brothers-in-law in the next room. "What are you 2 doing in there? Come out here." Zhao Liyang came out first, carrying Ping'an. "Brother-in-law, don't blame us for hiding. We're just worried our nephew might get drunk from the smell of that wine." "Sure, don't spread it around." Zhao Liyang nodded with a grin. Seeing Zhang Guoqing pulling things from the sack, he quickly said, "Brother-in-law, don't bother. Save it for my nephew. We're too old for snacks." Zhang Guoqing teased, "Quit pretending to be grown-ups, you brats. Brother-in-law, I'm 18. You'll always be a kid to me, even at 80. Ping'an giggled happily. Zhang Guoqing took out 2 cans of malted milk, 2 bags of milk powder, and a big bag of unwrapped chocolate, telling Zhao Lihui to stash them away in their room to enjoy slowly. "Brother-in-law, these are for Ping'an." Before he could finish, Ping'an smiled, "Uncle, my dad brought these from far away just for you. We still have some at home." Zhao Lihui teased, "You're not stingy?" "I don't mind sharing with my uncles, but not with anyone else," Ping'an said seriously, then warned, "These are expensive. Don't give them to outsiders." "My nephew's so smart, your uncle's no fool either." Ping'an watched him carry the treats away, feeling a pang of heartache. He reminded himself that his second grandpa's family was different from others. He'd eaten plenty of their gifts. Grandpa always said, "Courtesy demands reciprocity." Zhang Guoqing carried the remaining big bag of flour into the kitchen. In the kitchen, noodles boiled in the pot as Huang Huimin bustled about, chatting with Zhou Jiao. Seeing him come in with the flour, she just pointed to the cellar for him to put it away. Without needing to be told, Zhang Guoqing opened the cellar, took out 4 bundles of dried noodles, and put the flour into the storage jar. "How come you brought so much this time? Do you have enough at home?" Zhang Guoqing dusted off his hands and smiled. "Even if we don't, what can we do? Godmother, I've given you a proper dowry. Your daughter didn't lose out marrying me, right?" Huang Huimin laughed and nodded. Zhou Jiao said, "Don't listen to his nonsense, Godmother. My grandaunt said that outside of Beijing, food is still tight. We had to buy some on the black market. Why didn't you tell me the truth in your letters?" Huang Huimin shook her head with a smile. "We're managing. At first your godfather couldn't buy much in the countryside, but later Third Lu helped, and with the old man's support, we haven't lacked for food." Zhang Guoqing paused. "Didn't the countryside disband the communal kitchens and divide up private plots last year? How come there's still not enough? Even the suburbs of Beijing can get coarse grains. Must be regional differences. I heard that although we had a bumper harvest this year, after handing over the grain quota, there wasn't much left. The villages near the provincial capital only got a few mu of private land per family, not much to grow. Some production teams still have to raise pigs for the state, so the food shortage isn't solved yet, just a bit better than before." Zhang Guoqing glanced at Zhou Jiao. She shook her head slightly. She knew what he was worried about. As for Zhangjia village, they'd have to see for themselves when they got back. Her godmother stayed in the provincial capital all year and only knew what she'd heard from others. After breakfast, Zhang Guoqing couldn't hide his eagerness to return home. He said he'd visit Grandpa Zhao and Grandpa Huang next time, but for now, after seeing his eldest brother Zhang Guofu, he wanted to head straight back. Zhao Chuangang understood his feelings. "I'll take a leave and drive you home." Zhang Guoqing quickly shook his head. Zhao Chuangang hesitated. "Are you sure you don't want me to drive you? Or I can have someone else take you. It's so hot, the kids can't handle it." Huang Huimin chimed in, "I'll drive you." "No need, it's too much trouble. We'll see my big brother, then catch a ride from there back to the county." Zhou Jiao glanced at Zhao Lihui, who was tugging at her sleeve, and smiled. "We'll get settled at home first. You all can come over later and go hunting with your brother-in-law. Don't forget, sis." Don't worry, your sister's not old yet. Zhao Chuangang was still uneasy. After thinking a moment, he said, I'll pop into work for a bit, then take you to Guofu's place. It won't take long. Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded. If he refused again, they'd probably insist on driving them all the way to the county. Once everything was settled, Zhao Chuangang grabbed his hat and left in a hurry. In the living room, Zhang Guoqing pointed to the remaining items in a sack in the corner and told Huang Huimin, Godmother, please help me take care of these. I won't visit the uncles this time. I'll go see them later. All right. Why don't you stay until evening? Your godfather can take you home after work. Zhou Jiao, growing impatient, stood up, grabbed her shoulder bag from the coat rack, and nudged her out the door. Enough, go to work. If you keep talking, you'll be late. This child. Be careful on the road, watch the kids. Zhou Jiao slammed the door and glared at the people snickering behind her. What's so funny? She hadn't even shown her real skills yet. An hour later, after sending off the endlessly chattering and reluctant Zhao Chuangang, Zhou Jiao finally breathed a sigh of relief as they stood at the school gate. Come on, let's go find your uncle. Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile. You and the child wait here, I'll go find him. No need. Standing here, we're like monkeys in a zoo, everyone's staring. Ping'an looked at the school gate, took Zhou Jiao's hand, and walked inside. Sigh. Adults really do take forever to get things done. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing hurried after them with the luggage. On the way, he found a student and followed him for a bit before finally locating Zhang Guofu. Inside the classroom, Zhang Guofu sat restlessly, glancing out the window at the family of 3 under the big tree. He just wanted class to end quickly. Why hadn't his little 5th brother sent a telegram before coming home? He could have asked for leave to pick them up. Zhang Guoqing waved at him, signaling him to focus on the lecture. They weren't in a rush. He was also curious to hear how this professor taught and how it compared to those at his own school. As soon as the bell rang, Zhang Guofu didn't bother packing his books and rushed outside. When he saw his younger brother, his face broke into a radiant smile. Big brother. Little 5th. The 2 brothers hugged tightly, leaving Ping'an dumbfounded. He nudged Zhou Jiao and whispered, Mom, do you think they'll cry tears of joy? Zhou Jiao patted his head. Don't talk nonsense. That's your real uncle. He loves your dad the most. I know he's real. Grandma gave birth to him. Look, he looks just like Dad. Zhou Jiao took a closer look and had to admit, he really did. She'd never paid much attention to other men's looks before, but now she saw that Zhang Guofu was indeed quite handsome. No wonder the Huang family had taken a liking to him back then. Thanks to their parents' good genes, the tanned face she remembered was now fairer, and he'd lost all the rustic air he once had. Truly, a scholar who's been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. No wonder her sister-in-law said Huang Suilan was nervous. This kind of man was a real catch. Zhang Guofu greeted Zhou Jiao and picked up Ping'an. Ping'an, you've grown so well. I'm your uncle. You probably don't remember me, do you? Ping'an hugged his neck. I remember you clearly. I have a second uncle too, right? And cousin Shizi, cousin Xiaozhua, cousin Shi too, I remember them all. Uncle, how are grandpa and grandma? I miss them so much. Zhang Guofu laughed heartily and said to Zhang Guoqing, he's just like you were as a kid, only even better looking. Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile. Seeing classmates gathering around, he greeted them, hello. Hello, hello. I'm your brother's good friend, Fu Yuqing. Did you just get back from the capital? He glanced at their luggage. Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded. A female classmate nearby said, Brother Zhang, is this the little 5th your mother always talks about? His wife is beautiful and your nephew really takes after his parents, such a handsome boy. Zhou Jiao gave her a subtle once-over and nodded with a smile. After introducing his brother to his classmates, Zhang Guofu said to Fu Yuqing, can you help me ask for leave? Fu Yuqing grinned, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Thanks. No need for thanks. Hurry up and go, if you wait any longer, even more people will show up. Zhang Guofu agreed. His mother's constant praise of little 5th and his family had made everyone curious. He said goodbye to everyone, grabbed some luggage, and hurried off. After they left, the group of students watched them go, reluctant to look away. The girl who'd spoken earlier sidled up to Fu Yuqing and asked quietly, "Does Brother Zhang's sister-in-law's family have someone in the military?" Fu Yuqing shook his head. "No idea." "How can you not know? Aren't you two best buddies? Tell me." "Lu Zhaodi, that's enough. Don't pry into other people's business." With that, Fu Yuqing turned and went back to the classroom, leaving Lu Zhaodi standing there, stomping her foot in frustration. A few girls nearby glanced at her with mocking looks, then exchanged knowing smiles. If you looked closely, you could see one girl lowering her eyes with a hint of smugness. As Fu Yuqing listened to his classmates subtly trying to get information from him, he sighed inwardly. Thank goodness this training course only lasted a few months, otherwise, he'd probably lose his mind. Zhang Guoqing and his family left the school and found a restaurant. It wasn't a mealtime, so the place was empty. They picked a table in the corner. Zhou Jiao left the two brothers to talk, took her son, and ordered a plate of braised pork, a seaweed egg soup, and 20 steamed buns. Ping'an frowned as he watched his mother hand over national food coupons and money. This was too much spending, she was being wasteful. He had to remind her. After paying, Zhou Jiao ruffled his hair and whispered with a smile, "We didn't bring a gift for your uncle, so this is for him to take home as a treat." Ping'an eyed her suspiciously. Zhou Jiao nodded. She really wasn't lying. After sizing up those mature students who'd been watching earlier, she'd made up her mind not to take out any imported goods this time. The couple were perfectly in sync. On this side, Zhang Guoqing was also quietly analyzing the people they had just met. Although he didn't have his wife's photographic memory, with only a dozen or so people, he could still remember them clearly. Zhang Guofu listened intently to his younger brother, comparing their words with what he knew of those people's usual behavior. He looked at Zhang Guoqing with admiration. His little brother really was the smartest. That's all for those people. Now let's talk about those women. What do you think? Zhang Guoqing asked. Zhang Guofu reached out and gave him a light smack on the forehead. Don't get any funny ideas. Shizi is already so big, do you think your brother is that kind of person? Zhang Guoqing didn't take it to heart and said quietly, I'm your own brother. Whatever you do, I'll support you. But let me be clear, those women we saw today are not suitable. Zhang Guofu just smiled, waiting to see what kind of twisted logic his brother would come up with. Zhang Guoqing glanced around and saw that Zhou Jiao was sitting at a table by the door with their son. He thought to himself, my wife is really smart. He took out a small bottle of special liquor and a packet of peanuts, placing them on the table. With these, their conversation wouldn't attract attention. Lowering his voice, Zhang Guoqing chuckled. Let's not even talk about character. The looks alone don't cut it. Did you notice? They're even darker skinned than you. And that one with the pointy chin, she seems the most eager, but her eyes are always darting around. She doesn't look like a decent woman. Zhang Guofu tried hard not to laugh, raising his eyebrows. Have you been picking up bad habits in the capital? Be careful or Jiao Jiao will hear you. How could I? I set my sights on her when I was 4. In my eyes, no one compares to my wife. Big brother, don't change the subject. There's no one pestering you, right? Zhang Guofu took a sip of liquor and replied casually, ignore them and it's fine. I'm not interested in that kind of thing. Shizi is so big now, if I really married a young wife only a few years older than him, I'd be too embarrassed to show my face. Zhang Guoqing's eyes flashed. So there really were girls interested in his big brother. Suddenly, he asked, it's not one of your classmates, is it? No, Zhang Guofu glared at him mid-sentence, then smiled, you little rascal, trying to play mind games with your big brother. Don't tell mom and dad. Zhang Guoqing nodded seriously, studying him with concern. Do you really like her? I already told you I'm not thinking about that. But you just said you'd be embarrassed. That means you've thought about it. Big brother, if you really like her, I'll help you out, even if it means doing something a bit heartless. I'll give sister-in-law a sum of money. Zhang Guoqing stared into his brother's eyes, speaking slowly and deliberately. He had to test what his brother was really thinking. Some things, if they could be salvaged, should be fixed as soon as possible. A family like theirs couldn't just fall apart. No matter what, sister-in-law was still family. She'd given the Zhang family 3 grandsons and stuck with them through the toughest times. Zhang Guoqing admitted he didn't like Huang Suilan, but society had no place for abandoned middle-aged women. Idle gossip alone could drive someone to despair. If his big brother really didn't have feelings for his wife anymore, he wouldn't force him, but he'd have to find a proper way to settle Huang Suilan, so no one could point fingers at the Zhang family. Zhang Guofu gave a bitter smile. If I'm gone, your sister-in-law would be devastated. No one else would be. After so many years together, I can't be that ruthless. Otherwise, when she made me go hungry for 2 days the year before last, I would have sent her back to her parents' home. Zhang Guoqing breathed a sigh of relief, though his heart ached. He hadn't even known about these things. For a moment, he wondered if maybe they should just get divorced. Don't worry about me, little brother. I know what I'm doing. Let's just give each other a chance. If she still refuses to change, then I'll have no choice but to give up. When that day comes, I'll have a clear conscience. That girl said she'd wait for you? Zhang Guofu shot him a look. Don't overthink it. It has nothing to do with anyone else. She's a good girl from a decent family, very different from others, and her family's well off. She's only 20. How could I hold her back? How could I ask her to be a stepmother to 4 kids? I'm not you. I can't afford to keep a delicate young lady. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. Who else knows about this besides me? Be careful around the people close to you. No one knows. She's smart. Every time I go out, she manages to bump into me. Now I don't even dare go to Uncle Guang's place. It's fine. I'll be back in the county in a few months. Zhang Guoqing sighed and poured him another drink. Big brother, if you're feeling down, just do what you want. If you run into trouble, don't worry, you still have me. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Tell Jiao and the kid to come over. Let's eat and head back. Mom and Dad will be thrilled to see you all home. With that, Zhang Guofu pulled him up to help serve the food. When he saw the dishes, he didn't say anything. Compared to the food coupons his brother often sent home in letters, this was nothing. As the eldest son, he hadn't been able to put his parents at ease, nor help his brothers much. He couldn't let his feelings become another source of shame for the family. What did liking or not liking matter? Compared to family, nothing else was important. They quickly ate a few bites. Zhang Guoqing, worried about delaying his brother's studies, refused Zhang Guofu's offer to see them off and just walked with him to the school gate. At the gate, Zhang Guofu frowned as he glanced into the distance, then smiled. I'll be home this weekend. Help me tell Mom and Dad that I'm doing well. Zhang Guoqing, sharp as ever, sensed something was off. He casually glanced at the girl not far away and replied, All right, we 3 brothers should get together then. Ping'an, say goodbye to your uncle. You all be careful on the way back. Don't let the kid go swimming in the river. Zhang Guoqing nodded, picked up his son, and left with Zhou Jiao. After walking a while, he looked back and saw his big brother still standing there, staring in their direction. He wondered if that girl was still there. They say even the most virtuous women can't resist a persistent suitor. But could it be that men are also afraid of being pursued by women? Zhang Guoqing started to doubt whether sending his brother to work in the county had been the right decision. He looked up at the blue sky and sighed. Zhou Jiao glanced at him, then suspiciously looked back at Zhang Guofu's figure in the distance. For this fool to be so troubled, something must really be going on. Dad, are you unhappy? Ping'an asked. No, just tired. We still have to take the bus back to the county. It's not easy going home. Son, do you want to walk around the street for a bit? Ping'an looked around and shook his head. Why don't you take me hunting instead? My son is the smart one. The mountains are more fun than the city these days. I know. I still remember there were so many fish. Seeing Zhang Guoqing's smile return, Zhou Jiao smiled too. See? This is just fine. She'd thought it over at most. It was just something between Zhang Guofu and Huang Suilan. What did that have to do with them? Only fools worry themselves over nothing. In Zhou Jiao's opinion, it was best not to get involved in Zhang Guofu's family affairs. Huang Suilan had her faults, but was Zhang Guofu any better? Indulgence was the biggest mistake. Why didn't he do something sooner? After all, once you've seen more of the world, you learn to compare. If they were still in Zhang Jiao village, working in the fields every day, exhausted and hungry, would Huang Cuilan still be so quick to move her things back to her parents' house? Would Zhang Guofu still be so indulgent? After a bumpy journey with frequent stops, the provincial bus finally arrived at the county town. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. As soon as the doors opened, Zhou Jiao was the first to get off, walking a good distance away and taking a deep breath. At that moment, she deeply regretted not waiting for her godfather to drive her back that evening, or just driving herself home at night. She had taken things for granted. Riding this rickety old bus in the middle of summer was worse than being a pig. The driver had no sense of passenger limits. He'd stop for anyone by the roadside, and the conductor would yell at the top of her lungs, "Move in, move in." The further they got from the provincial city, the more people boarded. Baskets, chicken coops, bamboo baskets, shoulder poles, everything was crammed in. Passengers were constantly getting on and off along the way. If that wasn't bad enough, at least their family of 3 was seated inside and didn't get hit or bumped. But the stench, a mix of chicken droppings, manure, and sweat, assaulted her senses. No matter how wide she opened the window, it was useless. Zhou Jiao patted her clothes, convinced she smelled. Her cured cleanliness obsession was making a comeback. She desperately needed a shower. Ping'an, with his little backpack, bounced over to her and handed her a water bottle. "Mom, have some water. You won't feel sick anymore." "Baby, where's your dad? Dad told me to look after you first. He went to help an old grandpa move some stuff. Look, he's over there." Following his finger, Zhou Jiao saw Zhang Guoqing carrying a bamboo basket. She shook her head with a smile. "That silly man. Hopefully he didn't forget their luggage." Sensing his wife and son's gaze, Zhang Guoqing waved at them, then finished helping the old man load the basket onto a cart before hurrying back to the bus to grab their 2 bags. As he approached, Zhou Jiao teased, "So, which relative's grandpa was that?" Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. He knew she'd been secretly making fun of how he'd chatted up every passenger on the bus, trying to find connections. Now it was her turn to get back at him. Ping'an chimed in, "Dad, you sure have a lot of relatives. That means you have a lot of relatives too. Son, keep it up. Maybe one day everyone in the country will be our relative." Ping'an giggled happily. Zhou Jiao scooped him up, shot Zhang Guoqing a sidelong glance, and hurried ahead. She didn't want her son to be such a softie, just like his silly dad. "Honey, let me carry him." "No need, let's hurry. I'm itching all over." Zhang Guoqing followed, teasing, I just saw the lady in front of you had a head full of lice crawling around." "Zhang Guoqing, you're dead. Haha. We'll shower as soon as we get home." "Honey, do I smell like chicken poop?" "Get lost." "Son, your mom's swearing." Ping'an wisely stayed out of it, turning to look at the road and pointing ahead. "Dad, if we go past the supply store and turn in, that's our house." My son's got a great memory. They hadn't gone far when someone approached, smiling broadly. "Hey, isn't this little Five? Finally back home." Zhang Guoqing grinned. "Uncle, long time no see. How have you been?" All good, all good. Hurry home. Your dad must be over the moon." "I'll head off then. Come by our place when you have time." Will do, will do." After a bit, Zhang Guoqing slung the bags over his shoulder and whispered, "Jiao Jiao, give me the boy. I won't be able to walk soon." Zhou Jiao glanced at the restaurant ahead and handed their son over. "Dad, what's up?" "Sure. You'll see in a minute." Outside the restaurant, Master Chef and Wang Dashing were waiting with a few others, all smiles as the family approached. Well, who do we have here?" Zhang Guoqing greeted each of them. "This must be little Ping'an. What a fine boy. Does your grandpa still have his ration book?" Ping'an remembered this grandpa had bought grain from him before and greeted loudly, "Hello, Grandpa Gu." Zhang Guoqing smiled, "So, is there something good tonight?" Master Chef nodded with a grin. "They're waiting for beef." Zhang Guoqing understood instantly. Another production team must have had a cow die, and these guys had rushed over for a share. "Master, save me some." "Everyone, I'll take the kid home first." "Go ahead. Your dad must be thrilled." Zhang Guoqing said goodbye, and as they walked away, Ping'an whispered in his ear, "Dad, I get it now. You're afraid they'll make you wait with them." "Exactly. Look, is that your grandma at the gate?" Ping'an looked ahead. Sure enough, it was his grandma. He waved. "Dad, put me down. I can run faster." "No rush, your grandma's already running over." Zhang's mother stared in disbelief, then shouted, "Old man, little five, and the kids are back." She took off running. The chickens in the yard scattered in a panic. Zhang's father jumped up from the kang, slipped on his shoes, and hurried outside. He'd guessed right, his youngest son was really home. The little rascal broke into a huge smile and dove into his grandma's arms. "Grandma, I miss you every day. Why didn't you come see me?" Zhang's mother scooped him up and ran home, overjoyed, babbling with excitement. Even her favorite youngest son had to take a back seat. "Grandma, I'm heavy now. Can you still carry me? Aren't you tired? Where's Grandpa?" She hugged him tightly. "My good boy, you're so thoughtful. Grandma's not tired at all. Holding you gives me strength. Are you hungry?" "I already ate. We even visited my eldest uncle. He told you not to worry, he'll be home this weekend." "Grandma, you've lost weight. Is there not enough food?" Zhang's mother's heart was warmed by her grandson's concern. This was a true grandson. Even when he wasn't around, he still remembered his grandma. "Grandma, if you don't have enough food, just tell me. I have my own rations. I'm little, I don't eat much, but it's enough for you." The little actor's eyes lit up as he spotted Zhang's father approaching. "Grandpa, it's me, Ping'an. I missed you so much. Why didn't you and Grandma come see me? I've saved lots of things for you." Zhang's father grinned from ear to ear, snatching his grandson from his wife's arms and weighing him happily. "Good, my grandson's grown again." Ping'an hugged his grandpa tightly, feeling his face. "Grandpa, you've lost weight too. Come back to the capital with us. We have a new house, and Dad's already fixed it up." Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao, now mere bystanders, exchanged a helpless smile. Their little one was putting on quite the show again. Inside the yard, Ping'an turned and called to Zhang Guoqing, "Dad, bring the bags in." Then he whispered to his grandpa, "Grandpa, there's lots of good stuff inside. Mom said it's for you and Grandma to get healthy. Don't be stingy, eat it all, and you'll live to 100. When I grow up, I'll give you a great-grandson to play with." Zhang's father laughed so hard his stomach hurt. This little guy could talk circles around his own son. He nodded, "All right, Grandpa will wait for your son." Zhang's father set him on the kang, and Ping'an pulled Zhang's mother down to sit beside him. "Grandpa, Grandma, didn't I write you that I've been learning martial arts? Let me show you, I'm really good now." He performed a set of punches on the kang, eyes shining as he looked at his grandparents. "Well, isn't your grandson amazing? Grandpa says I'm a genius." They nodded enthusiastically. "Amazing! There's no one like you in the whole country. Even better than a genius. Was it hard to learn?" Ping'an shook his head. "Not at all. When I get a bit older, I'll be even better." Zhang Guoqing and his family had just gotten home. Barely half an hour had passed when a group of young boys and girls burst into the courtyard, squealing with delight when they saw little Ping'an. Father and Mother Zhang looked at the string of grandchildren before them, grinning so widely their eyes turned into slits and their mouths couldn't close. Watching the kids laughing and playing together, Zhou Jiao tugged Zhang Guoqing's sleeve, and the two quietly slipped out of the West Room to check the kitchen for anything they might need to restock. There wasn't a scrap of leftover food in either of the big pots. Zhou Jiao wasn't surprised, knowing her mother-in-law's frugal nature. She would never let a single grain go to waste. Zhang Guoqing opened the cellar door, leaving Zhou Jiao to keep watch outside. Inside, he found only about 10 jin of flour and rice, with around 200 jin of coarse grains left. A few pitiful dried wild rabbits hung from the rafters. He opened a box in the corner. There was barely any brown sugar left. He sighed inwardly. When he came out, Zhou Jiao asked, "How is it?" "Not much left." Zhou Jiao nodded. She wasn't worried about her mother-in-law giving things away. Likely, the old couple had traded some for cash or ration tickets. As long as they were happy, she'd just prepare what she needed. "Don't worry. We'll find a chance to restock soon." Zhang Guoqing smiled wryly. He took some flour and rice from the bag, put them in the kitchen's rice bin, but the couple didn't dare leave too much out, just a little, placed openly. Mother Zhang, after a while in the house, remembered her youngest son and came to the kitchen. Seeing the empty bags on the floor, she hurried to open the cupboard and lift the rice bin lid, shooting them a disapproving glare. She glanced outside, then lowered her voice. "Didn't I tell you not to bring things home? Your father and I have never gone hungry, and if we have too much, it just draws attention. When the grain inspection team came to the village 2 years ago, I was so scared I couldn't sleep for days. Let it go this time, but don't buy more next time. You buy it, your father sells it, what a fuss." Zhang Guoqing nodded. "Be good. I still have plenty of ration tickets, and I was thinking of sending you some. Your father works so hard he can't sleep, and food is even pricier in big cities like Beijing, so don't buy expensive grain." "All right. I won't." "Jiao Jiao, keep an eye on him. Don't give him any money." Zhou Jiao obediently replied, "Okay. The east room is all clean. Go tidy up your clothes, I'll handle things here." Mother Zhang shooed them out and, once they were gone, closed the kitchen door. For a while, Mother Zhang was busy moving everything the couple had brought into the cellar. These two silly kids were still too generous. Leaving so much out, never mind outsiders, even the two sisters-in-law might get ideas. Once done, Mother Zhang quickly cooked 2 bowls of noodles, each with an egg hidden at the bottom. She covered the bowls and brought them to the east room, where only Zhang Guoqing was present. "Jiao Jiao's bathing? You eat first." "Mom, did you and Dad eat?" "We just ate not long ago. You two have a bite to tide you over. I'll start dinner soon." Zhang Guoqing teased, "Mom, are you just reluctant to eat?" "Who says so? We have everything at home." Mother Zhang wouldn't admit it. "I've already stewed eggs for Ping'an. He can eat soon." Zhang Guoqing smiled and shook his head as she walked away. Picking up his chopsticks, he found the egg at the bottom and chuckled to himself. Her youngest son was still the picky eater. When Zhou Jiao came out from her bath, he quickly handed her the chopsticks. "Eat up, made with love." "What's up?" "They didn't get any." "Nope." Zhou Jiao found the egg and smiled at him. Zhang Guoqing quickly finished his noodles, soup and all, grabbed his change of clothes, and went off to shower. They still had to visit several close relatives. It was going to be a busy day. After Zhou Jiao finished eating, she took her bowl out. Hearing her son giggling, she felt reassured that he was settling in well and went to the kitchen. Mother Zhang beamed at her daughter-in-law. "Why not rest a bit? It's been so long since I chatted with you, Mom. I want to keep you company." Mother Zhang took her bowl and set it on the table. "Sit down, then. I actually have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Just tell me." Mother Zhang chuckled. "Your eldest aunt wants to buy your courtyard in the village." Zhou Jiao watched her expression and quietly asked, "She mentioned it to you?" "That's the ancestral home you and Dad left us. Besides, we're not short on money. Why would we sell it?" Mother Zhang smiled. "I knew you'd say that. Your uncle must have mentioned it to your dad. He can't hide anything from me. Your aunt and your eldest cousin-in-law were saying in front of me that they have so many kids, and it's a shame to let your courtyard sit empty." I didn't respond. "If they bring it up to you, do you know how to handle it?" Zhou Jiao smiled. "Aren't Grandpa and Grandma still living at home?" "Yes, they're in the West Wing. It was your uncle who arranged for them to stay there." Zhou Jiao nodded. She knew about that. She laughed. "If Aunt brings it up, I'll just say we can't give up our ancestral home. Without the courtyard, it's like losing our roots." Mother Zhang thought about it and didn't want her daughter-in-law to make enemies. She shook her head. "Forget it. I'll say something to them myself. If you stay here a few nights, she'll be too embarrassed to bring it up." "Mom, will that put you in a tough spot? Or maybe you could consider lending them some money." Mother Zhang glared at her. "Don't even mention it. Where would you get money from? I've told everyone you're still in school with no income. Don't let our stories contradict each other." Zhou Jiao quickly smiled to appease her. Mother Zhang scolded with a laugh, "Silly child. You can't open that door. If one relative borrows, then your younger uncle's family, your eldest aunt's family, they'll never stop. That's why they say an elder at home is a treasure." "I'll listen to you." Mother Zhang was delighted by her words. She started teaching Zhou Jiao how to get along with people back in the village, and the two chatted away for ages. When Lin Juhua and her sister-in-law heard the commotion and came over, they exchanged a smile at the scene. "Big sis, second sis, you're here. Come sit." Zhou Jiao quickly pulled over a long wooden bench for them. Normally, she'd never buy such rustic benches, but now she felt they made the house feel especially harmonious. With the chickens clucking in the yard, the little courtyard felt more and more lively. "Jiao Jiao, you and Guoqing have raised Ping'an so well. He's so fair, chubby, and polite." Huang Suilon chimed in, "And so clean. He's just a little kid, but he's like a little grown-up. He can even chat with Shizi and the others." "It's not that amazing. We just love our own kids. If we brag too much, people will laugh at us. The kids have all grown so fast." Mother Zhang sighed, "Isn't that the truth? Time flies. I used to think days dragged on when we worked in the fields, but now they pass in the blink of an eye." Lin Juhua laughed. "Mom, what are you worrying about? Everyone says you look younger every year." Zhou Jiao watched them with a smile. It was true, Mother Zhang really did look younger. Her two cousins from her maternal side had clearly inherited their aunt's good looks. When it was time to get off work, Zhang Lauer and Zhang Meili, the two sisters, and their husbands all gathered at the family courtyard. With Zhang Guofu back from the provincial capital, the Zhang family was finally reunited. Mother Zhang was in high spirits today. She and her 3 daughters-in-law steamed 2 big pots of white steamed buns. Of course, no matter how happy she was, there was no negotiating about mixing cornmeal into the flour. She also specially cooked a big pot of thick rice porridge, stir-fried 4 seasonal vegetable dishes, made a potato stew with dried wild rabbit, and another stew with fish. Each of the 6 dishes was served on 2 plates, and the 2 tables were squeezed into the living room, filling the air with delicious aromas. The children couldn't help but exclaim that today felt just like New Year's. Before the meal began, Father Zhang went to invite the in-laws from his 2 daughters' families. Everyone gathered together, laughing and chatting, the lively atmosphere no less festive than the New Year. Zhang Guoqing, as usual, stood at the men's table pouring drinks, filling the cups for the 3 elders. He toasted them, wishing the 3 old friends everlasting friendship and a bond as close as family. Uncle Chen laughed heartily. "Well said." Accountant Zhang sighed. "Who would have thought we'd get more interesting as we got older?" "Xiao Wu, fill us up again." "Lauer, let me borrow a flower to offer to Buddha and toast you. Thank you and your wife for raising such a wonderful daughter." Uncle Chen also raised his bowl. "Meili is not only thoughtful and filial, she's also given my Chen family 2 grandsons. I won't say more. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for raising such a good daughter." Father Zhang happily raised his bowl and laughed. "Oh, enough with the formalities. I haven't even thanked you 2 for raising such good sons to be my sons-in-law. Come on, the 3 of us old fellows, let's drink this one together." Zhang Guoqing glanced at his 2 sisters, seeing their faces flush with embarrassment, and felt happy for them. For a woman, to have a loving husband, win the favor of her parents-in-law, and enjoy a harmonious family, what more could she want? As their younger brother, he would always have their backs. Especially for his eldest sister, he was determined to make sure she lived a good life. Mother Zhang, beaming, helped the 2 mothers-in-law to some meat. "Eat more. I'm not good with words, but I really do thank you for treating my daughters-in-law just like your own daughters." Madame Liu, who had been recovering well from her stroke, could now walk a few steps and, apart from some slurred speech, could manage daily life on her own. Compared to Gu Rui, she was lucky. She had a loving husband, a caring elder son, and a filial younger daughter-in-law. "Meili is so filial. Meiwa is just as close to me." Mother Zhang replied modestly, "That's because you're reasonable people. Let's not stand on ceremony. Let's eat, let's eat." Watching from the side, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. Her mother-in-law was truly overjoyed this time. Her mood had been especially good these past few days. Compared to the shy Zhang Meili and her sister, Huang Suilon, sitting nearby, looked uneasy. Watching the lively scene, she felt out of place, like an outsider. Lin Juhua noticed she wasn't eating, just gnawing on steamed buns, and nudged her under the table. worried for her eldest sister-in-law. She didn't want their mother-in-law to lose face, otherwise, she'd really get angry. With Xiao Wu here, if anyone upset his mother, this smiling little ancestor wouldn't go easy on them. Worst of all, Jiao Jiao would defend her husband no matter what. Others might not know how Zhang Meili got transferred to the Union, but the family did. Ansua did it for Xiao Wu's sake, no need for even a word, just a direct promotion and raise. Oh, what did her husband say? Offend anyone but his mother. Behind her are 3 sons and 3 daughters, and yes, Jiao Jiao counts as a daughter too. If you make her mad, any one of them could tear you apart. Good heavens, if her eldest sister-in-law didn't hurry up and get on their good side, and get Xiao Wu and his wife to help, she might find herself with no one to turn to if her husband wanted a divorce. Huang Cuilan forced a smile at Lin Juhua, picked up her chopsticks and saw Zhou Jiao already putting food in her bowl, quietly helping everyone and smoothing things over. Her heart warmed. Meanwhile, at the men's table, Uncle Chen brought up Zhang Guofu. He asked Zhang Guoqing, "Have you gone to see him?" "I went to school before coming back." Huang Cuilan focused on their conversation. "Did your eldest brother say what his plans are after finishing his studies?" Zhang Guoqing glanced at his second brother, and the two exchanged a look. He smiled. "I didn't ask. Knowing my eldest brother, he'll probably just wait for the higher-ups to assign him. Your eldest brother is doing well now. I heard he won a big award for some data statistics project. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten this chance to study further." Zhang Guoqing smiled. "Each of us 3 brothers has our own strengths. My eldest brother is great at math, steady, patient, and meticulous. He's finally found the right path." Accountant Zhang agreed. "That's true. I'd just finished working the abacus, and he'd already have the answer without a word. If he hadn't gone to work in the city, he'd have taken over as the village accountant." Zhang Guoqing changed the subject with a smile. "Speaking of the village, I'm planning to go back home tomorrow. Not seeing Dakingshan while I'm out here just doesn't feel right." Accountant Zhang sighed. Dakingshan isn't the same mountain it used to be. Zhang Guoqiang saw his younger brother's confused look and explained, "A lot of trees have been cut down on the outskirts. From the foot of the mountain up to halfway, you can't even see a feather now." "What about Grandpa's wooden hut? Is it still there?" Zhang Guoqing had expected that, with food shortages, people would flock to the mountains, but he hadn't thought it would be this bad. "It's too deep in, no one dares to tear it down. You can still hear wolves howling there. Except for old hunters, no one dares go. We're still better off than the neighboring county, their mountains are bare. Even the old forest has been stripped clean." Zhang Guoqing glanced at his father. Father Zhang nodded. "Old Master Wang said the wolves, after being wiped out, have gathered again. Since last year, there's been nothing to hunt on the mountain. Luckily, the weather's been good this year, or your third granduncle would be worried sick." On the women's side, Lin Juhua nudged Zhou Jiao and whispered, "I heard Xiao Wu say he wants to take Ping'an up the mountain this afternoon. You have to stop him. Don't let him mess around." Zhou Jiao smiled and teased, "Aren't you worried there'll be no meat to eat?" Lin Juhua rolled her eyes. "You're so carefree." Then she chuckled, "Honestly, ever since you two haven't been home, I haven't had a good meat meal in ages. It's like that everywhere. I haven't had braised pork in a long time." Lin Juhua saw her regretful look and chuckled. She knew Zhou Jiao didn't really care about the meat. She just missed the lively atmosphere. She caught her eldest sister-in-law's hesitant expression and quietly asked, "What was Big Brother doing when you visited?" Zhou Jiao glanced at the two of them, smiled, and said, "What else? He was teaching class when we got there. We waited outside for half an hour." Lin Juhua looked at her mother-in-law at the head of the table, wanting to ask more, but thought better of it. She decided to wait and ask privately later, though she wasn't sure if she'd get a straight answer from her sister-in-law. After the meal, Lin Juhua quickly stopped her mother-in-law from helping out, sending the 3 mothers-in-law off to chat together. She actually wanted them to gossip while working, but oh well. Zhang's mother smiled and nodded, shepherding Lu Shi and the other 2 mothers-in-law into the west room, while the men had already dragged out stools to the courtyard for a chat. In the yard, Zhang Guoqing watched as Zhou Jiao came out carrying a stack of bowls, momentarily taken aback. These past few years, his wife rarely did any chores except for cooking a few dishes. Aunt Chin usually handled the rest. Jiao Jiao, Ping'an should take a bath now. Zhou Jiao shot him a look. Did he think everyone was clueless? She smiled. Your son's having a blast playing. He can wait a bit. Are you going over to Uncle Dashan's? Zhang Guoqing hurriedly replied. I already went earlier. They'll come over later. All right, go do your thing. Lin Juhua watched him leave with a grin, then turned to Zhou Jiao. You should have another child. Ping'an is too lonely by himself. He's still playing with Xiao Lu right now. Zhou Jiao just smiled without answering. As they reached the kitchen, Lin Juhua leaned in and whispered, Big sis and her husband seem a bit off. If she asks you anything later, don't be surprised. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Second sis, are you dying to ask if I noticed anything strange today? I knew you were smart. There's so much I can't say to outsiders. Stay up a bit later tonight, I need to talk to you or I'll burst. Zhou Jiao nodded with a smile. After making plans, Lin Juhua remembered something and said as she walked, Is your girlfriend still in the provincial capital? Have you seen her? I was in a rush to come back, so I didn't visit. I'll contact her in a couple of days. Zhou Jiao knew she was talking about Zhao Yuanyuan. She didn't ask why Yuanyuan hadn't come back for summer break. With Zhang Yuntao, that rascal, it'd be a miracle if he let Wen Yu come back to the county. Your friend is really something. Every time the young couple comes back, they always visit her parents and chat about what you wrote in your letters. Friends you grew up with are different. Zhou Jiao guessed this was probably Zhang Yuntao's idea. Zhao Yuanyuan was too carefree to think of such details. Sometimes, simple people have good fortune. Zhao Yuanyuan really found a gem. In the kitchen, Zhang Meili took the bowls from her two sisters-in-law. You two go rest, let me handle this. Zhou Jiao glanced at her second sister-in-law who was busy fetching water and joked, Aren't you supposed to avoid offending your husband's sisters? Big sis, let us join in the fun. Who says so? It's the younger sisters-in-law you have to watch out for. They eat and run. Zhang Meihao laughed from the side. Well, depends on the family. Second sis, this is hard work. I'll stay out of it. Don't strain your back. Is my little nephew still nursing? Still is. Second sis, let me do it. You've been cooking all day, go take a break. Break for what? It wasn't that much work. Are you on early shift tomorrow? Zhou Jiao squeezed in next to Zhang Meili, rinsing the bowls she'd washed. When Huang Suilan finished wiping the table and came back, the sisters quickly finished cleaning up the kitchen. Once they were done, the ever-gossipy Lin Juhua swiftly moved two benches to the doorway. It's cooler here, let's sit for a bit. Zhang Meihao glanced at her big sister and smiled. You all sit, I'll check on the kids and be right back. As she left, the others sat on the benches, listening to Lin Juhua gossip about the neighbors. Zhou Jiao sat there, watching the men chatting in the distance, and swatted two more mosquitoes. Seeing the three women deep in conversation, she worried about tipping the bench if she got up, so she nudged Huang Suilan to scoot in, then quietly slipped away. Inside, Ping'an's eyes lit up when he saw her come in. He ran over on his little legs. Mom, I want to take a bath. Shizi, nearby, smiled, Auntie, Ping'an's getting sleepy. Zhou Jiao smiled. He usually naps at noon, and he played hard today. You all keep playing. I'll take him for a bath. Want me to help? Ping'an shook his head. I can do it myself. Good night, brothers. Zhou Jiao smiled, picked him up, and went to the bedroom. She found the hot water bottle full. Zhang Guoqing must have prepared it in advance. As she helped him wash, she asked softly, Did you have fun? It was okay. She paused. Did someone say something to you? No. Are you upset they ate so much today? Ping'an giggled. After a while, he said, Mom, I'm not stingy. I know Grandma's happy we're home. I was just thinking about going up the mountain. Now Zhou Jiao understood he'd overheard the dinner conversation. Don't listen to rumors. When your dad goes up the mountain himself, we'll know what's really going on. Since he wants to take you along, he'll definitely figure something out. Ping'an's eyes lit up and he nodded happily. Zhou Jiao gently reminded him, Besides hunting, I have a task for you. Pay attention to how our relatives act and what they say these days. When we get back, analyze it for me. Can I tell Dad too? She tapped his nose. There are never any secrets between your dad and me. When the house quieted down, Zhang Guoqing returned to find Zhou Jiao and their son fast asleep. Not wanting to wake them by bathing in the side room, he grabbed his clothes and headed to the courtyard. Zhang's father was still up, as if he'd expected his youngest son. When he saw him, he told him to get hot water from the pot. After a while, when he figured he was almost done, he paced the courtyard with his long pipe. Zhang Guoqing checked the time. "Dad, why aren't you resting yet? Something on your mind? Are you tired? If not, sit with me for a bit." Zhang Guoqing quickly pulled up a stool for him. "I slept plenty on the train. Now that it's just us, we can have a good chat." Zhang's father motioned for him to sit too. "That's what I was thinking. Too many people around during the day, hard to talk openly. There are some things I can't let your mother know." Zhang Guoqing reassured him, "Go ahead. If there's a problem, you've got me." Zhang's father smiled and lowered his voice. "You must have noticed, I'm worried about your big brother." Zhang Guoqing's brow twitched. "He's my son. I know what he's thinking before he even says it. He told me he never thought about divorce, and I believe him. But he's always away from home, and the more I think about it, the more it bothers me. Dad, big brother just thinks the travel costs are too high." Zhang's father sighed and shook his head. "Did you notice something? Normally, when you visit your brother, you come back and tell your mother all about it. But this time, you only mentioned it in passing, especially with your sister-in-law. You were so polite, it seemed fake." "I know exactly what my 3 sons are like." Zhang Guoqing broke out in a cold sweat. His dad's got a sixth sense. Realizing his dad might be trying to get information out of him, Zhang Guoqing quickly composed himself and replied half-truthfully, "We didn't talk much. I came back right away. Everything seemed fine with my brother. If I said more, Mom would just worry." "Fine? Of course he's fine. I've visited several times, and every time he's wearing a white shirt. Looks like your brother's learned to dress up." When a woman suddenly starts dressing up, it's usually a bad sign. Same goes for a man. Zhang Guoqing laughed. "Dad, that's just the environment he's in. His colleagues all dress like that, so he's influenced. My brother's very honest, he wouldn't do anything wrong." Seeing he couldn't get anything out of him, Zhang's father gave up for now. But he'd have to get the second son to try. He could never hide anything from him. One try and he'd spill everything. Early the next morning, after Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao finished their morning run, they returned home to find Ping'an practicing horse stance in the courtyard, with Zhang's mother watching on, clearly enjoying the show. "Mom, Dad's not back yet? He's probably still at the little square. These days, he spends all his time there with those old men, pushing watermelons around and having a grand old time." Zhang Guoqing immediately understood. His mother was talking about his father practicing Tai Chi. Isn't that just like pushing watermelons? The thought made him burst out laughing. "Does Ping'an do this every day?" Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile. "He's been at it for a while. He'll do a set of forms later, too. My grandson is really something. Just like you were at his age. Takes after you." "So, are we really going back to the village today?" Zhang Guoqing nodded. "We'll go visit the elders in the village and take the kids to pay respects at my grandparents' graves. I've already arranged for a horse cart. We'll leave after breakfast. Can all your nephews and grandkids fit in the cart? There's no other way. Even if you have money, you can't always find a cart. I'll send you and Dad ahead with the things, and the cart will come back for us. Mom, we'll be eating at the old house these days, so I won't be cooking here at home. It's not comfortable with outsiders around." Zhang's mother nodded. "Why not just sleep at the old house too? The 2 rooms in the West Wing are clean. We'll still sleep at home. Otherwise, the youngest uncle and the others might have opinions. Is third grandpa planning to have them live with us permanently, or what?" Zhang's mother frowned. After the canteen closed last year, there were several empty rooms in the ancestral hall. The plan was for the old couple to look after the ancestral hall, but for some reason, they never moved in. "Your dad and I feel awkward bringing it up. We can't just invite people to move in whenever we need them and then ask them to leave." Zhang Guoqing was never happy about unrelated people living in their home. But things were already like this, so he could only go to the village and see what the old team leader had to say. He really didn't believe that, with his house sitting empty, anyone would dare to just move in. His dad even thought Uncle was being kind. What nonsense. He wasn't dead, and the yard wasn't ownerless. Especially since he'd heard Uncle wanted to buy his yard. Did they think he was dead? Let them try, he almost hoped they would. Zhou Jiao chimed in mischievously, Mom, do you think they want our house because the feng shui is good? Otherwise, why would Uncle want to buy it? Zhang's mother had already thought of this, but couldn't say it to her husband. After all, that was his own brother. Now she'd finally found a kindred spirit. No wonder she always felt Zhou Jiao was so close to her. She slapped her thigh. You think so too, right? I'm sure that's what they're after. Back when your dad picked the land closest to the foot of the mountain, didn't our family start living well? Uncle knows he can't get the second son's yard, so now he's eyeing yours. I always wondered why, when you were building your house, your uncle said as the eldest, the first house on the east end should have been his. Zhou Jiao glanced nervously at Zhang Guoqing. Was she going to be the one to split the Zhang family apart? Zhang Guoqing looked at her and laughed, then said to his mother, maybe Uncle just said that without thinking. If he really wanted it, he wouldn't have said it out loud. Besides, he chose first back then. He can't just regret it now. Zhang's mother waved her hand. You don't understand. Your eldest aunt-in-law isn't easy to deal with, nothing like your uncle's mother. If she keeps egging him on, who knows what he'll think. That's why I can't stand those shallow-minded young wives. Zhou Jiao laughed. Is aunt-in-law really that tough? Sigh. Every family has its troubles. She's about the same as your eldest sister-in-law. Your uncle's mother was such a good person, but even she was driven to the point of wanting a divorce. If she hadn't had so many sons, she'd have gone back to her family and hanged herself long ago. Zhang Guoqing raised his eyebrows in surprise. Why didn't you mention any of this in your letters? I told your second brother and them not to write about it. No need to worry you. A couple years ago, in the villages down below, there were men beating their wives and sending them back to their families every day. There were even a few deaths. Women weren't worth much. A young girl could be traded for 10 jean of cornmeal. Divorce your wife one day, marry a new one the next. That's why I say your sister-in-law doesn't know how lucky she is. Compared to that, could his eldest brother really get divorced? Zhang Guoqing quickly shook his head. A jean of cornmeal is 9 fin, so 10 jean is 90 fin. That's enough to buy 4.5 bottles of soda, pretty expensive. Ping'an, having finished his forms, stood quietly to the side, muttering away. Zhang Guoqing scooped him up and laughed. Expensive? That's a person, not soda. You drink the soda and it's gone. But a wife can do housework, earn work points, and even carry on the family line. Ping'an hugged his father's neck, blinking his eyes. This was a deep topic, he'd have to think about it. Zhang's mother looked at her adorable grandson and laughed. When our Ping'an gets married, we'll have to pick carefully. I want to find someone like Mom. Oh, you'll have your work cut out for you then. Zhang's mother laughed heartily. I'm not worried, I'm still young. Grandpa says that when I'm capable, all the girls will be lining up, crying to marry me. Then I'll have plenty to choose from. Haha, Grandpa's right. Zhou Jiao didn't dare listen anymore. Who knew what ideas her father was putting in the kid's head? She hurried off to the kitchen to make breakfast, only to find her mother-in-law had already prepared it. Looking at the pot of vegetable porridge and the ring of corn cakes on the side, she couldn't help but laugh. She thought to herself, Zhang Guoqing must be regretting his suggestion to eat at the old house. After breakfast, the whole family headed off to the village together. It had been a long time since they'd been back, and the once remote area from the foot of North Mountain to the village entrance was now filled with houses. Zhou Jiao noticed something interesting. As soon as they entered the village, the first few courtyards were made of mud bricks, but the closer they got to the mountain, the more the houses were built of blue stone, with either thatched or tiled roofs. The dozens of families who'd moved here from the foot of Daqing Mountain had really benefited. These days, blasting rocks was just a pipe dream. The old team leader really had guts. The village was quiet, but in the fields nearby, crowds of people were busy. The old team leader's voice boomed through a loudspeaker, urging everyone to work harder. Spotting the Zhang family, he paused for a moment, then continued his rallying cry. When Zhang Guoqing reached his own yard, his mother had already opened the gate. Inside, he found everything neat and tidy, with nothing out of place. That made him feel much better, otherwise, he'd have felt like a cuckoo had taken over the nest. He did feel sympathy for the old couple staying there. It wasn't easy for them. But letting them live there for life, even to the end, made him uncomfortable. This was his ancestral home, meant for his descendants, not for 2 more ancestors. If it were 5th grandpa, he could accept it, since he'd promised his grandfather to care for him in his old age if no one else would. Although the Zhangs in the village were all related, the family had split into several branches. The old couple's branch not only had unpromising descendants, but their line was dying out. If you believed in superstition, that was a bad omen. Ever since his father wrote to tell him who had moved into the house, Zhang Guoqing had felt uneasy. He didn't mind them staying temporarily, but if they planned to stay for life, expecting him to support them in their old age, that was out of the question. Zhang Guoqing glanced around, but didn't see the old couple at home. Seeing his son had gone off to the old courtyard with his cousins, he gave him a few safety instructions. He then turned and pulled Zhou Jiao into the main bedroom. After a quick look around, he said softly, "I'm going to find Uncle Captain to ask what's really going on at home. Don't tidy up yet, wait for me to come back." Zhou Jiao nodded. The bottom line is, they can move in, but they can't pass away and have their funeral here. That's non-negotiable. If it really won't work, we'll help them patch up the old house. I know what to do. I'll head over now. After I'm done, I won't come back right away, I'll go up the mountain first. Zhou Jiao followed him to the door, worriedly reminding him, keep the medicine powder handy, and be careful. Don't act recklessly. Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded, then quickly left the house. Walking along the field ridge, Zhang Guoqing greeted the villagers with a big smile, chatting as he went. As he walked, he noticed it was another good harvest year. He just didn't know how much grain they'd have to hand over to the state. If it wasn't too much, maybe this year would finally be a bit easier. When did you get back? I thought you'd given up on your hometown, someone called out. Zhang Guoqing walked up with a grin. Grandpa Third, you wrong me. This is my roots, how could I give it up? When you're away, you can't help it, but I think about Dakingshan every day. I even want to retire here and never leave. As he finished, he glanced at Uncle Zhang and greeted him with a smile. Call it petty if you want, but Zhang Guoqing said these words for his uncle to hear. The old man was clever, he'd get the message. The old team leader laughed. You really think that? I thought you'd spread your wings and fly, and we couldn't keep you here. Zhang Guoqing replied humbly, that's you thinking too highly of me. Out there, it's just making a living nowhere as comfortable as our village. The old team leader shot him a sidelong glance and chuckled, you're getting smoother with your words. How long are you staying this time? How long? Zhang Guoqing couldn't let them get the wrong idea. He smiled, I brought the kids back this time. We'll stay until school starts. The old team leader nodded approvingly. Good. Let the kids spend more time with the family, so they won't forget their roots. Then he frowned slightly. Come lend a hand this afternoon. While the weather's good, help the old couple move. Once winter comes, it'll be much harder. Uncle Zhang asked, are they moving into the ancestral hall or their old house? The old team leader waved his hand. The ancestral hall. They don't have the money to fix up the old place. Why not let them stay at Xiaowu's? He's not home anyway. Zhang Guoqing glanced at his uncle, but just smiled and said nothing. The old team leader, sharp as ever, caught Zhang Guoqing's meaning and continued, forget it, they're both in their 70s or 80s. If something happens to them. He didn't finish, but everyone understood. Zhang Guoqing's yard was a new house. No one wanted someone from a distant branch of the family to die and have their funeral there. Uncle Zhang looked at Zhang Guoqing. What do you think? What do I think? Zhang Guoqing thought to himself, I can't even curse you out because of Grandma. He deliberately twisted his uncle's words. All right, I'll help out this afternoon too. Zhang Guoqing had given up on saying anything more to his uncle. If it weren't for his father's sake, he wouldn't even bother to smile. Seeing the old team leader strolling ahead, he quickly caught up. Did you bring any liquor back this time? 2 bottles, both at my dad's place. You and the guys can get together tonight. The old team leader shot him a look. You rascal, gave it all to your dad? Fine, tell him to get some good food ready. I'll come by tonight. Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile. All right, I'll let him know. The old team leader waved him off with a grin and continued on his way. After leaving, Zhang Guoqing took a detour and headed up the mountain first. Bringing the kids up the mountain was his main goal this time. If it turned out to be dangerous, he'd have to find somewhere else. Meanwhile, after finishing work, Uncle Zhang walked home with his hands behind his back. Passing by Zhang's old house and seeing the gate open, he hesitated but didn't go in, heading straight home instead. As soon as he entered the yard, Aunt Zhang had already drawn water for him to wash his face. He quickly wiped his face, tossed aside the towel, went into the main room, packed his long-stemmed pipe with tobacco, lit it with a fire rope, and took a deep drag. Aunt Zhang called for her daughter-in-law to serve the meal, then went inside to rest on the kang bed for a bit. After a day's work, she was exhausted. What would they do when the busy farming season came? At Aunt Zhang's loud call, Zhang Qingshan's 3 sons and 2 daughters rushed into the main room, sitting on stools and waiting for dinner. Aunt Zhang looked at her 2 granddaughters. Go help your mother serve the food. The eldest granddaughter pouted. Grandma, I'm exhausted. Let me catch my breath first. The youngest grandson snickered, like you did any heavy work. I did more than you. I cut 2 baskets of pig grass this morning. What about you? Bet you just went off to play. You're so annoying, little girl. Why can't you be more like my meow? Why don't you learn from Big Brother? He even helped me carry the basket. Aunt Zhang sat up, frowning. You're all too idle. Go help your mother, now. The eldest granddaughter glanced at her grandfather, saw he was ignoring her, and, annoyed, dragged her reluctant little sister along, muttering, so biased toward boys. Sis, you go. Why drag me? In the kitchen, Qingshan's wife glared at the 2 sisters as they came in. You come home and don't even help with dinner, just bickering. Maybe I should let you starve. Look at the other girls in the village, they all help out at home. I wasn't slacking off. The youngest daughter shrank back as her mother scolded, and the 7-year-old hurried to carry out the bowls and chopsticks, walking carefully. What are you standing there for? Go help your sister. If you drop those bowls, see if I don't tan your hide. All you do is scold me. I must have been picked up off the street. Yeah, and I'm your stepmother, too, Qingshan's wife shot back, rolling her eyes at her eldest daughter as she carried 2 dishes into the main room. Once the food was set out, Zhang Qingshan came in, washed his hands, and sat down, taking the chopsticks his wife handed him. Just then, the eldest son said, Dad, since Shizi and the others are back, I don't want to go to work this afternoon. Zhang Qingshan nodded. All right, you all can take a couple days off. As soon as he finished, his wife tugged at him. He glanced at her and explained, they don't earn many work points anyway. The eldest son, Zhang Mingjiang, nicknamed Iron Egg, added, Mom, we're not just playing. Shizi said we're going to look for herbs nearby these days. We want to earn some tuition money ourselves. Qingshan's wife snorted. You kids know herbs? If there were any left, your uncle would have picked them already. There can't be any left now. Shizi said, and Xiaowu will take us. Zhang Qingshan quickly said, don't go too far. It's dangerous. Zhang Mingjiang grinned. Dad, did you forget? If Aunt Xiaowu goes out, would Uncle Xiaowu let her go alone? If we try to sneak off, one of them will definitely follow us. Maybe we'll even get some meat out of it. The whole family burst out laughing at that. Zhang Qingshan's wife saw that the atmosphere was good and mustered up her courage to say to Zhang Debo and his wife, Dad, Mom, what do you think about me talking to Jiao Jiao? Once they go back to the capital, it'll be inconvenient. Before his grandparents could answer, Zhang Mingjiang spoke up, Mom, you'd better not say anything. People will laugh at us. It's not like they're short on money, so why would they sell the house? How are they not short on money? They have to rely on their savings just for school expenses. If I offer a high price, 100 yuan, how could they refuse? If it weren't for the good feng shui of their house, I wouldn't even want it. Kids shouldn't meddle in these things. Zhang Mingjiang rolled his eyes at her. Do you know how much the watches on Uncle and Aunt's wrists are worth? You can't even get one for 300 yuan, let alone two. That's at least 700. Ping'an was playing with a camera today, and Aunt didn't even bat an eye. Do you really think they'd sell the house for 100 yuan? Zhang Qingshan's wife opened her mouth, but closed it again. Zhang Qingshan laughed. I've told you to drop this idea ages ago, but you just wouldn't listen. Even a child can see what's going on, but you insist on getting dad and mom to speak up for you. Zhang Dama sighed. Let's not bring this up again. Last time, even your second aunt didn't respond when you mentioned it in front of her. You should understand by now. If you keep pushing, people will start to resent you. I just thought their house was sitting empty and going to waste. If I'd known they were so well off, I wouldn't have brought it up. Zhang Debo glanced at his eldest daughter-in-law, lowered his eyes, and continued eating. Zhang Qingshan shook his head. How many times had he said this already? She just wouldn't listen. She really won't give up until she hits a dead end. Mom, now that both Juhua and her sister-in-law got dismissed, do you think Uncle will help them out? I don't know. Hurry up and eat, then go rest for a bit. Don't be late for work. Zhang Dama finished the last bite of her sorghum rice, put down her bowl and chopsticks, and went into the inner room. With all this time spent gossiping, she'd rather go lie down for a while. Young people just can't let things go. If they saw how her second brother and sister-in-law lived, they'd go crazy. After Zhang Debo finished eating, he stood up and said to Zhang Qingshan, your youngest grandpa and grandma are moving to the ancestral hall. After you finish eating, go over to Uncle Wu's place and give them a hand. Right now? Zhang Debo nodded and followed his wife back to the bedroom. Zhang Qingshan looked at his father's back, puzzled. Why did it seem like his dad was in a bad mood? These two are really ruthless. Just got back and they're already kicking people out. Zhang Qingshan's face hardened and his gaze sharpened as he stared at his wife. That's enough. If Uncle Wu hears you talking like this and slaps you, don't expect me to help. If you keep this up, the Zhang family won't keep you around. His wife guiltily looked away and lowered her head to eat. You can make a fuss at home and I'll tolerate it. But if you stir up trouble outside and embarrass the family, don't blame me for being heartless. All right, I get it. I was just talking at home. Zhang Qingshan shot her a glance, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and left the courtyard. Zhang Mingjiang, seeing that his father hadn't finished his sorghum rice, glared at his mother angrily. Are you happy now? Dad works from dawn till dusk. Can't you just give it a rest? Bigya chimed in, Mom, if you want to go back to Grandma's house, just keep this up. Zhang Minghu saw his mother shaking with anger and unable to speak, so he quickly pulled his older brother and sister away. The rest of the kids, seeing this, all scrambled out whether they'd finished eating or not. Zhang Qingshan's wife pounded her chest. What did I do in my past life to deserve a bunch of ungrateful kids like this? In the inner room, Zhang Debo seemed to deliberately knock his pipe, the banging sound immediately silencing her. Zhang Dama patted her husband with a smile. If you're not deaf and not dumb, you can't be a good father-in-law. Listening to the sound of his daughter-in-law cleaning up the dishes outside, Zhang Debo sighed. Now I understand why, when my second brother split the family, he insisted all three sons take care of their house. Zhang Dama chuckled. Should we split the family again? Even if we did, we couldn't do it like second brother, being treated like ancestors by the sons. Zhang Dama laughed and scolded, You old fool, you wish. We're not comparing ourselves to second brother's family, just to the other families in the village. Doesn't that make you feel better? Let's leave Zhang Debo and his wife's banter aside. Zhang Qingshan left home and headed to Zhang Guoqing's house. He saw the door was open and only the old woman was in the yard. She glanced at him, but he didn't go in and went straight to the ancestral hall. The old team leader and Zhang Guoqing were helping the old couple pick a room. The dining hall that had been opened up before was still the same, materials were scarce, and during busy farming seasons, it was convenient for everyone to gather together. The two storerooms left were empty. After the snow disaster, the clan had prioritized moving into the ancestral hall, so the two Kong beds inside hadn't been dismantled. Now, the old couple could pick whichever room they liked. Zhang Guoqing didn't really care which one they chose. But seeing the old man hesitate, he kept quiet. The old man was getting on in years and was deliberately being difficult. Compared to his own West Wing, these earth brick rooms were nowhere near as nice, but still 100 times better than their old house. Zhang Guoqing just smiled and said nothing. He knew the old team leader's patience was wearing thin. If he got really annoyed, he might not even let them move in. Honestly, Zhang Guoqing was disappointed in Zhang Debo. He was the one who suggested the old couple move in, but now he'd run off. If it weren't for the old team leader stepping in, with the food rations in his hands, the old couple would never have left. Then what about his own family? The old couple clearly intended to stay forever, but why should they? Zhang Guoqing never liked to think badly of others, especially elders, but he couldn't stand people who didn't know when to stop. He'd rather burn it all down than put up with it. When Zhang Qingshan arrived, the old man was still feeling the Kong bed, complaining about how much firewood it would take to heat. It was obvious he was trying to play the elder card. Pretending not to notice, Zhang Qingshan stepped forward with a smile. "Grandpa, Xiao Wu and I will go move your things over. Let Grandpa take his time picking a room. Either one is fine, whichever he prefers." The old team leader, already impatient, quickly replied, "Good, you two go ahead. They only have a couple of clothes at Xiao Wu's place. The two of you can carry everything in one trip." Zhang Guoqing took the hint and pulled Zhang Qingshan away. As for the old man's talk about big jars and stools, if he wanted them, he could have them. To avoid trouble, Zhang Guoqing borrowed a cart and moved everything at once. He didn't care about the old woman's sour face. If she said something was hers, he gave it all to her. After moving, looking at the now empty West Wing and the kitchen with only an iron pot and a cupboard left, he sighed to himself. Good thing Zhou Jiao had pestered his mother and Ping'an had kept his father busy, or there would have been a fight. This was for the best. Maybe now his parents would learn not to agree to things so easily. Inside the ancestral hall, the old team leader was surprised to see 2 large vats, 2 stools, 4 or 5 baskets stacked together, and a cartload of scattered odds and ends that had been moved over. He looked at old Zhao Gong and his wife in astonishment. Zhang Guoqing just shook his head at him. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Just now, old Zhao had almost claimed even the iron pot as her own. If the kitchen cabinet hadn't been so big and conspicuous, she probably would have said that was hers too. He couldn't let the old lady, at her age, sit in his yard wailing and making a scene. It would just bring bad luck to his family. Earlier, his father had even said it was a good thing the whole extended family hadn't ended up living in their house. He actually wouldn't have minded if the whole family stayed. If they refused to leave, he'd just throw them out himself. If they kept playing the scoundrel, a few days in the police station would straighten them out. But with this old lady who looked like she could keel over any day, he really couldn't afford the trouble. If anything happened, he'd have to be the one to arrange her funeral. The old team leader shook his head repeatedly at old Zhao Gong. Unbelievable. How could they do something like this? They didn't even have any descendants. Who were they clinging on for? That's what he thought, and Zhang Guoqing thought the same. Just treat it as a donation to the ancestral hall. He actually thought the couple's used stuff was unlucky. He was determined to tear down the Kong bed in the West Wing later. This time, he'd renovate the place openly and thoroughly. Let's see who'd dare try to move in again. On the way, the old team leader asked, "Now that your whole family's going back, what are you going to do with this empty courtyard?" Zhang Guoqing glanced at his eldest cousin and smiled. "I'll leave it to my brother-in-law. He doesn't have a courtyard in the village, so he can stay here during the holidays." When the old team leader heard that Zhang Chunming would be looking after it, he nodded to himself. That was a good idea. If old Zhang wanted to come back for a few days, he wouldn't have to put up with his eldest son. Shizi and the others come back often anyway, and now Ziwen and his siblings will have rooms too. With so many kids growing up, you don't have to worry about the place being empty. The old team leader laughed. Those kids are lucky to have you as their uncle. Even though they could stay with your parents, it's not the same as having their own courtyard. They're hardworking too. If they plant something in the backyard, that's great. Zhang Guoqing replied with a compliment. That's all because you're still here in the village. If it were any other place, I wouldn't feel at ease. You have to live a long life. This village still needs you to keep things in order. The old team leader grinned. I'm just fussing about. As long as everyone has enough to eat, our ancestors will bless us. Xiao Wu, when you have time, go up the mountain with old Wang and take a look. After we hand in the grain quota, our team still relies on the mountain's income every year. No problem. I'll definitely get the old man to come out of retirement. As soon as there's news, I'll let you know. Zhang Guoqing didn't mention he'd already taken a look up the mountain. As Zhou Jiao had said, if you get things too easily, people just take it for granted. I'll head back now. Let me know if there's any news. All right, us brothers won't see you off then. No need, it's just a few steps. The old team leader walked away, hands behind his back and a spring in his step. He was happy if things went smoothly, there'd be plenty to harvest from the mountain this autumn. Zhang Guoqing watched him leave, then slung an arm around Zhang Qingshan's shoulders and walked back, laughing. Big brother, I heard you're helping Tiden find a match. He's still in school. No rush, he's the eldest grandson of our Zhang family. Zhang Qingshan laughed. A few matchmakers came by recently with some good candidates, but we'll have to wait for Tiden to meet them first. My mother wants to get the engagement settled early. Hearing the reason, Zhang Guoqing didn't try to persuade him otherwise. It probably had to do with the kids' poor grades. Rural families often arranged child betrothals. If you didn't, it was almost like losing face. He laughed. Congratulations on becoming a father-in-law. Among us brothers, you're the first. We'll have to get the others together and celebrate. Nonsense. Who congratulates someone on becoming a father-in-law? Should I congratulate you on being the groom then? Zhang Guoqing joked, bursting out laughing. Zhang Qingshan gave him a few playful punches. You rascal, is that something an uncle should say? The two cousins joked and laughed all the way back to the foot of North Mountain. Seeing it was getting late, Zhang Qingshan said goodbye and left, while Zhang Guoqing went into the courtyard, grabbed a hammer, and actually started tearing down the Kong bed. With a clatter and a bang, he soon had the Kang in the west wing dismantled and cleaned out. He hauled several buckets of water and scrubbed from the main house all the way to the kitchen. Then, under the blazing sun, he borrowed a ladder to climb up and inspect the roof, cleared the chimney, and bustled around for most of the day. Standing in the courtyard, seeing all traces of previous use gone, Zhang Guoqing finally smiled. But he wasn't done yet. After a shower, he stripped to the waist, grabbed a hoe, and went to clean up the vegetable garden in the backyard. Luckily, his father had been reluctant to give up that plot of land. Otherwise, if old Zhao Gong and his wife had planted it, they might never have moved out, not even after the harvest. His father was a skilled farmer. Besides the fruit trees he'd planted years ago, the backyard was full of abundant fruit. No wonder old Zhao Gong and his wife hadn't wanted to leave. With his father's temperament, he'd never argue with people in their 70s or 80s over a few things. The dried fruit and vegetables his mother sent every year probably all came from here. It was really hard on his parents, managing 3 courtyards all these years. That was no small workload. Zhang Guoqing was truly his father's son. He worked fast and efficiently. Don't be fooled by his university education. As far as he was concerned, it was just more farming, endless rural support, and farm work. Luckily, the heavy fertilizer jobs were always given to classmates with bad backgrounds, or else he doubted he could have kept it up. By the time the afternoon work bell sounded, Zhang Guoqing had already tidied up the backyard and picked several sacks of melons and fruit. As for vegetables, since old Jiaopa had taken all the baskets, he was worried the sacks would crush them. At the old house, Zhou Jiao and Zhang's mother finished their chores. Seeing it was getting late, Zhou Jiao prepared to head home. There were no electric lights in the village, so everyone ate quickly while it was still light or just after dark. Leaving the old house and stepping into her own yard, Zhou Jiao immediately realized how much her husband had done that day. Before, since the old couple hadn't raised chickens or ducks, the yard was already clean, but now, the difference was night and day. She deliberately opened the west wing and checked both rooms. One of them didn't even have a Kang anymore, and both rooms were completely empty. She wasn't surprised at all. This was exactly her husband's style. After a quick tour inside and out, Zhou Jiao ran to the backyard with a big smile. Seeing the sacks he'd filled, she gave him a thumbs up. Aren't you going to praise me? Zhou Jiao laughed. Nice work. Zhang Guoqing sidled up to her and winked. Actions speak louder than words. Let's see your performance tonight. If you do well, your hubby's got a reward for you. Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes. Stop thinking about nonsense. Hurry up, everyone's waiting for you to eat. You'd better go check on your son. He's about to fly off the handle. Zhang Guoqing grinned and nodded. He carried the sacks down to the cellar, and, thinking of the stockpile they still hadn't dealt with, he and his wife huddled together to discuss their next move. In the old family courtyard, Mother Zhang watched her grandchildren bustling about with a big smile on her face. She couldn't sit still and kept following them, sometimes into the kitchen, sometimes back out into the yard. My Miao chuckled and tried to persuade her, Grandma, just sit and rest for a bit. We've got this. Little sis, go pull Grandma over and have her sit down. Grandma, take a break. My brother and sister can handle it. Let me tell you, my fifth brother caught a lot of things today too. Don't be fooled by how young he is, he's really quick and nimble. Shizi came out carrying a big tray of vegetable porridge, and Ziwen followed behind with a large plate of mixed grain steamed buns. The two cousins both reminded their younger brothers to be careful as they passed. Inside the kitchen, Pingin's eyes sparkled as he watched My Miao stir-fry river snails. Big sis, you're amazing. Well, just a little bit less amazing than my mom. When you get older, you'll be even better. Oh, this is nothing yet. Tomorrow, I'll show you some real skills. Are you getting used to staying here in the old home? Tonight, we'll go catch cicada nymphs again. If you fry them in a bit of oil, they're delicious, and you can sell them for money too. Pingin grinned and nodded enthusiastically. Great. I love it here. There's so much to do, and you all know so much. My fifth brother knows a lot too. We learned about cicada nymphs from my little aunt. Your mom fries them even better than I do. Pingin sniffed the air with a smile, thinking, of course I know that. My mom never skimps on oil. And who is my mom anyway? She's got all kinds of skills. Just as he was thinking about his mom, he heard his parents' voices out in the courtyard. Carefully dodging his brothers who were grabbing bowls and chopsticks, Pingin ran out to his parents and leapt into their arms. His dad caught him, and he giggled with delight. So happy. Zhou Jiao looked at the mud stains on his clothes and pants, amused. He really was a little mud doll now. But seeing his hands and feet were clean, she didn't say much. As long as he was having fun. Mom, all the kids here can earn money. Zhou Jiao caught the meaning behind his words and smiled. Is there something you want to discuss? Pingin nodded with a big grin. I knew my mom was the smartest. When you have time, can you take us out to gather herbs? No problem. Zhou Jiao agreed right away. The knowledge her son had learned from books wasn't much use here, and she'd been thinking the same thing. Learning some wilderness survival skills could only be a good thing. Zhang Guoqing saw his nephews and nieces stop what they were doing and smiled. Pick a time and I'll need to make some preparations. The kids cheered excitedly. Shizi and Ziwen, the two cousins, even dropped what they were holding and squeezed up to Zhang Guoqing, 16-year-old boys acting like little kids as they tugged on his arms. Uncle, take us hunting too. Uncle, we'll definitely follow your lead. Thinking of what he'd found while scouting the mountain at noon, Zhang Guoqing kept them in suspense for a moment before finally nodding. Zuoyu and Shirtu wouldn't be left out and rushed over, grabbing Zhang Guoqing. Uncle, what about us? Zhang Guoqing laughed and nodded. Everyone can go. But you have to listen to instructions. No problem. Mother Zhang asked worriedly, will it be dangerous? Zhou Jiao reassured her, Mom, Xiaowu knows what he's doing. Then she leaned in and whispered, let them have their fun first, we won't go anywhere dangerous. Mother Zhang nodded happily. Meanwhile, Maizui was hopping with anxiety on the side. Uncle, what about me? And my sister and Yaya? This time, Zhang Guoqing shook his head. The three of you can go gather herbs with your little aunt. The girls in our family are precious. They're not meant for rough and tumble stuff. You're meant to be ladies. I'm still little. Can I be a lady when I grow up? Zhou Jiao laughed and patted her head. There are too many snakes and bugs in the mountains. We'll do our own thing. Zhang Guoqing comforted her. In a few days, Uncle will take you to see the sea and visit the provincial capital. We'll dress our 3 girls up beautifully, okay? Maisue's face lit up with a huge smile, nodding and shaking her head all at once in excitement. Uncle, we don't need to dress up, that costs money. As long as we get to go out and play, I've always wanted to see a big city. Zhou Jiao stroked her head lovingly. Let's skip winter break this year, it's too cold. Next summer, all of you can go to Beijing. I'll take you around. Really? All of us can go. Zhou Jiao smiled. On one condition, you have to bring your grandparents along. Mother Zhang was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. How did this end up about your grandpa and me? We'll talk about it later. Who's going to fetch your grandpa for dinner? I'll go. I know where he is. Pinyin didn't even finish before he dashed off, with Shizi and the others close behind. Maisui glanced at the kitchen as she ran, calling out, I'll go help my sister and Yaya. Zhang Guoqing laughed. It sure is lively with all these kids at home. So noisy, Mother Zhang said, but the smile on her face showed she was enjoying every minute of it. After a while, Grandpa Zhang came into the courtyard surrounded by his grandchildren. Mother Zhang teased, Look at those smile lines on your face, you're over the moon, aren't you? Didn't you go show off in the village? Grandpa Zhang laughed, Are you jealous? Zhang Guoqing pulled out a chair for him and opened a bottle of liquor, smiling. Third Grandpa said he'd come over for a drink tonight. I'll pour you a little for now. I'll wait. Your uncle just said he and your eldest uncle will come over tonight. The 3 of us will have a drink together. Later, let Shizi go call your third grandpa. All right, let's eat first. Later, Jiao can whip up a couple of dishes to go with the drinks. Mother Zhang waved her hand. I'll take care of it. You all get some rest early. She couldn't let her youngest son keep coming up with ideas. If they ended up making fancy dishes, it would be a waste. Just this morning, when they arrived in the village, Mother Zhang had a headache over the gifts her daughters-in-law brought her. Honestly, 2 boxes of pastries would have been enough. Why bring candy and wine too? Luckily, Jiao talked it over with her first. Her youngest son was just too honest. Like just now, agreeing to take the kids out to play, how much would that cost? She'd have to keep reminding him. Zhou Jiao just smiled quietly on the side. She understood her mother-in-law's thinking well. The older generation, who had lived through hard times, couldn't bear to waste anything. But when it came to social niceties, as a daughter-in-law, she couldn't be stingy. She had to let her mother-in-law guide her, intentionally or not. Her mother-in-law's worries were a kind of happy trouble. What brings the most comfort and the most worry to the elderly? Zhou Jiao figured it was seeing their children grow up and start their own families, but at the same time, feeling like they themselves were becoming less needed, almost dispensable. So, let them feel that their children still need their guidance and care. That, too, is filial piety, a kind of spiritual filial piety. With a smile, Zhou Jiao listened to Grandpa Zhang and Zhang Guoqing chatting, watched her mother-in-law's kindly face as she looked after the children, and saw the kids eating and laughing together. She thought, if only we could be a little less calculating and a little more forgiving, happiness wouldn't be so far away. After dinner, Zhou Jiao gently held back Mother Zhang, asking her to stay and chat with her husband and son, while she took the 3 girls to clean up the mess. By the time the kitchen was spotless and everything was tidied up, night had already fallen. In the courtyard, Zhang Guoqing handed 2 torches to Shizi and Ziwen. You guys can play, but make sure to stay safe. Don't take those sachets I gave you lightly. They keep snakes and bugs away. Don't worry, uncle or little uncle, they replied. We'll keep an eye on the younger kids. Zhang Guoqing still felt uneasy. After all, his own son was among them. He smiled and nodded, then turned to Pinyin and reminded him, Don't get careless. If you get hurt, your mom will ground you and cancel all your activities. Son, you have to be careful. Little Pinyin stood tall and saluted him crisply. I promise to complete the mission. Are you sure you don't want me to go with you? As soon as Zhang Guoqing said this, everyone in the courtyard burst out laughing. Father Zhang waved his hand, chuckling, You all keep an eye on Pinyin and get going. If you wait any longer, it'll be morning. Mother Zhang smiled at her eldest son. They go out often, don't worry. Big brother, wait for me. I just need to tell my mom, I'll be quick. Zhou Jiao happened to come out of the kitchen and replied, I heard you. Be careful out there. Okay. The group of children cheered and ran out the door, leaving the courtyard unusually quiet with only 4 adults remaining. You two should take a walk around the village and get some rest. No need to come back tonight. If Pinyin gets tired, let him sleep here. Zhang Guoqing said, Dad, let us keep you and Mom company for a bit. We'll leave when Uncle and the others arrive. No need. If you wait for them, they'll just drag you into more idle chatter. Thinking of his plans for the night, Zhang Guoqing stood up and smiled. All right. Call me if you need anything. Mom, we're heading out. There are some snacks in your room. Don't bother cooking in this heat. Mother Zhang nodded with a big smile. Watching the couple leave, Father Zhang grinned. Wife, you're sneaky. Why didn't you tell me there were snacks at home? What did you stash away? Mother Zhang laughed. Jiao Jiao brought over a big bag this morning and put it in our room. I haven't even looked to see what's inside. Want to go check? If she went out of her way to hide it, it must be good stuff, Father Zhang said, gazing up at the stars. Suddenly, he said, pick a good day, and I'll take the kids to burn some paper money at my parents' graves. All right. And when the others come over later, don't let them touch my stash of good liquor. Mother Zhang was momentarily caught off guard. They'd just been feeling sentimental, and now he was back to talking about booze? She rolled her eyes. I know. I wouldn't give it away even if you didn't say so. And don't touch my tiger bone wine either. Mother Zhang scolded him with a laugh. Why don't you just have people come over for water instead? That won't do. The couple chatted happily in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao, instead of looking for the kids, were persuaded by her to head home. As soon as they entered, Zhang Guoqing closed the courtyard gate. In the village, it was customary to close the main gate at night in summer. If it was shut, neighbors knew the family was out or resting and wouldn't come by. If the gate was left open, within half an hour, a group of sister-in-laws would come over, bringing along all sorts of women, familiar or not, to gossip, share news, and chat about everything under the sun. Add in a few young people, and there'd be no peace at home all night. Thinking of his plans for the evening, Zhang Guoqing didn't bother turning on the lights. He scooped his wife up and carried her toward the main room, joking as he walked. Zhou Jiao was long used to his habit of picking her up whenever they were alone. She calmly wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder. Seeing him heading for the bedroom, she rolled her eyes and said, Let's stay in the courtyard for a while. Zhang Guoqing stopped. Are you sure? If I don't leave after 10, I won't go at all, and I won't make it back before dawn. Tonight, he was following Zhou Jiao's plan to visit the black market in the neighboring city. Driving late at night was fine, but if they left too late, it'd be hard to hide the car. He didn't believe she'd really say no. Just don't get carried away. Zhang Guoqing carried her inside, laughing. When have I ever messed up? Just listen to me, everything's fine with your man here. Maybe we should go tomorrow night instead. You've worked hard all day. And besides, our son might come back and knock on the door. What if he finds us? Zhang Guoqing lowered his head and silenced her babbling with a kiss. Finally, some peace and quiet. Tomorrow night? Who knew if tomorrow would be convenient? Moonlight streamed through the window, shining on the couple tangled together on the kang bed, then blushed and hid behind the clouds. In the distance, dogs barked, frogs croaked, and Zhangjia village was swallowed by darkness. A cool breeze drifted in through the window, bringing relief from the heat, but it couldn't extinguish the fire burning in Zhang Guoqing's heart. Drops of sweat rolled down his forehead onto Zhou Jiao's pale skin, making her shiver. She shot him a glance, panting, Is it time yet? Not even close. Baby, we've got plenty of time to play. Zhou Jiao. Late at night, when everything was quiet, a figure carrying someone in his arms dashed out of the village. After running for a while, he stopped on a deserted dirt road and patted the drowsy person in his arms. We're here. Zhou Jiao snapped awake and struggled to get down. Zhang Guoqing, feeling a bit guilty, helped her and whispered, I checked, this place is safe. Zhou Jiao nodded, quickly took out the car, opened the door, grabbed the things inside, and slumped into the passenger seat. Zhang Guoqing followed, started the car, and praised, "My wife is so smart. You even remembered to remove the license plates, so efficient." Zhou Jiao chuckled to herself. "Go ahead and praise me, keep it coming. What do you take me for, Ping'an?" "Jiao Jiao, when we get to the black market, you stay in the car. I'll go in and find a broker and bring him out. Think about which goods take up the most space. We'll sell those first." "Okay, be careful. If anything seems off, come back right away. I'll be ready to drive off and cover you." Zhang Guoqing smiled at her. "No need to be so nervous, I know those places well. You put on your disguise and get some rest. I'll wake you when we're almost there." Zhou Jiao was about to refuse to rest, but couldn't help yawning. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Guoqing, but seeing his face, she couldn't help but laugh. If Father Zhang and the others had caught them sneaking out, wouldn't they think she was running off with a lover and beat the wild man to death? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Seeing Zhang Guoqing deliberately slow down, she quickly took out her makeup powder and started applying it, then checked herself in the mirror and fixed her hair. Once she was sure she hadn't missed anything, she put everything away, finally unable to resist her fatigue, and curled up in the seat to sleep. The neighboring city sits close to the Bohai Bay, where an old wharf gathers ships from all directions. While it can't compare to the throughput of a major city port, its smaller size has its own advantages, namely, a thriving black market scene. Relying on his previous visits, Zhang Guoqing sped toward one of the largest black markets, a spot recommended by Lu Laosan. People in the reselling business always have some inside information. This black market was nothing like the small-time operations elsewhere, which were more like wholesale points for petty peddlers. This one was located in an underground bunker on the outskirts, with trains rumbling by not far away. From midnight to 3 a.m., snakeheads and vendors would show up to trade. Before arriving, Zhang Guoqing had worried the place might have been shut down. After all, it was too conspicuous. No matter how powerful the people behind it were, could they really go against the tide? But as he got closer, seeing the occasional furtive cyclist or sneaky pedestrian on the dirt road leading there, he felt half relieved. As for the other half, he'd have to wait until he found his target. He parked a short distance away and woke Zhou Jiao. "We're here." Under cover of darkness, the couple filled the trunk with supplies, double-checking to make sure nothing was left behind. Zhang Guoqing nodded at her, got out, and watched as Zhou Jiao slid into the driver's seat. "If anything seems off, use the knockout powder. Around here, even if someone dies, no one cares. If you can't bring yourself to use it, just drive back and wait for me at the county road entrance." Zhou Jiao nodded calmly. She'd already been on a mission once. Who was the rookie here anyway? She was actually hoping a few fools would try something so she could teach them a lesson. Well, maybe not kill them all, but still. "I'm heading in. When I come back, I'll flash the flashlight 5 times, 3 up, 2 down. Go on, be careful." Zhou Jiao waved goodbye, suppressing a laugh. The 5 flash signal always cracked her up, since she'd often seen people inside the black market use 3 flashes. What did 3 up, 2 down mean? Zhang Guoqing would flash the light 3 times toward the sky, then twice toward her. So mysterious, it was hard for Zhou Jiao not to laugh. Zhang Guoqing, carrying a black bag, strode quickly inside. After a quick look around, he locked eyes on a middle-aged man he'd traded with before. The man's bushy sideburns were unforgettable, making him stand out even after all these years. Zhang Guoqing had once thought that if this guy ever needed to go into hiding, just shaving those off would make even his family unable to recognize him. Zhang Guoqing approached, gave a signal, and opened his bag for the man to peek at the vodka and other samples inside. The man quickly closed the bag. "Brother." Zhang Guoqing caught the flash of delight in his eyes and followed him, signaling quantities and prices as they turned away from the crowd. Since these were foreign goods, Zhang Guoqing had no intention of selling cheap. These days, even catching a whiff of baijiu was rare, let alone buying it. Besides cash, what he really wanted this time were national grain coupons. He didn't ask for other types, but if they had them, he wouldn't say no. Coupons never went to waste. The man hesitated briefly, then handed his stall over to a young assistant, grabbed a large black bag, and led 2 others out with Zhang Guoqing. Zhang Guoqing watched as the man pulled a rubber-wheeled cart from around the corner. Clearly, he was someone of status here. The black market had its own rules, especially the big ones. Neither side asked about the source of the goods or tried to pry, otherwise, the deal was off. Zhou Jiao was parked less than 500 meters away. When she saw Zhang Guoqing approaching with 3 men and a massive cart, her eyes lit up. Before they got too close, she drove a bit farther ahead. If the price was right, she didn't mind selling another carload. She regretted not bringing a truck, but knew there'd be no room for supplies if she had. But who was she kidding? She was a woman, after all. Zhou Jiao found a perfect excuse for her idle thoughts as she waited, secretly hoping someone would try to rob her. Unfortunately, the few shadows she saw only ran faster when they spotted her car. Zhang Guoqing nodded at her, seeing she wisely stayed in the car. He smiled. His wife was smart. If anything went wrong and they tried to rob them, they'd just turn the tables and make off with the goods themselves. The couple exchanged a knowing smile, both thinking, "You play rough, we'll play rougher." Zhang Guoqing opened the back door for them to inspect the goods, letting them check a few boxes at random. Leaning against the door, he took the black cloth bag from the middle-aged man, glanced inside, and handed it to Zhou Jiao. The man then pulled 2 stacks of new 10-yuan bills from his pockets, took a bundle of grain coupons from his assistant, and handed them to Zhang Guoqing. Zhou Jiao quickly checked for counterfeit bills, estimated the total, and flashed an OK sign at Zhang Guoqing. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing stepped aside to let them load the goods, then walked over to the driver's side to hand the remaining cash and coupons to his wife. Deals like this were all about speed. Soon, the car was emptied, and one of the young men grinned, pointing at the goods and nodding at the middle-aged man. Zhang Guoqing guessed he was saying the goods were top-notch. Sure enough, the man waved for his 2 companions to take the cart back, then sized up the car and quietly said, "However much stock you have, I'll take it all." Zhang Guoqing considered him. "I have another carload. Half an hour round trip, is that enough time?" He actually had more than that, but didn't plan to unload everything at once. It wasn't about whether the man could pay, but about not drawing too much attention. There were plenty of black markets in neighboring provinces and cities, no need to take unnecessary risks here. The man smiled and nodded, gesturing that half an hour was fine and they'd trade here. It wasn't even 1 a.m. yet, half an hour was perfect. Any later and it would delay his own shipments. Zhang Guoqing waved as he got in the car. Watching Zhou Jiao start up quickly, he realized he'd overlooked one detail: he'd forgotten to back in. If things had gone south, their getaway would have been slower. Zhou Jiao hummed a cheerful tune as she drove off. She'd done the math, they'd made a killing this time, especially with that 1,000 jin of grain coupons, which made her ecstatic. Nice work. 2,000 jin of grain coupons will last us a while. I don't plan on spending these. They're for emergencies. Zhou Jiao nodded with a smile. All right, I'll follow your lead. So, you're not planning to sell the coal next? No need. Let's stick to your original plan. Zhang Guoqing had full faith in his wife's abilities. She'd already gone over everything repeatedly, and he'd helped fill in the gaps. After all this preparation, there was no need to change course. As for saving the grain coupons, that was just in case they had to travel far and couldn't take food from their space, or it was inconvenient to do so. He actually wouldn't have minded the whole family. If they refused to leave, he'd just pick them up and toss them out. If they kept acting shameless, a few days in the station would surely make them behave. But with this old lady who looked like she was on her last legs, he really couldn't afford to mess around. If something happened, he might even have to arrange her funeral. Carefully dodging his brothers who were getting bowls and chopsticks, Pingyan ran out to the yard and threw himself at Zhang Guoqing and his wife. Zhang Guoqing caught him with both hands, making Pingyan giggle with joy. No problem. Zhou Jiao agreed right away. She'd been thinking the same thing: her son wouldn't learn these skills from books. It was always good to pick up more survival skills. Zhang Guoqing looked at his nephews and nieces, who had all stopped what they were doing, and smiled. Pick a time. I'll need to make some preparations. The kids cheered happily. Shizi and Ziwen, the two cousins, dropped what they were holding and squeezed up to Zhang Guoqing. 16-year-old boys, yet they acted like little kids, swinging on his arms. "Uncle, take us hunting too." "Uncle, we'll definitely listen to your instructions." Zhang Guoqing thought of what he'd seen on the mountain at noon and kept them in suspense, smiling without answering at first, then finally nodding slowly. "No problem." Mother Zhang nodded happily. Mai Sui jumped anxiously at the side. "Uncle, what about me? And my sister and Yaya?" Mai Sui's face blossomed with a smile. She nodded and shook her head at the same time, excited. "Uncle, we don't need to dress up. That's a waste of money. I just want to have fun. I've always wanted to see a big city." Zhou Jiao stroked her head affectionately. "Let's skip this winter break, it's too cold. Next summer, you can all go to Beijing. I'll take you around." "Really? All of us?" Just this morning, when she arrived in the village, she got a headache seeing the gifts her daughters-in-law had prepared. In her opinion, 2 boxes of pastries from each family were more than enough. Why bring candy and liquor too? Luckily, Jiao discussed it with her first. Her youngest son was too honest. Just like now, agreeing to take the kids out to play, how much would that cost? She'd have to remind him again later. Zhou Jiao just smiled quietly, understanding her mother-in-law's concerns. The older generation, who had endured hardship, hated waste. But when it came to social etiquette, as a daughter-in-law, she couldn't be stingy. Sometimes she had to let her mother-in-law take the lead. Mother Zhang might worry, but it was a happy kind of worry. What do elders feel most gratified and most anxious about? Zhou Jiao guessed it was seeing their children grow up and start their own families, but also feeling like they themselves were becoming less needed, almost like they were dispensable. So let them feel that the younger generation still needs their advice and care. That's filial piety too, a kind of emotional support. Zhou Jiao listened with a smile as Grandpa Zhang and Zhang Guoqing chatted, watched her mother-in-law's gentle smile as she cared for the children, and saw the kids happily eating and talking. She thought, with a little less fuss and a little more tolerance, happiness really isn't far away. After dinner, Zhou Jiao stopped Zhang's mother from helping clean up, urging her instead to stay and chat with her husband and son. Zhou Jiao took the 3 girls to tidy up the mess. By the time the kitchen was spotless and everything was in order, night had already fallen. "Okay. If she bothered to hide it, it must be good stuff," Father Zhang said, looking up at the stars. Suddenly, he added, "Pick a good day, and I'll take the kids to burn some paper money at our parents' graves." "All right. When the others come over later, don't let them touch my good liquor." Mother Zhang was caught off guard by the sudden change of topic. Just a moment ago he was sentimental, and now he's back to talking about alcohol? She replied, half annoyed, "I know. Even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't want to share it." "No way. You better behave yourself." Zhou Jiao. Late at night, a figure carrying someone in his arms dashed out of the village. After running for a while along a deserted dirt road, he gently patted the dazed person in his arms. "We're here." Zhou Jiao immediately came to her senses and struggled to get down. Zhang Guoqing steadied her, whispering, "I checked. This place is safe." Seeing Zhang Guoqing deliberately slow down, she quickly took out her makeup powder, fixed her appearance in the mirror, and, satisfied nothing was missing, put everything away. Unable to resist her exhaustion any longer, she curled up in the seat and fell asleep. Zhang Guoqing was grinning from ear to ear, patting his son on the butt. "You little rascal, you even know how to drop hints to your dad now. This is what you call a white lie. If your mom insisted on coming along, I wouldn't be able to take care of both of you. We'll tell her after we get back from the mountains. If she punishes me then, you'll have to back me up." Ping'an patted his dad on the shoulder. "Dad, Mom already guessed you'd take me into the deep mountains. Don't worry." After a pause, he glanced around and leaned in to whisper, "You can't fool Mom. She's too smart. You'd better just come clean. We still need her to do magic tricks for us." Zhang Guoqing looked speechlessly at his son, who was winking at him. "What a clever little devil. My mom gave me some medicinal powder. Take me to try it out first, okay? Didn't you say there are wolves? I really want to see how you take down a wolf." "Dad, you're amazing." Zhang Guoqing shot him a sidelong glance, amused. Not today. There will be plenty of chances in the future. By the way, your big brother and the others are going to make quite a bit of money this time. Ping'an's eyes lit up. Dad, let's not waste time. Come on, let's hurry. I need to check if Mom's in any danger. The father and son bantered back and forth, but in the end, Zhang Guoqing caught Ping'an's weak spot, making him forget all about trying out the medicine and hunting. In the woods, Zhou Jiao was bent over, digging up herbs with a small iron shovel. She smiled as she listened to the children's excited shouts from time to time. Before they set out, they'd all said they wanted to learn how to identify herbs from her. But now, they'd all run off to pick wild fruits and mushrooms. She didn't push them, though, not even offering a reminder. After all, 7 genes of hazel mushrooms would only dry down to a little over a gene. How could that compare to the value of the gastrodia she was digging up now? Zhou Jiao had originally thought that the brothers, Shizi and Ziwen, would be different from the other kids. She'd even mentioned that this was gastrodia just to test them. But even at 16 or 17, they were still too focused on immediate gains, lacking broader perspective. They couldn't read between the lines, and their knowledge was too limited. All that book learning had made them a bit dull. Zhang Guoqing carried his son over and set him down to walk on his own. Ping'an hopped over to Zhou Jiao and squatted beside her, grinning at the mud-caked gastrodia. Mom, you're amazing. Zhang Guoqing glanced down, then around at their surroundings and smiled helplessly. He squatted down and took the tool from Zhou Jiao. We're done here. Where to next? Still sticking to the plan, showing the kids different herbs. There are plenty around here, so let's not go anywhere else today. Son, come with me. Zhang Guoqing quickly finished digging up the small patch, then turned and spotted several more clumps not far away. He shot a disappointed glare at Zhang Ziwen. Zhang Ziwen was busy picking hazelnuts and stuffing them into a burlap sack, all the while keeping an eye on his 3 younger sisters picking mushrooms, worried they might get bitten by snakes or bugs. Just then, he turned and spotted his uncle not far off and waved happily. He'd just been wondering where his uncle had gone. Zhang Guoqing looked at the big, goofy grin on the teenager's face and shook his head. Good thing the kid was handsome, or he'd be no different from the village idiot next door. He beckoned Zhang Ziwen over. Zhang Ziwen immediately dropped his sack and ran over, squatting down. What is it, uncle? This is gastrodia, you know that, right? The same gastrodia your grandma uses in her medicine. You blockhead. Zhang Ziwen blinked, then asked in a low voice, It's the same kind of gastrodia? What else would it be? No wonder Auntie said this gastrodia was good. Zhang Ziwen thought for a moment, then slapped his forehead hard. Zhang Guoqing rolled his eyes and handed him the small iron shovel. Keep your voice down, silly. You think your aunt is as clueless as those other young wives. Zhang Ziwen chuckled sheepishly. I just got too excited and didn't notice. Zhang Guoqing pointed to a few more spots ahead. Hurry up. We need to head back by 1 or 2 o'clock. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiao was holding Ping'an's hand, leading him to different wild plants and asking him to guess what they were. If he got it right, she'd nod and help him dig it up, explaining the precautions as they went. If he got it wrong, she'd patiently point out the distinguishing features and let him try again. The 2 of them chatted quietly as they worked, and soon their basket was filled with herbs. Mom, are we really going to donate all these to the clinic? Zhou Jiao smiled. What do you think I'll do? You'll keep the rare and valuable ones. Zhou Jiao tapped him lightly. Some things are better left unsaid, just keep it in mind. Now, watch your step. What's that plant? Ping'an glanced at it. You just taught me that one. As he spoke, he dug it up with a bit too much force, uprooting the neighboring weeds as well. Mom, Grandpa likes hazelnuts. Zhou Jiao caught his meaning and glanced around. All right. There are only a few types of herbs here anyway. We'll learn the rest next time. Be careful of snakes and bugs when you're foraging. Zhang Guoqing looked up at the sky. I'll take you 2 over there. Eat some dry rations if you're hungry, don't overdo it. It's a shame about that huge patch of wild grapes. You want me to go get them now? Zhou Jiao quickly grabbed his arm. Let's save it for another time. Zhang Guoqing didn't object. After all, it would be strange if you couldn't find wild grapes on the mountain. He hefted the sack and followed behind his wife and son, debating whether or not to wipe out the wolf pack. Getting rid of the wolves had pros and cons. He was worried the nearby villages would get reckless and strip the mountain bare. The northern mountain behind his house didn't have a single tree left. Building houses, weddings, funerals, everything needed timber. Who's to say this place wouldn't get destroyed too? By noon, Zhang Guoqing looked around and saw that, with his group of 30 or so people, they'd pretty much picked the place clean. Rubbing his stomach, he walked over to Zhang Guoqing. Should we head back? There's too much to carry. Zhang Guoqing didn't even look up. Wait a bit longer. If we go back now, the workday's almost over and everyone will be home. If we wait another hour or so, we'll be coming down the mountain just as everyone heads back to work. Then let the kids eat some dry rations to fill up. Sure, you handle it. Zhang Guoqing shook his head helplessly and went to tell the kids to eat if they were hungry. To his surprise, they all shook their heads. Noticing the wild fruit pits scattered around the kids, he couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't as clever as the kids. He'd been so busy, he forgot they could snack as they worked. By a little after 1 in the afternoon, seeing the 20 or so burlap sacks under the oak tree, everyone was satisfied. Knowing they couldn't afford to delay any longer, they started carrying the sacks down the mountain with makeshift wooden poles. Bringing up the rear, Zhang Guoqing carried his son and listened to the lively chatter ahead. Looking back, he guessed the old hunters would be furious, maybe even murderous. You can't take everything for yourself. He had no intention of coming back tomorrow. Hopefully, everyone would be understanding. 30 minutes isn't exactly long, but it's not short either. With the car's 4 wheels spinning fast, the young couple took a spin around the city. Zhou Jiao, looking radiant, handled the steering wheel with practiced ease. Every now and then, she glanced out the window, only to regretfully find the whole city had fallen asleep. Seeing this, she lost interest. She'd originally wanted to drive to the little train station, but then thought better of it. Driving around in the middle of the night was a bit too conspicuous. In the end, she turned the car and headed for the trading spot outside the city. Before they even got close, they could see 3 men already waiting up ahead. Judging by the cigarettes in their hands, they'd probably been waiting a while. Since they'd already done business before, the middle-aged man didn't waste words. He quickly checked the quantity of goods in the car, then tossed Zhang Guoqing a black cloth bag. Zhang Guoqing just opened the bag, glanced inside to check the cash and ration coupons were real, and without even counting, tossed it onto the front seat. The middle-aged man chuckled and gave him a thumbs up. He'd been in this line of work for years and met all kinds of people, even rich ones, but this kind of easygoing confidence was rare. Before leaving, the man told Zhang Guoqing to come straight to him next time if he had goods to trade. If he couldn't find him, just draw the secret sign he'd mentioned at the base of the tunnel wall, and he'd show up the next day. On the way back, Zhang Guoqing absolutely refused to let his wife drive. It was already almost 1:30 a.m., and they needed to get home before dawn. The trip normally took over 3 hours at a regular pace, and with her driving skills, even the best car wouldn't make it back to the village before sunrise. Along the way, Zhou Jiao dozed off, while Zhang Guoqing focused all his attention on driving, pushing hard to reach the county town by 3:45 a.m. At this point, he didn't dare drive into the village. Northeast summers meant the sky would start to lighten just after 4. He pulled into a small lane, and the two of them got out. Using the cover of the woods, they put away the car, then snuck along a path to the riverside. Now that they had some time, they weren't in a hurry. They slowly removed their disguises with solvent, washed up in the clear water, and sat on a big stone by the river, waiting for sunrise. "Do you think Mom will be worried since we didn't come home?" Zhou Jiao asked. Zhang Guoqing replied confidently, "Nope. She'll see our courtyard gate is closed and assume we're still sleeping. Don't worry. Later, we'll bring breakfast back and tell her we went to the county. At most, she'll just say we're bored out of our minds." Zhou Jiao shot him a sidelong glance. Being bored is still better than being a lazybones. "It's almost dawn. Should we start heading back?" Zhang Guoqing asked softly, noticing a village woman carrying a wooden tray walking their way. Zhou Jiao lifted her chin proudly and strode ahead. What's that supposed to mean? Can you give me a hint? He teased. Zhou Jiao laughed. A beauty like me letting you follow along, you should feel honored. Honored? I'm practically moved to tears, my heart's pounding. Wanna feel it? The couple joked and laughed, then hitched a ride on an ox cart headed for the countryside. Halfway there, they got off and hurried the rest of the way to Zhangjiao village. They reached the old family compound just before 6. As expected, Zhang's mother hadn't bothered knocking, seeing their door closed. When she saw them come back sweaty, carrying a bag of steamed buns, and heard they'd gone to the county out of boredom, she looked at them with disdain. She pulled Zhou Jiao aside and said, Jiao Jiao, don't listen to Xiao Wu. He's tough as an ox, but you shouldn't follow him on these exercise sprees. What if you faint halfway? Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. Mother Zhang scolded him with a smile. You rascal, still so mischievous. How can you drag your wife around like some wild kid? If you wanted buns, why not tell me? Well, you bought them, so that's that. In a couple of days, I'll see if I can get some meat and make sure you eat your fill. It's too expensive outside, not worth it. Even Zhou Jiao couldn't help but double over with laughter. Her mother-in-law was just too adorable. All right, go wash up and come eat breakfast, Mother Zhang called as they hurried off. No rush, your dad took the kids out and hasn't come back yet. Got it, they replied. Aunt Zhang came over, hearing the young couple's laughter, and walked into the old courtyard, calling for her sister-in-law. Before she reached the kitchen, she saw her coming out. She couldn't help but ask, what's so funny this early in the morning? I could hear you two laughing from outside. Mother Zhang had already hidden the buns when she heard the commotion. If outsiders saw them eating white flour meat buns for breakfast, it wouldn't look good. Of course, she wasn't about to tell the truth. She smiled, it's just Xiao Wu being naughty. He drags Jiao Jiao out for his exercise routines, and they ended up running all the way to town. Look at them, coming back all sweaty. I just had to tease them, they're really bored. These two are still so close, even after being married so long, Aunt Zhang said. Mother Zhang nodded, mainly because Jiao Jiao has a good temperament. Whatever Xiao Wu says, she just smiles and agrees, never argues. She's so gentle, she doesn't even know how to curse. They never fight. That's true. That's why, when matchmakers come for Taidan, I always insist the girl must be educated and steady. But girls like that are rare. Don't worry. The boy's still in school, let him choose for himself as long as he's happy. Aunt Zhang shook her head with a smile. My eldest daughter-in-law's family is a handful. I have to keep a close eye on my eldest grandson, or we might end up with a troublemaker in the family. He'll be fine, Tiadan's a smart one. With that, Mother Zhang changed the subject. If it were her own grandson, would she let the in-laws meddle in his marriage? She asked, have you had breakfast yet? Not yet. Taidan and the others went out with Shizi early and haven't come back. I'd better go look for them. Every day during the holidays, I have to round up the kids for meals. Mother Zhang smiled and walked her to the gate, watching her leave. She glanced at the sky, her husband would be back with the kids soon. When Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao went out, they saw Mother Zhang at the gate. He told Zhou Jiao to go keep her company while he went to find his father. Before he got far, he saw a crowd of boys and girls surrounding his father and uncles, a big group, no need to count to know who they were. As they approached, Zhang Guoqing greeted his father and uncles, joking. Grandpa used to call out and a dozen grandkids would come running. You three are even more impressive. Uncle Zhang laughed. Ain't that the truth? When we came over, your third granduncle said our family's really thriving. If we were having a clan feast, our branch alone would fill 10 tables. Zhang Guoqing nodded. We should find a time for a big family photo. Will everyone fit? Someone joked. Zhang Guoqing grinned. We'll make it work. Then let's pick a good day, take one in front of the ancestral hall, one at the old house, and one facing Dakingshan. Xiao Wu, you arrange it for us. No problem, leave it to me. I'll get a photo of you three brothers together, too. Father Zhang smiled at his brothers. Too bad we don't have any childhood photos. Eldest Uncle Zhang laughed, you wish. Back then, we didn't even have cameras. Even if we did, if you'd suggested taking a photo, people would have thought you were crazy. Youngest Uncle Zhang chimed in, "Big brother, remember when we were young and saw those magazines in the provincial capital?" Father Zhang burst out laughing. Eldest Uncle Zhang, embarrassed, tapped his brother's head with his pipe. "What nonsense! Hurry up and take the kids home for breakfast." Youngest Uncle Zhang dodged and called out, "Second brother, you remember, right? All right, watch out or Big brother will wallop you." Father Zhang shook his head with a smile. When they were young and naive, seeing movie stars on posters in the street, they all swore to find wives like that one day. But honestly, it was the eldest who got the most excited. He was always the loudest. On a late July night in the lunar calendar, the capital was still so hot you'd want to swim, but in the remote Zhang Jiao village, the weather had already turned cool and pleasant. Walking along the country path, the scorching heat of the day was gone, replaced by a refreshing breeze that made it easy to ignore the buzzing mosquitoes. Under the big banyan tree by the village bridge, a group of old and young men were gathered, puffing on their long-stemmed pipes and chatting away. Every now and then a joke would send them into hearty laughter, setting off a chorus of barking from the hunting dogs nearby. From a distance, Zhang Guoqing spotted the old team leader among them, and, of course, his own father was there too. This kind of lively atmosphere was something you'd never find in the county town. No wonder his father always wanted to come back home. Looking around the open countryside, he couldn't spot his son anywhere among the group of young boys running around. After thinking for a moment, he decided to head over and greet everyone. When Zhang's father saw his eldest son approaching, he pointed in a direction. Ping'an went off with the others to play with the kids from the neighboring team. He hadn't finished speaking when a few clan uncles burst out laughing. "Xiao Wu, you really can't underestimate your son. Those short little legs of his insist on running everywhere by himself. He's fast." "Exactly. I thought a city kid would be different from our village boys, but he's just as good at everything. He climbs trees like a monkey. I just told him to slow down, and whoosh, he was already at the top." The old team leader laughed. "Well, look whose son he is. Xiao Wu is just like that at his age, always up to mischief. He takes after his roots." The old man next to him nodded repeatedly. "That's right. Xiao Wu was a real handful back then. I remember when he was about this age, he stuffed up my chimney." "That's nothing. Every year when the jujube tree in my yard bore fruit, he'd trick my grandson into thinking they weren't sweet, and the silly boy would insist he try one himself." Everyone burst out laughing. That really did sound like something this rascal would do. Zhang Guoqing quickly cupped his hands in mock surrender. "Grandpa Li, third uncle, please, have some mercy, leave me a little dignity." "All right then, but you've eaten my jujubes for years. Shouldn't you treat me to a drink?" "That's right. We all know Xiao Wu is a capable guy. It's been so long since we've even tasted wine. Doesn't have to be much, just bring us 10 jin of strong liquor. Anyone here gets a share. Doesn't have to be sorghum liquor, any kind will do." Zhang Guoqing could only laugh at these old men. Seeing his father smiling and nodding, he said, "All right, since all you elders have spoken, I'll head into town tomorrow. Even if I have to beg, I'll get you 10 jin of liquor. I'll bring some snacks too and deliver everything here tomorrow night." Now, that's what I call good. "Xiao Wu, go find old Wang. He never runs out of liquor at home. He might even have some meat." Seeing the old team leader chime in, Zhang Guoqing nodded with a grin. "That's a good idea. Third grandpa, just wait. I won't even ask him. If I have to, I'll just snatch it." Ahead, Li Qinglin's voice rang out, "Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu." Zhang Guoqing called back, then turned to the group with a smile. "My buddy's looking for me. I'll catch up with you all later." "Dad, I'm heading over." His father smiled and nodded. "Go on. That boy's been waiting for you for a while." As Zhang Guoqing walked away, Old Li looked on enviously and praised, "Old second, you really have it good in this life. Come on, Uncle Li, my cousin's always been good to you. It's different, just different." Everyone knew what he meant, but no one said anything more. Of course it was different. Zhang Daio's 3 sons were all filial, and even his grandsons treated him with warmth and respect. Even though Zhang Daio had split up his sons' households early on, his words still carried the most weight. Plenty of people had filial children, but it was rare to see elders treated with such affection. The old team leader laughed. Contentment brings happiness. Let's not compare, or we'll just end up hurting our own kids' feelings. Zhang Guoqing quickly caught up to Li Qinglin and gave him a playful punch. Why didn't you wake me up? Where's Taozi? I just got home today, haven't seen Taozi yet. Xiao Wu, I need your help. Zhang Guoqing slung an arm around his shoulder as they walked. Want to come to my place to talk? No need. I have to hurry home after this. Stay at my place tonight. Maybe another time. I want to spend a couple of days with my parents first. When Taozi and the others get back, we'll all get together. Fair enough. You just got back, you should catch up with your folks. So, what do you need from me? Zhang Guoqing led him toward a more secluded spot as he spoke. Li Qinglin glanced around at the open, empty surroundings and looked at him gratefully. You know a lot of people. I need your help to find someone. Zhang Guoqing nodded knowingly. It had to be a woman, the one Lindsay was always thinking about. No wonder he hadn't come back during summer break. I pulled a lot of strings to finally get her new address. As soon as summer vacation started, I went to Guangdong, but the address was real, the person wasn't there. I tried everything I could think of. In the end, I had no choice but to call your house, but no one picked up after several tries. I called Day's place, and he said you'd just gone back to the village, so I rushed home and just arrived today. Zhang Guoqing nodded. He didn't ask why Day couldn't help. Obviously, their relationship wasn't close enough, and the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Xiao Wu, this isn't easy. Do your best to help me find her. If you can't, I'll just wait for her to show up. I'll give it a try. Do you have a photo of her? And you keep saying her, at least tell me her name, age, height? Li Qinglin sighed softly and said, there's no photo of her in the school records. Makes me wonder if she planned it all along. The more I look into it, the more suspicious it seems. Her name is Hu Xiaowei. She's 1.58 meters tall, a typical Jiangnan girl, slender build. She's pretty steady, but in private, she's like a kid. Zhang Guoqing felt the name sounded familiar, but he couldn't place it. Besides, there were plenty of people with the same name. Must be his imagination. She has a small mole at the corner of her right eye. She always said her mom called it an unlucky tear mole and wanted her to have it removed. She acts easygoing, but she's stubborn deep down. Zhang Guoqing quickly stopped him. Wait, you said she has a tear mole? Yes. Why? At that moment, Zhang Guoqing remembered that Zhou Jiao had once mentioned a few companions who went abroad. But this was a tricky situation. Even if it was the same person, there were confidentiality rules to consider. One wrong move and Zhou Jiao could get dragged in. It's nothing. That feature will make her easier to find. When you two parted, did she leave any message? Maybe something she mentioned offhand. Li Qinglin looked up at the twinkling stars in the sky. At first, she said she'd show up when I graduated. Later, she left a note telling me to forget her. With that, he pulled a folded envelope from his pocket. Inside are the note she left and her personal details. Don't lose the note. Passing by the outskirts of Dakingshan, all you could see were a few types of fruit trees that brought in some income, and the once neat, dense rows of coniferous forest. Now, in those formerly thick woods, only a few scattered, immature trees remained. No wonder people say the environment has been destroyed. At this rate, it'll take at least 10 years before you can cut timber for building houses again. Otherwise, you'd have to go deep into the mountains. Zhou Jiao glanced around, narrowing her eyes. The old team leader really was a clever man. He'd transplanted fruit tree saplings all around the outskirts. Was he planning ahead, using fruit trees to form a kind of safety belt? Led by Zhang Guoqing's 3 cousins, more than 30 people silently made their way to the collapsed old dojo halfway up the mountain. Beyond that was what the villagers called the Wolf Zone. Zhang Guoqing looked on with satisfaction at his energetic nephews. Their stamina really was the result of good genes from the Zhang family. Every one of them was fit to be a hunter. Of course, he'd never say that out loud. Being a hunter was a dangerous life, unless you were so poor you couldn't put food on the table. Who'd want their kids risking their lives? Just a couple of years ago, even his uncles hadn't planned on teaching their grandsons the family hunting skills. It was clear that his grandfather's hunting expertise would end with this generation. Was it a pity? Sure, a little. But everyone has their own path to follow. From the fact that Zhang dad hadn't taught his two older sons to hunt, it was clear the Zhang family really intended to give up their ancestral craft. Maybe that's why his grandfather had poured so much effort into training him when he was young. Maybe the old man had long foreseen this day. If you live by the mountain, you live off the mountain. If you don't have the ability to leave Zhangjia village, in Zhang Guoqing's view, you really can't afford to lose those inherited skills. How easy is it to live well just relying on a few work points? I knocked down a few wasp nests over there, but you still need to be careful. Don't wander off when we get up there. Especially don't go north. The further north you go, the more dangerous it gets. That's the real wolf den. Uncle Wu, will the wolves come over here? You silly? If the wolves come, that's great. We'll have meat to eat. Quiet. If you keep talking, you'll attract the wolves. Zhang Guoqing ignored the kids' whispered chatter and said to Zhang Qingshan and the others, "We'll head south for another 300 to 500 meters and we'll be there. I'll keep watch on the outskirts, but by noon we need to leave." Zhang Qingshan nodded. No need to set a strict time. If anything seems off, just let us know. All right, let's keep going. Zhang Guoqing helped Zhou Jiao adjust her backpack, tucked Ping'an into his arms, and handed him a pouch of small stones. Ping'an gripped the pouch tightly in his left hand and flexed his right arm. "I'm fine now." "Good. Stay sharp from here on out, especially watch out for snakes in the grass and in the trees." Seeing his son nod, Zhang Guoqing smiled. The boy always felt safest in his father's arms. What happened on that short 500-meter stretch of mountain path left everyone stunned. Zhang Guoqing's younger uncle, or maternal uncle, widened the trail with his machete, and the little one in his arms would, with a swift motion, send a snake tumbling down or knock out a darting rabbit. Were this father and son always this skilled? And when did the little guy learn these tricks? Could just practicing stances and throwing punches every day really make you this good? The kids were itching to try it themselves. Luckily, they knew better than to make noise on the mountain, or they'd be peppering him with questions. But no worries, there'd be plenty of time to ask once they got home. Zhang Guoqing kept his ears pricked for any sounds around them, his focus on his son. Seeing the boy's proud smile, he patted him. This was just the beginning. If you wanted to survive in these mountains, you still had a long way to go. As they neared their destination, more and more fruit appeared. Over the years, with no one picking them, the fallen fruit had rotted and nourished the roots, so now the branches were heavy with wild hawthorn, mountain pears, wild dates, clusters of grapes near the rocks, and bunches of wood ear mushrooms growing on dead roots. The place was truly bursting with bounty. With so many fruit trees, the children all stopped in their tracks, eyes glued to their favorite wild fruits not far away. Zhang Guoqing smiled, pointed ahead, and gestured 10. The kids all grinned silently from ear to ear. Whether 10 meant 10 minutes or 10 meters, nobody cared. If even their uncle liked the spot, how could it be bad? Zhang Guoqing quickened his pace. The reason he'd chosen this area was because of the oak grove a few dozen meters ahead. There were lots of wild hazel mushrooms and nuts there, high-value specialties the kids could sell for a bit of money. He'd heard his mother say that every time school started, his cousins' wives would keep their daughters home to save on tuition. The kids would make a fuss, and his father would inevitably have to borrow money. It might only be $1 or $2 per semester, but with so many kids in each cousin's family, it added up. How much could you make in a year just from work points? And these kids didn't even have the grain rations that Shizi's family had. If the Zhang men weren't so hardworking, they'd probably end up owing grain. In less than 10 minutes, they finally reached the oak grove. Zhang Guoqing stopped and nodded at the group of puzzled faces. The kids grinned and whispered among themselves. Seeing this, he clapped his hands to get their attention. "Stay close to the adults. We'll stay in this area today, don't wander off. Once your sacks are full, just leave them by the side." Then he turned to his two cousins. "Big brother, from here on, you and Qifeng keep an eye on the kids. I'll patrol the perimeter. We've all got the medicine our wives packed. We'll be fine. You do your thing. Xiao Wu, you and your son go hunt some more meat. We'll watch things here." Zheng Qifeng winked at Zhang Guoqing, signaling him to go further afield. Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded, but he didn't plan to go far today. Since he'd brought the kids out, he had to make sure they all got home safe. The forest was full of dangers. Aside from his nephews and nieces, whom he could trust, he really worried about the other kids who weren't used to the mountains. Once they started working, Zhang Guoqing quickly circled the area, killed a few snakes, then went to the creek to wash his hands before putting Ping'an down. Let's go find your mom. First, I'll show you some medicinal herbs, then we'll pick some wild goods. We'll go hunting as a family another time. I'll listen to you, Dad. Zhang Guoqing picked him up and smiled. I already planned this out yesterday. Next time, we'll pick a nice day for our whole family to camp out overnight in the mountains. At night, you can hear all kinds of animal sounds more clearly. Dad, are we going deep into the mountains? We'll have to see if I can talk to Grandpa Wang about it. It'd be best if we could go with his family. Your mom can't go into the deep mountains, so we'll have to keep it from her, otherwise, she'll never let us go. My mom says there are no secrets between you two. Zhou Jiao didn't dare accept it. What if those two ended up getting involved again in the future, and that girl didn't bother keeping secrets and just told the truth? Better not, she wasn't short on money anyway. Seeing her quickly wave her hand, Zhang Guoqing laughed and said, "Let's not talk about money. If we ever need it, we'll come to you. We're here for now, so there's no rush. Just focus on getting better. Don't let people see you looking so haggard and start disliking you." Zhou Jiao nodded and added, "There's no need to rush. But with all this information, as long as she's still in the country, we should be able to find her." Hearing Zhou Jiao's words, Li Qinglin finally felt relieved. If Zhou Jiao said so, there was an 80% chance it would work out. It was just a matter of time. Then I won't stand on ceremony. If you need anything, just let me know. Zhou Jiao nodded at him, thought for a moment, and said, "Other than us, don't involve anyone else in this. If word gets out, it won't be good. I'll make arrangements as soon as possible, and I'll send you a telegram as soon as there's news." "Thanks, little sis." "It's sister-in-law, sister-in-law," Zhang Guoqing corrected with a grin. Li Qinglin knew his good buddy was trying to lighten the mood. He shook his head, smiling. "You rascal. I'll head back now." "All right, I'll walk you out. Spend some time with Uncle and Aunt Li these days. I went to your place the other day, and Uncle Li was saying he didn't know how you were doing out there. I'd just gotten home when my dad told me you two were back. By the way, did you give him some liquor? He was over the moon, kept saying raising me wasn't a waste after all." "It was just a small bottle, nothing much," Zhang Guoqing said as they walked. "I won't keep you today. In a few days, Taozi and his wife will be back, and we'll get together then. All right, you two head back. We're almost at the village entrance." Zhang Guoqing teased, "What, you think you're some VIP? You want us to see you off? We're just on our way to find the kids. You'd better not go looking. Just now, a bunch of kids caught a snake in the neighboring team. Who knows where they've run off to now? It's fine, we'll just take a stroll." After seeing Li Qinglin off, Zhang Guoqing really wasn't in a hurry to find the kids. Out here in the countryside, with Shi Zi and the older kids around, there wasn't much to worry about. Taking advantage of the nice moonlight, he pulled Zhou Jiao along, avoiding the villagers as they strolled leisurely. "Is Lindsay's situation going to be difficult for you?" he asked. "What do you think? Who knows if we'll be able to find her when we get back. If she's left, we'll just have to wait. I know what I'm doing, let's talk when we see her. I figure she's probably keeping an eye on Lindsay from the shadows. I even left her the school's address before, so she probably knows exactly what's going on between us." Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile. "Lindsay didn't say how far things have gone, but I think it's probably serious. If I'm right, you might not even need to get involved. Now that things have reached this point, and Lindsay's gone through all this trouble from south to north, she'll find a way to contact him." Thinking of that girl's behavior, Zhou Jiao had to admit it was possible. Others might not dare, but Hu Xiaohui really was bold enough. She just couldn't figure out what Hu Xiaohui saw in Li Qinglin. By all rights, it didn't make sense. "Is that your mom up ahead?" Zhang Guoqing asked. Zhou Jiao laughed. "If you can't recognize her, how could I? Hear that loud laughter? That's definitely her. Should we go over?" Zhou Jiao looked at the group of older women. They've probably seen us coming. Let's go say hello. Before they could get closer, Zhang's mother stood up and called out with a laugh, "Oh, time flies. I'd better go check on the kids." "Sisters, are you heading home too?" "It's getting late, we should go. We have to get up before dawn to work tomorrow." Let's go, let's go. I wonder if my boy's home yet. If he's tired, he'll come back." Zhang's mother and her two sisters-in-law chatted and joked with their old neighbors for a bit. When she saw her eldest son and daughter-in-law approaching, she smiled and asked, "Lindsay's gone." Zhang Guoqing nodded as he greeted the old ladies who hadn't left yet. As they walked, they soon reached Zhang's younger aunt's house. Watching her sisters-in-law go inside, and seeing there were no outsiders around, Zhang's mother finally asked Zhou Jiao, "Why didn't he stay the night? That kid's so polite, comes to visit, and even brings gifts." Over the years, Xiao's friends have often come to see your father and me. It's fine. Next time, let my brother treat them to a drink. Of course. I'll help you out when the time comes. It's not about how many friends you have, but how good they are. Xiao Wu and his brothers have all made honest friends. Don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of it. Listening to the two women chat, Zhang Guoqing chimed in, "No need. I'll meet up with them outside in a few days. They'll be more comfortable that way." Zhang's mother didn't object. Her son was grown now. She couldn't keep nagging him to save money like before. He was a father himself. She couldn't manage him like she used to. When they reached home, Zhang's mother saw that her husband and the kids weren't back yet. She waved at her son and daughter-in-law. "You two go to bed. I'll wait for the kids. Let Ping'an sleep in the old house tonight." Zhou Jiao shook her head. "How can you be alone at home?" "I napped this afternoon, so I'm not tired at all. Let's chat." "Mom, didn't you go see the excitement tonight? What happened?" "Let's talk inside, no need for others to overhear." "Did Xiao have dinner?" "He did." Inside, Zhang's mother lit the oil lamp, trimmed the wick with scissors, and the flame grew brighter. Seeing this, Zhou Jiao realized she'd been neglectful these past couple of days. Her mother-in-law was so frugal with kerosene, she probably hated to use it. Who knew if she was also reluctant to use electricity in town? Zhou Jiao said, a little annoyed, "Mom, where's the gas lamp? Is it out of fuel? I'll bring you some tomorrow." "No need, this will do." Zhang Guoqing laughed. "Mom, don't tell me you're reluctant to use electricity in town too?" Honestly, the couple were really on the same wavelength. Zhang Guoqing realized he'd only thought to leave his parents' cooking oil, but hadn't considered other little things. "How could I not? The electric bill is over 50 cents a month." Zhang Guoqing watched his mother frown in distress and was speechless. Electricity was over 20 cents per kilowatt hour, and they only used about 2 kilowatts a month, even with the cost split. You could imagine how much they scrimped. "Mom, don't save on this. What if you fall in the dark?" Seeing she was about to argue, he quickly added, "If something happened to you or Dad, the money we'd spend traveling back and forth would be enough to light 100 lamps." Zhou Jiao shot him a look. "Mom, don't listen to him. But we really should use the electricity. Think about it. We use as much as we want at school. Isn't that taking advantage of the state? If you use more at home, we'll just consider it balancing things out." Zhang's mother laughed and nodded. "All right, I won't save on that anymore." "But, Jiao, I've figured it out. The electric light is bright, but it's not as cost-effective as the kerosene lamp." Zhang Guoqing stared, dumbfounded, at his wife and mother chatting away. Was this logic even reasonable? Oh well, as long as they were happy. It's all because of poverty. Otherwise, why would he beat his wife? He said those 2 jeans of white flour were saved for his parents to help them recover. His wife, she's had it rough too. The baby boy she just gave birth to weighed barely over 4 jeans, and even after several months, he's still under 10 jeans. If it weren't for the help from the team's clinic, the child probably wouldn't have survived. His wife won't even take a bite for herself, giving everything to her 3 sons. And that eldest sister-in-law of his is no good either. Today, she came back to her parents' house, heard her niece say something, and ran off to scold Big Neck for being heartless and not caring for his parents. She even kept egging her brother on to beat his wife. Big Neck is a filial son. For a moment, He thought his wife had stolen food, so he beat her. But when he found out the truth, he just sat there holding his head and crying. Such a grown man, crying like he was about to pass out. Sigh. Zhou Jiao asked curiously, niece? Big Neck's daughter? I thought all his brother's daughters were already married off. She's not his real daughter. That girl resents her mother for giving her younger brothers special treatment. That ungrateful brat never even noticed whether her mother ate or not. Zhou Jiao really didn't know how to comment on this. When I was there after Big Neck's wife got beaten and found out it was her own daughter's doing, she went to hit the child. The girl is 14 or 15 now, but she still talks back to her mother. Honestly, what kind of daughter is that? Worse than an enemy. She grabbed the broom her mother was swinging at her and, with a fierce look, threatened to hit back if her mother tried again. We old folks couldn't stand watching anymore. It was your aunt who finally said something, and the girl sat on the ground crying her heart out, saying she'd never had a full meal since she was little, never even touched a school book, and begged your aunt to take her home. Or else her mother would sell her to some old bachelor. Zhou Jiao listened, her mouth agape. Was this girl trying to latch onto them? Mother Zhang saw her expression and laughed, patting her. Your aunt was scared out of her wits and quickly found an excuse to drag me and your little aunt away. How could she possibly want a girl like that? Wouldn't that make Big Neck and his wife furious? Mother Zhang snorted. They'd be happy, actually. Everyone knows your aunt's been obsessed with finding a match for Tiden lately. They're just wishful thinkers. Zhang Guoqing frowned and shook his head. Grandpa always said the kids should choose for themselves. Tiadan's still in school. What's the rush? Didn't all the older cousins find their own matches? That's exactly the problem. She's not happy with your eldest cousin's wife, so now she wants to pick a few families and have Tidan engaged early, afraid he'll fall for a girl like his mother. So, she and uncle want Tidan to stay in the village? Mother Zhang smiled and shook her head. What else? Before the new year, your uncle even talked to your dad about getting Tidan a factory job after junior high. But now with the new policy, that's not happening. Tidan isn't doing well in school, so if he comes back to the village, at least they can arrange an easier job for him. At this point, Mother Zhang suddenly remembered something and slapped her thigh. Oh right, Ziwen signed up for technical school this year. Did you know? Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded. The boy had written to him about his worries. He really was growing up, learning to ease his parents' burdens. Who knows if he'll get in? I heard from Shizi that technical school is even harder to get into than high school, right? The boy's been quiet about it, but he seems confident, just like your brother-in-law. He told your dad he'd start working first, and if he does well, maybe he'll get a chance to further his studies. Zhang Guoqing had planned to share the good news on his mother's birthday, but since it came up, he didn't hide it. He'd already checked on this the day he came back. He's already been accepted by the provincial college. The admission letter should be on its way. He did well. He's going to study accounting, taking over his grandfather's position. Don't tell them yet. Let my sister have a real happy surprise when the letter arrives. Mother Zhang was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. Her eldest daughter had finally made it through the tough times. Father Zhang heard his wife's laughter as soon as he entered the yard and couldn't help but smile too. When he came in, he teased, "You're this happy just because your youngest son's home?" Mother Zhang ignored his teasing and quickly shared the good news. After 3 years, her eldest grandson would finally have a secure job. How capable he was. Father Zhang grinned from ear to ear. He'd always worried about this, though not anxiously. If he didn't get in, he could just keep going to high school, but getting in was something else entirely. Old man, when Shizi gets into college next year, the 2 eldest will have set a good example. You won't have to worry about the rest. No worries, no worries. Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao exchanged a look. Sigh. The younger kids might not be so lucky. The future would have to take care of itself. After chatting for a bit, it was time to rest. A group of kids came running and shouting into the yard. As soon as Ping'an saw his mother, he jumped off Shizi and ran over with his little legs, laughing as he threw himself into her arms. Zhou Jiao hugged him, subtly checking him over for injuries. Seeing he was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. Mama, we roasted wheat today. It was delicious. You have to try it. As he spoke, Ping'an carefully pulled out a handful of blackened wheat grains from his big front pocket. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. She quickly took them, rubbed them between her hands, blew off the outer layer, popped a few into his mouth, and tried some herself, nodding at her beaming son. Mama, isn't it good? When they finish harvesting the wheat, I'll go pick up the leftover ears and roast some for you. Nearby, my Sui immediately turned her head. Fifth brother, what's up? Ping'an giggled. Second sister, I said I'll pick wheat ears. Oh, in a few days I'll help you pick some and bring them home for you to eat your fill. Ping'an nodded with a smile. He wanted to bring some for his maternal grandparents to try the fresh taste, but not too much. He knew the kids here didn't have it easy. Mama, I'm sleepy. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing stood up, picked him up, and said goodbye to his parents. On the way home, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but ask, why don't you want to sleep with your brothers? I want you to take me up the mountain tomorrow. There are too many people, too noisy. They scared all the animals away. Zhang Guoqing didn't answer right away and looked at Zhou Jiao. What do you think? Everything else can wait. Our son comes first. Ping'an blinked. Do you and Dad have something important to do? You take care of your business first, I'm fine. Whose son is this? How can he be so sweet and thoughtful? Come on, give Daddy a kiss. Ping'an giggled as his father kissed him. See, he thought so. He was a good kid. So smart and filial. How could he not be the best child? Mama, I was careful. See, my clothes are still clean. Zhou Jiao ignored the black handprint on his belly pocket and praised him with a smile. Ping'an is Mama's good boy. If your clothes get dirty, it's okay. Mama will wash them. If they get torn, Mama will sew a little tiger on them. Just be safe. It doesn't matter if your clothes are dirty or torn. When they got home, Ping'an shook his head in distress and whispered, Mama, tomorrow can you dress me in old clothes? So many people call me a city kid. The grown-ups don't just touch my clothes, they want to pinch my cheeks. If I can't run fast enough, my face will get all swollen from their pinching. That wouldn't do. Hearing this, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao quickly bent down to check his cheeks. I didn't let them get close. Some adults from the next team are really bad. They think I don't understand. They're grown-ups, but they still try to get their kids to follow me home for food. Zhang Guoqing asked expressionlessly, where were your brother Shizi and the others? Didn't they look after you? Ping'an's face turned serious. They foolishly let me play with those snot-nosed kids. Who do they think I am? If I hadn't been giving them face, I would have walked off right then. Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao looked at each other. They couldn't really blame Shizi and the others. Who would expect a 5-year-old to not want to play with other kids? The older boys probably couldn't understand such a strange idea. So, what did you do? Who did you end up playing with? A smile appeared on little Ping'an's face. Grandpa said, since I'm young and can't win by strength, I should use my brains to outsmart everyone. If they still don't get it, then skip the talk and use force. He lifted his chin proudly. Tonight, I split those little kids into 2 teams and had them fight it out. Whoever won got a piece of candy. Let their parents try to take advantage of me. Shizi and the others were scared silly. As soon as I handed out the candy, they grabbed me and ran. Let's see if they dare leave me behind next time. When Zhang Guoqing and his wife stared at each other, speechless, over in the old courtyard's main room, Shizi and the others were telling Zhang's parents about what had happened that evening. Compared to the daytime, tonight had been even more shocking for them. They knew Ping'an's skill with pebbles was all thanks to his little uncle's training, and while that was impressive and enviable, it was still within expectations. But tonight completely overturned their understanding of what a 5-year-old could be. That kid was as sharp as a tack. If you weren't careful, you'd get caught in his schemes. Grandpa, you should have seen it. He was sitting up in a tree, watching a bunch of kids fighting and even directing them. Those kids were so silly, they just did whatever he said. Haha, it was hilarious. We heard the commotion and rushed over, and when we looked up, sure enough, it was our Ping'an. Shizi shook his head helplessly. 10 or so kids, all 7 or 8 years old, were sprawled on the ground. Only 3 managed to win, but their clothes were all torn. Ping'an climbed down, handed each of the winners a candy, stood on tiptoe to pat their shoulders, and praised them as good warriors, telling them to keep it up. He even said that next time, if he wasn't there, they could use wild fruit instead of candy. The winner gets to eat it. Grandpa Zhang burst out laughing. He didn't think his grandson had done anything wrong. What kid in the village hadn't fought before? Grandpa, you're still laughing. I saw that little rascal was still stirring up trouble, so I hurried to carry him away. But guess what he did next? Grandpa and Grandma Zhang looked at their grandchildren with interest, waiting for the rest of the story. Seeing this, my meow quickly tugged on Shizi's sleeve and stomped her foot. Big brother, stop talking. Grandma Zhang pulled her over. Don't interrupt. Grandma. Shizi grinned. If anyone tried to talk to our sisters, he'd say boys and girls shouldn't get too close and told them to come play with us instead. In the end, none of the boys dared go near them. Grandma Zhang patted the granddaughter in her arms. Silly girl, your brother's just looking out for you. You should be happy. From now on, you three sisters shouldn't play with those wild boys. 7-year-old my Sui and Yaya, compared to 10-year-old my Meow, understood even less of the deeper meaning. They just giggled and nodded. We don't want to play with wild boys. Ziwen, off to the side, said to Grandpa Zhang, Grandpa, how do you think Uncle taught little Ping'an? Tonight, Tai Dan and the others almost got led into a ditch by him. That's not all. When we were cooking snake, he was so slick with his words, bossing us around, coaxing and tempting us. He kept us running in circles. Grandpa Zhang listened to his grandsons and granddaughters, feeling secretly proud. With old Zhou teaching his youngest grandson, what was there to worry about? Others might not know, but he'd picked up plenty from his eldest son's hints. Still, it was best not to say too much. He agreed with his eldest. It's best to keep a low profile. The next morning at 4 o'clock, little Ping'an leapt up from the Kong, ran to the window, and looked out at the sky. Seeing the clear blue and the fiery sunrise, he broke into a wide grin. Hearing the noise, Zhang Guoqing came into the bedroom, smiling. So happy? Daddy, it won't rain today. The weather's great. You little rascal. Come on, let Daddy help you get dressed. Your mom's already made your favorite breakfast. Once we eat, we'll head out. Daddy, I want my bao. Zhang Guoqing helped him into his clothes, picked him up, and nodded with a smile. A hearty breakfast was laid out on the table. 5 eggs, a plate of sliced sausage, a plate of tomato and cucumber, a jar of beef sauce, 3 bowls of congee, and 10 steamed buns. Ping'an cheered, slipped out of his father's arms, rushed outside to brush his teeth and wash his face, then hurried back to stuff a bun with sausage and cucumber into his mouth. After a couple of bites, he held up his bun. Mom, save 2 buns and 2 eggs for Grandpa and Grandma. I'll bring them over in a bit. I already brought them some earlier. Just eat your breakfast. Ping'an's eyes widened. How much did you bring? Before Zhou Jiao could answer, he said anxiously, Mom, I'm not being stingy, but it doesn't look good if Shizi and the others see. Zhang Guoqing patted him. Your mom's not silly. Eat up, or Shizi and the others will be here soon. Ping'an checked Zhou Jiao's expression, and seeing her smiling and nodding, finally relaxed. I asked those kids, they've never had white bread except at New Year. They eat 2 meals a day, 1 dry, 1 watery. Only during the busy season do they get 3 meals in the canteen. Do you know what dry and watery mean? Zhou Jiao nodded with a smile. No wonder Grandma says being able to eat cornbread every day is already lucky. Oh, Dad, last night the boys in our team asked me when you're going to hunt wild boar. What do you think? Ping'an frowned. Yaya said every blade of grass and tree on the mountain belongs to the team. City folks who come up here hide whatever they catch, or they can't take it away. If we get a lot, we should share with the team. It wouldn't be right to take it all for ourselves. That's the right way to think. Now eat up, or Shizi and the others will be here soon. Ping'an didn't say another word and focused on eating. This time, with mother and son coming along, Zhang Guoqing strapped his son to his chest, machete in one hand to clear the way, holding his wife's hand with the other. He was extra cautious the whole way, especially since the little hand in his arms kept tossing pebbles here and there. It took them a while, but they finally made it to the mountain cabin. I remember this place. My great-grandpa built it. There are lots of fish in the river up ahead. Zhang Guoqing checked around the cabin for safety. A lot have been caught already, there aren't many left. When we get back, we'll try using a net. Mom, are you scared being here alone? Zhou Jiao shook her head. I have weapons. You and Dad be careful. Zhang Guoqing warned her, uneasy. If any strange men come by, use the knockout powder right away. Some men are bold enough to do anything out here in the wild. If anything happens, fire the gun as a signal. I'll be nearby with our son and won't go far. Remember, don't leave the cabin. Zhou Jiao shot him a look. Got it. I'll keep an eye out while I cook. Don't worry, I can handle 2 or 3 men if I have to. Zhang Guoqing looked at his wife, both speechless and amused. No wonder she insisted on coming up the mountain. She'd clearly planned this all along. He almost regretted falling for her tricks. How did he end up agreeing to this again last night? But seeing how calm she was, he wasn't worried anymore. If any fool dared covet his wife, he'd make sure they didn't leave in one piece. If a wolf pack shows up, you know what to do, right? Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes and pushed him out the door. She'd heard that question so many times her ears were numb. Geez, for someone so young, why are you such a nag? Pingan giggled and deliberately called out, Mom, don't mess up the wind direction and knock yourself out. Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. Seeing Zhou Jiao's embarrassed and indignant face, he quickly took his son and slipped away. As for wolves and such, his wife had all sorts of secret weapons on her. She'd be fine until he got back. He really wasn't worried. Under the cover of night, Zhang Guoqing's face betrayed no emotion, but his heart was pounding. He had a strong feeling that this Who Shall We was indeed the very same Who Shall We. Who else in this world could possibly forge official records? And not leave behind a single photograph? Who else would just up and leave, giving up a perfectly good university education without a second thought? He knew all too well what a household registration meant. For an ordinary person, losing their hukou, household registration, would make survival nearly impossible. The only explanation was that someone had already taken care of everything for her and cleaned up any traces. Even those enemy agents wouldn't dare act so recklessly. If someone showed up at a new address and couldn't be matched to any records, that would be suicide. All these thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Silently, Zhang Guoqing took the envelope, gripping it tightly as he looked at his brother, who was now so thin he was almost skin and bones. Steeling himself, he grabbed his brother's hand. Do you mind if Zhou Jiao knows about this? Li Qinglin smiled. I came to you, so of course she'd find out. I trust both of you. Zhang Guoqing pulled him along. Don't rush off just yet. Let's go talk to Jiao Jiao about this. She knows a lot of influential women. If we let her handle it, it'll be much safer. Li Qinglin didn't even try to refuse. He hurried to keep up. If Zhou Jiao could help, all the better. Ordinary people might not even be able to access the records, but she was Zhou Xiaozhang's daughter, with both connections and skills. She was definitely more reliable than a son-in-law. Will she think it's too much trouble? Zhang Guoqing replied firmly, she won't. If they were searching blindly, like looking for a needle in a haystack, Zhou Jiao might get impatient. But if she could just check the handwriting and confirm it was that Who Shall We, she'd definitely be interested. With their arms around each other's shoulders, the two brothers walked along the gravel path at the foot of North Mountain. From a distance, they could see a group of young wives gathered in front of a house. Among the women chatting and busy making rope and sewing shoes, the one leisurely fanning herself was none other than Zhou Jiao. Maybe they were talking about something funny, because laughter kept ringing out. Before Zhang Guoqing and Li Qinglin could get close, Lu Tsuya, one of their cousins-in-law, spotted them and called out, "Look who's here. Can't even be apart for a moment before coming to find your wife. Aren't you ashamed, a grown man? They're still young newlyweds, let's give them some space. Can Jiao Jiao handle Xiaowu's stamina?" Zhou Jiao. These women are out of their minds, talking dirty without a care. She quickly stood up to say goodbye. I have guests at home, so I'll head back first. Come visit me when you have time. Li Qingshan's wife nudged the women beside her, tone it down. Our little sister-in-law is shy. Then she waved at Zhou Jiao, go on, Maybe they need you for something. Zhou Jiao smiled and nodded, walked a few steps forward, and met up with Zhang Guoqing and Li Qinglin, who quickly followed her home. Want to stay and chat a bit longer? Zhang Guoqing asked. Zhou Jiao shook her head. If not for their insistence, she really wouldn't have gone out. She'd rather spend the time cooking something nice or reading a book at home. A bunch of women gossiping endlessly, jumping from topic to topic, and not a single useful thing was said. Once home, Zhang Guoqing closed the courtyard gate, lit the kerosene lamp with a lighter, and carried it into the living room. Where'd you get that lighter? Got an extra for me. Dream on. I snatched this one from De Yong. But I can't keep it, my dad's been eyeing it, so I'll have to give it to him. Zhou Jiao shot Zhang Guoqing a knowing look. This guy could lie without batting an eye. She'd brought plenty of lighters back from abroad. The one from Wan Deong had long since gone to his father. He always called Ping'an stingy, but he wasn't much better himself. Don't get too attached to these little gadgets. One day you'll have so many you won't even care about them, Zhang Guoqing said with a half-smile. Honestly, if this really was Hu Xiaowei, his buddy was about to strike it rich, would he still care about imported goods then? Yeah, right? Li Qinglin laughed it off. The more Zhang Guoqing thought about it, the funnier it seemed. Once they were seated in the living room, Zhang Guoqing handed the envelope to Zhou Jiao. Open it and take a look. Lindsay is looking for this person, all the info is inside. Zhou Jiao gave him a suspicious look, but saw him wink and smile. Someone important? Just look. You'll know. Zhou Jiao glanced at Li Qinglin, who was staring at the floor. Embarrassed? That was a rare sight. Her curiosity was piqued. She pulled 2 sheets of paper from the envelope and held them up to the lamp. The name, the handwriting, she was stunned. She immediately looked at Zhang Guoqing with a questioning gaze. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Lindsay's girl, right? Zhang Guoqing had been watching her closely. Even though Zhou Jiao's expression didn't change, he knew her too well. He guessed right. He nodded with a smile. Yes, Lindsay's girlfriend. She dropped out of school and disappeared without a word, told Lindsay to wait for her until graduation. Lindsay got worried and went south to look for her, but the girl at the address didn't match. He's worried something happened to her and is desperate to find her. Li Qinglin looked up at Zhou Jiao. Can you find someone with just this information? Zhou Jiao couldn't bear to look at his hopeful face. That little brat was dead meat. How dare she lie to such an innocent guy? Wait, let me ask you a few questions. You have to answer honestly. Okay, ask away. Zhou Jiao's mind was racing, her fingers tapping on the armrest as she looked at him. You're sure it's her? Li Qinglin nodded. Tell me more about her. With just this info, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. The name could even be fake. Sigh. I know. But she just disappeared without a trace, and Li Qinglin rubbed his face hard with both hands. Seeing how thin and gaunt he looked, and hearing the sadness and helplessness in his voice, Zhou Jiao almost couldn't bear to keep questioning him. But she had no choice. Are you sure she loves you? Look at these 2 notes. One tells you to wait, the other says not to wait anymore. If we find her and she's married, what will you do? All right. Zhou Jiao admitted she was just being nosy. That girl had hidden herself well. Always claimed she didn't want to date young, never let slip a word. Fine, this time she'd teach her a lesson. Wait a minute. She'd left her school address when she returned to China. Could that girl really not figure out where Zhang Guoqing was from? If she checked, she'd know right away. There are things I can't say, but I'm sure she has feelings for me. If she's married and happy, then I'll wish her well. Zhou Jiao, please help me. I have to see her in person and ask her what's going on, or I'll never be able to let go. Zhang Guoqing punched him and laughed. Don't talk nonsense, calling yourself brother. Don't flatter yourself. Li Qinglin rolled his eyes at him. You jealous old vinegar jar. Zhou Jiao laughed. All right, leave it to me. I'll let you know as soon as there's news. Li Qinglin perked up. How long do you think it'll take? If it costs money to find her, tell me how much. I'll bring it tomorrow. Don't be polite with me. This isn't just about connections, it's a favor. I can't let you pay out of pocket. Zhou Jiao didn't dare accept it. What if the 2 of them got involved again in the future and that brat didn't keep things confidential and just told the truth? Better not risk it, besides, she wasn't short on money anyway. Zhang Guoqing saw her quickly wave her hand and laughed. Let's not talk about money. If we ever run short, we'll come to you. We're here now, but things won't move that fast. You just focus on recovering your health. Don't let people see you looking so haggard and start disliking you. Thanks, sis. Sister-in-law, it's sister-in-law. Zhang Guoqing corrected with a laugh. What do you think? I don't even know if we'll be able to find her when we get back. If she's left, then we'll just have to wait. I have a sense of what to do. Let's wait until we see her. I figure she's keeping tabs on Lindsay in secret. I even left her the school's address before. Maybe she knows exactly what's going on between us all. As they walked, when they were near Zhang's aunt's house and saw the two sisters-in-law go inside, Zhang's mother looked around to make sure there were no outsiders before asking Zhou Jiao, why didn't he stay the night? That boy is so polite, coming all this way and even bringing gifts. Over the years, Xiaowu's friends have often come by to see your dad and me. He did. Zhang Guoqing looked at his mom, who was frowning with concern and was speechless. Electricity was over 20 cents a kilowatt-hour, and they only used about 2 kilowatt-hours a month, even after splitting the bill. You could imagine how much they were saving. That's exactly the problem. She's not satisfied with your eldest cousin's wife, so now she wants to arrange a match for Taidan before he picks someone himself. She's afraid he'll end up with a daughter-in-law, just like his mother. So, they want Taidan to stay in the village? Who knows if he'll get in? I heard from Shizi that technical school is even harder to get into than high school, isn't it? The boy doesn't say a word, but he seems confident, just like your brother-in-law. He told your dad he'll start working first, and if he does well, he might get a chance for further study. No worries, no worries. Mama, I'm sleepy. That wouldn't do. Shizi said helplessly. A dozen kids, all 7 or 8 years old, were lying on the ground. Only 3 managed to win, but their clothes were all torn. Ping'an climbed down from the tree and gave those 3 candies, even stood on tiptoe to pat their shoulders, praising them as good warriors and encouraging them to keep it up. He told them that next time, if he's not around, they can use wild fruits instead of candy, and whoever wins gets to eat. Grandma. Shizi laughed. If anyone tried to talk to his sisters, he'd say boys and girls shouldn't get too close and told them to come play with us instead. In the end, none of the boys dared go near them. Daddy, I want my bow. Zhang Guoqing dressed him, picked him up, and nodded with a smile. So what do you think? Ping'an frowned. Jia said everything on the mountain belongs to the team. City folks who come up the mountain hide what they catch, or else they can't take it away. We should share what we get with the team. It wouldn't be right to keep it all. Zhang Guoqing warned her, still uneasy. If any strange men come by, use knockout powder right away. Some men are bold, out here in the wild. They have no scruples. If anything happens, fire the gun as a signal. I'll be nearby with our son and won't go far. Whatever you do, don't leave the hut. Deep in the mountains and forests, a figure darted swiftly through the trees so fast that it was impossible to tell he was carrying a child in his arms. Ping'an clung tightly to his father's neck with one hand, while the other hand was buried in the cloth pouch hanging from his chest, gripping a stone. If any wild animal appeared, he'd be ready to help. Father and son wore matching serious expressions. When they heard a rustling and grunting sound not far away, their eyes lit up simultaneously, both turning to look in that direction. Zhang Guoqing didn't rush to act. He asked in a low voice, "What is that?" Ping'an made a funny pig face. Zhang Guoqing gave him a thumbs up. At least 500 meters away. We're not in a hurry, let's listen for other animal sounds. Before hunting, you have to check your surroundings. Some directions are cliffs, those are dead zones. No matter how confident you are, you can't go there. And if there are other dangerous animals near the target, you have to take a detour. Animals are actually pretty smart, not much different from people. They know about the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ping'an nodded seriously. This hunt isn't the main thing. First, I'll teach you how to use the trees around you to find your way without a compass, how to escape if you get lost in the forest, and what to do if you get hurt, how to use whatever's at hand to treat injuries. There's a lot of first aid knowledge you need to learn. Once you've mastered it, you'll be the master of the forest. Dad, you're amazing. Teach me everything. Zhang Guoqing patted him. Don't rush, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. We'll take it slow. Whenever I have time, I'll bring you up the mountain. Once you've learned enough, we'll find someone to go deep into the mountains with us. Ping'an nodded earnestly. His dad had mentioned before that they'd go with Grandpa Wang and the others. When you're familiar with the northern forests, I'll take you to the southern ones next. The weather there is humid, and the miasma and poisonous bugs can kill you if you're not careful. So even if you pick up some skills, you can't let your guard down. I understand. Zhang Guoqing looked worriedly at the child in his arms. What kind of future lay ahead for his son? He was still young first, he needed to learn how to survive. When he grew up, they'd see what came next. Setting aside his worries, Zhang Guoqing began patiently pointing out the land, trees, and weeds around them, explaining everything in detail. This time, he wasn't just teaching hunting skills. He also included Special Forces survival knowledge from his previous life and crisis self-rescue techniques he'd learned from hired mercenaries. For this trip to the northeast, and especially for their son's safety, Zhou Jiao had put in a lot of effort. Relying on Zhang Guoqing's memories and her own translations of Chinese and foreign military magazines, she'd compiled a thick stack of manuals. If she hadn't been worried about drawing too much attention, she would have given them to Zhou Xiaozhang already, but the timing wasn't right yet. After much discussion, the couple agreed. Just because their son was smart didn't mean he could handle every crisis. He still needed to learn, especially self-rescue skills. While Zhang Guoqing was busy outside, Zhou Jiao wasn't having an easy time in the cabin either. The old, rusty iron pot that used to sit on the stove had long since disappeared, probably stolen by someone. Now, there was only a clay pot, likely left by some old hunter for convenience. But this didn't faze Zhou Jiao, she had plenty of iron pots. She just had to clear the small stone ring on the stove, or she wouldn't be able to set up her pot. Since she had to clean up anyway, Zhou Jiao used the stones from the stove and the corners of the cabin to build a large stove in front of the house. Soon, 2 iron pots were set up, and as the fire blazed, the pork fat inside began to render, filling the air around the cabin with a delicious aroma. Once the fire was out and half an hour had passed, she filled a porcelain jar with oil, carefully watching to make sure the jar wouldn't crack from the heat. When nothing happened, she smiled brightly and poured the warm oil from both pots into a large porcelain vat, setting it on the heated bed to cool. A flowery enamel basin was heaped with crispy, golden pork cracklings. Zhou Jiao grabbed a handful and popped them into her mouth, burning herself so she had to pinch her earlobe to cool down. She gazed down the mountain path, but still saw no sign of anyone. Squinting, she checked the supplies in her space, picking out the bulky raw seafood and steaming it in the pot. Looking up at the ceiling above the Zhou Jiao felt uneasy and put everything back into her space. With nothing else to do, she set up a coal stove at the door to keep an eye out for strangers, chopping vegetables as she worked, sweating from the effort. By noon, she glanced worriedly at the path leading up the mountain. It was already midday. Had those 2 forgotten to eat? Time ticked by. Zhou Jiao steamed 4 big pots of seafood and stir-fried countless dishes, her hands cramping from exhaustion, but still there was no sign of Zhang Guoqing and their son. Out of patience, she put 3 pots of beef and potatoes on to stew. This didn't require much attention. Once the meat was tender, she'd ladle it into big bowls, stack them in a plastic box, and be done. Convenient and tasty, perfect as a noodle topping or mixed with rice. Before the scent of beef had even spread, Zhang Guoqing and Ping'an finally appeared in the distance. Zhou Jiao was delighted, but also speechless. What on earth were these 2 carrying, dragging, and hauling back? Did they really expect her to cook all that? Mama. The closer they got to the cabin, the more excited Ping'an became, waving the little wild boar in his hands for all to see. Even though Zhou Jiao was used to her son's strength, seeing him swinging the pig around like a toy, his little white hands standing out against the black pig, made her laugh with delight. At the cabin, Zhang Guoqing beamed as he set down his heavy load. This is Ping'an's first hunting trophy. We'll roast it and take it home to show off. I'm not showing off. I made a promise to Grandpa. All right, after lunch, Dad will take care of it. Let's go wash up first. Before Zhou Jiao could say anything, the father and son headed to the river. She quickly set out the food and got clean clothes ready. The two of them stripped down and jumped into the pond for a quick wash. Zhang Guoqing, still in wet shorts, carried his naked son back. Zhou Jiao helped her son into clean clothes and dried his hair. Zhang Guoqing said regretfully, "The pond water is freezing. It'd be great if you could swim too. There are fish, too," Ping'an added. Right. But remember, you can't go to the middle of the pond. It's all mud and very dangerous. The big stone we stood on was one I put there when I was a kid. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare go in either. Ping'an nodded vigorously, then reminded her, "Mom, there are lots of river snails by the stone. This place is great. Nothing needs ration tickets or money." Now that's more like it. He really was her son, so different from his dad. Zhou Jiao shot Zhang Guoqing a teasing smile. "Don't think I can't guess what you're up to." After lunch, they barely had time to rest before a cool breeze swept in. Little Ping'an, unable to fight off his drowsiness, fell sound asleep in Zhang Guoqing's arms. Looking at his son, Zhang Guoqing stroked the boy's head with satisfaction. "Our son is really smart." Hearing this, Zhou Jiao flashed a bright smile but said, "Don't keep praising him, or he'll get conceited. A clever child may not grow into a great man. We still need to put in the effort as he grows." Zhang Guoqing shook his head helplessly. How could his son possibly turn out badly? She really lacked confidence. "Let's set up the tent so he can sleep inside, it's safer." Zhou Jiao chuckled. "Are you sure? Then I'll hold the baby and you can set it up." Zhang Guoqing glanced at the large bag on the ground, which held the disassembled tent, and scratched his nose. He'd forgotten how cramped things had already become with all the stuff Zhou Jiao had packed. Carefully handing her the child, Zhang Guoqing squatted down, opened the bag, and started setting up the tent in a shady spot. His hands were busy, but his mouth didn't stop. "Let's head out early tonight and deal with some more of the goods. I'm thinking we should sell off the coal first. Doesn't matter if the price is high or low, just flip it to that snakehead from the other night." Zhou Jiao had no objections. She wasn't an expert at business, that was Zhang Guoqing's domain. She just reminded him, "Be careful. Everyone in the black market is sharp. Don't let your guard down and lose out." "I'll handle it. The only thing we're missing now is a big truck. But I've got a plan. Tonight I'll talk to Uncle Dashan. And I'll bring out some flour too, otherwise it'll be hard to explain where it all came from." Zhou Jiao nodded in agreement. "Good idea. Make sure to give Uncle Dashan a bit extra. I have plenty here, so don't worry about running out." "You didn't throw out the cart, did you?" Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes and laughed. That was an essential item, wasn't it? Just then, Zhang Guoqing finished setting up the small tent. He turned around, cupped her face in his hands, and planted 2 big kisses on her lips. Seeing her blush, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Shameless. Our son is right here." Zhang Guoqing took his son and carefully placed him inside the tent. He raised his eyebrows at Zhou Jiao. "So you mean, as long as our son can't see, I can do whatever I want?" Zhou Jiao didn't answer. Give this man an inch and he'd take a mile. She quickly got up and placed medicinal powder and sachets around the tent, then looked around with satisfaction. "All right, I'll stay here and watch over our son. You'll be up late again tonight. Why don't you lie down and get some sleep too? What about you?" "I'm not tired now. I'll sleep after we get down the mountain, and then I'll be ready to go. Don't worry, I'll be right over by the pond washing things. I can see you both from there." Zhou Jiao glanced worriedly at the cabin. "Don't forget to add water to the pot for me. I'm afraid I'll oversleep and let it boil dry." "Don't worry, your husband's got it all under control." Zhang Guoqing patted his chest confidently. He waited until she lay down, zipped up the tent, and made sure she said the vent would keep it from getting stuffy before he finally relaxed. Standing up, he checked his watch. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Time was running short if they wanted to get down the mountain. With that in mind, he left behind a dumb-looking roe deer and dragged the rest of the game to the pond. By the pond, Zhang Guoqing quickly cleaned the animals, glancing up at the tent from time to time. To save time, he discarded any organs that would be a hassle to clean, digging a pit to bury them on the spot. That wasn't all. He set up a wooden rack, hung up a small wild boar, and quickly rolled up several large balls of mud to bury them in the fire pit. He tossed the cleaned game into a bamboo basket. When he finished, only half an hour had passed. He felt pretty proud of himself. He really was amazing. Thinking of his son's request for fish and river snails, Zhang Guoqing, determined to be a model husband and father, kept himself busy. While turning the roasting piglets, he ran off to spear a few fish and gather some snails. Zhou Jiao, half awake, caught the aroma of roasting meat and fish. She woke with a start to find her son still asleep beside her, nose twitching at the smell. Lazybones, get up. We're heading down the mountain. Ping'an leaped up, giggling. Mom, I just woke up. With that, he unzipped the tent and darted out. I'm going to help Dad. Be careful. Zhou Jiao watched him join Zhang Guoqing and shook her head with a smile, then started taking down the tent. After tidying up, she returned to the cabin and saw the roe deer on the floor, realizing Zhang Guoqing had left it for the village. She smiled, good thing she hadn't decided to leave the big wild boar for the team, or she'd be pestered endlessly. Never mind whether her mother-in-law would be upset, even just leading the team up the mountain would be a hassle. She packed up the stewed beef and potatoes and cleaned up all traces of their stay. Then she hurried over to Zhang Guoqing, who was surrounded by bamboo baskets and racks of roasted pork and fish. All done already? My man is amazing. Of course. My dad is the best. Ping'an chimed in. Zhang Guoqing grinned. To be praised by both of you is my greatest fortune. That's how it should be, Dad. No need to be modest. I'm not modest, I'll take all the praise I can get. But my son is amazing too. Zhou Jiao watched the father and son banter and couldn't help but laugh. When their conversation paused, she pointed at the meat and bones in the two bamboo baskets. What should we do with these? Give me a sack. I'll pick some out for Mom. She can decide whether to cure it or give it away. Zhou Jiao handed him a bag. Pack a bit more. It's Mom's birthday this weekend. This is enough. We'll talk about the rest on the weekend. Zhou Jiao didn't argue. With this sack and the pig's head, it was nearly 100 gene plenty. Ping'an piped up, Dad, the pig's head is so big. Won't Grandma know there's not much meat? Zhang Guoqing gave him a thumbs up. Good eye for detail. Don't worry, Grandma won't ask. She'll just think I gave the rest away. Seeing his son deep in thought, Zhang Guoqing laughed. Want some roasted fish? The beggar's chicken is ready too. Ping'an glanced at the rack and shook his head. No thanks. The roast piglet is for Grandpa on Mom's side, and the rest we should take back for Grandpa and Grandma. There's plenty. If you want some, eat now. No, I can eat it when we get back. Dad, are we leaving now? Zhang Guoqing washed his hands, signaled to Zhou Jiao to pack up, then picked up his son with one arm and the sack with the other. That's right. It's dangerous if we're late getting down the mountain. After they left, Zhou Jiao quickly swept her hand, and the 4 or 5 mud balls, the piglet on the rack, and the bamboo baskets all disappeared. She poured a basin of water over the fire to put it out. Once she was sure there were no traces left, she ran to the front of the cabin to join Zhang Guoqing and Ping'an. The couple exchanged a glance, confirming nothing had been left behind, then smiled and walked off hand in hand. Nestled in his father's arms, Ping'an watched Zhou Jiao walking briskly ahead and asked plaintively, Dad, why am I growing so slowly? When will I be able to run on my own? Zhang Guoqing chuckled. No rush, we'll get there. Growing up isn't all fun and games. Now, when I want to be carried, there's no one to do it, so sad. Zhou Jiao and Ping'an both burst out laughing. Dad, when I get bigger, I'll carry you. No way, people would laugh at us. Imagine if I carried your grandpa or your other grandpa up the mountain, wouldn't they be furious? He laughed at the thought. Just picturing it was hilarious. The laughter of the family of 3 echoed through the woods, startling the animals into fleeing in all directions. The sound was all too familiar. Better hurry and warn the others. The enemies are back. As they made their way down the mountain, it was already evening. The setting sun in the west dyed the sky crimson, painting the clouds with fiery hues. In the distance, the vast fields were full of life. Crops in shades of yellow and green stretched as far as the eye could see. In the golden wheat fields, groups of villagers were still busy with the harvest. Standing halfway up the mountain and looking out, the scene was truly spectacular. The breathtaking beauty moved Zhou Jiao so much that she couldn't help but take out her camera, adjust the focus, and capture the landscape in a series of photos. After snapping the pictures, Zhou Jiao said regretfully, "It's a pity the camera can't shoot in color." Zhang Guoqing comforted her, "A camera can't capture the awe you're feeling right now. You could try painting it. When we're old, I'll organize an art exhibition for you. We can include calligraphy and embroidery too, make it a showcase of all your talents." Zhou Jiao glanced back at him with a playful smile. What nonsense. People would laugh their heads off. Ping'an, always ready to support his dad, quickly chimed in, "Who would dare laugh? I'll beat them up." Grandpa says if Mom really showed all her skills, no other talented woman would dare show her face. Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. That was exactly the kind of thing his doting father-in-law would say. If it weren't for the times they lived in, his father-in-law would probably want to announce it to the whole world. Zhou Jiao, embarrassed by their banter, hurried her pace. Luckily, the area was deserted. If anyone had overheard, she would have died of embarrassment. It was like the saying, an old woman selling her own melons, praising herself to the skies. Meanwhile, back at the old house, Zhang's mother was welcoming two special guests, her eldest daughter-in-law and second daughter-in-law, who had come together carrying bamboo baskets. Zhang's mother was overjoyed and pulled them inside. "Sisters, what brings you here? If you needed something, you could have just sent word and I would have come over." Her eldest sister-in-law laughed. "What? Are you saying we're not welcome?" "Oh, I'm more than happy to have you." The second sister-in-law smiled. "We heard this morning that Xiao Wu and his wife brought the kids back to the village, so we wanted to come see the children and also to say thank you." Zhang's mother immediately realized they had rushed over as soon as they heard the news. She chided them, "He's your nephew. There's no need to be so formal." Xiao Wu said he was planning to visit both your homes in the next few days. The eldest sister-in-law beamed. "What a thoughtful child. Daniel, you've raised 3 good sons. Our whole family benefits from it." The second sister-in-law nodded, glancing around. "Big sister, where's your husband and the kids?" Zhang's mother smiled wryly. "Your brother-in-law can't sit still. As soon as Xiao Wu took Jiao Jiao and the kids out this morning, he ran off to help out with the team. Xiao Wu just worries his father will overdo it. You should try to talk him out of it." "I've tried, but it's no use. I told Xiao Wu and Jiao Jiao that if his father works himself to exhaustion, they'll have to drag him to Beijing and not let him come back." Both sisters-in-law burst out laughing. The eldest sister-in-law sighed. Xiao Wu really married the right wife. Some people used to pity him, thinking he married a girl who couldn't do farm work. The second sister-in-law said calmly, "Those old women never have anything good to say. Sure, a tough woman can work hard, but what good is it if Xiao Wu doesn't like her? Marriage is about fate, and Jiao Jiao has such a good temperament." Zhang's mother grinned from ear to ear, nodding. "Exactly. I've watched that child grow up. She's always gentle and soft-spoken, just the right match for Xiao Wu's temper. Since they got married, they haven't even had a single argument. No matter how upset she is, Jiao Jiao never takes it out on us." The eldest sister-in-law said, "Sister, you're truly blessed." The second sister-in-law, noticing Zhang's mother's cheerful expression and her clothes, teased, "Big sister, are those clothes Jiao Jiao made for you again?" Zhang's mother chuckled and nodded. "They sure are. Ever since Jiao Jiao married in, all the clothes for me and your brother-in-law, year-round, have been made by her. I told your brother-in-law to write and ask her to stop. It's too much, too flashy. So she started sewing patches onto the new clothes to make us laugh." With that, Zhang's mother stood up. "Wait a moment." She quickly went into the bedroom and came out with a few boxes of pastries, proudly offering them to her sisters-in-law. "Jiao Jiao brought these back from a work trip. They're delicious. Try them." The two sisters-in-law laughed and, knowing their big sister's personality, didn't stand on ceremony. They each took a small bite. Zhang's mother said proudly, "See? Aren't they tasty?" The eldest sister-in-law slapped her on the arm, laughing so hard she bent over. Oh, she must be really satisfied with her daughter-in-law to be this proud, like a child showing off. Just then, Zhang Guoqing came in from the backyard carrying a sack. Hearing the laughter from the main room, he exchanged a smile with Zhou Jiao. His mom must be having a great time chatting with someone. He paused to listen, then whispered, "Sounds like my two aunts." "Let's go in, Pingin's not comfortable being carried like this," Zhou Jiao said. Zhang Guoqing slapped his forehead and quickly set his son down. "Go ahead and walk a bit. How are you feeling?" "I'm fine. I'm going to find Grandma." Watching his son dash off, Zhang Guoqing picked up their things and motioned for Zhou Jiao to follow. When the couple entered the front yard, Zhang's mother and her sisters-in-law, having just heard from Pingin, turned to greet them with smiles. Zhang Guoqing quickly greeted them. "Aunties, when did you get here? If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone out today. I was planning to visit you in the next couple of days. Come, have a seat inside." Zhou Jiao followed with her own greeting. Seeing everyone chatting happily in the main room, she realized she should go make noodles for the guests. She didn't sit down, and seeing how engrossed they were in conversation, she quietly signaled to Zhang's mother about the kitchen. When she saw her mother-in-law nod with a smile, she slipped out. Knowing her mother-in-law liked to keep the good stuff locked in the cellar, Zhou Jiao didn't go straight to the kitchen. She hurried back to her own yard, took a look around, grabbed a wooden basin, and returned to the old house. Unexpectedly, she found Zhang's mother already in the kitchen, taking things out. Zhou Jiao quickly stepped forward and lifted the towel. Inside were freshly rolled noodles and a few eggs. Zhang's mother guessed that her youngest son must have eaten noodles last night, and Jiao Jiao had made extra. That saved her some trouble, she just needed to cook them. But looking at the pure white noodles with no coarse grains mixed in, she hesitated. Zhou Jiao knew her mother-in-law was reluctant to use them. But these were her mother-in-law's own family after all. Since marrying in, her own family hadn't visited much except for formal occasions. They were rare guests. She blinked and said, "Mom, my brother sent a whole roe deer to the canteen. They'll have extra meat for dinner tonight." Zhang's mother felt a pang of guilt. Forget it, her youngest son always brings so much meat. She could spare a bowl of noodles for her own family. Seeing her mother-in-law nod decisively, Zhou Jiao thought to herself how clever she was. But she needed to be even more tactful. Smiling, she added, "The sack just now was full of wild boar meat, Mom. You can do whatever you want with it." Zhang's mother couldn't help but laugh, tapping her on the head. "You little rascal, teasing your mother." Zhou Jiao grinned and, seeing her mother-in-law about to start cooking, quickly pushed her out the door. "Mom, go keep the aunts company. Give me a chance to show what I can do, okay?" Zhang's mother let herself be pushed out, laughing. All right, I'll go." The two aunts were eating white noodles topped with fried eggs. At first, they wanted to be polite and suggested splitting a bowl, but when they saw that not only the two of them, but also the eldest sister-in-law and the nephew and his son all had their own servings, they finally stopped pushing the food back and forth. The two sisters-in-law exchanged a smile. This niece-in-law really knew how to do things. They felt comfortable being guests here. After the snack, it was getting late, and the two aunts were eager to head home before dark. Seeing the two big baskets of eggs they'd brought, Zhou Jiao sighed inwardly. There had to be at least 60, if not 80 eggs. Who knew how much effort it took them to collect so many? She gave Zhang Guoqing a look, signaling him to prepare a generous return gift. As the daughter-in-law, there were some things she couldn't say directly or do in front of others, but as the son, her husband could handle it without making anyone uncomfortable. It wasn't that Zhou Jiao was overly cautious. She just didn't like others interfering in her household affairs. This wasn't about seniority, but about respect and courtesy. Especially now that Huang Suilan, the wife who liked to run back to her maiden family, was around. If Zhou Jiao, as the daughter-in-law, stayed put, her mother-in-law would have to worry about appearances. Thinking of how her two cousins had been sending things to Ping in these past 2 years, and how her uncle's families often sent local specialties, Zhou Jiao's eyes lit up. She quickly said, "Mom, hold the two aunts for a moment. I have something for my two cousins." Don't rush, take your time, Zhang Guoqing said, watching his mother worry and feeling delighted. A harmonious family needs both a good mother-in-law and a good daughter-in-law. He felt proud of his wife. Mom, pack more meat for the uncles. If we run out, I'll get more, he said. Mother Zhang glanced at her two sisters-in-law, who were being entertained by Ping'an in the main room, and whispered, "Don't give too much. They'll just refuse out of politeness." "It's fine, I'll walk them partway home." "Mom, take out the eggs first. We'll use the baskets for the other things later, and I'll find a bag for the meat," Zhang Guoqing replied. He had just packed 20 pounds of meat when Mother Zhang stopped him, glaring until he gave up. He figured Zhou Jiao would definitely prepare some fabric as well. Why? Because she'd brought back a huge pile of fabric from abroad this time, plus the stash she'd bought earlier in Haishur. The total was staggering and perfect for gifts. Knowing her dislike of owing favors, she'd probably give quite a bit this time. If they gave too much meat on top of that, it might scare the two aunts. They wouldn't dare visit again for 5 years. That would be a case of good intentions gone wrong. The two uncles' families were good people, but you couldn't let things get out of balance. People's desires change with outside temptations. Zhang Guoqing didn't want to ruin this friendly relationship. Before long, Zhou Jiao came in with a bundle of fabric. Zhang Guoqing was surprised and pleased. His wife was really getting the hang of social etiquette. Zhou Jiao lifted a corner to reveal blue cloth inside and secretly gestured to him. Zhang Guoqing nodded, just right for the two uncles. Mother Zhang rolled her eyes at the couple, but didn't stop them. Her son and daughter-in-law were giving her face, no matter how much it pained her to part with the gifts. She couldn't say anything while guests were present. Zhang Guoqing personally carried the bag to see the two aunts off. It was wheat harvest season, so every production team was busy and even ox carts were hard to borrow. He walked with them for quite a distance before finally flagging down a passing ox cart. Relieved, he helped the aunts onto the cart, put the bag on board, and pointed out the driver to them. The two aunts couldn't help but laugh and cry. This rascal said he was going to town, but he'd clearly been waiting for them. Looking at the baskets full of goods, they regretted bringing eggs. This wasn't visiting relatives, it was more like coming to haul stuff home. With outsiders around, they couldn't say much, so they just told their nephew to bring the family over for a visit sometime. Zhang Guoqing waved as they left and hurried back. He still had things to do that evening, and had nearly escorted them all the way home. Back at the old courtyard, Zhou Jiao was laughing. "Mom, if we bring all these eggs to Beijing, they'll be smashed for sure. Please, don't make things difficult for me." "You're dad, and I can't eat that many," Mother Zhang said. "Let's all eat them together. The kids should know how much the uncles' families care. This many eggs is no ordinary gift," Zhou Jiao replied cheerfully. Mother Zhang could tell Zhou Jiao was showing off her own family's generosity to the Zhangs, turning her own share into 3. "Oh, what a thoughtful child." Little Ping'an, ever the clever one, piped up, "Grandma, you and Grandpa should eat more. Eggs are nutritious. When I grow up, I'll buy you lots and lots of eggs." Mother Zhang was overjoyed, hugging her precious grandson. Little Ping'an, excited, patted his chest and promised, "Grandma, in a few days I'll get you more meat. You'll never run out of meat again." Mother Zhang hugged him, ignoring the meat at her feet, and said, "Grandma only wants you to grow up healthy. That's better than any meat. Don't listen to your dad and run off into the mountains." Ping'an rolled his eyes, hugging her neck and saying in his childish voice, "Okay. I'll listen to Grandma. I won't go to dangerous places with Dad." Zhou Jiao watched, speechless, as he sweet-talked Mother Zhang into laughter. That little mouth of his could really spin a tale. "Mom, should I take the meat out?" Zhou Jiao asked. "Oh dear, if we don't process it, it'll spoil," Mother Zhang replied. Ping'an quickly volunteered, "Grandma, is this meat for Iron Egg and his family?" Mother Zhang shook her head. "Grandma's going to dry it and store it for us to eat slowly. You can't use things up all at once, you have to make them last." Ping'an, finding a kindred spirit, looked at her with shining eyes. "Grandma, you're so smart. It won't go bad." "No, it won't. Rub it with salt and dry it, and it'll keep till New Year." "Is salt expensive? Do you need ration tickets?" Ping'an asked. Mother Zhang replied casually, 8 cents a pound. Everything needs tickets these days. Tickets? That's not worth it, Ping'an said. Mother Zhang was intrigued. Oh? Why do you say that? Each ticket has a limit. If you run out, you need to get more, and that takes favors, Ping'an said, looking at the meat. And with so much meat, you'll need lots of salt. 10 pounds of meat needs a pound of salt, so 50 pounds needs 40 cents worth. 40 cents could buy over 300 pounds of cabbage. Mother Zhang was amazed at his quick calculations and looked at Zhou Jiao in surprise. Zhou Jiao nodded. He can do any calculation under 100. She was being modest, but Mother Zhang was delighted. Our Ping'an is so smart. Jiao Jiao, as soon as you graduate, have another one raise them just like this. Okay, Zhou Jiao agreed. Ping'an frowned. Can you hurry up? I want a little brother soon. And Grandma, there's no other kid in the world as smart and sensible as me. Mother Zhang laughed until her sides hurt. What a funny grandson. She nodded. That's right, there's no one as good as you. Ping'an was satisfied. But it's okay, I'll make my brothers smart too. Dad says I'm the oldest, so they'll have to listen to me. When Zhang Guoqing returned home, he saw his son boasting about how to get kids to behave. He didn't pay much attention, just reported to his mother where he dropped off the 2 ants. Once their conversation ended, Zhou Jiao glanced at her watch. Brother, you go get some sleep, I'll stay with Mom. Mom, we'll need to head out again tonight, so Ping'an will be in your care. As soon as Zhang's mother heard this, she hurriedly said, Then why don't you two go rest? Leave things here to me. I'm not tired, but my brother's been up since early morning, running around the mountain all day. Ping'an's eyes darted around. He immediately stood up and grabbed his father's hand. I'll go rest with Dad. Zhang Guoqing picked him up, tapped his nose, and said goodbye to the others. I'll head back then. Just call if you need anything. Mom, don't overdo it. Give more chores to the older kids. I'll head up the mountain again in a couple of days. All right, go get some sleep. On the way, Zhang Guoqing smiled at Ping'an in his arms. You really can't come with us tonight. Your mom and I have important business. We'll be back before dawn. Really can't come? Nope. Where we're going this time isn't a place for kids. Okay then. Seeing his son's disappointment but obedient response, Zhang Guoqing patted his head affectionately. Tomorrow night I'll take you out to play, top secret. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, his son's face lit up with a smile. Fine, he thought. He'd take him out for a spin tomorrow night and see if there was anything at the local black market the kid might like. Northern summers have long days. The sun rises at 4 and it's still light at 7 in the evening. As 7 o'clock approached, the old team leader looked up at the sky, silently praying to his ancestors for good weather, hoping there wouldn't be a sudden rainstorm like in previous years. Uncle Zhang, who had worked with him for years, could tell what he was worried about just by his actions. He reassured him, the weather's been good these past few days. We should be able to get the wheat dried and stored without delay. We still need to hurry. Have everyone work a bit longer. Tonight, whether or not you eat in the canteen, everyone gets some of the roe deer meat. Earlier, many people saw Zhang Guoqing carrying a roe deer into the canteen and had been looking forward to having some meat. Now, with Uncle Zhang announcing it over the loudspeaker, both adults and kids were overjoyed. What's a little extra work? It's not like they haven't stayed up late before during harvest. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiao finished her chores and was urged by Zhang's mother to go home and look after the child. Seeing the 3 Mizy sisters had just returned, she didn't refuse. To be honest, she was a bit worried that the child sleeping with his father might affect his rest at night. Plus, Zhang Guoqing had mentioned last night that he'd promised the village elders 10 jin of liquor and some snacks, so she needed to prepare. As soon as Zhou Jiao entered the west room, she saw Zhang Guoqing fast asleep, while Ping'an in his arms was wide awake, his eyes sparkling when he saw her. Carefully, Ping'an moved his father's big hand off his belly, slowly sat up, and, seeing Zhang Guoqing didn't wake, grinned silently and climbed off the kang bed. Zhou Jiao watched his little antics, smiled, took his hand, and led him out of the bedroom, closing the door softly. She asked gently, if you couldn't sleep, why didn't you get up? Dad wasn't fully asleep at first. I was afraid I'd wake him. What a good boy. Are you hungry? Ping'an shook his head. I had noodles this afternoon. Just thirsty. Zhou Jiao immediately picked him up. Do you want some ice cream? But you can't have too much. Let's go to the kitchen, and after you eat it, we'll burn the wrapper in the stove. Destroy the evidence, right? Some things are better left unsaid. Ping'an giggled and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Mom, see how much stuff there is on the mountain? It doesn't cost anything, and you can even make money from it. As they entered the kitchen, Zhou Jiao handed him an ice cream and asked with interest, So, you've got a new idea these past couple of days? Peeling off the foil, Ping'an offered the first bite to Zhou Jiao. After she took a small bite, he happily licked the rest himself. The older boys made money selling mountain goods. I found out the procurement station buys wild game, mountain produce, and herbs. But Dad says the prices here aren't as good as in Beijing. Zhou Jiao watched him talk and eat, smiling to herself. Was this business sense inherited from his father? In just 2 days, he'd already noticed this. Impressive. Shizi and the others say it's hard to make money. I think they're silly. They say wild fruit isn't worth much now, and it's heavy to carry to town. Why not store it in the cellar and sell it when there's none left on the mountain? Or make it into preserves like you do and sell it at New Year. Zhou Jiao chuckled, reminding him, maybe they need money now? Ping'an shook his head. They could borrow from Grandma. Too bad I'm too young. When I'm older, I'll have Shizi and the others collect mountain goods and send them to me in Beijing. I'll sell them to the procurement station and make money. Zhou Jiao watched him, amused by his grown-up manner. Did you tell them your ideas? Ping'an took a bite of ice cream, shook his head, and swallowed before saying, They didn't ask, so I didn't say. You can't meddle in other people's business. Too much trouble. Exactly. Not only is it trouble, but it can make people dependent. If they come to you for help every time something happens and you refuse, they'll think badly of you. Better to stay out of it from the start. Ping'an nodded. That's exactly what he meant. Plus, Grandpa said you only see who's good or bad when you're down and out. Setting those thoughts aside, Ping'an brought up what he cared about most. Mom, I have an idea. I want Dad to take me up the mountain more, so we can store more meat. If we can't eat it all, we can sell it for money or ration tickets. He watched Zhou Jiao's expression as he spoke. Zhou Jiao smiled. You're so smart. Even if we hadn't told you, you'd have figured out our family isn't short of money, right? Ping'an nodded. He had plenty of New Year's money saved up. But what did that have to do with the family not needing money? Didn't people say money makes the world go round? The more, the better. He asked, puzzled, whoever complains about having too much money. Zhou Jiao laughed. That's a good question, but I really can't answer it. Money is a good thing, but some things can't be bought with it. On the other hand, if you don't have money, you can't get things done. You'll have to figure this out for yourself. I can only tell you my own view. If it were me, once I had enough to live comfortably, I wouldn't risk going up the mountain to hunt for money. It's not worth it. I'd prioritize what's important. If I waste my time and energy just to make more money, I'd rather spend it learning new skills. Also, wild game doesn't fetch a high price at the procurement station, and selling on the black market is risky. If something goes wrong, it could get your grandpa in trouble or worse. Is that risk worth it? As Zhou Jiao spoke, the ice cream in Ping'an's hand began to melt, and he fell into deep thought. After a while, he shook his head. I'll have to think about this more. There's always a way. Grandpa says there's no problem that can't be solved, only brains that can't think of a solution. Zhou Jiao smiled. There were always ways, but there were always risks too. Letting the child think it through was good for developing his mind. But Mom, I'm right about storing more meat, aren't I? I can learn skills and collect meat at the same time. If I don't sell it, I can give it as gifts to the old grandpas in the compound. They'll give me something in return, so I still come out ahead. A real man shouldn't get hung up on small gains and petty favors. That's lacking in character. Watch how your dad deals with people. He gives small favors and seems to lose out, but actually gets the bigger advantage. Don't people say he's loyal and righteous? After she finished, Zhou Jiao saw her son deep in thought again, the ice cream in his hand forgotten and melting. Still, she smiled. It was worth it. As night fell, The loudspeaker signaling the end of the workday for the production team finally blared again, and faint cheers could be heard in the distance. The noise roused Zhang Guoqing from his deep sleep. He opened his eyes, staring at the darkness behind the curtain, and groped his way off the heated brick bed. As soon as he stepped out of the bedroom, he saw a smiling face waiting for him in the living room. "You're awake? Did the loudspeaker wake you up?" Zhang Guoqing took a towel from the washstand and shook his head. "No, I just woke up on my own. Why didn't you come lie down with me for a bit? Where's our son?" Shizi and the others came by earlier. "He was worried they'd wake you, so he took them to the old courtyard," Zhou Jiao replied with a smile. "As for lying down with him? Heh." After washing his face, Zhang Guoqing glanced at the food on the table. "I'm not hungry at all right now. Let's pack it up and eat on the road." Then he realized something. "Wait, did you eat already?" Zhou Jiao nodded with a smile. "Should we go say goodbye to our son before we leave?" "No need. I already told Ping'an that we'd leave directly in a bit, so Shizi and the others won't try to tag along to the county. He also reminded you not to forget your promise." Zhang Guoqing chuckled. "That little rascal." Shizi said Dad was dragged to the canteen by third grandpa and the others for dinner, so I gave Mom 10 jean of sorghum liquor and 2 packs of snacks for the table. They should be eating by now. "That's perfect. Saves us a trip." "Ready to go?" "Yeah, the earlier we leave, the sooner we'll be back." The couple grabbed a flashlight and headed out of the village. Not far from the entrance, Zhang Guoqing suggested Zhou Jiao take out the pushcart so he could pull her along, but she refused. Did he really think just because he was strong, she'd let him treat her like a beast of burden? In the darkness, Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes at him. But no matter how much she protested, reality was reality. Halfway down the road, Zhang Guoqing couldn't stand it anymore and simply scooped her up and ran. If they kept walking at her pace, dawn would break before they reached the county. "I'll carry you, okay?" Seeing how anxious she was, Zhang Guoqing teased, "You'll carry me? Think you can manage?" As he spoke, he really did set her down, only to hoist her onto his back again and continue on. "What if someone sees us?" Zhang Guoqing didn't care. "It's pitch dark, who's going to recognize us? Just keep quiet and no one will know. I'll run faster. If we're late and Uncle Dashan falls asleep, it'll be harder to ask him." This time, Zhang Guoqing really put his strength to use, running at top speed toward the county. Luckily, they didn't run into anyone along the way, or else some well-meaning villager might have thought there was an emergency and rushed them to the hospital. As they neared the county, Zhou Jiao got off his back and said enviously, "You're amazing, carrying me all this way without even getting out of breath." "TCH, that depends on who I'm carrying. If it were anyone else, I'd have collapsed ages ago. But with you on my back, the familiar scent makes my adrenaline spike. I'm practically high." Zhou Jiao quickly tugged at him. "Keep your voice down." Zhang Guoqing patted her head in exasperation. How could such a timid woman have managed to smuggle out several train cars worth of goods? Zhou Jiao waited alone at the county restaurant, chatting with the old master. Barely half an hour later, Zhang Guoqing drove by slowly in a military truck. Seeing him, Zhou Jiao quickly said her goodbyes and hurried to the roadside to climb into the truck. "That was fast. What did Uncle Dashan say?" Zhang Guoqing smiled at her eagerness. "Don't rush. Catch your breath first." Uncle Dashan handed over the keys without a word when I asked to borrow the truck. Before I left, he just said if it was convenient, try to get some perks for the unit. Expenses can be reimbursed at the finance office. Where are we supposed to get a receipt? "I can handle that." "You want to?" Zhou Jiao hesitated, then shook her head. "It's too conspicuous, easy for someone to use against us." "Exactly. No need to invite trouble." Uncle Dashan was just making conversation. If he really meant it, he wouldn't have been so casual. He cleared his throat and mimicked Zhao Dashan. "Xiao Wu, help your uncle get some of that, you know, that stuff." "That's more like him." Zhou Jiao shot him a look. "That's a pretty good impression. Not very nice of you, young man, testing me like that." "Wife, you've got it all wrong." "How would I dare?" Zhang Guoqing winked at her. "When we get further out, remind me to take off the license plate." Zhou Jiao knew he was deliberately changing the subject. As if she needed reminding, if the two of them showed up at the black market in broad daylight, they'd have to be out of their minds. This time, after arriving in the neighboring city, Zhang Guoqing, for safety's sake, first went to find the same middle-aged smuggler as last time. Sure enough, the man could take 10 tons of coal. Zhang Guoqing left things a little vague, saying they'd do 1 truckload first and see about the rest depending on timing. Although he hadn't seen exactly how much coal was left in their space, based on Zhou Jiao's descriptions, he could make a rough estimate. Before collecting the coal, she'd filled the space with a whole train car of flour, and when she collected the coal, there wasn't much room left. She'd packed in as much as she could. With all the other odds and ends, plus a small car, there couldn't be more than 20 tons left. He kept things vague, planning to load the truck to its maximum capacity. Once the 5-ton truck was full, they could probably squeeze in another 2 or 3 tons on top. Maybe they'd clear out all the coal tonight. Once this deal was done, they could never come back to this black market. If they got caught, it'd be a firing squad for sure. After agreeing on the details, Zhang Guoqing drove the small car, taking the middle-aged man and his 2 henchmen, each carrying 2 sacks of cash, to meet Zhou Jiao. Glancing at the calm, collected smuggler in the car, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. The 2 lackeys were sweating nervously, but their boss was cool as a cucumber. That settled it. After clearing out the coal, he'd never deal with these people again. These were the kind of men who lived with their heads hanging by a thread. Driving along, Zhang Guoqing recalled overhearing them quietly discussing how to scrape together the money in the underpass earlier, and he couldn't help but smile to himself. If there'd been even a hint of malice in their words, he'd have slipped away long ago. When it came to guts, he had to admit he couldn't compare. After meeting up with Zhou Jiao, Zhang Guoqing waited for the 3 men to inspect the goods, then drove them in the small car to the location they specified. Zhou Jiao followed behind in the big truck. When she saw them enter an abandoned courtyard, she looked around and finally relaxed. Seeing how calm Zhang Guoqing was, she held back her questions. She wasn't worried about being double-crossed, but the fewer complications, the better. Most importantly, her space was too full. She couldn't fit the truck inside. If anything happened to the vehicle, they'd be in big trouble. Zhang Guoqing got out first and signaled to Zhou Jiao. She understood, got out, and reached into the truck bed, pushing the coal to the back with all her strength. Only when the tarp was bulging did she stop. They weighed the load and settled the payment. The first deal of the night was done. Both sides breathed a sigh of relief. With so much money involved, it was a relief to have everything go smoothly. After the deal was done, the middle-aged man shook the half-full sack of cash and laughed. If you bring me another truckload of 8 tons, I really won't have enough money. And it's a waste to drive an empty truck back, burns fuel for nothing. Why not load up some more goods? I promise I won't overcharge you. Zhang Guoqing understood. The man wanted to keep buying. That suited him just fine. Smiling, he nodded, all right. Since you put it that way, I won't haggle. Let's count those 3 pigs in the pen as mine. And if you've got any other good stuff, load me up. No problem. Just get ready then. Zhang Guoqing knew the man was waiting for the goods to arrive before saying more. Seeing this, he didn't waste words. Without hesitation, he grabbed the bulging sack of cash and a big bag of loose change, stashing them in the back seat of the truck. He glanced outside and patted Zhou Jiao, signaling her to come back in about 20 minutes. Zhou Jiao understood, nodded, and drove the truck away, collecting the cash as she went. Since the other side let them take the money, it meant they didn't harbor ill intentions. And even if they did, they'd have to see if Zhang Guoqing's bulging holster would let them get away with it. Still, despite Zhang Guoqing being armed and carrying knockout powder, Zhou Jiao was cautious. She drove to a spot not far from the beach dock before she started loading up the goods. Why choose this spot instead of the roadside intersection Zhang Guoqing had suggested earlier? Zhou Jiao had just realized that such heavy loads would leave obvious tracks on the dirt road. If the other party decided to investigate, they'd definitely notice something was off. As for picking a spot near the dock, the presence of ships provided good cover for moving goods. After loading up the truck, Zhou Jiao even scattered some coal dust along the way to obscure any traces. She watched for a while to make sure nothing was overlooked before setting off again. This time, as she drove toward the road leading to the trading yard, she added a large amount of coal to the truck bed. She figured that as soon as the truck arrived, the others would rush to unload and weigh the goods. She wouldn't have a chance to add more on the spot. Zhou Jiao's thinking was just like Zhang Guoqing's. After this deal, she had no intention of returning to this black market, so she loaded up as much as she could. Seeing the empty space in the truck, she nearly cried with joy. It really hadn't been easy. At last, when she couldn't fit any more, she looked at the remaining coal and estimated, based on the 8 tons she'd just loaded, that there was probably another truckload left. At this point, Zhou Jiao smacked her forehead. She'd been so focused on collecting and packing, just how much had she actually gathered? Maybe she should ask if the buyer wanted more? Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing had followed the middle-aged man to another black market. Why? According to the man, his brother had some goods on hand and Zhang Guoqing could pick what he wanted. Once he'd chosen, they'd deliver it to the yard and settle up together. Since the two places weren't far apart, Zhang Guoqing didn't insist they all ride together to the underground passage. After the earlier deal, he knew they were just moving goods around. When they arrived, he hung back a few steps, letting them discuss things among themselves before talking to him. He also wanted to eavesdrop a bit. Old Wang said he's coming for this batch tomorrow night. Old Third, I'll give you 5 tons of this coal. If we can get in with the steel plant, double the profit, plus a favor. Your daughter. Give me more. 5 tons isn't enough for 2 families. Old Third, since Old 3 says so, let's settle it this way. We still need those people's help. Zhang Guoqing caught bits and pieces enough to know the deal was set. As for their tangled relationships, he couldn't care less. After a while, the middle-aged man, probably Old Third, came over holding a yellow slip and handed it to Zhang Guoqing, pointing at it. Zhang Guoqing glanced at it. It was a goods list, with each item marked as import or export. He specifically chose cotton and rice, leaving the rest of the good stuff. He believed in being decent. This was clearly a smuggling ring, and it was best not to provoke them. The middle-aged man gave him a surprised look, glanced around, and whispered, "It's all good stuff, take more." Once it's gone, it's gone. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected the man to be so straightforward. He whispered back, "Brother, I'll leave it to you." The man smiled, took the yellow slip inside, and came back empty-handed, signaling them to follow. The 4 of them, carrying the big sack of cash, returned to the small courtyard. The other side didn't say what goods they'd taken, and Zhang Guoqing didn't ask. It seemed each of them managed different things. He figured they'd taken the opportunity to grab some good stuff for themselves. They'd barely sat down when the sound of a truck came from outside. In the dead of night, it could only be Zhou Jiao delivering the goods. Just as she'd expected, everyone was waiting at the door. While they unloaded, Zhou Jiao, sitting in the driver's seat, waved at Zhang Guoqing and signaled 1 repeatedly. She admitted it was on purpose. She wanted the other side to ask for more. "Brother, what does that mean?" Zhang Guoqing's eyes twinkled as he turned and said, "There's enough for 1 more truckload. If you want it, I'll ever make another run." "Of course I want it. It's late, so as soon as we finish unloading, have her go. I'll send my guy to scrape together more cash. Whatever we can't cover, we'll pay with goods, all right?" Zhang Guoqing had no problem with that. The man seemed decent. He hadn't jacked up the prices on any of the items. Zhang Guoqing had checked the rice sample. It really was imported. He signaled Zhou Jiao, and since it was getting late, he helped unload the goods. For a while, the 4 of them were too busy to weigh the load. As soon as they finished, Zhou Jiao drove off in a hurry. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man sent one of his boys out and, with the other, started weighing the goods. Soon, the back door was piled high with cargo. A skinny little kid pointed at the goods for the middle-aged man, nodded, then silently slipped out the back. Everything was smooth and orderly, which made Zhang Guoqing's brow twitch. He silently cursed Lu Lao Sen. Where had he found these people? Once the man finished settling up with Zhang Guoqing, neither was in a hurry to count the goods. Zhang Guoqing knew the man was waiting for his own people to arrive. He wondered how much his assistant had managed to bring this time. With 8 tons now and 8 before, that was 16 tons plus another truckload. Knowing Zhou Jiao, if it was less than 5 tons, she wouldn't have been in such a rush. Time passed, and when the sound of the truck came again, Zhang Guoqing finally relaxed. Even in the suburbs, making 2 noisy trips in the middle of the night was risky. They unloaded and weighed the goods again. This time, the familiar process went quickly, partly because it was so late. When the boy who'd left returned with a sack, escorted by a man, both sides had already settled the accounts. The total cash was reported to Zhang Guoqing, and he didn't bother counting it. He just tossed the 2 sacks into the truck for Zhou Jiao to check. He himself went with the middle-aged man to pick out goods. Since they didn't take up much space, he chose what he needed to make up the shortfall. Once he'd picked, someone immediately loaded them onto the truck. Finally, Zhang Guoqing figured he'd made up the difference and stopped. Honestly, he was most satisfied with this batch, especially the rice and the 3 pigs. The cash didn't matter so much, but as he'd expected, Old Third had definitely taken some extra goods for himself. Everything was finally over, and it was almost 3 in the morning. In just over an hour, dawn would break. The extra time in between was more than enough for the other party to wrap up their business. Both sides were quite satisfied with the deal. Not only was there plenty of time, but the middle-aged man especially appreciated how generous and decisive Zhang Guoqing was in his dealings. As for Zhang Guoqing, he was pleased that the man kept his word, even throwing in 2 extra sacks of cotton for free. And the 3 pigs were bought at double the price offered at the collection station. The goods themselves weren't worth much, but they spoke volumes about the man's character. If there weren't so many things to consider, Zhang Guoqing would have loved to become sworn brothers with him. The couple drove their big and small vehicles out of the neighboring city. As they neared a fork in the road, Zhang Guoqing, without waiting for Zhou Jiao's reminder, took the lead and turned onto a dirt road, driving a few hundred meters before stopping. Compared to the future, there was one big advantage Zhang Guoqing really appreciated: fewer vehicles on the road. The entire way, he hadn't seen anyone tailing their 2 cars, which put his mind at ease. Zhou Jiao glanced behind them and got out of the truck. "Tired out, aren't you?" Zhou Jiao stretched out her hands and smiled. It was pretty interesting. What a thrill. Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing and gave her a thumbs up. He'd been worried for so long, but who'd have thought this girl was so brave? "Listen for any movement. I'll put the truck away first, and we'll switch cars at the next intersection." Zhang Guoqing understood this was to guard against anyone tracking them, so he didn't chat further. He headed to the back of the truck, keeping a close eye on their surroundings. After about 10 minutes, he nodded to Zhou Jiao, signaling it was safe to move. Before he'd even finished nodding, the huge truck disappeared into her space. If he remembered correctly, his wife had told him her space was only the size of a classroom. Was it actually a tiered lecture hall? Zhou Jiao put the truck away, grabbed his hand, and led him to the car. She opened the driver's door, pushed him inside, then walked around to the passenger side and got in with practiced ease. Such queenly style. "Let's head back to the palace." Zhang Guoqing grinned foolishly and quickly started the car, driving away. "Today, I finally understand what it means to count so much money your hands cramp up." "Oh." Zhou Jiao stuck out her tongue. "I feel like throwing up." Zhang Guoqing focused on driving. He didn't want to get careless now. But he was curious. "You really counted it all?" "I saw there were a lot of 5 and 3 yuan bills, not just tens." "Just estimate it." "But your wife was being silly." "Only when I saw how generous he was with the pigs did I realize I'd been judging a gentleman with a petty mind." "That's not your fault." "It never hurts to be cautious. He's hoping to work with us again. He's buying from us at double the market price and doesn't even need ration tickets. He wouldn't want to lose such a seller, which is why he's giving us the same deal on everything." Zhou Jiao sighed. "It's a pity this has to end here. That guy's no ordinary person." The yard looked run down on the outside, but inside he even had a scale. He's definitely in big business. "This area's close to the coast." If I'm not mistaken, he's probably involved with smuggling, maybe even has foreign connections. Zhang Guoqing shot her a look of admiration. He'd only figured that out by listening in on their conversation, but she deduced it just from sitting in the driver's seat all night and making 3 trips back and forth. Zhou Jiao slapped her right hand on her leg. Let's not talk about them. Let's talk about something fun. Hubby, want to play the giveaway game? Zhang Guoqing laughed. Is it those bags of flour that you love and hate at the same time? Zhou Jiao giggled. That was exactly it. She couldn't bear to sell them, but they took up too much space. Of course, she'd never admit it. She snapped her fingers. We sold so many cans and bottles of liquor a few days ago. Now that the black market's been flooded, it shouldn't attract attention. How about we give away some canned food and liquor next? And of course, a bag of white flour. Zhang Guoqing just smiled. With her personality, she'd talk big now, but when the time came, she'd worry about being too high-profile and shrink back into her shell. Sure enough. Better to just secretly enjoy it. If I made a big show of it and everyone knew, life would get too comfortable and I'd be asking for trouble. See? That's his wife for you. But he could tell she was in a really good mood. It was rare to see her talking to herself like this. Zhou Jiao gave him an embarrassed smile, which made Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. Only now did he realize that the woman with the unfamiliar face beside him was actually his wife. He'd been listening to her familiar voice and smelling her familiar scent and had almost forgotten. Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes at him. You're not much better, you know? The two of them knew there was no way to make it home before dawn, so they didn't hurry. Instead, they flirted and joked in the car, having a great time. At the next intersection, before sunrise, they changed clothes and cars again, finally returning to their original appearances, which gave them another good laugh. By the time they reached the county seat, it was already light out. After some discussion, they decided to leave 2 bags of flour and a sack of cotton in the back seat as a gift for Zhao Dashan. On the way, Zhou Jiao got out first and went back to her own courtyard, while Zhang Guoqing drove straight to Zhao Dashan's house. He unloaded the gifts just as Zhao Dashan was about to leave for work. In her own yard, Zhou Jiao loaded 2 bags of flour and 10 jean of cotton onto a cart, planning to deliver them to her 2 sisters-in-law before they left for work. As for the foreign-labeled goods, she really didn't dare take those out casually. Flour and cotton could be explained as black market purchases, but foreign goods would definitely raise suspicions about her godfather. Best not to cause trouble. After loading up, Zhou Jiao covered everything with straw and firewood, making sure nothing looked out of the ordinary before stopping. As for the black coal dust on top, she didn't care. No one would ever guess it had come all the way from abroad. Meanwhile, as soon as Cheng Hongli opened the door, Zhang Guoqing dragged the sack under his arm and carried 250 jean bags of flour into her yard before she could even finish her sentence. He dropped everything in the living room, ran out to the yard, and shoved the car keys into Cheng Hongli's hand. Before my uncle comes out, I'm off. When Han Bing and the others get back, tell them to go straight to the village. Zhao Dashan came out of his room just in time to see Zhang Guoqing dart out the gate. He laughed and cursed. Did that rascal do something wrong? Why is he running so fast? I didn't even get a word in before he ran off like the wind. I wanted to ask why he was bringing such big bags home, Cheng Hongli said, pointing at the stuff on the floor. Zhao Dashan shook his head with a smile. That kid's clever. He was afraid I'd make him take it back. Cheng Hongli handed him the keys, smiling. Should I send it back then? In your dreams. I was hoping for some liquor too. Just keep it quiet. Going to the black market doesn't sound good. Cheng Hongli rolled her eyes. As if she didn't know that. She squatted down and patted the 2 cloth bags, her eyes widening in shock. She quickly patted the sack next to them, her heart skipping a beat. Sure enough, it was cotton inside. This is too much. No wonder he ran off so fast. Zhao Dashan scratched his head and laughed. No wonder. Just take it. He's showing respect to his uncle. He thought if it wasn't good stuff, that kid wouldn't bother, let alone spend all night running around for it. Zhang Guoqing jogged all the way home, hurriedly greeting the many familiar faces he passed, before finally unlocking the gate and stepping into the courtyard with a long sigh of relief. People back home really were enthusiastic. Standing in the yard, his eyes were immediately drawn to the handcart inside. It was impossible not to notice, piled so high. There was no way he could miss it. Zhang Guoqing heard movement in the kitchen. He didn't even need to guess to know his wife was stashing things in the cellar again. Thinking of the ration tickets in his father's hands, he couldn't help but grin. What a family, always up to something. In the kitchen, Zhou Jiao had just come up from the basement. When she saw him, she smiled and said, "Besides the daily necessities, I put 5 bags of flour and 2 bags of rice down there. I didn't dare put any more. If we're not careful, Dad will sell them off to his godfather again. 5 bags of flour is 250 jin. That's still too much. He'll still try to sell it," Zhang Guoqing said with a helpless smile. "Did you see the handcart outside? That's for the 2 older sisters. I hid 2 bags of flour in there, plus 10 jin of cotton for big sis." Zhang Guoqing understood right away. So Mom will give the flour to the eldest and second sister, and the remaining 3 bags. Smart. That way Dad can't sell them off so easily. Zhou Jiao grinned proudly. "This is really good quality stuff. Even if you sell it, you can't buy it back. Let's get this done quickly and go back to spend time with our son." Zhang Guoqing put his arm around her as they left the kitchen. The couple locked the door, pushed the handcart, and headed to Zhang Meili's house. Zhang Meili was having breakfast when she saw her little brother and his wife coming over. She happily told her in-laws to keep eating and immediately put down her bowl and chopsticks to run outside. As soon as she stepped into the yard, she saw the firewood piled on the handcart and anxiously asked, "You just got home and you're not even resting? Who told you to go chop firewood?" Knowing how she could turn a short story into a long one, Zhang Guoqing quickly unloaded the firewood, pulled out a bag of flour from underneath, and waved it at her with a grin. Before she could say anything, Zhang Guoqing grabbed Zhou Jiao and dashed off, calling out, "I'm off to second sister's place." Zhang Meili stared after them, dumbfounded, then looked down and touched the sack half hidden under the straw. She was instantly both angry and exasperated. Such wasteful kids. They'd only been back a few days and were already throwing money around. White flour. At least 50 jin of it. For siblings meant 200 jin, and her mother probably got more than 1 bag. How much must all this cost? Such a spendthrift. Zhang Chunming put down his chopsticks and hurried after them, but Zhang Guoqing and his wife were already gone. He saw his wife patting the handcart and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Why did Shou bring us firewood? Ziwen and the others are big enough." At that, he noticed the sack hidden under the straw and realized what was going on. Zhang Meili shook her head with a wry smile. He was afraid I'd nag, so he just dropped off a bag of flour and ran off with Jiao to Meiwa's place. "Never mind, help me move it to the kitchen." Zhang Chuming scratched his head. "We're just racking up more and more favors. Don't talk nonsense. He's my own little brother, no need to stand on ceremony. Go move it inside before the neighbors see." Zhang Chuming smiled and shook his head. As he moved the sack, he found another one underneath and looked at his wife, amused. "No need to ask, another special delivery." Zhang Meili opened the sack and saw it was cotton. She smiled. Just right for making winter clothes for Mom and Dad. Jiao must have prepared this. A couple of days ago, when I was airing out the bedding and planning to add some cotton for Mom and Dad, she told me not to bother. There's enough here for your parents to have a set, too. Zhang Meili wasn't stupid. Her parents had all kinds of nice clothes, doing them this favor was easy. She smiled. "Even if I make them new clothes, my mom will still scold me. I'll make them an extra set so they can have a change this winter." All this Mom and Dad talk Zhang Chunming understood. He was secretly glad he'd married such a good wife, feeling both touched and a little guilty. He swore to himself he'd make sure she lived a good life. Instead of taking the sacks to the kitchen, Zhang Chunming carried them straight into the living room. With a wife this good, he had to let his parents know he'd made the right choice, didn't he? Was that Shou just now? Why didn't he come in and sit for a while? Why did he bring more stuff? He's off to deliver flour to second sister. This big bag of cotton, Jiao specially asked for it so you two could have new winter clothes. We're old, we don't need such nice cotton. Last year's clothes are still fine. Ziwen and the kids are big now, let your wife make them new clothes for the new year. You don't know how filial your daughter-in-law is. Like she'd ever listen to me. Mom, Dad, just wear them. It's her way of showing she cares. The kids don't lack for clothes, her brother would never let the kids go cold. Outside, Zhang Meili heard her in-laws laughing in the living room and sighed to herself. Her little brother was really too generous. Zhang Guoqing didn't stay long at second sister Zhang Meihao's house. Old Chen tried to chat, but the couple excused themselves, saying their child was waiting for them back in the village. Big sis, why are you still waiting for me in the yard? When Zhang Meili saw him come in, she glanced at the living room, pointed at him, and whispered, "There are guests today. Just wait till I get my hands on you later." Then, seeing Zhou Jiao stifle a laugh, she added, "You too." Zhang Guoqing grinned, nodding, "All right, I'll come home early this weekend." Zhang Meili felt a warm glow in her heart. Come home, her little brother always said, come home. Yes, this was her home, not just a visit to her maiden family like others. Big sis, we're going to say hi to Ziwen's grandparents, then we have to get back to the village. After Zhou Jiao finished speaking, Zhang Guoqing pushed his big sister into the living room, chatted a bit with accountant Zhang and his wife, and politely declined their offer to see them off before leaving with the handcart. Once they were out of town, Zhou Jiao said in frustration, "Why did I forget to wait for you at home? All this back-and-forth politeness is exhausting." "All right, I'll handle it next time," Zhang Guoqing said, knowing she didn't like socializing. Except for Big Sis, she didn't let anyone else into her heart and naturally didn't want unnecessary contact. Zhou Jiao gave him an apologetic smile. She knew she'd gotten a bit spoiled by her father these past few years, but she really couldn't stand all the small talk. Silly wife. Zhang Guoqing patted the handcart and motioned for her to sit. There was no need for apologies between them. In fact, Zhou Jiao had already compromised a lot for him. Otherwise, with her personality, anyone she didn't like would have been kept 3 miles away, never to cross paths again. "I want to walk with you for a bit." "Okay, but if you get tired, hop on." "Jiao, you don't ever have to force a smile for outsiders for my sake. I don't want you to feel wronged. I've always worked hard so you can live exactly the life you want. If you keep pretending, I'm afraid I'll get used to it and lose you one day." Zhou Jiao smiled at him. "Other people can't affect my mood. Who do they think they are? If I ever really can't stand it, I'll tell you directly. Keep working hard, young man." Hearing that, Zhang Guoqing flexed his arm at her, glanced around to make sure the distant field workers couldn't see, then scooped Zhou Jiao up, gave her a kiss, and set her on the handcart. Before Zhou Jiao could even cry out in surprise, Zhang Guoqing shouted, "Hold on tight, let's go." She instinctively grabbed the sides, watching as he pushed the cart and ran, her heart warming. The scenery flying by couldn't hold her gaze, she just looked at him, smiling foolishly. There's always that one person who moves you, time and again. How lucky she was to have him. Under the big locust tree at the entrance of the village, Shizi was animatedly describing the childhood antics of his little uncle and aunt. Of course, these stories were just things he'd heard, but that didn't stop his little fifth brother from loving to listen. Shizi figured that something those old ladies said in the wheat fields this morning must have piqued Pingin's interest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly tugged on his sleeve, asking him to take him for a stroll around Zhou Jiao village. Every year on the Qixi festival, a magpie bridge is built so the cowherd and weaver girl can reunite. And this stone bridge here, back in the day, it let your parents visit each other across 2 villages. "Don't think I don't understand." Pingin shot him a look. Shizi teased, "Don't believe me? Your dad was only 5 when he'd always drag your mom to the middle of that bridge. You saw that." Shizi grinned, "Grandma and the others said so. There were witnesses, can't be wrong. They say the spot you're sitting in now used to have adults, watching them hold hands and play." Pingin wasn't interested in these stories. Clenching his fists, he asked offhandedly, "Is everyone in Zhou Jiao village surnamed Zhou? Just like our village, there are a few families with different surnames. Do they get bullied?" Shizi smiled. Every place bullies outsiders. Then why did they move here? Why not go back to their hometown? My great-grandpa Jiang said old folks like to return to their roots. Shizi shook his head. Anyone who leaves is someone who couldn't get by back home. Otherwise, who'd drag their whole family out here? Look at the old Zhou family. They all ran off to the neighboring county because they couldn't stand being gossiped about. Ping'an stood up and walked toward the riverbank to wash his hands, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. No wonder. So they must be living well now. With my family's gold, they can't be short of money. How could that be? Everyone in the provincial capital knows their family is heartless. I heard they're not doing well out there either. Otherwise, Zhou Linen from their family wouldn't keep trying to move back. Ping'an turned to look at him. Oh, I have a classmate whose uncle works over there. He said there are rumors their family has a lot of gold. Plenty of people have their eye on them. Ping'an quickened his pace, squatted down to wash his hands, and sighed. That clan leader grandpa just now is so pitiful. If they come back, won't outsiders say he took gold to help them? Shizi glanced at the two ants nearby washing clothes, then nodded. Exactly. Ping'an suddenly cried out, then called, Big brother, those brothers we met earlier were all good guys. We should look out for each other, right? Shouldn't we warn them about this? If those people move back, a bunch of riffraff might come and someone could get killed. After saying this, Ping'an looked up at him anxiously and added, especially the neighbors around that courtyard. It's really dangerous. If it's dark and someone sneaks into the wrong house and kills the wrong person, that'd be terrible. So scary. One of the women washing clothes was none other than Guoshu's infamous wife. If she weren't afraid of Zhang Guoqing, she'd have long tried to wheedle something out of his son. She'd been paying attention to the two brothers' conversation ever since Ping'an came over to wash his hands. Now, hearing Ping'an's exclamation, she didn't wait for Shizi to reply. She quickly grabbed the laundry, put on a big smile, and chimed in, That's right. You're Xiao's boy, aren't you? You look just like your dad, and you've got a warm heart. But don't worry about outsiders. They're nothing to do with us. Our team is safe, nothing to fear. Ping'an nodded obediently. I know there's a river between our village and theirs. Those bad people won't get lost. Even if they do, we have plenty of people here. With that, he didn't wait for Guoshu's wife to answer, just waved his little hand and shouted goodbye as he ran up the bank. Goodbye. This isn't good. Old Shan's wife, we need to tell the kids' dads. If something goes wrong, someone could die. What if they run into someone in the middle of the night? As Ping'an ran off, he could still hear the loud voice of that fawning old woman, making him curl his lips in a mocking smile. These people always think I'm just a kid. They just want to cozy up to my family and get some benefits. Shizi hurried after him. Once they were far enough away that the others couldn't hear, he said, Next time you see that woman, just ignore her and keep your distance. She's the village's notorious troublemaker. That snot-nosed, bare-bottomed brat the other day was her son. You can tell what kind of family they are when a kid that age still fights for food. Ping'an snickered inwardly, but nodded blankly. I'll listen to you, big brother. Shizi smiled in relief and reached out to pat his head, but then remembered that except for their grandparents, Ping'an didn't let anyone touch his head. So he patted Ping'an's small shoulder instead. Come on, let me tell you about her glorious deeds. She's exactly the kind of character our uncle used to talk about. Ping'an lowered his eyes, took his hand, and listened to his stories as they walked, giving a few polite giggles, though his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. If Zhou Xiao were here, he'd know the child was distracted, thinking about something else. Meanwhile, Shizi had no idea he'd just been used as a prop by his little brother again. He happily gossiped in a low voice, and as he got into it, he even spilled the beans on all the celebrities from the surrounding teams. A few days later, when the Zhou Jiao village team members, especially the neighbors of the old Zhou family, stormed the clan leader's house, demanding the Zhou family not be allowed to move back, and things escalated, Shizi finally asked Ping'an if he'd seen it coming. Of course, faced with the innocent, clueless Ping'an, this became a mystery Shizi half believed, half doubted. But in the years that followed, being 10 years older, he got more and more used to consulting his little brother whenever something happened. On the road to the county town, a figure pushing a cart appeared. From afar, Ping'an could tell the tall and short pair walking side by side were definitely his parents. He jumped up, waving and shouting with joy. Shizi squinted at the distant figures, uncertain. Is that really uncle and aunt? Let's wait a bit. If we call out the wrong people, we'll be a laughingstock. It's them, Ping'an said confidently. He'd noticed these past few days that women in the village had low status. They always walked behind the men. Even his grandma walked a step behind his grandpa. But those two walking side by side up ahead had to be his parents. His dad adored his mom, unlike many of his friends' parents who kept their distance even when walking together. Zhang Guoqing heard Ping'an's voice and immediately picked up Zhou Jiao, set her in the cart, and started running, grumbling, "See, if you'd just stayed in the cart, our son wouldn't have had to wait so long." Zhou Jiao grabbed the handle and shot him a look. She couldn't be bothered to argue. Fine, she was the stepmom, whatever. Son. Dad, I missed you so much. When they got closer, Zhou Jiao couldn't bear to look at the pair of father and son hugging and laughing like fools. It was just too much. She glanced at Shizi, who was snickering. See? Now you've made a scene. Happy days always seem to fly by. For several days in a row, Zhang Guoqing took his son up the mountain, avoiding passers-by, eager to pour all sorts of knowledge into the boy. Still, he knew everything had its limits. Some things couldn't be rushed. Fortunately, his son was still young, and there was plenty of time ahead. He wasn't in a hurry. When Ping'an once again brought up exchanging their hunted game for money and ration tickets, Zhang Guoqing and his wife discussed it and decided it was better to guide than to suppress. So, following their child's wishes, the family of three began their nighttime activities every other evening. They taught Ping'an how to disguise himself, lower his voice, and change his tone. Then, in the dead of night or just before dawn, they would set up stalls at several black market spots around the city. 2 nights of dabbling in black market dealings brought Ping'an through a roller coaster of emotions. From the thrill and excitement of making good money, to the anger at having their goods snatched by thugs, to the adrenaline rush of narrowly escaping a surprise police raid, these experiences made the young boy grow up fast. He said, "Now I know why people risk danger to make money at the black market. There's huge profit there. It's true, people really do die for money." He said, "But if you don't have skills or power, no matter how much money or how many tickets you have, it can all be gone in the blink of an eye." That night, on the way home, he talked and talked. Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao were deeply gratified. Their goal wasn't to make a fortune otherwise, they wouldn't have let things unfold as they did. What they wanted was for these unexpected events to help their child understand the complexities of society, to see what the world was like outside their official identities. Zhou Jiao had always harbored an unspoken worry. Ping'an had lived too smooth a life. Without setbacks or hardships, how could he develop a strong heart? But what worried her even more was that, if real storms came, matters of life and death, could Ping'an withstand them? Time, indifferent to the affairs of mortals, ticked by, and soon it was the weekend, the day of Zhang Mother's 52nd birthday. A few years ago, when Zhang Father, who was 3 years older than Zhang Mother, turned 50, Zhang Guoqing had wanted to throw him a birthday celebration. Unexpectedly, his eldest sister stopped him. Apparently, in their hometown, there was no tradition of celebrating the 50th birthday. The custom was 60 for longevity, 70 for old age, 80 for venerability, 90 for great age, and 100 for star longevity. Birthday celebrations usually started at 60, counted by nominal age, and only if the elder's parents had already passed away. So, Zhang Guoqing had thought that after the fall of Yashan, there would be no more such traditions in China. Who would have thought that in this remote place, in these times, old customs still held sway? Since that was the case, he followed local tradition. Otherwise, if he'd celebrated his father's 50th, wouldn't it have been like cursing him to live only 10 more years? There was an old saying in Beijing, at 33, a big turning point; at 66, lose a chunk of flesh but survive; at 73 and 84, the king of hell calls you himself; and at 55, the king of hell counts your days. If Zhang Guoqing hadn't come back, he wouldn't have paid attention to this 55. But as it happened, his father's 55th birthday was just over a month away. So, with the thought that it couldn't hurt, he decided to let his father have longevity noodles along with his mother's birthday, hoping to bring some good luck. With this plan, the family discussed their tasks the night before. At dawn the next day, everyone set off on their own errands. Zhang Guoqing rode old Zhang's bicycle into town. At home, Zhou Jiao took 2 new sets of clothes and headed for the old house, while Ping'an had already skipped off to check if his grandpa had gone to the fields to do good deeds again. In the old courtyard, Zhang mother stood in the yard, beaming as she watched her grandson Ping'an practicing his horse stance. From the kitchen came the sound of Huang Suilan telling the 3 girls to stop fussing and go play. In the backyard, Zhang father was weeding and giving pointers to Shizi and the others, their laughter ringing out from time to time. When Zhou Jiao arrived, the courtyard was filled with joy and laughter, full of vitality. The lively farmhouse radiated happiness, only the magpies were missing to complete the scene. Zhang mother spotted her right away, waved her over with a smile, and when Zhou Jiao got closer and she saw the 2 dark-colored outfits in her hands, she immediately guessed who they were for. She grumbled, "Why make us more clothes? Your father and I already have more than we can wear." "I had nothing to do, so I practiced my sewing," Zhou Jiao replied, heading toward her in-laws' room. She tucked 2 big red envelopes in the pockets, making sure no one would see them for now. Seeing this, Zhang mother quickly followed. Once inside, she took the clothes and, without even feeling for them, immediately noticed the thick red envelopes. How could she miss them? "I don't need money, you know. I've saved everything you and Xiaowu gave me before. Take these back, we have nowhere to spend money in the countryside. Be good, listen to me." Zhou Jiao noticed how she lowered her voice and glanced nervously out the window, and couldn't help but laugh. She quickly waved her hands and dashed out of the room. She knew very well that her in-laws were reluctant to spend money. But as the saying goes, money gives you courage. Before returning to the northeast, she'd received a total of 163.28 yuan in overseas allowances and bonuses. Not to mention the windfall from her recent dealings. After trading with the middleman and exchanging for ration tickets and supplies, she'd ended up with over 50,000 yuan in cash. Big bills, small bills, enough to fill several sacks. If she hadn't been afraid of scaring her mother-in-law, she would have given her a 999 yuan red envelope, enough to make anyone bold as a bull. Looking back, it was a good thing she didn't. Otherwise, she might not have been able to leave the room. Her mother-in-law would have guessed they'd been up to something shady. In the east room, Zhang mother watched Zhou Jiao dart away like a little rabbit and shook her head with a helpless smile. Then she turned and unwrapped the tightly wrapped red paper, finding a thick stack of 10 yuan notes with 9 1 yuan bills tucked in. She didn't even need to count to know it was 99 yuan. Looking at the identical red envelope on the kang, Zhang mother jumped as if burned, scrambled onto the kang, and hurried to shut the window. Muttering, she said, "These silly kids, such spendthrifts. Oh dear, I'm going to die, tui tui. Good luck, good luck. Now, where should I hide these?" Meanwhile, Zhou Jiao had no idea her mother-in-law was spinning in circles inside. Just then, she saw Lin Juhua entering the courtyard with a bundle on her back and her little son in her arms. She hurried forward with a smile. "Second sister-in-law, what's with this look? Why so early?" Lin Juhua handed over her son with a sigh of relief. "Early? Xiaowu is almost at the county seat by now. I ran into him on the way and your second brother told me to come back first. I didn't bring a carrier, so I had to carry the child all the way. You have no idea, I was nearly in tears. If I'd known, I would have waited for big sister and the others." Zhou Jiao laughed, realizing her mother-in-law hadn't come out yet. She must still be hiding the money. Intentionally slowing her pace, she led Lin Juhua to the stone table, carrying the child. "Last night, Big Sis got Ziwen's admission letter. She was over the moon. We all got to chatting and ended up staying up way too late. Otherwise, Big Sis and the others would have been here already. But they'll be here soon. They're getting lunch ready, and then the two sisters will come over with everyone else this afternoon. After saying this, Lin Jihua called toward the kitchen. Sister-in-law, do you need any help? Zhou Jiao looked at her speechlessly. She'd said a whole string of things, but still hadn't put down the bundle she was carrying. How big of a heart did she have? And could she please take her son back already? No need. Lunch will be ready soon. Lin Jihua just grinned and called back, then hurry up. Oh, by the way, Shida's dad and Xiao Wu went to pick up Big Brother. They'll be back a bit later. Zhou Jiao figured those two would have plenty to talk about, but the kid in her arms reeked of pee. What was she supposed to do? She tried to get Lin Jihua's attention. Is Xiaolu hungry? Lin Jihua looked down and saw her son squirming toward his little aunt and burst out laughing. She quickly put down her bundle on the stone bench and took her son back from Zhou Jiao's arms. This silly boy always wants to eat before mealtime. Lin Jihua patted her son and continued, Is Ziwen in the backyard? That kid is really something. He actually got in. At 15, give him 3 more years, and he'll have a secure job for life. Big sis won't have to worry about him anymore. Zhou Jiao noticed Ping'an clenching his fists. She stood up and replied, What are you worried about? Little Shirtu is really smart. Second sister-in-law, you sit for a bit. I'll take the kids back first. All right, don't be long. Zhou Jiao almost tripped at that. Don't be long? She'd already noticed her second sister-in-law hadn't mentioned which college her nephew got into. If she let her go on, this topic could go on forever. Zhou Jiao grabbed little Ping'an and hurried home as if fleeing a storm. As soon as they got home, Ping'an watched her close the gate and gave her a curious look. When Zhou Jiao scooped 2 big buckets of hot water from the pot and carried them to the bathroom, he giggled. Mama, were you holding little brother just now? Zhou Jiao shot him a look. Why was this kid so sharp? Hadn't she told him not to say certain things out loud? Ping'an, picking up on her mood, said, Mama, you wash up first. I'll stand guard at the door. Zhou Jiao quickly soaked a towel, wrung it out, and wiped his face. Mama couldn't stand it anymore. You sit here and cool off for a bit. You'll get your bath soon. Ping'an nodded with a grin, dragged a stool into the yard, and shook his head as he looked at the door. His mom was so smart, but even she could be silly. She knew little brother was dirty, but still held him. And his second aunt really didn't care. Poor little brother was being raised silly. He was this big and still couldn't walk or talk. After Zhou Jiao finished her bath and changed clothes, she came out of the room, no longer smelling anything odd, and waved at Ping'an. In the bathroom, Ping'an thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Mama, is little brother 2 years old? Why can't he talk yet? He can't even walk. Zhou Jiao laughed and wiped him dry as she said, He's 2 by Chinese counting, but actually just over a year old. Some kids develop a little slower. Oh, I thought he was a dummy. All he does is eat and poop. After washing the clothes they'd changed out of, Zhou Jiao looked at the sun and figured the old house was probably busy with breakfast. She took her son to the living room to rest for a bit. Mother and son chatted idly. Mama, is Dad really going to wait and come back with them? Zhou Jiao shook her head. No way, she'd sent him out early so he wouldn't have to walk in the heat. Let's rest a bit more, then we'll go wait for your dad at the village entrance. What if Grandpa runs off? Your second aunt can't keep a secret, she'll definitely tell them. Both your aunts and your eldest uncle are coming back today. Grandpa won't go out. Just as Zhou Jiao was taking Ping'an out, Zhang Guoqing stopped his bike at the old house gate. When he saw them, his eyes lit up and he waved. Zhou Jiao saw he was sweating and handed him a handkerchief from her pocket. Zhang Guoqing didn't take it, just leaned his head forward with a grin. Pfft, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh, glancing at him with a smile and nervously checking around before quickly wiping the sweat from his forehead. Dad, did you really buy soda? How much is the bottle deposit? Ping'an stood on tiptoe but couldn't see what was tied to the back of the bike, so he patted his leg in frustration. 1 bottle deposit is 15 cents. This brand's different from Arctic Ocean, I don't know how it tastes. I got a case for now. If you like it, I'll buy more next time. Baby, go inside and get your brothers to come help. No rush, take it slow. As Ping'an ran inside, Zhang Guoqing started unloading things from the back seat, leaving only a wooden box. When the kids came rushing out to help, he carefully pushed the bike and box into the yard. "Son, look what Dad brought you." He waved Ping'an over like he was showing off a treasure, opened the box, and lifted a corner of the little quilt inside. Ping'an gasped in delight. "Wow! Are these all little red bean popsicles? The creamy kind?" Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile. "The shop only had about 50 left, no choice, I bought them all. These next few days, when your brothers and sisters play with you, you can treat them to popsicles." Zhou Jiao glanced up at the blue sky and thank goodness the sun was out. Otherwise, it'd be so cold, she'd have to prepare medical bills just to treat people to popsicles. "Guys, come help. These are all popsicles, let's move them inside." When Zhang's mother heard the commotion, she hurried over, making Zhou Jiao dash into the kitchen in fright. Silently, she counted to herself. 1, 2, 3. "How much did all this cost? Who told you to buy it?" In the kitchen, Huang Suilan saw Zhou Jiao come in, stifling a laugh, and asked, "What's up? Are the kids playing again? They've really been having a blast these past few days. Let them play." "Sister-in-law, what do we need to prepare next? Did second sister-in-law go home?" Huang Suilan rinsed the dishes and put them away in the cupboard. "I sent her home to get some things. Wait a bit, she'll be back soon." "How did Zhou get back so fast?" Zhou Jiao glanced at her, knowing she wanted to ask when Zhang Guofu would arrive, but that was a bit much. Was it wrong for her own husband to come home early? She really disliked these kinds of leading questions, especially when people put others down to get what they want. Zhou Jiao just smiled and shook her head. She wasn't avoiding the question on purpose. How was she supposed to know when oldest brother Zhang would leave? Huang Suilan looked at the sky worriedly. "Didn't Yu Hua say second brother and Xiaowu went to town together? Why isn't second brother back? Maybe he's waiting to come back with Big Sis and the others." Zhou Jiao sighed inwardly. Second brother probably went to pick up big brother on his bike. That's possible. Their dad hasn't been home for weeks, wonder if he brought a change of clothes? It's such a pain to travel in this summer heat. Zhou Jiao was at a loss. How was she supposed to respond? Since Mom's not here, I'll just say it. She really doesn't need to go to the provincial capital so often to see Big Brother. He'll come home. Every time Mom and Dad go, just the travel costs are a lot. Is she complaining about her in-laws now? Zhou Jiao felt a bit annoyed. The elders didn't even spend your money. What business is it of yours? You've got legs, don't you? If you want to see your husband, why don't you just go yourself? Having just returned from abroad, Zhou Jiao didn't yet realize how often father and mother Zhang took turns bringing Shizi and the other 3 kids around. Otherwise, she really would have shown her displeasure. Who has nothing better to do than meddle in your family's affairs? Huang Suilan muttered and grumbled for a while, feeling better after venting, but soon noticed that Zhou Jiao hadn't responded at all. Thinking back, she realized her words might have been misunderstood. With that in mind, she smiled and said, "There was one time when Dad and Mom went out in heavy rain and came back soaked. Mom even caught a cold. Spending some money isn't a big deal, but with all this running around, how can their bodies take it? Don't you think so?" Zhou Jiao frowned slightly at this. Was it serious? Did she go to the hospital? She didn't just stay home and try to sweat it out, did she? No, she took the medicine you left for her, and after drinking a big bowl of rice porridge the next day, she was fine. We were really scared at the time, but luckily nothing happened. Otherwise, I would have felt so guilty. Finally, something reasonable. After hearing that her mother-in-law was fine, Zhou Jiao was in a good mood and couldn't be bothered to argue with outsiders. She smiled and said, "What does this have to do with you? Mom is a responsible mother. No matter how old her kids get, if they're not in front of her, she'll worry. Once Big Brother finishes his training and comes back, she'll have him around and won't worry anymore." Huang Suilan sighed and said softly, "Mom is also a good mother-in-law. Sister-in-law, today is Mom's birthday. Let's be happy." Seeing her dazed, Zhou Jiao tried to comfort her. "There's no obstacle in life you can't get past. You should get up more. If you stay cooped up at home doing endless chores, how can you be in a good mood? Even the wheat seedlings can take care of themselves now. You don't need to stay home all day. If you have time, You could visit Big Brother in the provincial capital. Huang Zuelan sat down on a stool, hesitated for a moment, then shook her head with a bitter smile and asked softly, "Have you met your brother's classmates?" "I've been there before, but they seemed." Zhou Jiao picked up her words and said slowly, "Like they think they're better than you? Like they're excluding you?" Huang Zuelan nodded. "Your second sister-in-law has never met those women, so I don't know how to describe them." "You must have seen them, right? People call them intellectuals, but isn't your mom and godmother also educated? They're nothing like that. Honestly, they look down on me, but I don't want to hang out with them either." Zhou Jiao gave her a sympathetic look. "Silly woman, those people either want to steal your man or can't stand that you have what they don't. That's just jealousy. They need to get that checked." In the yard, Lin Juhua saw her mother-in-law standing motionless near the kitchen and curiously walked over, only to be pulled aside by Mother Zhang. "Wait a bit before going in. Let your sister-in-law vent a little." "Mom?" Mother Zhang shot her a look. "Mom, huh? You're all fools. I have 3 sons and 3 daughters-in-law. Are any of them not presentable? They look down on you? If it were me, I'd have slapped them already. No way I'd put up with that crap." "Huh?" Mother Zhang snorted and turned back into the main room. She'd better go see her youngest son to calm down. When the eldest comes back, she'll have to give him a good talking to. "What's a wife?" "A wife is your face. If others don't give you face, why are you still smiling at those bastards?" Mother Zhang muttered to herself, cursing her foolish sons and daughters-in-law. Lin Juhua watched her mother-in-law leave with her chin held high, looking proud. What was that about? Could someone please explain? Inside, the kids were gathered around snacks, chattering away happily. Seeing his mother's expression, Zhang Guoqing hurried over. "Mom, where did you go? Come and rest." Mother Zhang saw her youngest son and her mood improved instantly, a smile spreading across her face. "I'm not that old, why rest? Has your dad run off again?" Zhang Guoqing laughed. "Dad took Ping'an to the backyard. He can't get away today, little one's sticking to him like glue. Your dad can't go a day without touching a hoe, he'd feel lost otherwise." Mother and son chatted as they sat on the Kong. Zhang Guoqing glanced at his mother. "Why aren't you wearing your new clothes?" Jiao Jiao was worried you'd think it was too flashy, so she embroidered a bunch of good fortune characters on the inside. "You have to wear it, it's for a long and happy life." Mother Zhang nodded happily. "I'll change into it later." Zhang Guoqing glanced at his nephews and whispered, "You have to wear it." "Mom, make sure Dad puts his on too." Jiao Jiao spent days embroidering those characters. "I saw her reciting scripture while she worked." "Oh, then I'd better go find your dad and get changed." Seeing her about to get up in a hurry, Zhang Guoqing quickly moved her shoes for her. "Take your time, no rush, be careful." Mother Zhang left the main room and heard Lin Juhua laughing in the kitchen, shaking her head. "Great, another silly daughter-in-law. I was afraid to go out at first, but I got used to it. Short hair is so easy to wash in the summer. Sister-in-law, you should cut yours too, it'll look great. Just ask Jiao Jiao." In the kitchen, Zhou Jiao glanced at Lin Juhua in amusement. The moment she came in, she complained about the heat and started egging Huang Zuelan on to cut her hair. There was definitely more to it than met the eye. "Jiao Jiao, why don't you cut your hair short with sister-in-law?" Zhou Jiao shook her head with a smile. "Oh, if you don't, then sister-in-law won't either." This time, Zhou Jiao couldn't even be bothered to respond. She wasn't afraid Zhang Guoqing wouldn't like her. If she had to bend over backwards for a man, she'd rather die. She glanced at the eager Huang Zuelan, lowered her eyes, and started washing the rolling pin. "Let's go to the back room. It'll be quick. I didn't take long cutting someone's hair last time. Come on, let's go." "Jiao Jiao, stop washing. Let's go to sister-in-law's room." Zhou Jiao watched as Lin Juhua snatched the rolling pin and, with a helpless smile, let herself be dragged out of the kitchen. And so, half-willing, half-forced, Huang Zuelan was dragged to the slaughterhouse. In Lin Juhua's hands, a big pair of scissors quickly did its job. Her long hair was chopped off at ear length. Zhou Jiao couldn't bear to look. If it were her, she'd be ready to fight Lin Juhua to the death. No wonder she said it didn't take long to cut someone else's hair. "Sister-in-law, you can open your eyes now." Look in the mirror. Don't you look more energetic? So much younger. I don't know, it just doesn't feel like me. Huang Zuelan stared at her reflection, then paused. Jiao Jiao, what do you think? Zhou Jiao was honestly worried that when Zhang Guoqing came in and saw his wife looking like this, he'd turn and run. This wasn't younger, she looked even more like his mother. She sighed inwardly. To avoid adding to her karma, she'd better do a good deed. Zhou Jiao grabbed a long-sleeved shirt from the king and tossed it to her. Put this on first. What's wrong? The two sisters-in-law spoke in unison, showing their tacit understanding. Zhou Jiao shook her head, took the scissors and comb, and started fixing Huang Zuelan's hair. She didn't dare make it too unique, but began layering her thick hair for a bit of style. As locks of hair fell to the floor, Huang Zuelan nervously twisted her neck. Don't move. This time, not only Zhou Jiao, but Lin Juhua also shouted, pressing down on Huang Zuelan's head. Jiao Jiao, trim mine too. Pfft. Hearing Zhou Jiao's soft laugh, Lin Juhua wasn't bothered at all. She stared at Zhou Jiao, and when Zhou Jiao nodded, she happily let go of Huang Zuelan and stepped back to watch. Sister-in-law, now it'll look even better. Jiao Jiao cut it short inside, but it looks neat on the outside. Don't worry, you can't see the back, but soon it'll be the front's turn. An hour later, Zhou Jiao dusted off her clothes, glanced at her two sisters-in-law giggling foolishly at each other, and quickly dragged them back to the kitchen. Any more delays and her mother-in-law's birthday would be over before it started. The kitchen gradually filled with the aromas of fried fish, stewed meat, mushrooms, and the scent of wheat, all blending together and wafting through the courtyard. Before the village loudspeaker signaled the end of the workday, a voice called from outside the yard, "Mom, we're back." It was Zhang's second son. As his voice fell, Zhang Meili and her younger sister were the first to enter the courtyard. Seeing their mother coming out to greet them, they hurried forward. The eldest, Zhang Meili, grinned and said, "Mom, may you live a long and happy life." "Mom, I wish you and Dad many more good years together, always smiling, healthy, and with everything going your way." Before her youngest daughter could finish, Mother Zhang was already beaming with joy, nodding repeatedly. Next came Zhang Guoqing and his brother, followed by Zhang Chunming and Chen Xiaobin, the two brothers-in-law. Each of them entered with gifts in hand, smiling as they wished Mother Zhang a happy birthday. "It's so hot today. Come inside and sit down. This isn't even a big occasion. Why bring gifts? Next time, don't bother with that. Just having you all here is the best gift." Zhang Guoqing stood at the main room's doorway, greeting everyone and waving them in. Behind him, Father Zhang held his long pipe, smiling as he watched his children. Zhang Meili glanced at the open kitchen door and laughed. "Looks like we're here just in time for a ready-made meal." "Mom, you and Big Brother go in first. I'll go check on my sisters-in-law." "Go ahead. Tell them not to fuss, we're all family. Just whip up something simple. We'll eat soon." "Okay, I got it." Zhang Meili grabbed her sister's hand, and the two of them hurried to the kitchen. Inside, the three sisters-in-law had been busy, but were now almost finished. Lin Juhua was putting the final touches on a pot of stewed meat, while noodles boiled in another iron pot. Zhou Jiao handed bowls to Lin Juhua, who filled them with noodles and passed them to Huang Zuelan, who ladled on the broth and meat slices. Soon, rows of large bowls were lined up on the table. When Zhang Meili and her sister arrived, they saw the three women bustling about and wanted to help, but didn't know where to start. "Big sis, second sis, is everyone here?" "Everyone's back." "Is the table set in the main room? Should I start carrying dishes out?" Lin Juhua took the last bowl from Zhou Jiao and set it on the stove. "Jiao, you take the sisters in first. We're just about done here." Zhou Jiao smiled and nodded, and together with the Zhang sisters, carried a few dishes of food and wine to the main room. On their way back, they saw Huang Zuelan had finished the soup and placed 2 bowls of noodles on a tray for her. "Big sis, these are for Mom and Dad. You take them over. We'll handle the rest." Clearly, this was a chance to curry favor with the parents-in-law. How could Huang Zuelan not know?
Video will be updated at 5 p.m. every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. If you want to watch the video earlier, go to our website, the link is in the description box.
She joked, if Mom asks, I'll say I made it myself. Everyone laughed at that, nodding in agreement. With Huang Suilan carrying the first 2 bowls out, the rest followed, each with a tray or board loaded with noodles, bringing them to the main room. Mom, Dad, you eat first. May you live long and have all your wishes come true. Mother Zhang smiled. This is your eldest sister-in-law's filial piety. Your dad and I will have to try it. You 3 have been working hard since early morning. We're not tired. It's what we should do. Mother Zhang handed a bowl to her husband, glanced at her eldest son, and said with a smile, these 3 silly girls are so happy to be busy. I've never seen sisters-in-law get along like real sisters. This is good. When the family is harmonious, everything prospers. Father Zhang saw that both tables in the room were already set with food, and with the noodles coming in, it looked about ready. He called the 2 sons-in-law to the table. In no time, both tables were full. Looking at the 4 meat dishes, 4 vegetable stir-fries, and 4 cold plates, the second son joked, I'd better go lock the door. Everyone burst out laughing. Wasn't this even better than New Year's? These days, with Zhang Guoqing and his son going up the mountain every day, there was no shortage of game or fresh fish and shrimp. There was wild chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised pork knuckle, steamed carp, everything you could want. And this was just a modest spread. If it weren't for the current circumstances, they could probably manage a full Manchuhan banquet. They hadn't even tasted the main dish in the center yet. That unassuming black pot was full of mountain delicacies, stewed for 2 whole days. Everyone held a large, thick bowl, rimmed with 2 blue lines. Inside was a small serving of white noodles, golden egg shreds, green scallions, and thinly sliced meat, beautiful to look at and delicious to eat, though it was gone in just a few bites. In the past, the kids would have clamored for seconds, but now they all knowingly looked at Father and Mother Zhang, waiting for them to take the first bite. Father Zhang chuckled and said to his wife, you go first today. Getting all formal, are we? Haha. Mother Zhang picked up some food and put it in her husband's bowl, then smiled at everyone. Go ahead and eat. Take more of whatever you like. Seeing the kids start to eat, Father Zhang quietly picked up some food and put it in his wife's bowl. Zhang Guoqing, always watching his parents, caught every move. He winked at Zhou Jiao, and the couple shared a smile. If you looked closely at the seating arrangement today, you'd notice Mother Zhang's intention. Unlike the usual men at one table, women at another, today all the grandchildren sat at one table, while the rest gathered around Father and Mother Zhang. With the 5 siblings and their spouses, there were just enough to fill the big round table with their parents, each couple sitting side by side. Clearly, Mother Zhang's thinking had long outgrown the traditional rural mindset. She'd seen the world. Zhang Guoqing sat to the right of his mother, serving food first to his parents, then to his wife. He smiled, Mom, aren't you and Dad going to say a few words? Mother Zhang, eating the food her husband and son had given her, was all smiles. She swallowed her bite and said, Kids, Dad, you say something. The noisy children all put down their chopsticks and sat up straight, looking to the head of the table. Father Zhang smiled. There's no outsiders here. Keep eating. He looked at the 5 couples. You're all good kids. Every time I think of you, I wake up smiling in my sleep. Mother Zhang urged everyone to eat and added, Yes, I never imagined we'd live like this. We're content for this lifetime. Zhang Guoqing stood up and poured wine for his parents. That's all? Your eldest grandson got into the provincial college and landed a secure job, and the younger ones will follow. The best days for you and Dad are still ahead. He glanced at his brothers and brothers-in-law. Let's fill our glasses. To Mom and Dad, may you live long and worry-free, and may each of us have our wishes fulfilled and lives full of happiness. Uncle, wait for us. We'll fill up too. Zhang Guoqing nodded with a big smile. Seeing his parents' radiant smiles, he felt truly content. No matter what he had to do, being able to let them enjoy their later years in happiness made it all worthwhile. When the end-of-work horn sounded in the village, the Zhang family's birthday banquet was already well into its 3rd round of drinks. The children, each with their own bottle of soda, were slowly savoring the last sips, their little celebrations coming to an end. As the horn blared, Father Zhang kept glancing toward the door. His two brothers should be finishing work soon. Zhang Guoqing finally understood what true brotherhood meant, just by watching his father's actions. He thought to himself, if he were enjoying good food and drink, he'd definitely be thinking about his own two older brothers too. He glanced at the restless children, who were getting fidgety since the adults weren't finished yet. Seeing them shoot him meaningful looks, he smiled and waved them off to play. "Uncle, can we have popsicles?" "Later, be careful with your stomachs. We'll take some to Brother Taidan and the others." The kids' eyes sparkled, practically wagging their tails like little puppies. Their intentions were written all over their faces. Zhang Guoqing chuckled and nodded. "Do as you like. Kids have their own friendships." He had no intention of interfering. Watching his son Ping'an run out with the others, he felt quite pleased. His boy wasn't stingy at all. "Dad, I'll go call Uncle and Grandpa to come over." Before Father Zhang could answer, Mother Zhang said, "No need, you all keep chatting. I'll go and bring your uncle's wife and aunt over too." As soon as Mother Zhang left, Zhou Jiao and the other women got up to clear the other table, collecting bowls and chopsticks, wiping and dismantling the table. In no time, everything was spotless. This year's harvest was much better than last year, but it still wasn't enough for everyone to eat their fill. After the hardships of previous years, nobody dared slack off now. Everyone worked even harder. Because of this, even though the end of work horn had sounded, it still took a while for people to get home. By the time Uncle Zhang and the others arrived, nearly an hour had passed. Father Zhang called everyone to the table, and Zhang merely hurried over from the kitchen, smiling as she carried a wooden tray with 4 bowls of noodle soup. "Everyone's here today. You're off work for the weekend. It's just that today's my wife's birthday, and the kids wanted to get together. The team's work is mostly done for the day, right?" Father Zhang replied as he motioned for his son to pour drinks. Uncle Zhang shook his head with a smile. "There's always work to do in the fields. Finish one thing, and there's weeding to do somewhere else, a never-ending list. And before long, it'll be autumn harvest again." That's true. Aside from the busy farming seasons, there was never really any downtime. Looking at his two brothers, faces tanned red from the sun, Father Zhang couldn't bring himself to tell them to take it easy. In the countryside, only by working in the fields could you earn work points and get your share of grain. If you worked less, what would your family eat? The Zhang family already had it pretty good. Aside from field work, they rarely had to do things like repairing reservoirs or quarrying stone. Unlike some families, where women did men's work and men were treated like beasts of burden. Uncle Zhang quickly finished his noodles, wiped his mouth, and turned to Zhang Guofu. "How long are you staying this time?" "I have to head back tomorrow morning, only took half a day off." Uncle Zhang nodded. "Work hard. After you finish your studies, will you stay in the provincial capital or come back?" "Any arrangements from above?" "I'm planning to come back to the county." Uncle Zhang's younger brother smiled. "Coming back is good. Big cities aren't as comfortable as small towns." Father Zhang chimed in. "Big brother, little brother, have a drink." Uncle Zhang's younger brother noticed Father Zhang's mysterious smile, his eyes lighting up. Without another word, he picked up his glass, took a sip, smacked his lips, and then downed the whole thing. Uncle Zhang, not wanting to be left out, quickly picked up his glass, sniffed it, and laughed. "This ginseng wine's been soaking for a while, hasn't it? I bet Xiaowu got it from Uncle Wang." Father Zhang just smiled without answering. Uncle Zhang's younger brother immediately pestered Zhang Guoqing. That old man was willing to give it up? "How much did you get?" "He didn't have much left, just 5 jin, and I snatched it all," Zhang Guoqing laughed. For him, the wine was a small matter. The real treat was that old man Wang, upon hearing he was taking his son up the mountain, insisted on tagging along. That was the real good news. But he didn't plan to mention that to outsiders. What does it mean to be vigorous in old age? After seeing the white-haired, rosy-faced old man Wang today, Zhang Guoqing had a whole new understanding of health and longevity. Next time he went up the mountain, he'd look for more tonic herbs for Zhou Jiao to improve her constitution. Uncle Zhang's eyes lit up when he tasted the meat from the jar. Xiao Wu, you went deep into the mountains? Zhang Guoqing knew why he asked. Wild pheasants could be hunted on the lower slopes, but other game was harder to come by with wolves around. He just smiled and shook his head. Too bad I haven't had any free time lately. Otherwise, you could lead a team up the mountain again. That dense forest is pretty much ruined now, but it was worth it. We saved a lot of people. Zhang Guofu interjected, wild game fetches a high price in the provincial capital. No matter how high it is now, it can't compare to when we used to go there. If you were lucky, a bear could fetch 2 gold bars, worth more than a club, Uncle Zhang reminisced. Uncle Zhang's younger brother scoffed, you're still hung up on that. It wasn't just the 3 of us, even Dad only ever shot 1 bear. Those 2 gold bars weren't so easy to get. True. Now, except for Old Man Wang's family, no one dares go into the mountains. He says all the wild animals have retreated deep into the forest. If you want something good to eat, there's no chance. Even if they haven't gone deep, it's still no use. Those animals are so fast now, they're practically spirits. Zhang Guoqing quietly poured more drinks. I'm not after wild game. The old ginseng at home is almost gone. If I weren't getting on in years, I'd want to go deep into the mountains myself. You need to have some of this stuff on hand, it can save your life. Zhang Guoqing glanced at his father, who didn't react at all. His eyes flashed thoughtfully as he lowered his gaze. So Uncle Zhang wasn't without his own reserves. Aunt Zhang also glanced at her husband, worried he'd forget today was his second brother's wife's birthday and say something inappropriate. She smiled and said softly, half a root is enough for us. Auntie Zhang chimed in, if you go yourself, you'll only find 4th grade leaves at best. You can try to reserve some from the mountain diggers. They're starting to go up and down the mountain now. Too expensive, can't afford it. It only feels right if you dig it up yourself. Passing by outside, Zhou Jiao's eyes lit up as she overheard this. She immediately realized she'd been thinking about things the wrong way. Just because she had some wild ginseng from Zhang Guoqing didn't mean she should take it for granted. There was no such thing as cultivation technology yet. These natural resources would only get rarer in the future. The cash she worried about could easily be converted to wild ginseng, valuable and easy to store. Plus, the mountain diggers definitely kept some for themselves, so neither side had to worry about exposing their reserves. The more Zhou Jiao thought about it, the more tempted she became. Compared to gold and antiques, rare items like ginseng and lingji were much easier to sell. If there weren't so many people around, she'd have dragged Zhang Guoqing off to act on this idea already. Even if she didn't say anything, Zhang Guoqing knew her thoughts as well as his own. At the moment, Zhou Jiao sat quietly beside Mother Zhang and her 2 sisters-in-law, listening intently as they chatted, from clubs to forest frog oil. Seeing his wife's calm demeanor, but eyes shining with excitement, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but smile knowingly. He thought, they really were a couple in perfect sync. He'd just been thinking about this too. Except for foreign currency, all their cash should be converted into rare goods. In life, illness and accidents are inevitable. They had to seize this opportunity to stock up on life-saving medicine and natural tonics. What is money? Nothing but trouble. Better to spend it all and then live quietly as a handsome man. With this idea in mind, Zhang Guoqing listened in on everyone's idle chatter while secretly plotting how to expand his gains without exposing himself. Just think, a wild ginseng root that's 100 years old goes for at least 300 yuan. Some old folks might have 2 or 3 stashed away, and that's a fortune right there. Sure, these private trades seem hush-hush, but everyone knows that if you've got that much money, you can't keep it from your family. If some fool gets drunk and lets something slip, things could get out of hand real fast. Zhang Guoqing considered the cash he had on hand, quietly planning whose house to visit first that evening and how to distract everyone's attention. Actually, there was a safer way. He could use his connections to buy directly from the procurement station or the black market. But the price difference was huge, and just thinking about it made him reluctant to go that route. When the first horn sounded for the afternoon shift, Uncle Zhang and the others headed off to the production team. After a couple more rounds of drinks, Zhang's father and his group decided to rest as well. Once everyone had gone back to their rooms, Zhang Guoqing seized the chance to excuse himself, pulling Zhou Jiao along as they headed home. As soon as they entered their own courtyard, the couple reached for the gate at the same time, exchanging a knowing smile, no words needed. After Zhang Guoqing bolted the door, Zhou Jiao was about to pull him into the bedroom when he suddenly scooped her up and dashed inside, startling her so much she had to clap a hand over her mouth to keep from squealing. In the bedroom, Zhang Guoqing set her down on the kang, winking at her teasingly. "How about a little sparring first?" "Shameless." Zhou Jiao shot up and pounced on him. "Brother, we have serious business to discuss." Zhang Guoqing caught her in his arms. "Isn't this a case of saying no but meaning yes? Look at you, throwing yourself at me." He even gave her a playful smack on the behind. Zhou Jiao snorted, her proud little expression making him want to tease her even more. He lowered his head and gently pecked the corner of her lips. "Silly girl. Nothing's more important than you. Wow, my man's got a silver tongue. Just don't go sweet-talking any wildflowers outside, or else, humph." Watching her raise her little hand in mock warning, Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. "What a jealous little vinegar jar." Zhou Jiao retaliated by tickling him under the arms. "Let's see you laugh at me now." "Babe, no. I give up. Haha, it tickles." "Babe, be good," Zhang Guoqing pleaded, squirming from the tickling. Of course, he was mostly just playing along. If he really used his strength, his delicate wife wouldn't stand a chance. The young couple never tired of these playful, mushy games, finding endless fun in each other. "Scared now?" Zhou Jiao lifted her chin triumphantly, raising her hands in victory. Zhang Guoqing, no longer thinking about ginseng or cordyceps, scooped her up and made for the bathroom. If he remembered right, there was still plenty of hot water left. His wife had been busy all morning and probably felt greasy from cooking. He really was a model husband, a good man. "Hey, brother, the serious business. Let's talk about that first." "Silly girl, this is serious business, the kind you like best." Zhang Guoqing kicked open the bathroom door, then shut it with another kick. Zhou Jiao worried the door might fall off its hinges, but when she looked back, she had to admit, he'd controlled his strength perfectly. She rolled her eyes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him first. Zhang Guoqing didn't bother locking the door, pulling her into a deep kiss, wishing he could fuse her into his very bones and blood, never to be parted. Clothes scattered across the bathroom floor, swept aside by the water. Zhou Jiao lowered her eyes, her long lashes veiling her gaze, tilting her head back as she let out soft, breathy whispers. Once again, Zhang Guoqing was utterly captivated by her beauty. His Jiao, the missing rib from his body, always drew him in, always commanded his every thought. Time slipped by. By the time they returned to the bedroom, more than an hour had passed. On the kang, Zhang Guoqing cradled Zhou Jiao, who was as lazy and content as a cat, tracing the curves of her silky smooth skin as he leaned half-reclined against the headboard. "Except for those big purchases in 58 that cost nearly 2,000 yuan, we've barely spent anything these past few years. You gave me another 2,000 when I came back this time. Our savings just keep piling up. In the space, besides foreign currency, we've got over 100,000 yuan in cash. Those boxes are taking up a lot of room. We should use some of it." 100,000 yuan just to buy ginseng? Ginseng isn't exactly a radish. After speaking, Zhou Jiao glanced at him. "Let's just exchange what we can for now. Safety first." I wanted to convert it to foreign currency overseas, but it didn't work out. Foreign exchange is tightly controlled, so you did the right thing. Don't worry, if we can't spend it all, just keep it as antiques, especially those 3 yuan notes. Don't spend a single one. Zhou Jiao lightly slapped his wandering hand. "Fine, you handle it. If we can donate anonymously without causing trouble, let's give some away. Spending this ill-gotten money doesn't sit right with me." Zhang Guoqing shook his head. "Now's not the time. Let's wait until we're old to do charity. If we make any waves now, the Gu family's history will be dragged up again." Seeing her frown, he bent down and kissed her. "Leave the worrying to me. You just focus on being beautiful." Zhou Jiao smiled sweetly at that. Curled up together on the Kong, the couple chatted about all sorts of random topics, laughter filling the room. Suddenly, the conversation turned to their child, and both of them fell silent. Oh right, their precious son hadn't shown up since lunch. Zhang Guoqing noticed the flush had faded from his wife's cheeks, her eyes now clear and bright, a far cry from the sultry minx from earlier. He patted her back and settled her on the king. Get some rest. I'll go look for our son, and stop by the neighboring team to chat with a few old-timers, see who's got any stock. Zhou Jiao checked her watch. Mother and the others should be awake. I'll go over there. No need. You don't like their chit-chat anyway. I'll just tell them you didn't sleep well last night and let you rest. Your eldest sister and the others will leave after dinner, so there's no rush. Zhou Jiao nodded, but as he was about to leave, she quickly said, Wait, take more money with you. Zhang Guoqing smacked his forehead and chuckled. I was just thinking about whether to lock the door when I go out. Babe, don't let your guard down after I leave. Make sure to lock the door. There are some shady types around here. Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes at him. Who else but him would she ever let get close? Zhang Guoqing rubbed his nose and changed the subject. It's hot, and we're not wearing much. Give me 1,000 first. If I find anything, I'll put down a deposit and bring the rest over tonight. After taking the money, he hesitated, then waited for her to lock the door before leaving, finally at ease. He wasn't being paranoid. Their house was the first one at the foot of North Mountain. What if some bastard got ideas about his beautiful wife? Or heard the family was back and tried to take advantage? Leaving home, Zhang Guoqing circled around to the old courtyard, but it was empty. He couldn't remember where everyone had gone, so he asked a few old ladies at the drying yard and learned they were all busy with their own things, and his son was with his grandfather. Relieved, he didn't bother searching further and headed out of the village to look for ginseng in the neighboring production teams. Under the scorching sun, Mother Zhang didn't do what outsiders expected. She didn't take her daughters-in-law and daughter to the village to gossip. Everyone was busy earning work points in the fields. Who had time to idle around in broad daylight? Led by Shizi and a group of children, the Zhang family appeared halfway up the mountain. When Zhang Guoqing walked out of the village entrance, the men on the mountain were chopping firewood, while the women and children were gathering all kinds of wild vegetables. The wild vegetable resources in Daqing Mountain were abundant. Not only were there many varieties, but the yield was high. Hearing that there wasn't much danger nearby, Mother Zhang let her husband take everyone up the mountain to have a look. Compared to spring, there were still plenty of wild vegetables to pick now. Dandelions, shepherd's purse, winter greens, wild lettuce, wild garlic, mustard greens, and so on. These could be pickled or dried and served as dishes in winter. For the thrifty and hardworking Mother Zhang, chatting idly was a waste of time compared to doing something productive. In the woods, the women were busy harvesting, while a few men near the edge chopped dead branches and watched the fun. Of course, what really caught their attention was the little one. Little Pinyin, with his own bow and arrow, would shoot at any sign of movement. Aside from the occasional rabbit that got away, he hit his target almost every time. That wasn't all. From the crossbody bag he carried, he'd often pull out small stones to hit snakes and bugs hiding in the branches or grass. All these antics made old Zhang grin from ear to ear. Zhang Lauer, after chopping some branches and catching his breath, called out loudly, "Pinyin, want to take a break? I'm not tired. Then come help second uncle chop some trees. I'll make you a nice box." Pinyin ran over, smiling and shaking his head. "Second uncle, you still have to go to work. Making a box is too much trouble. Besides, my dad doesn't let me cut down trees." "Do you know why?" The people around Zhang Lauer stopped, curious. "Oh, my dad says the soil on the mountain is different, so when a big tree falls, it might lean in an unexpected direction and hit someone. He doesn't let me cut trees until I'm 10. Zhang Guofu asked with interest. "Besides that, what else has your dad taught you?" "That's it. He says once I grow up and learn what's in the books, I'll understand a lot of things at a glance." Pinyin replied with a smile, thinking he'd answered well. His dad had indeed said that, but the rest were family secrets. He had no intention of telling the truth. Zhang Guoqing nodded repeatedly. He's right. There's more to it, like the distance and angle between trees. Felling trees isn't as simple as it looks. Every year, people get hurt at the logging site. Ping'an blinked his big eyes and nodded obediently. His dad had explained all this in detail, even how to calculate it. But that was a secret. Big uncle, why don't we have a logging site here? Ping'an pointed into the distance. There's a big birch forest on that hill, and over there are larches. Zhang Guoqing shook his head. That's a no man's land. Go a bit further and you're in the next county, and behind that is the neighboring province. There's a big farm at the foot of the mountain over there. Ping'an's eyes flashed, but he put on a confused face. He was still a kid, how could he understand? Big brother, he doesn't get it. What your uncle means is, to set up a logging site here, the two provinces would have to negotiate. But there's no shortage of mountains in the northeast, no one wants to bother with it. Ping'an grinned at second uncle, waved, and ran off. I'm going to play. Old Zhang watched him come over and said happily, go play with your cousins. No, I want to catch a few more rabbits for Grandma. Dad says Grandma likes to dry wild game and store it to eat slowly. It's best if we can fill up the little storeroom. Old Zhang laughed out loud, pinching Ping'an's little arm and asking with concern, does it hurt? You caught a lot of game the other day, enough to fill her storeroom. Ping'an shook his head, smiling. No. Grandpa, wait a few days and I'll ask Dad to take me up the mountain. I'll hunt deer and mountain goats for you to have hot pot in winter. A sip of wine, a bite of meat, so warm and happy. Mother Zhang, who was digging wild garlic nearby, heard her husband's laughter and shook her head with a smile. That old man was so happy, who knows what treasure he'd found. She glanced at her eldest daughter-in-law, who was bent over picking wild vegetables, and remembered what she'd overheard in the kitchen that morning. Her heart tightened. It seemed she needed to act quickly. Pretending not to know anything, Mother Zhang slowly approached her eldest daughter-in-law. Don't overdo it, take your time. Huang Zuelan smiled. Mom, I'm not tired. You take a break. Your haircut looks nice today. I have 3 pieces of floral fabric at home. Later, you 3 sisters-in-law can each make a smock. The material is breathable. Mom, I don't want it. Give it to the others. I'm almost a grandma myself. The colors are too bright for me. Huang Zuelan quickly refused before she could finish. Isn't Huang Wan older than you? She wears it. The light floral pattern isn't too flashy, it suits your hairstyle. Wear more while you're still young. Look at me, now that I'm old, no matter how much I like it, I can't wear it anymore. Such a pity. Lin Juhua, noticing their conversation, edged over to Mother Zhang. Mom, you're not old. That white shirt with blueprint that Zhou Jiao sent you last time looked great. You should wear it. That made Mother Zhang feel conflicted. Such good fabric, what a waste not to wear it, but if she did, she'd look like an old witch. Her eldest daughter didn't want it, and she couldn't bear to give it to anyone else. As for giving it to her 2 daughters-in-law, forget it. That was a gift from her youngest daughter-in-law. She wasn't foolish enough to squander her child's filial piety. She knew exactly what kind of person her Zhao Jiao was. That child was truly devoted to her big sister, never thinking it was too much, but toward this eldest sister-in-law, it was just for appearances. Thinking of how her eldest daughter-in-law was stingy with her 2 younger siblings-in-law and always favored her own family, Mother Zhang lost interest. No one was stupid, only the second daughter-in-law was easygoing, and as for Zhao Jiao, she didn't care about this person at all. Otherwise, with the eldest daughter-in-law's way of dealing with people, even the best sisters-in-law would end up resenting each other. Mom, my 2 aunts sent over so many eggs. What should I give in return? We still have 2 1-gene sugar coupons at home. Should I add some pastries? See, that's the difference. Last night, the eldest daughter-in-law came back first and clearly heard about it, but didn't mention returning the favor. Instead, it was the younger sister-in-law, who only came back today, who brought it up. If it weren't for so many years of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law affection, Mother Zhang would have washed her hands of it. If you only ever accept and never return favors, when your eldest son has more social dealings in the future, will you be able to handle it as the woman of the house? From the corner of her eye, Mother Zhang noticed her eldest daughter-in-law's hand pause as she dug for wild vegetables, and she sighed inwardly. This child's temperament still needed to be corrected, or else the couple would have a lot to work through in the future. A cool breeze swept by, dispelling the summer heat, but Lin Jihua's emotions were like a roller coaster. She realized she had brought up a topic she probably shouldn't have. You talk it over with your eldest sister-in-law. Don't worry about how much Zhao Jiao gave as a return gift. Just follow normal social customs. Even if you two don't return the favor, your two uncles won't hold it against you. But whether it's relatives or anyone else, relationships last only if there's give and take. Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Lin Jihua quickly replied, "My sister-in-law and I have been worrying about this all morning. Now that you've said this, we know what to do." Mother Zhang shot her a playful glance, as if to say, "You really think I'm old and muddle-headed?" She patted the ground, sat down, and laughed. "Is this really such a big deal? Worth all your worrying? There's no real problem with family. Now that you're in charge of your own households, just pay more attention to the etiquette with your husband's friends and acquaintances. Don't be careless about that. Your grandfather always used to say, better to tighten your own belt than treat outsiders poorly." He had countless friends, and every time it came to returning favors, your grandmother would frown and worry. She said, "A woman managing the household is about protecting her husband's reputation. If you return too many favors, you can't keep up. Too few, and people say your grandfather is stingy." Lin Jihua smiled. "That's really how it is. Your grandmother discussed everything with your grandfather. When we first married into the family, she told us, 'What is married life? It's the two of you discussing things together.' Mother, you've told me that before." Mother Zhang glared at her, scolding with a smile, "You cheeky girl, as long as you remember." Then she looked at her eldest daughter-in-law. "Same goes for you. Don't keep everything bottled up. A couple should talk things over." Huang Cuilan nodded. Mother Zhang didn't want to say too much in front of her second daughter-in-law and embarrass her eldest. She changed the subject. "You two free tomorrow?" The two sisters-in-law shook their heads, looking at their mother-in-law in confusion. Mother Zhang was about to say something, but then remembered she hadn't made arrangements yet. No rush, she'd wait to see what Zhao Jiao said. When it came to tricky situations, no one handled them better than that girl. Go home and finish making the clothes first. In the next couple of days, I'll take you three to visit some relatives. Lin Jihua and the others didn't think much of it, assuming they'd just be visiting their two uncles, and readily agreed they had time. After coming down the mountain, Mother Zhang passed by her younger son's courtyard and saw the gate open. She waved to her daughters-in-law and daughters, telling them to go on ahead, and went inside herself. Stepping into the yard, she saw vegetables, fruit, and herbs drying everywhere, clothes fluttering in the breeze, and the kitchen door wide open. Someone was busy at the stove. Mother Zhang sniffed the air and shook her head. This child really couldn't sit still for a moment. "Mom, it's hot in here. Why don't you sit by the door for a bit? I'll be done soon." Sure enough, as soon as Mother Zhang stepped into the kitchen, a wave of heat hit her. "Why don't you take a break? What are you up to now?" Zhou Jiao stopped what she was doing and smiled, pointing at the pot. "The tomatoes in the backyard are ripe, so I'm making sauce for winter. You and Dad can use it with rice or in soup." "You child, I could have done that myself. It's almost done. I can't match your pickling skills, but this I learned from the best. I guarantee you'll like it." Zhou Jiao grinned, pointing at the pot. "Big sis and the others aren't home yet, right? I didn't see them when I went by. Did they go up the mountain?" "That's right. I took them up to gather wild vegetables and firewood. Got to prepare for winter. I told them to eat dinner before heading back." "Did you need something from them?" Zhou Jiao took the jar her mother-in-law handed her and shook her head. "Nothing major. Mom, since the child got into school, should Big Sis hold a couple of tables to celebrate? Your Big Sis's sisters-in-law are all a handful. She doesn't want to do it. I tried to persuade her today, but it's really up to her in-laws. It's not her decision to make." "Mom, you're so reasonable. Accountant Zhang is lucky to have you as in-laws." Mother Zhang laughed. "Silly girl, who praises their own family? What parent doesn't hope their children succeed? Her in-laws must be over the moon these days. If your big sis says not to hold a banquet, they won't object, but they'll feel a bit disappointed. No need to let a few petty people spoil a good thing. This was what Zhou Jiao admired most about her mother-in-law. She could see the bigger picture and always acted with generosity. This time, since Ziwen is going to school, tell Xiaowu not to go overboard. If you make a big deal out of it now, what about the other nephews who follow? It'll be hard to keep up. Zhou Jiao felt a little embarrassed. She'd just been thinking how generous her mother-in-law was. Don't take it lightly. Your second sister-in-law still wants more kids. As your nephews grow up, there'll always be something, and it'll cost a lot in gifts and favors. If you're generous with your nephews, how can you be less so with your own sons? Just do what's customary. Zhou Jiao agreed readily. All right, I'll have my brother discuss it with you. Whatever you say goes. Mother Zhang rolled her eyes at her. She talked a good game, but when it came to action, she'd forget. Still, she was both happy and worried. This time, her younger son was handling both tables for the banquet. If it were another daughter-in-law, there'd be trouble. Zhou Jiao just grinned at her. Jiao, since no one's around, let me talk to you about something? Zhou Jiao immediately pulled over a stool for her to sit and put down her spatula. Seeing how serious she looked, Mother Zhang couldn't help but laugh. How could her Jiao be so considerate? She patted Zhou Jiao's hand. I want you to give your eldest sister-in-law a hand. Just say the word, Mom, as long as it's something I can do. Zhou Jiao didn't dare agree too quickly. She knew her mother-in-law would never ask her to spend money to help someone, but she'd rather spend money than put in effort and get nothing in return. Mother Zhang sighed lightly. It's hard being a woman. Besides your husband's family, you have your own family to worry about. If you're not careful, you end up pleasing neither side. Zhou Jiao blinked. She was starting to understand what her mother-in-law meant. Helping Huang Suilan's family had nothing to do with her, but the Huang family had used Zhang Guoqing's name several times, and her sister-in-law had never apologized. No matter the reason, if someone crossed her bottom line and took her for a fool, why should she help? She really didn't want to. Your eldest brother doesn't seem to have any wandering thoughts now, but I saw today that things are awkward between them. Since this morning, they've barely said a word to each other. Over the years, your sister-in-law has done things that hurt your brother. He's the type to bottle things up, and if this goes on, they'll only drift further apart. Zhou Jiao couldn't see how she could help with their marital issues. As a younger sister-in-law, was she supposed to meddle in the eldest brother's marriage? But since her mother-in-law brought it up, she must have her reasons. Your sister-in-law would be fine if it weren't for her troublemaking brother and sister-in-law stirring things up. Now she's finally come to her senses. If she and your eldest brother can live well together from now on, I'll be satisfied. Zhou Jiao nodded, but inwardly she wasn't convinced. Right now, Huang Suilan felt threatened, but if things went back to normal, she'd probably start causing trouble again. Women like her always needed to be kept on their toes. Give them an inch, and they'd take a mile. She seemed harmless, but she was too calculating. I overheard some of what you all said in the kitchen today. Zhou Jiao was surprised. She hadn't expected her mother-in-law to be so magnanimous, hearing those words and still wanting her to help her sister-in-law. Mother Zhang glanced at her and laughed. After a while, she sighed, no one's perfect. I don't compare her to the best, just to the worst, and she's still not bad. For the sake of Shizi and the others, and for your eldest brother, I have to think the best of her. She was just a young girl when she married into our family and suffered a lot. Now that life is finally better, it would be heartless to divorce her just because she helped her own family. Zhou Jiao understood. With her mother-in-law's character, this wasn't surprising. For the sake of family harmony, parents would always take a step back. And besides, who says a second wife would be any better? I doubt it. Anyone who knows your eldest brother has 4 kids and still wants to marry him isn't a decent person. Their motives are too complicated. Bringing a woman like that into the family would only cause chaos. Your eldest brother is only in his 30s. He'll definitely have more kids in the future. Those 4 would be so pitiful, and with a stepmother comes a stepfather. Honestly, your brother isn't the type to manage his wife well. If a little vixen came in, wouldn't the house be in an uproar? I'm not short on grandkids. What's the point of another marriage? Zhou Jiao pursed her lips, smiling. So, I have to help your sister-in-law keep your brother in line. I can't let him even think about straying. Once a man's heart wanders, and if a real vixen shows up, it's all over. Your sister-in-law still blames me for going to the provincial capital, as if your brother doesn't like coming home because of me. I can't be bothered to argue with her. You haven't told Xiaowu about this, have you? Zhou Jiao shook her head. I wouldn't dare. If I did, he'd be furious. Exactly, don't say a word. I never plan to rely on her in the future. Whether she's truly filial or not, as long as she manages her own family, I'll be grateful. Zhou Jiao comforted her. Mom, you and Dad have us. Mother Zhang smiled proudly. That's right. With you kids, I have confidence, so I don't bother with her. I just follow my conscience. After all, we're all women. If I think about things from her perspective, I don't get angry anymore. Zhou Jiao was genuinely impressed by her mother-in-law's broad-mindedness. Honestly, she and Zhang Guoqing had never expected their two older brothers to be responsible for their parents' care. Mom, so how exactly do you want me to help big sis-in-law? They haven't fought or talked about divorce. We can't really interfere. If I say too much, she might even blame me for meddling. Mother Zhang shook her head with a mysterious smile. I'm not that foolish. What if we dress your sister-in-law up nicely and take her to the provincial capital to outshine those little vixens? Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Her mother-in-law was adorable. With her sister-in-law's looks, how could she outshine anyone? But seeing her mother-in-law's hopeful expression, she nodded anyway. If it made her happy, so be it. With a mother-in-law like this, Zhou Jiao couldn't refuse. Honestly, if it were up to her, she'd rather not get involved. Why spend money just to make trouble for herself? Seeing her nod, Mother Zhang quickly shared her plan. Have Lin Juhua finish the new clothes tonight, and tomorrow Zhou Jiao would help dress up Huang Zuilan. Then the four of them, mother-in-law and daughters-in-law, would go visit the school together. With a mother-in-law like this, Zhou Jiao truly felt Huang Zuilan was lucky. If she didn't appreciate it, she'd deserve a bolt of lightning from the heavens. If not, Zhou Jiao would help heaven out herself. Late at night, as the world lay quiet, moonlight spilled onto the Kong bed. Ping'an was already deep in dreamland, while Zhang Guoqing held his beloved wife in his arms, chatting about the day's events. He'd barely had time to stash away his things before dinner, then hurried off to the old courtyard to find his wife. After seeing off his two sisters and their husbands, he and his father and brothers had gathered for a casual chat. Now, with their son asleep, he finally had a moment alone with his wife to share some private words. So, we'll have to wait a few more days? Zhou Jiao asked. Zhang Guoqing nodded lightly. The old folks who go ginseng picking all said they're done with it for now. Age is one thing, but the main issue is that without work points, they can't get grain. Last year, when they tried to buy work points from the team, some members weren't happy. For the sake of their children and grandchildren, they don't want to make things difficult, so they've decided not to go anymore. They've already sold what they had in storage, so there's really no need for them to risk the mountains at their age. We'll just wait for them to give us the signal. There's no rush. If it doesn't work out, so be it. After a moment's thought, Zhou Jiao asked worriedly, Are you sure they won't spread word about this? Zhang Guoqing patted her reassuringly. Aside from two families, the rest were contacted through old Master Wang's connections. He didn't get suspicious? Last time you went deep into the mountains, you brought back quite a haul. Zhang Guoqing chuckled. I told him some of the old ginseng was made into medicinal pills, some was sold off during the food shortages in the past couple of years, and the rest we ate ourselves. I said I just wanted to keep a little on hand. He still has some at home, asked if I wanted any. Since he's not short on money, I told him to keep it. Maybe he's realized these things are getting rarer and regrets selling so much. Before I left, he even asked if I wanted to go farther afield. Zhou Jiao glared at him. You didn't agree, did you? Oops, slipped up. Zhang Guoqing quickly said, No, you misunderstood. The old man doesn't want to go to the big mountains outside. He wants to take me to Changbai Mountain to meet his junior apprentice. The guy's a local and apparently has plenty on hand. Zhou Jiao studied his face carefully and said in a low voice, Isn't Dakingshan enough for you to roam? How much inheritance does the old man want to leave his descendants, running around like this at his age? I should give him a dose of medicine tomorrow and show him who's boss. Zhang Guoqing buried his face in her shoulder, laughing quietly. He's a master of bagua palm. Before you even get close, he'd have sent you flying. Give him medicine? Good luck with that. I don't care whether you agreed or not. Anyway, if you go up the mountain, you're taking Ping'an with you. I don't believe you'd risk your son's safety. That's settled, no objections allowed. Wife, sweetheart. Jiao Jiao. Zhou Jiao just stared at him in silence. Gotcha. Exposed yourself, didn't you? I really won't go deep into the mountains. Just a few days, and I'll be back. Zhou Jiao nodded, and just as his face lit up with joy, she added, no problem. I'll take our son home tomorrow. Zhang Guoqing's smile froze, and he looked at her with mock grievance. Wife, you're so mean. Zhou Jiao burst out laughing, kissing his cheek. Letting you go to Dakingshan is already generous. Don't try to act cute. If anything happens to you, what am I supposed to do? What about our son? Would you really want your wife lying under another man? Or your son calling someone else dad? Before she could finish, she felt him clutch her tightly, and she was secretly pleased. Life had been going smoothly lately, and everyone was getting a bit too complacent. It was time for a little wake-up call. Zhang Guoqing felt a dull ache in his heart. After a while, he complained in a low voice, "You're heartless. Aren't you supposed to love only me?" Zhou Jiao glanced at him, amused. Of course I do. But if you're not around to protect me, and the world is so complicated, what if someone tricks me? So, for the sake of my virtue, young man, you'd better outlive me. Don't go looking for trouble. Zhang Guoqing held her tightly without a word. He knew why Zhou Jiao said these things, but he still didn't like hearing it. Anything else was fine, but not this kind of example. Leaning against him, Zhou Jiao could sense his silent protest, but she didn't try to comfort him. If she hadn't already agreed to let him take their son up the mountain, she'd have changed her mind. What meaning would this world have without Zhang Guoqing? Her parents would still have each other, and their son would grow up and live his own life. Only this man by her side could be with her forever. Zhang Guoqing gradually sensed her sadness and, annoyed, smacked his own forehead. Don't worry, I treasure my life. I still want to see what you look like as an old lady. What's so great about being an old lady? You'll probably be sick of me by then. Says who? Even if my wife is an old lady, she's still my treasure. Looks like I'd better keep in shape. What if some old geezer tries to steal you away? When you're old, I'll carry you on my back and travel the world. Travel the world? What is this, a wuxia novel? Zhou Jiao laughed out loud. The couple cuddled for a long while, finally dispelling the gloom in Zhang Guoqing's heart. Seeing it was late, Zhou Jiao briefly mentioned what Zhang's mother had said earlier that day. Zhang Guoqing shook his head repeatedly, then told her about the conversation between the two brothers and his own suspicions. He hadn't planned to get involved in his eldest brother's marital affairs, but now things were different. If his mother didn't know the full story and stirred up trouble, it could get out of hand. After listening, Zhou Jiao's eyes flashed. Do you approve of eldest brother marrying that girl? Silly wife. Zhang Guoqing sighed. Everyone has their own ideas. I can't live his life for him. I've said all I can. What else can I do? You're still holding back. The main point is that girl's character is no good. She knows he's a father of 4 with a proper family, yet she still chases after him. Is that what you call a good girl? No boundaries, no morals, using love as an excuse. If a woman like that marries into the Zhang family, I want nothing to do with her. It's disgusting. You think I don't know that? But if I say it outright, eldest brother might just rebel. Since he says there's nothing going on, we'll just let it fade away. Heh, I really regret agreeing to Mom's request today. Zhang Guoqing patted her. No need to get upset over other people's business. This time, we'll take the kids to the provincial capital for a trip. We'll do as Mom asked and visit the school, then I'll take you away. I'm worried Mom's plan will backfire. And have you considered this? The girl's motives for targeting your eldest brother. You acted too rashly this time, actually listening to eldest brother and not checking her background. Zhang Guoqing's eyes narrowed. You think she knows about our family? It's possible. Godfather wouldn't ignore eldest brother. We know plenty of people in the provincial capital. Anyone with connections could easily find out who he is. What does it mean to get involved with him? Zhang Guoqing recalled the figure he'd seen at the gate that day, his eyes narrowing further. If she dared to play dirty, even if he didn't destroy her, he'd make sure she paid dearly. That night, quite a few people found it hard to sleep. Without his wife having to say anything, old Zhang, the head of the family, could already sense something was off. In the past, it was hard to tell how his eldest son and daughter-in-law got along without any comparison. But tonight, with 5 couples of children gathered together, the differences became obvious. The others were affectionate with each other, but his own son? Not so much. His daughter-in-law was busy serving everyone, but he didn't even help her by picking up a bite of food for her. During the day, there were too many people around. Now, with the 2 younger sons gone, old Zhang shot his wife a look. Seeing her gather the eldest daughter-in-law and the kids off to the east wing, he signaled for his eldest son to follow him back to their room. As soon as Zhang Guofu entered the bedroom, he saw his father lighting up his pipe. He quickly asked, "Dad, is there something troubling you?" Old Zhang waved for him to sit down. He took a few puffs, then stopped, just staring at Zhang Guofu with a melancholy look. "Dad?" Zhang Guofu looked at him uneasily. Old Zhang almost laughed at his son's nervousness. If he couldn't get anything out of his eldest, could this kid really keep secrets from him? "Dad?" Old Zhang sighed deeply and said slowly, "Time really flies. Back when we split the family, your mother worried that we'd all drift apart. I told her that wouldn't happen. I may not have much ability, but I raised 3 good sons. But now, sigh." Zhang Guofu was startled by his father's heavy sigh. Had he done something to upset his dad? He thought it over carefully. Aside from his wife being a bit off, there wasn't much else. Seeing the concern in his son's eyes, old Zhang felt a bit guilty. What he was about to say might make his son feel wronged, but it had to be said. He couldn't let his wife lose sleep over these things. "You really have grown distant from me. Son, you used to come to me whenever you had something on your mind. But now, I only hear about your affairs from others." Zhang Guofu frantically shook his head and waved his hands. "Dad, who said that? Let me explain." "What's there to explain? I asked your 2 brothers, and they both cover for you. I really have become a useless old man. The 3 of you have all grown up." Zhang Guofu's mouth fell open. "Dad?" Old Zhang sighed again, sizing up his eldest son. "My eldest really is getting more accomplished. No wonder there are women wanting to marry into our family." Now Zhang Guofu finally understood what his father was getting at. He let out a sigh of relief, but also grew anxious. He hurriedly said, "Dad, don't listen to people's nonsense. I don't have any such intentions. Lately, quite a few families have been trying to set up matches for Shizi. You know about this, right? Mom mentioned it. Look, Shizi's already grown up. As her father, I know my boundaries. Don't worry. I really don't." Old Zhang waved him off. "You're not getting my point. I believe my son isn't the kind of person who forgets who he is the moment he gets a little power." Zhang Guofu looked at his father, completely baffled. "Have you ever thought about it? Besides Shizi herself, what else are these people interested in?" Old Zhang saw his eldest son start to get it and nodded. "Exactly. To put it bluntly, they're interested in Shizi's little uncle, your brother. People in the county have already noticed this. What about those in the provincial capital?" Old Zhang narrowed his eyes, took a drag from his pipe, and slowly exhaled. "I remember once, drinking with your uncle Dashan, he told me something. He said, as long as you 2 brothers don't get caught up in any womanizing scandals, with Xiao Wu and Zhou Jiao around, no one would dare pin anything on you. And your uncle's was saw that there were always some women hanging around your second brother. Even though he knows your brother isn't interested, he still warned him in private not to get tripped up by women. He said some of those women might have been sent by your Uncle Zhou's rivals, trying to get something on you 2 brothers. If they get any dirt on you, wouldn't Xiao Wu have to step in?" After saying all this, old Zhang shook his head at his eldest son and continued smoking in silence. He didn't believe that after hearing all this, his eldest would still dare to fool around. Of his 3 sons, the eldest had always protected his 2 younger brothers, especially Xiao Wu, the youngest. He doted on him the most. Old Zhang didn't believe that after hearing this, his eldest would dare have any wandering thoughts. Zhou Lin's words, Zhang Guoqing had heard his own second brother mention them before. He hadn't paid much attention at the time. He was just a grain procurement clerk, never embezzled a single grain, so how could he possibly cause trouble for his younger brother? But now, seeing his father's expression, Zhang Guoqing started to realize things weren't as simple as he'd thought. He'd always been popular with women, but never as much as in the past year or two. Back when he was single, plenty of girls liked him. He was young then. After getting married and having kids, even some widows and other women took an interest, but that was when his family was well off. Now, the women interested in him seemed to be of a higher caliber. But was he really worth these women risking their reputations, fighting to be stepmothers? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Zhang Guoqing recalled a certain smiling face and frowned deeply. Even if he never intended to get involved, just being toyed with by a woman like that was enough to make him uncomfortable. All the while, old Zhang was watching his eldest son out of the corner of his eye. Seeing his son's face grow increasingly grave, his brows furrowed, old Zhang felt his own nerves tighten. He continued calmly, "Come on, you can't hide it from me. I'm old, but I still visit your school often. You think I can't see what's going on?" Zhang Guoqing hadn't intended to hide anything from his father. If he couldn't trust his own parents, who could he trust? He nodded, then immediately opened the door to check outside, and glanced out the window from the Kang heated bed. Old Zhang didn't bother laughing at his son's sneakiness. Once he settled down, old Zhang tapped his long pipe. "Don't rush, just take your time. If there's a problem, we'll solve it while Xiao Wu is still around." Zhang Guoqing shook his head. "There's nothing that can't be solved. Dad, let me tell you something. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. I know what I'm doing." Old Zhang didn't quite believe that. Just from his son's shifty behavior, he wasn't convinced. But now wasn't the time to discourage him. He needed to let the boy speak honestly, then guide him properly. Only fools blabber nonsense. I trust my own son's character. Don't be nervous, just talk." Encouraged by his father's words, Zhang Guoqing grinned and began in a low voice, "Dad, besides those women you've seen, there really is a girl who just won't give up on me." Old Zhang glanced at his son's smiling face, his hand itching to smack him with the pipe. He gripped the pipe, smiled, and nodded for him to continue. "At first, she'd write me letters every couple of days. Every time I went out, she'd be watching me. I even suspected she was skipping class just to keep an eye on me. Later, when I realized something was off, I refused to accept any more letters. Maybe she was worried they'd get returned and someone else would read them, so she stopped writing. Instead, she started slipping me notes in the cafeteria. I just pretended not to see them and went about my business." Old Zhang was secretly anxious, wishing he could smack this foolish son. Keeping something this big from him until now, if he didn't press him tonight, would he ever have said anything? Later, when I went to Uncle Guang's place, she would wait for me at the intersection on purpose. She wouldn't say anything, just followed me back and forth. One time, when no one was around, she rushed over and hugged me, crying and saying that her family was well off, that she was so-and-so's daughter, that she was different from other girls, that she really liked me, and the more I rejected her, the more she thought I was a good man. Father Zhang listened, carefully studying his son's expression, worried that the boy might be tempted. Having such a pretty girl clinging to him, what a disaster, not a blessing. I was so scared at the time that I quickly pushed her away. In my whole life, besides my wife, I've never been that close to any other woman. I pushed her a bit hard, and the girl fell, scraping her hands and feet and bleeding. I had no choice, so I carried her to the hospital. Father Zhang glared at him, exasperated, and knocked on the king table, lowering his voice. "Foolish. You should have just minded your own business and walked away." Zhang Guoqing gave a wry smile. "I couldn't walk away, Dad. I just couldn't be that heartless." Seeing her crying and bleeding, I thought of my Miao. If my own daughter was in that situation, I'd feel terrible. Father Zhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At least he still thought of his own daughter at a time like that. There's hope for him yet. He'd been worried his son had fallen for the girl. That day, I talked to her for a long time and made it clear that nothing could ever happen between us. After that, I didn't dare go to Uncle Guang's alone anymore, and whenever I went out shopping, I'd bring male classmates along. At this point, Zhang Guoqing frowned, hesitating for a moment before looking at his father. Dad, that day when Xiao Wu and the others came over, that girl was waiting for me at the gate again. And it was during class time. Do you think she was trying to confirm something? Father Zhang nodded immediately. Even if that girl was innocent, she'd still be nailed with a crime. She's not simple at all. I never thought about marrying her, so I didn't think too much about it. But now that you mention it, the whole thing is pretty strange. I'm not much of a talker, and at school, I'm not exactly in the spotlight. So why did she pick me? She never said? Zhang Guoqing nodded. She said I helped her once, but I don't even remember it. Father Zhang jumped in, see. If it's something you can't even remember, it must have been a small thing. Would a girl make such a big deal out of something so minor? She definitely has an agenda. Zhang Guoqing immediately sat up straight, waiting for his father's next words. Let's analyze this step by step. First, let's talk about her character. Think about it. Would either of your sisters do something like this? You have a wife and 4 kids, and yet a young woman is clinging to you. Doesn't that say something about her character? Zhang Guoqing tilted his head and nodded slowly. Next, let's talk about your school. There are plenty of guys younger and better looking than you, right? And since she's pretty and comes from a good family, there must be other men interested in her, right? So what's she after? Zhang Guoqing kept nodding at his father's barrage of questions. Yeah, what is she after? Is it really love? He was too embarrassed to say that out loud to his dad. Now, let's talk about her actions. First, she wrote you letters, then she started following you around. That shows she's calculating. Educated people are different, huh? You know what this is? Testing the waters. If she were simple-minded, she'd just come right out and say she liked you. That kind of woman isn't scary. But she wrote her feelings down first, to test your reaction. When you didn't respond, she kept sending notes. Still no reaction, so she showed up in person and started using real tactics. She played the victim, acted like she was hopelessly devoted to you, silently following you around. The longer she did that, the more uncomfortable and soft-hearted you'd get. That's how she gets what she wants. And look how quickly she acted. In broad daylight, she hugged you. Would a good girl do that? No way. And I bet that whole falling and bleeding thing was just to make you feel guilty. Think about it, you're not Xiao Wu. How hard could you have pushed her? And did she wipe her tears with her bloody hand, looking like she was about to cry but holding back? As his father spoke, Zhang Guoqing's jaw dropped in shock. Father Zhang saw the dumbfounded look on his son's face and smirked to himself. Huh. Don't think just because I'm an old farmer I can't see through your little tricks. I've been around the block, even spent time in the provincial capital with your grandpa. I know what's what. He went on, these tricks aren't new. You see them all the time in storybooks. Educated folks love to play these sneaky games, thinking they're clever. But if you ask me, it's just foolish. You're still young and inexperienced. This is nothing compared to what you might face in the future. Let me tell you what that girl's next move will be. Zhang Guoqing nodded dumbly. You'll be graduating and returning to the county in a few months, so she's getting anxious. She won't bother you directly, but she'll keep showing up, making you uncomfortable. After a month or so, if you still don't react, she'll change her approach and say, if we can't be together, can I at least be your sister? You'll agree, right? Zhang Guoqing nodded silently. At most, he'd just avoid being alone with her. And that's how you fall into her trap. If she gets impatient, she'll invite you out for a siblings drink and use some tricks to turn things physical. If you refuse to go, it doesn't matter. As your so-called sister, she'll visit our house, and over time, as you let your guard down, she'll have plenty of chances to make you hers. Son, never underestimate women. How many emperors in history have fallen because of women? Zhang Guoqing broke out in a cold sweat. He remembered that before he came home, that girl had actually told him at the station that from now on, he was her big brother. Father Zhang noticed the sweat on his son's forehead and sighed to himself. Damn, I guessed right. Good thing I caught this in time, or this foolish boy would have fallen for it sooner or later. Women like that are smart, but don't walk the right path. They like to take advantage. On the surface, they act devoted, but they won't stick with you through thick and thin. If you're successful, she'll be a good helper, handling things outside the home beautifully. But the moment you fall on hard times, or if she finds a better opportunity, she'll leave without a second thought. She's not the type to settle down. Back in the day, most concubines in rich families were just like that. Your female classmates' tricks are just like those women. If you look into it, maybe one of her relatives was a concubine. Zhang Guoqing wiped his sweat and quickly promised, "Dad, even if I had any thoughts, after what you've said, I'll stay far away from her." At this point, Father Zhang had already nailed that city girl's reputation to the wall of shame. Now, whenever Zhang Guoqing saw her, he couldn't help but remember his father's words. Such deep schemes. He couldn't afford to mess with her. Father Zhang broke into a smile, patted his eldest son on the shoulder, and praised, "You really are my son." Most people would have been tempted long ago. "I'm glad you can resist the temptations out there." Zhang Guoqing scratched his head and grinned. "Dad, I'm not that good. To be honest, I was tempted for a moment, but then I thought, if I really married a young girl, I'd lose all face." That thought killed any other ideas. Father Zhang wasn't angry anymore. The fact that his son could say this showed he knew his limits. Even if he turned down this girl, there would be plenty of other women in the future. As long as his son had a sense of propriety, that was enough. Now that the issue outside had been settled, it was time to address matters between the couple. Father Zhang decided to take advantage of the quiet evening, with no one around to interrupt, to have a good talk with his eldest son. He knew his 3 sons very well. Other people's sons might need to be beaten or scolded, but his 3 had been sensible and filial since childhood. As long as he spoke to them with reason and emotion, they would listen. That's the right way to think. Once a man has a wife, he shouldn't have a wandering heart. If a family isn't united, it's not a real family. What is a family? When you're tired outside, you come home and there's a hot meal waiting for you. When you're bullied out there, there's someone at your back, ready to stand up for you no matter what. As Father Zhang spoke, he watched his son, who hung his head in silence. He understood. The eldest daughter-in-law had her faults, but a good woman is made by her man. Worried his son might get tired of this topic, he changed the subject, reminiscing, "When your mother was young, she had a fiery temper. She'd flare up at the slightest thing. But in all the years we've been together, we never once had a real argument." Why? Because I couldn't bear to say a harsh word to her. I always remembered, when she first married in, she'd save every bit of food for me, saying she had a small appetite. When we split from the family, she worked in the fields with me day and night. Many times, if I left for a bit, she'd already done half a day's work by the time I got back. She really treated herself like a beast of burden. Any wild game we had at home, 8 or 9 times out of 10, ended up on my plate. If I didn't eat, she'd wipe away tears. I always felt like the soup I drank was flavored with her tears. After you were born, she finally started drinking a bit of soup herself. Less than half a year after marrying in, she was nothing but skin and bones. When your grandpa came to see her, he cried on the spot. He told me he'd married off his only daughter, hoping she'd have a good life, but she was suffering more than at home. I was so ashamed I didn't know where to put myself. Looking at the big green mountain, I decided to keep it from your mother. When there was no farm work in winter, I'd go up the mountain. Life couldn't go on like that, so I had to take a risk. When the snow sealed the mountain, I tricked your mother into going to the county to look for work, then spent a whole week up there with your uncle and brothers. We caught 2 wild boars. I even got hurt. When I got home, your mother fainted from fright. For days after, every time she opened her eyes, the first thing she did was look for me. I'll never forget how scared she was. Back then, apart from your grandparents, no one treated me as well as she did. After you kids came along, life got even harder for her. There were years when she barely closed her eyes for a moment. Father Zhang realized he'd gone off on a tangent and laughed, shaking his head. Getting old, I guess. Then your wife married in. She's a diligent, thoughtful girl, always telling your mother to rest. She'd follow you around with a hoe, smiling all the while. Your mother was overjoyed, said you were lucky to have found the right wife. She really is a good one, pretty, good-natured, and a hard worker. She put all the other wives in the village to shame. Especially since she gave us 3 big, healthy boys all at once. Your grandparents always praised her, saying having such a daughter-in-law was a sign our family would prosper. It's rare for a daughter-in-law to do so much. Before Xiaowu was even 10, she contributed a lot to this family. All those pigs and the flock of chickens and ducks we raised every year were thanks to her. I still remember, every morning before dawn, she'd have breakfast ready, then go feed the pigs and chickens. After everyone ate, she'd grab a hoe and follow you to the fields. After every busy season, she'd be nothing but skin and bones. Her parents came to visit and cried more than once, do you remember? Zhang Guoqing, following his father's words, fell into memories. Those days were truly hard. Seeing how tough life was for his wife, he never had the heart to blame her. He nodded. He understood why his father had been desperate enough to go hunting in the mountains back then. He'd tasted the silent reproach from his father-in-law and the disdain from his mother-in-law. The Huang family, Father Zhang paused. Your father-in-law is a good man. You can't deny that. He loves his grandchildren. Whenever he had the chance, he'd take Shizi and the others over, and later even Shu went with them. In the end, what does your father-in-law want? Just for you to treat his daughter well. Zhang Guoqing frowned, wanting to argue that his younger brother hadn't let the in-laws suffer. Over the years, how much wild game had Xiaowu sent? How many dried goods had his mother sent? He glanced at his father, sensing what he was getting at. Better not argue the details here. If he pushed it, his father might get angry. Father Zhang knew his son all too well. He shook his head. Son, you can't always expect others to treat you well without giving anything in return. And you can't erase past kindness over a few issues. Besides your father-in-law, didn't your 2 brothers-in-law try every way to pull you into the city those years? Zhang Guoqing hesitated, then nodded. When our family was struggling, did your wife ever take things back to her parents' house? Zhang Guoqing knew this well and nodded firmly. Everyone has their own interests. I'm not even talking about your wife, look at your uncle. He's my own brother, right? Not long ago, he asked me if he could buy Xiaowu's little house. And that's not all. He hinted that I should help out with your aunt's affairs in the future. See? Even with his own nephew, he's got his own calculations. But can I be angry with him? No, because our family's doing better now and he feels it's only right for relatives to lend a hand. I know if we were still in the village, just scraping by, he'd never say those things. Does that make him a bad person? Zhang Guoqing looked thoughtfully at his father. Father Zhang continued earnestly, your wife is just like your uncle in this regard. When we were poor, she couldn't help her family. Now that we're better off, she's been nothing but filial to us. Her in-laws, how could she not care about her own parents? When your second brother got married, we spent a lot of money. Most daughters-in-law would have made a fuss, especially since we hadn't even split the family yet. But her? She didn't say a word. When your second brother's wife came, your mother didn't like her, but it was your wife who helped smooth things over. What does that show? That she's kind and generous. She even looks after your brothers, so how could she not think of her own 2 brothers who dote on her? So, don't blame your wife. If she's made any mistake, it's just that she went a little too far. But that's only because you let her. If you'd put your foot down a few times, she wouldn't have dared. Listening to his father, Zhang Guoqing's face turned red. Old Zhang felt he'd gone a bit too far with his words, so he quickly steered the conversation back. While your mother's not around, let me tell you something honestly. Most women, more or less, love their own families. Zhang Guoqing saw his father poke his head out the window to check, then lower his voice to say this. He couldn't help but lower his head, trying to stifle his laughter. When our family was poor before, your mother didn't have the energy to care about her own family. But once Xiaowu grew up and started hunting, he'd always find ways, openly or secretly, to send wild game to his 2 uncles. Did your mother ever scold him for it? Not once. She even helped Xiaowu keep it from me. A couple of years ago, your two cousins started working. That must have cost Xiaowu quite a few favors, right? But those days, your mother was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. Do you believe that if Xiaowu had done those favors for your eldest uncle's family or your second uncle's family, she'd have nagged about it endlessly? Pfft, Zhang Guofu couldn't hold back his laughter at his father's words. Old Zhang found it funny himself. And then there's your second brother's wife. She loves her own family too, right? Always eating and sneaking things for them, willing to put up with your mother's cold looks all day, but never changes. And take Zhao Jiao, doesn't she love her own family? It's just that your Uncle Zhou's conditions are too good, so she doesn't get the chance. Believe me, if your Uncle Zhou swapped places with the Huang family, your brother would be running up the mountains to hunt, then hauling everything back to your Uncle Zhou's place. As soon as old Zhang finished, father and son burst out laughing together. When the laughter died down, old Zhang lit his pipe and looked at his eldest son, who seemed much more relaxed. I'm telling you all this so you understand, women are all pretty much the same. If your wife loves her own family, just let her. Since you know what she's like, you keep a hold on the money. There's a saying, teach your wife behind closed doors. I think your second brother does this well. His wife isn't as good as yours, but he knows how to manage her. He never skimps on the proper gifts and respect for his father-in-law during the holidays, but nothing extra, not even a fart. Is he good to his wife? Yes, but he doesn't spoil her. I've lived most of my life and I know people. Your wife's been scared enough by you lately. Don't overdo it or you'll really frighten her. If you keep pushing, she'll start thinking the wrong way, and once she does, she won't be on the same page as you anymore. Listen to me, treat her a bit better. That girl, aside from being a bit soft-hearted, doesn't have any big flaws. If she doesn't understand something, explain it to her patiently. Give her some face in public, but make sure to keep her in line sometimes too. If you put the same effort into teaching her as you would a daughter, I don't believe you can't handle one woman. Zhang Guofu nodded with a smile. Right now, he really wanted to ask his father if his mother had been managed by him in the same way. Old Zhang looked up at his eldest son. The older he got, the better he looked. And look at him, white shirt, black pants. Really hard on the eyes. This village is all dirt and mud, and he's not worried about getting those clothes dirty? When night falls, the mosquitoes are everywhere. One careless slap, and there'll be blood all over that white shirt. What a waste. He wanted to say something, but thought better of it. Like his youngest son said, different environments call for different clothes. But then he thought of his plain, country-looking daughter-in-law, and said earnestly, when you're out and about, if anyone laughs at your wife, you have to remember your wife is your face. If people laugh at her, they're laughing at you. Just ignore them. People like that aren't worth getting close to. Zhang Guofu nodded. Dad, I can tell who's good and who isn't. Exactly. Keep that in mind. No woman stays young forever, they're not monsters. A plain wife at home is a treasure. No pretty girl outside can compare to the wife who bears your children. Your mother was a real beauty when she was young, but now she's old. When I see the calluses on her hands, I remember all the hardships she went through with me. When I see the wrinkles on her face, I feel at ease. This is what a lifelong companion looks like. You get what I mean? Zhang Guofu nodded repeatedly, understanding that his father was worried he'd start disliking his wife as she got older. He never cared about looks anyway. He wasn't like his second brother, who had to marry the pretty Lin Juhua. If he'd wanted a beauty back then, he wouldn't have agreed to marry into the Huang family. His wife had followed him since she was a girl, working endlessly and bearing his children. It hadn't been easy for her. Just like his father said, no woman stays young forever. No matter how pretty, they'll all have wrinkles one day. Old Zhang had said a lot tonight. Now, seeing his eldest son finally understand, he suddenly felt thirsty. He poked his head out the window again. His wife must be getting anxious. You've got to head back tomorrow, so I won't say more. Son, if you run into trouble out there, remember to talk to your Uncle Guang. Zhang Guofu got off the kang and followed his father to the door. Uncle Guang told me the same thing. If I need anything, just go to him. Go tell your mother to come back and get some rest yourself. No need to get up too early tomorrow. For Mid-Autumn Festival, remember to come back from the provincial city early and take your wife and kids to visit your father-in-law. Zhang Guofu hesitated, then nodded. All right, I'll arrange it. Old Zhang laughed and scolded him, silly boy. If you like it there, stay a bit longer. If you don't, just make an appearance and leave. Would I ever let my own son suffer? Zhang Guofu scratched his head and chuckled. Watching him leave the main room, old Zhang quickly grabbed the kettle and took a big drink. I'm dying of thirst. If this brat doesn't listen next time, I won't bother talking. I'll just use a stick. Zhang's wife came into the main room, looking uneasy as she checked her husband's expression. Earlier, he'd told her to take their daughter-in-law out, and she had no idea what he'd said to their eldest son. Old Zhang shot her a sidelong glance, hummed a few lines of Peking opera, and strolled back to the bedroom with his hands behind his back. Zhang's wife's eyes lit up. She hurried after him and, as soon as she entered the bedroom, sidled up to him. So, did it work? Of course. I told you you were worrying for nothing. He's my son, my own flesh and blood, wouldn't I know him? The boy's fine, so just relax and sleep. Seeing her husband lift his chin proudly, Zhang's wife couldn't help but laugh. That's good, that's good. The ancestors are watching over us. Old man, what exactly did you say to him? Tell me. Old Zhang glanced at her guiltily and cleared his throat. Nothing much, just chatted. I'm getting old, just a short walk up the hill and I'm exhausted. What time is it? Why am I always so sleepy? Zhang's wife was too worried to gossip. She anxiously circled him, checking him over. Xiaowu sent back all that formula and you refused to drink it. Now you're not feeling well, are you? Did you take the ginseng pills Zhou Jiao gave you? Are your legs or feet hurting? Old Zhang couldn't stop grinning at his wife. Silly woman. You can't just eat those ginseng pills for no reason. I think you've just been working too hard in the fields these days. Old Zhang wished he could slap himself. See, this is what happens when you talk too much. Now she's keeping score. Wife, let's just go to bed. I'll listen to you and stop helping out with the team. When are we going back to the city? In a few days. Looks like Xiaowu still wants to go hunting. Old Zhang listened as his wife muttered about how much meat and wild vegetables they had at home, what they still needed for the winter. He smiled to himself. Now, this is what life is all about. The night sky was dotted with stars. The heat of the day had faded, and a gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. Apart from the occasional chorus of frogs, everything was silent. Zhang Guofu stepped out of the main house and stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the sky. Huang Cuilan waited eagerly for the familiar sound of footsteps approaching. After a while, realizing he still hadn't come inside, she hesitated, picked up a bamboo fan, and walked out of the room. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw her husband looking up at the sky. She glanced up, puzzled, then walked over to stand beside him, fanning away the mosquitoes. Looks like it'll be a sunny day tomorrow. Zhang Guofu nodded. Yeah, looks like good weather. The wheat in our team has all been brought in, and the other teams nearby are busy with their harvests too. This year, your unit won't have to worry about running short of grain. Zhang Guofu could hear the concern for his work in her words. Seeing her frown slightly as she fanned away the mosquitoes for him, he felt a warmth in his heart. Bathed in the moonlight, Huang Cuilan's face reminded him of when she had just married into the family. The familiar courtyard, the familiar scent tonight. His father's words had left him deep in thought. What's on your mind? Zhang Guofu looked at his wife's hand pushing his right arm and shook his head. Following his gaze, Huang Cuilan quickly withdrew her hand and rubbed it on her pants, as if trying to erase a trace of awkwardness. Seeing this, Zhang Guofu's eyes dimmed. He quickly reached out and grabbed her right hand. He ran his fingers over her palm. The thick calluses had formed over the years since they married. The scar on the back of her hand was from when she'd cut herself chopping bones soon after moving in, and there were a few other small marks. He remembered every one, even if they weren't visible. All of them were for this family, for him. Guofu. Her voice was a mix of surprise and nervousness. Zhang Guofu looked up at her, smiled reassuringly, and said, "Did you just get your hair cut? It looks nice." It's getting late, let's get some rest. Huang Zuelan's eyes sparkled in the darkness and she nodded eagerly. Okay. Are you hungry? Want something to eat before bed? I think you've lost weight again. Hearing her ramble excitedly, Zhang Guofu chuckled and didn't answer, just led her back inside. He'd only eaten not long ago, how could he be hungry? But he didn't bother to argue. Just as his father had said, a man should guide his wife quietly. As long as the woman before him still loved him and this family, he believed that with effort, he could win her heart back. Later, after a passionate night in the East Wing bedroom, Zhang Guofu stroked his wife's hair. He couldn't remember the last time he'd held her like this. Guofu, the money you gave me last time, I've still got it. The household expenses haven't been much, and I've saved up enough for the kids' tuition this year. When you're in the provincial city, don't be too frugal. Zhang Guofu patted her gently. Okay. Huang Zuelan knew her husband was a man of few words, so she just smiled. But Zhang Guofu understood what she meant. She was telling him she hadn't sent any money to her parents' family. He didn't mind supporting his in-laws as long as their own family was taken care of. But he didn't plan to spell it out. He knew his wife's temperament too well. If he brought it up, she'd get all worked up again. This time, Xiaowu had brought back a lot of wild game. As her husband, he understood all too well the look in his wife's eyes when she glanced at the string of meat his mother had hung in the storeroom. If it were their own, he'd have agreed to send some to his father-in-law. Whether his father-in-law shared it with his brothers-in-law wasn't his concern. But this was his younger brother's gift to their parents. Absolutely not. Especially since that eldest brother-in-law of hers, even though he worked at the township supply and marketing cooperative, was always up to something. He didn't plan to tell his parents or brothers about any of this. As long as he was around, no one would use Xiaowu as an excuse. Thinking of this, Zhang Guofu sighed inwardly. He seemed to always take out his frustrations about certain people and things on his wife. He knew it wasn't right, but he couldn't help feeling angry. Will you be back for Mid-Autumn Festival? My father wants us all to have a meal at his place. Sure. Huang Zuelan looked up at him happily. Then I'll write back to my father. My eldest and second brothers will be there too. That's wonderful. What should we bring as a gift? Zhang Guofu paused his gentle patting, then continued and smiled. What do you think is appropriate? Huang Zuelan glanced at his expression and asked softly, I notice my father still has some tiger bone wine left. Could we bring him a little? Not much, just half a jean. Zhang Guofu looked at her for a moment, then shook his head. That was his father's, and he had no intention of taking it. It was his younger brother's filial gift to their parents. How unfilial would he be to take from his own father's mouth? Huang Zuelan sighed in disappointment. Seeing this, Zhang Guofu was furious. Your father is a father, but mine isn't? He said quietly, my father only has 2 jean at most. I just can't bring myself to ask. Noticing his expression, Huang Zuelan quickly smiled. Forget it then. Let's think of something else. Xiaowu brought back a lot of pastries this time, but our daughter put them away. Otherwise, those would have made a nice gift. Zhang Guofu couldn't bear to blame his daughter. She was his precious little girl. Remembering what she'd whispered to him when he got home, he smiled and said, let the kids have those. There's still some time before Mid-Autumn Festival. We can buy some pastries at the supply store later and put together a set of 4 gifts. Huang Zuelan wanted to say that for the past few years, their festival gifts had just been 2 sets of cloth and 2 bottles of wine plus pastries for her parents, but she knew better than to say it out loud. Now the whole family relied on her husband's salary. She couldn't afford to make a fuss. Zhang Guofu had thought of this too and tried to reassure her, for festival gifts, just do what my sisters and sisters-in-law do. No need to go overboard. Huang Zuelan lowered her eyes and nodded, though she didn't really agree. But there were some things she wouldn't say to her husband. Pastries came in many kinds, and there wasn't much good stuff at the county supply store. It was expensive, too. After her husband left, she'd talked to their daughter about it. Zhang Guofu noticed, and his eyes flickered. He thought of the 3 girls at home today, and how only his own daughter was wearing clothes so faded from washing. Then he remembered seeing his brother-in-law's kids in new clothes last month. He was silent for a moment, then said softly, when mid-autumn comes, I'll bring gifts back from the provincial city. Okay. Zhang Guofu rubbed his temples and looked at his wife, sighing inwardly. How should he guide her? If he was too harsh, she'd feel wronged, too gentle, and she'd brush it off. The kids are all grown now. As parents, we can't meet all their material needs anymore. If their uncles and aunts give them things, don't take them away. It doesn't feel right to me. If you want to support your father, I agree, but don't force the kids, especially when all of my Miao's cloth ends up on her cousin. Do you really think you owe your niece that much? Huang Suilon hurriedly tried to explain. That was in the past. I haven't done anything like that recently. Zhang Guofu gently patted her. Don't get anxious. You should pay more attention to the children when you have time. Did you look at the 3 girls today? After all these years, how many pieces of clothing has my Miao had? I know what you mean. This time, Zhou Jiao gave some floral fabric to the 3 girls. I didn't plan to give it to anyone else. I'm saving it for our daughter to wear when she goes to school. Zhang Guofu smiled and praised her. Well done. Looking at his wife, who was smiling in his arms, he continued, in the future, if you want to be filial to your father, I won't object, but you have to do it within your means. Face? Who doesn't care about face? But we can't ignore our own children. Shizi is getting older, and soon the 2 younger brothers will follow. How much will it cost for them to get married and have children? We need to start preparing now. And you, don't think that just because your parents and Xiaowu are around, you don't have to worry about the kids. After your parents split up the family, they didn't leave much money behind. What little they had has already been used to help Shizi and the others over the years. As for Xiaowu, I can't ask him for help either. Besides his salary and the money he got after the family split, with the way he spends, how much could he possibly have left? The rest is all from Jiao Jiao's family. Do you really feel comfortable asking Jiao Jiao for help? Huang Suilon fell silent, deep in thought. Zhang Guofu saw that she was wavering, so he continued, last time you mentioned that someone was interested in Shizi. I don't need to say it, but you should know in your heart, what are they really after? It's nothing more than the fact that the kids have Xiaowu as their uncle, and that our kids are promising. But I don't like in-laws like that. I have 4 children, and I don't intend for them to take advantage of others. Who knows if those families will turn on us the moment they get some power. You did the right thing with this. Huang Suilon looked at him thoughtfully. Zhang Guofu smiled and patted her. Relying on outsiders is ultimately unreliable. Xiaowu is my own brother, that's true, but I don't want him to be looked down upon. Huang Suilon frowned. How could that happen? Since he'd started, Zhang Guofu didn't intend to hide anything from his wife. He sat up. Do you remember when Zhou Shui came to make a scene at our house? Huang Suilon nodded. But what did that have to do with Xiaowu being looked down on? Zhang Guofu knew his wife wouldn't understand the deeper meaning. If it weren't for him being in the middle, the Huang family's eldest wouldn't even know how he died. He narrowed his eyes. Do you remember that time your eldest brother caused trouble under Xiaowu's name? After he finished, he saw his wife nod awkwardly. Zhang Guofu smiled. Do you know why I dislike your eldest brother? Why I don't like you dealing with your sister-in-law? Because your brother keeps using Xiaowu and me as a cover. I've warned him about this, but he just brushes it off. Last time, because Xiaowu stepped in, your brother didn't lose his job. But if he keeps playing with fire, not just Xiaowu, even I won't tolerate him. Even distant relatives are dragging Xiaowu down. What do you think Jiao Jiao would feel about that? The Zhou family used to be her blood relatives, and she cut them off. So in her eyes, what does your brother count for? Won't Xiaowu be put in a difficult position? Won't he be looked down upon by his wife? My brother used you as a cover? Huang Suilon really didn't know about this. She looked at him, her face darkening, and lowered her head when she saw him nod. And your sister-in-law. It's not that I look down on her, but she cares too much about her own gains and losses, always putting on a show in front of you. You're too simple and easily influenced by her, so don't get involved with her for no reason. She's not upright. If it benefits her, she might even betray you. Deep down, you've always known this, you just don't want to admit it. After Zhang Guofu finished, he saw her crestfallen expression and couldn't help but hug her and pat her gently. He hoped his wife would come to her senses. There were some things he hadn't wanted to say outright before, hoping she'd figure them out herself, but he'd underestimated her stubbornness. From their conversation tonight, it was clear that her family still meant more to her than anything else. Huang Zuelan thought back to some of the complaints her sister-in-law had made, and, feeling desperate, she asked, "My brother really has no other way. That's why he keeps coming up with reasons to try to transfer back. The father of my children, is there really no way you can help him transfer back?" Looking at her hopeful eyes and tightly clasped hands, Zhang Guofu was exasperated. The father of my children? Zhang Guofu really wanted to go back to school that very night. He realized that after all he'd said, it was like playing the lute to a cow. The most important point, his wife still didn't get. The father of my children? Zhang Guofu looked at the face in front of him, no longer young, and thought of how hard it had been for her to bear his children, and of something his father had once said. He let out a long sigh. "There is a way. I could go and ask someone for help. Do you want to try it?" Before he'd finished speaking, he saw her eyes light up and laughed. "Huang Zuelan, in your eyes, what am I? What are my family to you?" Huang Zuelan was stunned, looking at him in confusion. Zhang Guofu let out a mocking laugh. After a while, he said, "Have you ever thought about it? How many people are jealous of my opportunity to further my studies? If someone caught me doing something wrong, what would happen? Do you think I could just go back to the village? Have you seen what happens to people who end up living in cow sheets? My parents, my children, they'd go from heaven to hell. You're thinking about your brother, but have you considered the consequences?" Huang Zuelan, panicked, said, "But isn't there Xiao Wu? He could help." As expected, she was thinking of using her own brother again. Zhang Guofu felt a fire burning in his chest. He told himself not to get angry. You can't reason with someone so muddle-headed. If this was going to continue, some things had to be made clear. How do you think Xiao Wu could help? Even if he were the chairman, he couldn't cover the sky with one hand. And why should my brother help your family? Even if he could, does he have to sacrifice himself, ignore his own future, just to help your brother? That's not what I meant. Huang Zuelan shook her hands desperately. Zhang Guofu let go of her and looked straight at her. "Don't deny it. You've been influenced by your sister-in-law and your mother, always saying Xiao Wu doesn't help, and now you've started thinking that way too, haven't you?" Huang Zuelan anxiously shook her head and hands. "No, I didn't think that. My Xiao Wu has done enough for this family. Search your conscience. Wasn't most of the money from the family split earned by him? Did he ever say a word about it? Every chance he got, he helped me and my brother get jobs, let us live in the county with good work. Wasn't that his doing? When he went to Beijing, he sent packages and money back. What more does he have to do for you to stop targeting him? Do you think that just because he helped his two brothers, he should help your brothers too?" Even if she did think so, she couldn't admit it. Even though Zhang Guofu wasn't angry, Huang Zuelan could hear the anger in his words and quickly shook her head in denial. "No, I never thought that." Zhang Guofu exhaled. "Whether you think that way or not, you'd better put it out of your mind. My Xiao Wu is loyal, but he's not a fool. And my mother, if she ever found out you thought this way, our marriage wouldn't last." Huang Zuelan, hearing this, grabbed his arm tightly and shook her head. "I don't think that way. Please don't say anything to your mother." Zhang Guofu sighed and patted her. "It takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat, 1,000 years to share a pillow. Wife, let's cherish our fate and live well together. Don't let me lose hope in you. Don't be angry. I really didn't think that way." Zhang Guofu looked at her. He didn't want to bother with her, but thinking of how she always answered so readily yet acted the same as before, and with her stubbornness, if he didn't correct her now, who knew when trouble would come? That night, Zhang Guofu patiently told her about many things happening around them. He gave examples of superiors and colleagues whose wives had accepted gifts they shouldn't have, or said things they shouldn't have, and the serious consequences that followed. He hoped the mother of his children would take it to heart. The longer he stayed in the city, the more he realized that being cautious was never wrong. If he didn't scare her enough, she might blunder into disaster without even knowing how it happened. Early the next morning, as wisps of smoke curled up from every household in Zhangjiao village, little Ping'an, who'd slept soundly all night, suddenly sprang up from the heated brick bed. Rubbing his eyes, he looked in surprise at the pair still sleeping in. Zhang Guoqing had already woken up. He opened his eyes wide and smiled at his son. "Why are you up so early? Go back to sleep for a bit." Pingyan glanced outside in confusion. "Is it early?" "Without the bugle, I'm not used to it." Just as Zhang Guoqing was about to reply, he felt his wife stir uneasily in his arms. He quickly patted her gently, and seeing her drift back to sleep, he quietly got off the bed, picked up his son, and slipped out of the room. Standing in the living room, father and son both let out a sigh of relief and patted their chests in unison. Looking at his little bean of a son standing on the floor, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. "Dad, are we going up the mountain today?" Zhang Guoqing raised an eyebrow. "We need to pick the lettuce and cucumbers in the backyard this morning. If we don't pick the crabapples soon, they'll go to waste." Pingyan frowned, counting on his fingers as he explained, "A pound of wild boar meat sells for a yuan, but vegetables are only a few cents. 10 pounds of meat can buy 100 pounds of veggies. Why not ask Brother Shizi and the others to help before dinner?" Zhang Guoqing ruffled his short hair. "Then let's get moving. The earlier we go, the sooner we'll be back." "Dad?" "Show." Zhang Guoqing pointed toward the inner room. "Your mom doesn't like us two going up the mountain. Keep your voice down. If your dad gets in trouble, you'll have to cover for me." Little Pingyan nodded happily. The two hurried into the yard, washed up quickly, and listened at the window for any movement inside. Hearing nothing, they high-fived in delight. Zhang Guoqing grabbed a basket from the west wing, scooped up his son, closed the door, and left. It was just dawn, so they didn't plan to go far, just a quick trip so they could be back by noon. Once out the door, Pingyan wasn't worried about his mom stopping them. On the way up the mountain, he looked at the villagers heading to the fields in the distance and shook his little head. "What's wrong?" Zhang Guoqing patted his head, following his gaze and understanding. Without slowing his pace, he comforted the child as they hurried on. This time, Zhang Guoqing didn't plan on hunting any game. Without Zhou Jiao around, it would be inconvenient to carry anything down, and his main goal was to help his son get familiar with the area. The morning forest was still dewy, with patches of white mist here and there. Zhang Guoqing, kangaroo style, strapped his son to his chest, basket on his back, running from place to place. Whenever they came to anything special, he'd explain to his son how to handle it. Up front, the kangaroo kid looked serious, lips pressed tight, clutching a small stone, eyes narrowed in concentration as he listened carefully to his dad's instructions. Without Zhou Jiao to distract him, Zhang Guoqing moved quickly. Even when they startled rabbits in the grass, neither of them batted an eye. Pingyan fully understood what his dad meant when he called the mountain their backyard. With his dad's skills, their family would never have to worry about going hungry, even living in the village. Father and son, one teaching patiently, the other listening intently. Time slipped by, and before they knew it, 2 hours had passed and they'd reached the edge of the deep forest. Zhang Guoqing spoke softly, "Go any further and it's the deep mountains. If you don't have real skills, you basically won't come back. When I was 8, your great-grandpa took me in there. There's all kinds of wild animals, but the most dangerous thing isn't the big beasts, it's the maze forest. If you keep going for another hour or two, you'll hit the maze forest. Beyond that, I've only been twice. No one dares go further. Once was with your great-grandpa and his group, and the other time was a few years ago with your grandpa Wang." Pingyan's eyes sparkled as he looked into the distance. "Dad, why don't people dare go further? Is it even more dangerous than the maze forest? Has anyone ever been?" Zhang Guoqing patted him. "Your great-grandpa said that a long, long time ago, some people went in, but no one ever came back alive. The Taoist priests at the halfway temple all knew martial arts, but even they didn't dare go in to rescue people easily. One year, a few men went missing in the mountains. Their families begged the temple for help. The abbot sent 10 disciples in, and after several days, only half came back alive. Since then, it's been a family rule. Never go past the maze forest." "I'll remember, Dad." Hearing this, Zhang Guoqing smiled and patted him. He deliberately exaggerated the dangers, worried that his son might get curious and wander in alone when he grew up. Last time, when he went in with Old Man Wang, even at night he could hear big animals moving nearby. Any deeper, The risks were obvious. Even without the family rule, it would still be extremely dangerous. That's enough exploring for today. Let's head back, okay? Your mom should be up soon, getting lunch ready. Ping'an hugged his dad's neck tighter. Okay, next time you'll take me in further. Good boy. Zhang Guoqing kissed his son and was about to run off when suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the mountain hollow ahead. His face changed instantly, and he darted up a big tree behind them. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Guoqing was perched on a branch, scanning the area ahead, but he could only hear the noise, not see what was happening. He glanced worriedly at the child in his arms. Are you scared? Ping'an had noticed the commotion too, but he shook his head excitedly and whispered, Dad, I hear wild boars. What else is there? We can't see from here. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. Truly, the fearless are the young. That was a bear and wild boar. As he prepared his weapons and knockout powder, he kept an ear on the roars and the sound of small trees crashing down. Listen to the sounds. I'll take you closer to see what's going on, but you mustn't make a sound. Glancing at his son, who immediately covered his mouth, Zhang Guoqing climbed down, circled around, and made his way up a rocky hill through the old forest. Looking down at the beasts locked in a life-or-death struggle below, even Zhang Guoqing, who'd hunted for years, couldn't help but gasp. 1 boar, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Down in the woods, 2 kings were fighting to the death. Luckily, he'd noticed the strange noises and stayed upwind. If he'd been careless and not climbed the rocks, running into those blood-crazed beasts would have been disastrous. Ping'an tugged at him, pointing to a pile of wild yams that had been dug up in the distance. Zhang Guoqing nodded approvingly. In the small valley, there was only 1 bear, but the wild boar group was a family, a 300-plus-pound sow and several 200-pound piglets, all fighting fiercely. The whole thing probably started over that pile of wild yams. Most likely, the wild boars were happily munching on the nutritious, delicious yams when the bear happened by. Seeing all that food and relying on its size and strength, it tried to snatch a share. But the wild boars weren't having it. With a big family to feed, they weren't about to give in. So, for a few yams, a fierce battle broke out. Now, the bloody fight over the yams was raging in the valley. Both the bear and the wild boars were thick-skinned and powerful, and both sides were wounded clearly. Things had gotten serious. Roar! The black bear suddenly reared up on its hind legs and let out a thunderous howl. This burly, well-fed adult bear stood over 2 meters tall when upright, an absolutely intimidating sight. Zhang Guoqing hurriedly patted his son, only to see the boy staring intently into the distance, eyes shining with excitement. Zhang couldn't help but laugh at himself. He'd worried for nothing. In the past, when hunting with his son, they always relied on their keen hearing. First ambush, then strike. Scenes of such brutal, bloody, head-to-head combat were rare. Anyone faint of heart would have turned pale with fear by now. Feeling relieved, Zhang Guoqing gently ruffled his son's hair. The forest was full of dangers and every beast had its own skills. Letting his son witness these life-and-death struggles was a good way to broaden his horizons. Just as he withdrew his hand, the pack of wild boars, now bloodthirsty and enraged, all lowered their heads, hunched their bodies, and began pawing the ground with their front hooves, snorting and foaming at the mouth. Zhang Guoqing whispered, "Watch the wild boars' movements. They're about to charge together." "Dad, who do you think will win?" Ping'an watched the furious black bear bellowing nonstop, feeling anxious for it. "Hurry up and charge. If you wait for the whole boar family to attack, you'll be in trouble." Zhang Guoqing shook his head. "Hard to say. A single wild boar isn't scary, but a whole pack is a different story. Both sides are in a frenzy now, it's just a matter of who can hold out the longest. All seasoned hunters know that a lone wild boar is nothing to fear, just meat on the table. But if you run into a pack, it's best to stay as far away as possible." The last time Zhang Guoqing encountered a boar pack, he'd secretly used tranquilizers. Otherwise, if you weren't careful, you could end up half dead or worse. As soon as he finished speaking, the black bear, enraged by the wild boar's challenge to its authority, also reared up and lunged forward in a fury. The lead cell let out a piercing squeal, baring her long, gleaming white tusks. With a powerful leap, she charged at the bear, screaming and foaming at the mouth. Her four slightly smaller piglets weren't about to back down either. Following their mother's lead, they all lowered their heads, eyes bloodshot, and spread out to form a formation, howling as they surrounded the bear and charged. "Dad, look, look." This was a fight to the death. "Watch their attack patterns," Zhang Guoqing said, getting ready himself, not to join the fight, but to make sure his son didn't make a sound out of excitement. He held the boy tightly, ready to run at a moment's notice. "Dad, you have to treasure food from now on. Look at them, risking their lives for a few measly yams." If it weren't for the situation, Zhang Guoqing would have burst out laughing. Some habits never change, clearly. The 2 tables of food from yesterday still weighed on the boy's mind. If it hadn't been his own grandparents, he'd have insisted on taking the leftovers home. Now, any chance he got, he tried to instill these values in his dad. The battle was about to begin. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the black bear swung its right paw at the lead sow's head. With a loud thud, the sow was sent rolling to the side, motionless. Little Ping'an grabbed his father's arm in excitement, his finger trembling as he pointed. "Strength conquers all. Dad, look at that power." Both father and son were naturally strong, and the boy must have made the connection. Zhang Guoqing squinted, a bit disappointed it wasn't the bear fighting a pack of wolves. Then his son could have learned even more. He stayed silent, focusing intently on the battle in the valley. This was just the beginning. He hoped the remaining piglets wouldn't let him down. The black bear quickly followed up with a left paw, swatting another boar to the ground. Judging by the way both sows twitched and lay still, they were clearly dead. The bear then raised its right paw again, charging at another boar. At that moment, the 2 remaining piglets seized the opportunity, darting in from the sides and ramming their tusks hard into the bear's flanks. The bear roared in pain and, in a rage, brought its right paw down with full force, instantly killing the boar in front of it. By now, both sides had suffered heavy losses. The bear's flanks were torn open and bleeding profusely from the tusk wounds. With another thunderous roar, the bear turned and glared fiercely at the 2 remaining piglets, its bloodshot eyes blazing with fury. In just one round, 3 out of the 5 wild boars had fallen. The boar family had been utterly defeated by the bear's powerful paws. "The bear won," Ping'an muttered. Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement. The strength gap was just too great. In a contest of brute force, the bear's paws were simply lethal. On one side of the valley stood the adult black bear. On the other, 2 piglets weighing less than 200 gene each. Neither of them could withstand even a light swipe from the bear. Ping'an clenched his fists, whispering, "Run, hurry, run." Sure enough, the 2 piglets seemed to sense their doom. They exchanged glances and grunted a few times. One turned and fled, while the other suddenly let out a shrill squeal, its bristles standing on end as it charged the bear with reckless abandon. "Huh, something's off. Watch closely." "Dad, are these 2 using a trick? That little pig is brave, but it's a pity." Before Ping'an could finish, what happened next left both father and son stunned. Completely unexpectedly, the little pig charged forward, but when it was about 2 meters from the bear, it suddenly dodged to the side. The bear, caught off guard, couldn't stop its momentum and crashed to the ground. In a flash, the little pig darted in and stabbed the bear's exposed flank with its tusks, then quickly spun around and stabbed the bear's hind leg. The bear, howling in pain, swung its paw, but this time missed. The piglet, suddenly seeming much smarter, had already darted several meters away. Now the tide of battle had shifted. The bear's body and legs were now covered in bloody wounds, with blood gushing out, while the little pig grunted provocatively from a safe distance. The 2 glared at each other, eyes red with rage. After a brief standoff, as the bear lowered its head to inspect its wounds, the piglet stopped grunting, lowered its head, and charged at full speed. The bear felt a sharp pain in its neck and, without thinking, swung its right paw smack. The piglet was sent rolling to the side. But the bear had suffered another serious wound, blood spurting from its neck. With several severe injuries, it was now on the verge of collapse. From a distance, Zhang Guoqing saw the bear trying to escape into the deep forest. He immediately raised his bow, took aim, and sprinted forward. As soon as the bear was within range, he loosed 2 arrows in quick succession. With a crash, the bear fell to the ground. Looking down at the bottom of the valley and seeing that Ping'an was safe, he hurriedly said, "Dad, go check on that little wild boar. I want to keep it." "All right, hold on to my neck a little tighter." Zhang Guoqing agreed without hesitation. Never mind a little wild boar, even if it were a tiger, if his son wanted to keep it, he'd pull out its fangs just to let it play nicely with his boy. With a few agile leaps among the rocks, Zhang Guoqing and his son were soon at the bottom of the valley, approaching the brave little wild boar, only to find it had already been killed with a single blow. Little Ping'an pouted, looking sadly at his father. Zhang Guoqing rubbed his head helplessly. If only his son had mentioned it earlier, maybe if he'd acted sooner, he could have saved the piglet. Seeing this, Ping'an patted his dad comfortingly. "I was just saying. Even if we kept it, we couldn't bring it home. If we did, they'd make us hand it over and slaughter it for meat anyway." The more considerate his child was, the more Zhang Guoqing's heart ached. Of course he knew all this. Even if they only kept it for a few days at home to make the kid happy, it would be worth it. Sigh. Keeping birds or goldfish is considered petty bourgeoisie. We've struck it rich. So much meat. But how are we going to carry it all back? If I'd known, I would have asked Mom to come help. "Dad, think of something." Zhang Guoqing's thoughts were interrupted by his son's excited shouting. He pinched his son's cheek with a laugh. "Little money grubber." Then, looking around, he saw that apart from the one wild boar that had run off, the rest were all lying on the ground. The smell of blood was too strong here, and they were still on the outskirts of the deep mountains. They couldn't butcher the animals on the spot, so he'd have to make a couple of sleds to drag them a bit further away before figuring out what to do. With a plan in mind, he quickly fashioned 2 sleds out of some unlucky trees that had been knocked down, tying the animals securely with branches and vines. The black bear alone weighed over 700 jin, and with 4 wild boars, the total was more than 2,000 jin. There was no way he could take it all in one trip, so he tied up 3 of the wild boars and hung them from a big tree 100 meters away. Once that was done, Zhang Guoqing slung the black bear over his back, held his son tightly in one arm, and grabbed a 200 jin wild boar in the other, hurrying back toward the wooden cabin. From a distance, they looked like a moving mountain, thank goodness for his strength. Even so, he was exhausted by the time they reached the cabin, and he almost wanted to give up on the remaining 3 boars. Inside, Zhang Guoqing reheated some steamed buns, and father and son made do with a simple lunch. After a short rest, he picked up his son again, but the little guy shook his head and said, "Dad, I'll stay here and watch the meat." "I can do it." "No way. Not up for discussion. I'm worried you'll get too tired." Zhang Guoqing shot him a sideways glance. "So should we just leave the 3 boars behind?" He didn't believe his penny-pinching son would agree to that. Ping'an nodded immediately. "That's fine. If you're too tired, it's not worth it. We'll just butcher them here and head back." "Wow." Zhang Guoqing was genuinely surprised. He laughed. "You're not upset? That's a whole yuan per jin of meat. Think how many vegetables you could buy with that." Ping'an remembered his dad was teasing him about what he'd said that morning and giggled. "No matter how much meat there is, it's not as important as you. You work too hard, and I can't bear it." "Good boy. Just for those words, your dad has to bring the meat back. We have enough to eat. Leave the rest. Hold on to my neck, let's hurry. If we're late, your mom will worry." "Dad, when will I be grown up?" "Don't think about growing up. It's not as fun as you think." This time, without any heavy loads, father and son made quick work of the return trip. Before they got close, they heard more howls from the valley clearly. The strong scent of blood had attracted more wild animals, and now some deadly rivals were fighting it out. Even if there was a free tiger to be had, neither Zhang Guoqing nor Ping'an was interested. Who knew how long those beasts would fight? At the big tree, Zhang Guoqing untied the wild boar and left. Luckily, he'd been cautious and hung the boars elsewhere, so he could just pick them up and go without any trouble. All the way back, Ping'an clung tightly to his father's neck, not moving a muscle for fear of making things harder for him, his eyes fixed on the path ahead, silently calculating how much farther they had to go. They'd been out since dawn, making 2 round trips already. Even without a watch, Zhang Guoqing knew they'd been gone too long. They hadn't told Zhou Jiao they were going out this morning, not even leaving a note. Once she realized the hunting gear was missing, she'd be frantic with worry. Just thinking about facing Zhou Jiao's half-smiling, half-annoyed expression when they got home made Zhang Guoqing nervous, and he unconsciously picked up his pace. "Dad, that's Mom." Zhang Guoqing was hurrying along with his head down when his son's words startled him so much he nearly tripped. He looked up in the direction his son was pointing, and sure enough, there was his wife standing on the lawn in front of the cabin. "Oh no, this ancestor, this lady." Zhang Guoqing's face changed. "Your mom is way too bold, coming up the mountain alone." Even though Zhou Jiao's eyesight wasn't as sharp as theirs, she could still guess who it was from the huge moving pile. She shook her head helplessly. Those 2 money grubbers had gone crazy. When the sweaty Zhang Guoqing got close, Zhou Jiao was so worried she didn't even scold him. She quickly took their son, handed over some tea, and told him to drink. "How could you come up the mountain alone? It's dangerous up here." Zhang Guoqing took the cup and drank. "You're being reckless. What if a snake bit you? What if you ran into a lone wolf?" Zhou Jiao just smiled, not bothering to argue that she had weapons. Her husband was worried about her, just as she worried about him and their son. There was no need to argue over who was right. "Wife, don't take this lightly. If I'm not with you, you absolutely can't come up the mountain. Can you promise me that? Don't think that just because I bring you up here and everything goes smoothly, it's always safe. The mountains are full of dangers. This isn't a joke. Today, my son and I only planned to take a short walk, but look how things turned out." Zhou Jiao was startled. "You two didn't get hurt, did you?" Zhang Guoqing shook his head at her. "Son, you tell her." Ping'an started from the beginning, telling the whole story of their morning in the mountains, all the way to the black bear fighting the wild boars. His description of the final showdown was especially vivid and exciting. "So you two just got lucky?" "Not bad," Zhou Jiao said, eyeing the 3 wild boars on the ground. "How about I help you get the rest? It's too hot for you to carry all that by yourself." Ping'an giggled and pointed at the cabin. Zhou Jiao nodded thoughtfully. No wonder there were traps everywhere. She thought they were set by an old hunter for safety. "I'll clean up here first. You take our son inside to rest." Zhou Jiao quickly stopped him. "No rush, eat something and rest first. You must be exhausted. We can deal with it later." Zhang Guoqing didn't refuse, and led his wife and son into the cabin. "I'm not that tired, just worried you'd be anxious at home. Since we have time today, I'll slaughter those 3 pigs for you too. It's not convenient to do it at the foot of the mountain." Zhou Jiao checked her watch and asked worriedly, "Are you sure you're not tired? Don't push yourself. No matter how strong you are, you need to take care of your health. Don't think you can do anything just because you're young." Zhang Guoqing shook his head. Of course he was tired. Carrying over 2,000 jin of meat up and down a mountain was no joke. But he couldn't say that out loud. The main thing was, they'd be heading back to Beijing soon, and time was tight. They needed to clear out the accumulated game from the past few years to save space. If they didn't butcher it all while they were still at home, it would only get harder in the future. The slaughtering of the domestic pigs took much longer than Zhang Guoqing had expected. Just the process of bleeding them out and cleaning the offal took up most of the time. By evening, the sunset burned like fire across the sky, painting the horizon red. After bleeding the last pig, Zhang Guoqing told Zhou Jiao to pack things up. Seeing it was getting late, he decided they'd have to work overtime tonight to finish up. Not long after leaving the wooden house, and not far from the halfway up the mountain dojo, the family could already hear the rowdy cheers of Shizi and the other kids in the distance. A couple of days ago, after plowing up the wheat stubble, they dragged it to the edge of the field and spread it out in the threshing yard to dry. That marked the end of the wheat harvest. With the wheat in, the summer planting was much easier, and except for the heavy labor, even the elderly and children in the team no longer had to work in the fields. Judging by the direction of the noise, it seemed the village kids, now free, had banded together to go up the mountain to forage. From their shouts and laughter, it was clear they'd stumbled upon something unexpected. Carrying his son, Zhang Guoqing rounded a corner and soon called out to the kids, "It's getting late. Start packing up. It's not safe to stay on the mountain after dark." As soon as Shizi heard his uncle, he hurried the others along. No one needed much convincing. They all knew the mountain could be dangerous. They quickly packed their sacks and bamboo baskets and started heading down together. Some of Zhang Guoqing's older nephews, seeing their fifth uncle come down the mountain empty-handed, started chattering in disappointment, asking if all the wild animals had gone deeper into the mountains. Otherwise, how could he not even catch a feather? Zhang Guoqing had originally planned to show off the wild boar he'd caught, but worried these half-grown boys would get too bold, he decided against it. Now, seeing them still trying to talk him into taking them hunting tomorrow, he just shook his head. After coming down, Zhang Guoqing, as usual, took the freshly picked medicinal herbs to the team's clinic. The clinic had originally served only Zhou Jiao village, but after the communes merged, it had become the clinic for several nearby brigades. Besides the old team leader's eldest son, who was in charge, the township had sent 2 more medical staff. This was a good thing. Even during the busy farming season, the 3 of them still had to work in the fields, but at least they had a public job, which was highly coveted. Rumor had it that, to keep things balanced, other production teams were planning to have their own junior high graduates learn nursing so they could get jobs at the clinic too. Wherever there are people, there's politics. Since coming back, Zhang Guoqing had heard plenty of gossip, mostly about which team leader's daughter or granddaughter wanted to work at the clinic. He couldn't be bothered with any of that. Let everyone show what they can do, just as long as they don't kill anyone by mistake. After dropping off the herbs and exchanging a few words, Zhang Guoqing left. The 3 men at the clinic could handle the drying and processing themselves. When he got home, his mother and wife were already busy. The 2 large water jars and 10 lidded, airtight pickle crocks they'd bought from the local produce store were set out in the yard to air. "Isn't it a bit early to start pickling vegetables?" he asked. His mother shot him a look. "This is women's work. Why are you butting in? I need to teach Jiaoji while there's still time. That way, when winter comes, we won't have to worry about having nothing to eat with our rice." Zhang Guoqing grinned and nodded. His mother had always been thrifty and hardworking. Now that the backyard was producing, she was eager to make the most of it. "You went up the mountain again this morning? Don't keep taking my grandson up there. What's so interesting about the mountain anyway?" Zhang Guoqing quickly changed the subject. "Mom, did my big brother go to the provincial capital? Did he walk to the county seat?" His mother glared at him. "You rascal." Zhou Jiao tried not to laugh. That was a clumsy topic change. He deserved to be scolded. "Our Pinyin doesn't need to learn to hunt. He's smart. If he studies hard, he'll never have to worry about work. The mountain's too dangerous. Best to stay away if you can." Zhang Guoqing nodded and smiled apologetically. If he kept arguing, his mother would probably ground him. Would he even listen if she did? His mother glanced at him, shook her head with a smile, and went back to scrubbing the inside of the jar. "Forget it. It's no use talking to you. You're stubborn. Just be careful with my grandson." "Of course. I'd be heartbroken if my son so much as scraped his knee." "Mom, how about I take you all out for a stroll tomorrow?" She shook her head. "No need. I was thinking of taking Jiao and the girls to the provincial capital, but your brother and his wife already left for the city this morning. That ungrateful son didn't even ask if I wanted to go." Zhang Guoqing looked at Zhou Jiao in surprise. His wife hadn't mentioned this. Zhou Jiao shook her head slightly. She'd been busy in the backyard all morning and hadn't gone to the old house, so she had no idea when they'd left. No one had told her. Zhang Guoqing laughed. "Oh, Mom's jealous. We don't need to go to that boring provincial capital. Where would you like to go? Your son will take you anywhere." She put her hands on her hips and scolded him, laughing, "You rascal." "Nonsense. With the weather so nice, I'd rather stay home and dry more vegetables. I'll send some back with you to Beijing." "Mom, dry more eggplant and beans for me. I love those," Zhang Guoqing said with a smile. His mother's efforts to preserve vegetables were just her way of worrying that he might go hungry away from home. That was a mother's love. He didn't mention that he'd already arranged for people to buy up dried beans, other dried veggies, and fresh cucumbers and tomatoes. Especially cucumbers and tomatoes. After the new year, the old home probably wouldn't be allowed to plant them anymore. These capitalist crops were often the only way to get enough vitamins. He couldn't imagine life without fruit or vegetables. How would people manage? All right, just tell me what you want to eat, his mother replied. After a while, she glanced at the sky, unsure if the three girls had started dinner yet, and told Zhou Jiao a few things before hurrying off to the old house. Once she was gone, Zhou Jiao shrugged helplessly at Zhang Guoqing. Sun-drying vegetables under the blazing sun really wasn't her thing. Being a daughter-in-law wasn't easy. Why do you think Big Brother took sister-in-law to the provincial capital? She asked. Zhou Jiao shook her head. Who knows? But it's a good thing. At least Mom's happy. She told me just now that she doesn't have to worry about the two of them anymore. Zhang Guoqing pulled her into the living room. These chores were just to keep the old folks happy. Did he really expect his wife to squat and fuss over vegetables for a few pennies a pound? Where's our son? He asked. Zhou Jiao frowned, looking at him with a hint of complaint. What's wrong? Zhang Guoqing was puzzled. As soon as we got back, he said he was tired and went straight to bed. His routine's all messed up. Zhang Guoqing patted her reassuringly. It's fine. He'll get back to normal once we're home. It's the holidays, let him enjoy himself. Zhou Jiao shot him a sideways glance, amused. Whenever it came to their son, he always had an excuse. For several days in a row, Zhang Guoqing was busy during the day tending to the backyard vegetable garden and butchering wild game. At night, he would take his child out to visit nearby production teams, buying up various goods. By this time, even little Ping'an understood that ration coupons for grain, sugar, and cloth were more valuable than cash. Some families, no matter how much money you offered for a century-old ginseng root, simply wouldn't sell. But the moment you mentioned having coupons, they'd happily invite you into their inner rooms. In the village, building materials for houses had to be approved by the team, and the labor was done during the slack farming season by neighbors, relatives, and friends, with the host family just providing food. No matter how much cash you had, it wasn't of much use. Coupons, though, were a different story. For big events like a daughter's wedding or a new daughter-in-law joining the family, anything where face mattered, there was always demand. For example, you'd need coupons for 2 sets of wedding clothes, or maybe a bicycle coupon or a watch coupon. And families who could hold onto valuables like ginseng and furs had survived the past few years without starving, so they certainly weren't short on assets. As a result, whenever Zhang Guoqing visited, many people would first mention which grandson or granddaughter was getting married at the end of the year and what they were short of. Catching on immediately, father and son would exchange a knowing smile. Those were exactly the things they had in abundance. Deals were struck on the spot. 3 days later, after burning through all the cloth, sugar, and bicycle coupons he'd acquired from the black market, and with the addition of 4 watches that Zhou Jiao had provided as a favor, there was nothing left to be found within a 100-mile radius. That night, the family of 3 sat around a pile of loot on the kang, staring at each other. Why? It was just too cheap. A century-old ginseng root, at the local friendship price, had cost Zhang Guoqing 350 yuan a few years ago. Now, in 1962, after all the turmoil and famine, the price had only risen to 400 yuan. Wild ginseng aged 70 or 80 years was even cheaper, less than 150 yuan. So, apart from the 5,000 yuan he'd spent on his earlier reservation, the remaining 12-century-old ginseng roots, even after adding in coupons and the now doubled value of watches, had cost less than 1,000 yuan in cash. Of the 10 bundles of 110 yuan notes, 4 bundles were still sitting conspicuously on a tiger pelt, with a pile of precious sable fur and other pelts beside them. We have to spend more. We need to get rid of this money. Before Zhang Guoqing could respond, Ping'an shook his head. There's nothing left. Ginseng isn't like cabbages. They all said that whatever could be sold in the past few years has already been sold. Zhou Jiao nodded silently, frowning in thought. Did they really have to go to the neighboring province? If there were no connections there, they wouldn't be able to spend the money. If they had to find that so-called apprentice of old Master Wang, she worried her husband might get dragged deep into the mountains. Zhang Guoqing knew she was fretting over how to spend the 90,000 yuan they'd planned for. But he had his own tricks up his sleeve and wasn't about to reveal them so soon. After all, the mother and son always seemed to outsmart him. As the head of the household, he felt the pressure too. This time, he was determined to show his wife and son what he could do. Lowering his gaze, Zhang Guoqing pondered how old Master Wang's apprentice was preparing after receiving the telegram. When would they set out? Besides the 3 treasures and frog oil, what else would they bring? Zhou Jiao clapped her hands. Brother, looks like we'll have to trouble Grandpa Wang to send a telegram to his apprentice and tell him to bring whatever he can. The price is up to him. Ping'an's eyes darted around. Mom, I have money. Zhou Jiao shot him a speechless look. Always wanting to butt in. Dad, Grandpa must be home by now. Can you send him a telegram and ask him to wire us some money? This will definitely work. Ping'an blinked his big eyes, grinning as he tugged on Zhang Guoqing's arm. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. This kid? Zhou Jiao waved her hand. Having money wired here would attract too much attention. Is what we have enough? Ping'an glanced uncertainly at the remaining cash. Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing exchanged a smile. Just then, a booming voice came from outside, Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Zhang Guoqing immediately stood up. That's Uncle Wang. I'll go open the door. You two tidy up quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ping'an jumped off the kang and followed closely behind. If he guessed right, Grandpa Wang was probably here to tell them it was time to head up the mountain. Zhou Jiao put everything away, checked her watch. It was almost 8 o'clock. She wondered why he was in such a hurry to visit. After smoothing her clothes, she stood up and headed outside. Outside, Uncle Wang was holding a telegram. When he saw Zhang Guoqing open the door, he smiled. Telegram came during the day. The old master says you should decide for yourself. Zhang Guoqing took it without looking closely and invited him in to sit. No need. Read it first. The old master is waiting for your reply. Zhang Guoqing didn't stand on ceremony. By the light of the kerosene lamp, he read, "Preparations underway, urgently awaiting your arrival." He thought for a moment and realized the other party probably didn't have much cash and was waiting for him to come pick up the goods. Well, are you going? Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded. Yes, let's go. Uncle, what about you? If you're coming, we'll set out tomorrow. Uncle Wang glanced behind him and lowered his voice. My father said you'd definitely go. Before coming here tonight, I already asked the team for a week's leave. Zhang Guoqing nodded in understanding and whispered, then let's meet in the county town at 7 tomorrow morning. Uncle Wang nodded, said goodbye, and left. For this trip, he and his son would bring all their family savings. Even with Zhang Guoqing along, he needed to go back and prepare properly. Zhang Guoqing watched him leave, closed the gate, picked up his child, and went back inside. Seeing Zhou Jiao in the living room, he handed her the telegram. We're set to leave with Uncle Wang at 7 tomorrow morning from the county town. Anything else to add? Zhou Jiao shook her head. Just find an excuse for your parents. Looks like the Wang family is pretty well off. Zhang Guoqing grinned. Of course. When he was young, he came back from out of town with a solid foundation. Otherwise, even if Wang Millionaire had offered him a high salary, he wouldn't have refused. Over the decades, and with all his descendants being skilled hunters, their accumulated wealth is greater than any landlord's. Good thing he's shrewd and never flaunts his wealth. My grandfather said that whenever he had money, he'd convert it into gold or silver. I bet old Master Wang has been worried these past few years. Can't turn it into gold, can't trust the bank, and too much cash might go moldy or get chewed by mice. What a headache. Zhou Jiao thought of the Wang family's half-brick, half-mud courtyard and smiled knowingly. Anyone who's survived in the underworld isn't a simple character. With the trip set, Zhang Guoqing went to the old house to talk to his parents, while Zhou Jiao started packing food and luggage. She glanced at her cheerful son and teased, "Your grandparents will definitely want you to stay home." Ping'an was taken aback. That was a real possibility. He watched his mother's expression and, seeing her smiling, asked, "Mom, how many days will we be gone this time?" Zhou Jiao pinched his chubby, soft cheek, amused. "About 5 days." Seeing the boy relax, she smiled. No wonder he was her son, he picked up on the key point so quickly. As the train headed further north, fewer and fewer passengers got on and off at each stop. Zhang Guoqing's family, along with the Wang father and son, had set out from the county town early in the morning, made their way to the provincial station, and finally boarded the train. By then, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. With so few passengers now, the group had finished their dinner, and Old Man Wang was already stretched out across some empty seats, dozing. Uncle Wang, ever considerate, leaned over to sit beside him, only to get a glare that made Zhou Jiao stifle a laugh. It was a good thing there weren't many people around. Otherwise, with all the cash they were carrying, Uncle Wang would have been even more on edge. Zhou Jiao hadn't forgotten how, on the bus from the county to the provincial city, Old Wang had kept a close watch on his father's right side the entire way. "All right, who knows if we'll even get there before dawn." "You should get some rest too," said Old Man Wang. "Dad, what do we do once we get off this train? How are we supposed to get to Senior Brother's place in the middle of the night?" Uncle Wang asked. Old Man Wang waved him off. "Don't worry. As soon as he gets the telegram, he'll be waiting for us at Maihiku. Just pay attention to the station names and don't miss our stop." "Okay, you get some sleep," Uncle Wang replied. Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Guoqing glanced at his sleeping son in his arms and, instead of speaking loudly, gestured to Uncle Wang that he would keep watch so he could rest first. After getting off the train, they'd still have to take a bus and then transfer to an ox cart. There was plenty of traveling left. Judging by the train's snail-like pace and all the small stops along the way, it would probably be dawn by the time they arrived. In the middle of the night, Ping'an woke up. After father and son went to the restroom, they checked with the conductor and confirmed that they'd reached their destination around 3 or 4 in the morning, just as the sun was coming up. Back in the carriage, Zhou Jiao sleepily opened her eyes to look at them, then drifted off again. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Before they left, he'd heard from Old Man Wang that they'd have to transfer trains, so he'd suggested Zhou Jiao and their son stay home and wait for him. But the two of them had flatly refused. Now, weren't they regretting it? When Old Man Wang, just woken up, saw him come in, he gestured for Zhang Guoqing to get some sleep as well. Zhang Guoqing nodded, gently patted his son in his arms, and closed his eyes. It was late at night, and the rhythmic clatter of the train, mixed with the sound of snoring in the carriage, soon lulled him to sleep. He didn't know how long he'd slept, but just as he was dreaming of a ginseng root bigger than a radish, Zhou Jiao shook him awake. He regretfully shook his head. "Are we there?" Zhou Jiao looked at him with concern. "Are you very tired?" "No, I was just having a great dream." Zhang Guoqing hadn't finished when Old Man Wang called out to him from up ahead. He quickly responded, slung his bag over his shoulder, picked up his son, and took his wife's hand as they headed out. "No rush, the doors aren't open yet," Old Man Wang said with a smile. Zhang Guoqing nodded. "Make sure the child has another layer, it's cold outside," Old Man Wang reminded. Zhang Guoqing took the clothes Zhou Jiao handed over and wrapped up his son. "Grandpa Wang, when we get to the exit, should we write a sign and hold it up?" Old Man Wang chuckled and shook his head. "No need. With this many of us, as long as he's not blind, he'll spot us. 7 or 8 years ago, when I came, that kid picked me up in a horse cart. Who knows what he's arranged this time?" "Okay, we'll follow your lead." Zhang Guoqing didn't bother asking where the other man worked now, or how far his home was from the famous ginseng city of later years. They'd see when they got there. By the time they left the station, dawn was breaking. Not far away, a middle-aged man spotted them and immediately waved both hands, hurrying over. "There they are." Old Man Wang burst out laughing when he saw him. "Shu, you finally made it. I've been here since just after midnight. What took you so long? You must be starving." There's food in the cart, and I just got some hot water too. Come on, let's get in the cart and talk. The man was tall and sturdy. If you didn't notice his brisk stride and the sharp, assessing look in his eyes, you'd think he was just an ordinary farmer. Old Man Wang clapped him on the shoulder and followed him out. How's your family? All good. Sure, Shu, you have to stay a few days this time. I've got plenty of good wine ready. Your master's gone off again, hasn't he? Knew I couldn't hide it from you. If he's not home, how much wine could there be? The two walked shoulder to shoulder, laughing and chatting, while Zhang Guoqing and Uncle Wang shook their heads behind them. Talking about wine always put the old man in a good mood. A horse cart was parked by the roadside, with a piece of coarse blue cloth tied to the side. When they reached it, Old Man Wang told Zhang Guoqing's family and Uncle Wang to get in the back, while he and his nephew sat up front to drive. The nephew pointed to a bundle in the cart and said with a smile, "Help yourselves, the water's in the thermos." Zhang Guoqing thanked him repeatedly, let Zhou Jiao climb in first, then laid his son on the bedding inside before helping the ever-polite Uncle Wang up. Maybe the cart was often used to carry passengers, or maybe for some other reason, but the compartment was unusually spacious. No one felt cramped at all. Once everyone was settled, the nephew outside called out, snapped the reins, and the cart set off down the dirt road. Once out of town, the road became bumpy and uneven, tossing everyone around inside. Ping'an, still asleep, was completely unaware, snoring away. Uncle Wang, too, soon drifted off. He probably hadn't slept well on the train, and now, with nothing to worry about, he was soon snoring softly as the cart rocked. Zhou Jiao slowly sat up and leaned against the side, surreptitiously rubbing her waist. She'd almost thrown her back out earlier. Hearing the loud conversation between Old Man Wang and his nephew up front, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao exchanged wry smiles. With 3 more hours of this bumpy ride ahead, it was impossible to sleep. Just staying in one piece would be a challenge. After half an hour, the two up front quieted down, and through the window, more and more forests appeared, with endless mountains in the distance. Lin Quan, how much did you collect? Sure, Shu, I won't ask why you need so much, but you should take it easy. Why spend money on this stuff? Next time, let's just go up the mountain ourselves, won't we get plenty? Maybe Old Man Wang shot him a look, because the man laughed and said, all right, I'll tell you. I've already talked to all the old hunters and ginseng diggers I know in the area. I told them to save any rare finds for me. But I did promise a few of them a higher price than the procurement station for wild ginseng over 300 years old. Is that okay? Old Man Wang thumped something, making a loud noise. Don't worry about the price, just make sure the goods are good. As long as you're not advertising it everywhere, it's fine. You think I'm that stupid? Besides, those old guys insist on keeping it quiet too. If word got out, they'd be in trouble. Since the commune was set up, it's not easy for them to get long leave to go into the mountains, so prices have gone up a lot. You might want to think it over. Old Man Wang replied, no need. Prices have gone up in my area too. What's the price of cultivated ginseng under the forest now? Why do you care about that stuff? It's young, weak, and only fools outsiders. I heard someone say 30-year-old cultivated ginseng goes for 20 yuan or so. What's the point? The price of wild ginseng here is way too high because of those farms. Inside the carriage, Zhou Jiao traced the word buy in Zhang Guoqing's palm. Seeing his confused expression, she winked at him and continued to write, cheap. Zhang Guoqing rolled his eyes at her, but in the end, he nodded. Still, he planned to buy only the older, cultivated ginseng. Anything younger wasn't worth more than a carrot, in his opinion. Of course, Zhou Jiao understood what he was thinking. She whispered, no chemical accelerants, not polluted. It's a good deal. Zhang Guoqing nodded. Worried that his standards were too high, Zhou Jiao felt uneasy. She took a purchase list from her pocket, one she'd prepared in her space, and handed it to him, signaling for him to take a look. Zhang Guoqing glanced at her, then took the list. It was densely packed with small characters: hasma, monkey head mushrooms, schisandra, rhodiola, deer tendon, deer penis. Basically, every part of a deer you could think of was on there. along with bear paw, bear bile, flying dragon, pine nuts, soft kiwi fruit, embroidered pillowcases, and so on. She really remembered a lot of names. If there weren't outsiders present, Zhang Guoqing would have burst out laughing. Why didn't his wife just list all the wild herbs from Changbai Mountain while she was at it? Seeing his reaction, Zhou Jiao pinched a bit of flesh on his waist in annoyance. Did he think she couldn't tell he was amused? Since they'd come all this way, she wasn't about to let the opportunity slip by. In a few years, when the situation tightened, money would be even less useful. Zhang Guoqing glanced at Uncle Wang, who was snoring away, then patted his wife's head reassuringly and nodded. This little wildcat sure had sharp claws. The couple exchanged silent glances, bantering without words. After more than 3 long hours, the carriage finally arrived at a farmhouse at the foot of a mountain. Lin Quan, their junior, called out from outside the yard, and a middle-aged woman with a beaming face came out to greet them. Her clothes didn't have a single patch, which suggested the Lin family was doing quite well. Especially when the couple mentioned their children, all of them, boys and girls, attended school in the township. Usually, only Lin Quan worked in the production team, driving the carriage and doing accounting on the side. Inside the outer room, Zhou Jiao first noticed wild game hanging from the beams and smelled the aroma of chicken stewed with mushrooms. In the bedroom, she saw a sewing machine and raised her eyebrows in surprise. After getting to know Aunt Lin, Zhou Jiao learned that, aside from busy farming seasons, she worked at the township's sewing cooperative. No wonder, the family's standard of living was above average. Uncle, you're looking younger and younger. This time, stay a few more days. My dad will be back soon, and you 2 old friends can catch up. Old Master Wang knew that when Lin Quan's wife said dad, she meant his senior brother. His senior had always been a free spirit, never married, and had adopted Lin Quan as both son and disciple. He chuckled and shook his head. I get annoyed just seeing him. Where's that old guy run off to this time? Aunt Lin laughed, haha. My dad hasn't gone out much these past 2 years since the harvests have been poor. A few months ago, he said he was going to visit little uncle. Old Master Wang muttered, that old man didn't even mention it to me. I wanted to visit little brother too. Lin Quan signaled his wife to go prepare the food. Uncle, have a cup of water first. I made your favorite chicken and mushroom stew. We'll eat soon. Old Master Wang smiled and nodded. No need to go to any special trouble. This is my eldest son, and this young couple are the grandchildren of an old family friend. We're all family here, don't make it too fancy. After greeting Uncle Wang, Zhang Guoqing and his wife also exchanged pleasantries with the hosts. After lunch, Lin Quan arranged for old Master Wang and his son to rest in his master's east room, and gave Zhang Guoqing's family his eldest son's bedroom. With everyone settled, Lin Quan took advantage of the afternoon before work to visit a few nearby families, asking them to bring their goods over after the workday. After a hearty meal and a nap, everyone woke up around 2 in the afternoon. Lin Quan's wife had already prepared mountain tea and hot water. Seeing them come out, she quickly said, Uncle, I need to go to the township for a bit. My husband will be back in less than half an hour. If you need anything, just look around the house. Everyone understood she was making herself scarce because some people would be coming by later to do business. Although they thought she was being overly cautious, they all looked to old Master Wang to make the call. Old Master Wang nodded, come back early. If the kids at their grandma's place are free, have them come back so I can see them. All right, I know. After she left, old Master Wang turned to Zhang Guoqing. Later, when those people come, you 2 discuss what you want and what price. If you see anything subpar, don't be shy about turning it down. Zhang Guoqing nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead. Old Master Wang smiled. How much cash did you bring? If you've got a lot, press the prices down. Zhang Guoqing had already thought about what to say. He scratched his head a little sheepishly, quite a bit. On this trip back from Beijing, besides gifts from relatives and elders, a few close classmates also gave me money to buy things for them. Altogether, plus what I plan to spend myself, it's several tens of thousands. Old Master Wang wasn't surprised at all, but Uncle Wang choked on his tea, making his father scold him with a laugh. Look at you. If we didn't have a lot, would we have come all this way? Uncle Wang cleared his throat. Dad, that's 10,000 yuan, not a small sum. Didn't you see they only brought 2 bags and a kid? They've got guts. Uncle, I put half in the kid's backpack and sewed the rest into the lining of the luggage. Most people wouldn't find it. Honestly, 10,000 sounds like a lot, but if you run into a few wild ginseng roots that are 300 to 500 years old, you can't buy many. Zhang Guoqing deliberately kept the amount vague. He wasn't worried about the Wang family getting jealous. Before bed, Zhou Jiao had told him that, judging by old Master Wang's bulging belly and Uncle Wang's habit of rubbing his stomach, the two of them must have brought at least 20,000 yuan. If the Wang family had 20,000 and he had 50,000 from friends and family, it wasn't anything special. The rest of the cash, Zhang Guoqing planned to use on his own over the next couple of days. At the agreed time, Lin Quan returned from the production team, and soon, a steady stream of people arrived at the house with black bags in hand. In the East Room, old Master Wang and Zhou Jiao appraised the goods, haggling with Lin Quan after the sellers named their prices. In truth, everyone who came was an acquaintance, so the prices weren't outrageous. For people like them, aside from selling at low prices to the procurement station, the only other option was to sell on the black market in the provincial capital. But that carried a big risk of getting caught, and they also worried about being cheated by outsiders. A few years ago, every August and September, out-of-town medicine traders would come to buy, and even the lowest prices they offered were much higher than the procurement stations. But now, who knew where those people had gone? For 2 or 3 years, no big buyers had come. Those with some savings were unwilling to sell cheaply to the procurement station. Wild ginseng and deer antler were valuable medicines. If properly processed and stored, they wouldn't spoil and could even save lives in an emergency. So unless someone offered more than the procurement price, they simply weren't interested in selling. Now, hearing that Lin Quan's buyers would take everything, they realized they'd met a big spender. Each seller, with their own calculations, quoted prices about 10% above the procurement station's rate. After reading through the prices, old Master Wang found them acceptable and deliberately glanced at Zhang Guoqing and his wife. If they had no objections, he planned to finalize the deal right then and there. Looking at the 3 boxes of 500-year-old wild ginseng in the middle of the table, Zhang Guoqing nodded slightly at the old man without needing a prompt from Zhou Jiao. Never mind a 10% markup, even if it were 30% more expensive, he'd still be willing. Little Ping'an, sitting quietly on the kang, kept his mouth shut, his eyes darting around to observe everyone's expressions. Earlier, his mother had mentioned in the room that their maximum acceptable price was up to 30% above market. Could it be these things would be worth even more in the future? Old Master Wang hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, we'll go with the prices you've suggested. If any of you have Hasma oil, bring it over as well. We'll pay 10% above the purchase price for that too. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 old men selling ginseng broke into broad smiles. One of them asked, "Old brother, does that mean any rare items will fetch 10% more than the procurement station's price?" The old man next to him chuckled and scolded, "Don't push your luck just because you got a good deal. Let's not get greedy." Zhang Guoqing took a good look at that old man. Seeing the glint in his eyes, he guessed the man still had some valuable items, especially since he'd heard that this fellow had once found a 1,000-year-old ginseng king and even got injured in the process. He recalled that trip into the deep mountains with old Master Wang and the others, and that patch of wild ginseng forest. In a place where a 1,000-year-old ginseng king could appear, there was no way it would be the only one. If he could think of this, so could old Master Wang. The old man smiled and said, "Now that we've settled on the prices, I won't take up everyone's time. I'll be around these next few days, so please help me keep an eye out for any good stuff." "No problem. I'll ask around with my old friends soon." Lin Quan handed old Master Wang a small scale. Old Master Wang waved him off. "You do it. We'll weigh each batch and pay immediately." Very quickly, as Lin Quan called out the weights, Zhou Jiao rapidly calculated the totals. Zhang Guoqing handled the payments, and Uncle Wang repackaged everything. In less than 10 minutes, the 37 wild ginseng roots over 100 years old, including the 3 500-year-old ones, were paid for, totaling over 18,000 yuan. Both sides were very satisfied with the transaction. Some minor amounts were even rounded off without Lin Quan needing to say a word. After pocketing thick wads of cash, the 4 old men said their goodbyes and left. As soon as the group in the East Room left, Old Master Wang gestured for Zhang Guoqing to pick first. Zhang Guoqing quickly waved his hands. Grandpa Wang, most of these are for others. If I'm short, I'll just bring the money back to them. You pick first, after you're done, I'll take whatever's left. Hearing this, Old Master Wang was even more insistent. Look, you paid for this batch, and it'll get messy to keep track. This lot is all yours. When the next batch comes, it'll be mine. How about that? Lin Quan chimed in, I've contacted a lot of people. There are several more batches coming. Don't worry about running out. This is a good arrangement. Kid, you'd better pack up your stuff. More people will be here soon. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing didn't argue further. He took the bundle, tied it up, and handed it to Ping'an on the Kang, smiling, all right then. If you end up short on wild ginseng, we'll split it again. Ping'an took the bundle, immediately moved to the corner of the Kang, covered it with a quilt, and leaned against it, his eyes curving into crescent moons with delight. Is Accountant Lin here? Lin Quan quickly answered and went out to welcome the newcomers, this time, 2 middle-aged men. As soon as they entered the East Room, without much small talk, the older one took a black bag from his companion and carefully poured out 10 wooden boxes. The other man explained, there are 20 roots inside. We were worried about being too conspicuous, so we packed them together. I still have about 10 younger wild ginseng roots at home, freshly collected from some villagers. I didn't bring them since I wasn't sure if you wanted them. Let's deal with this batch first. Brother, you know a lot of people. Help me ask around these next few days to see who else has stock, Lin Quan said, then explained to Old Master Wang and the others. Every year, out-of-town herbal merchants come to these 2 brothers. Zhang Guoqing nodded in response. These were the local middlemen, buying from nearby counties and making a profit on the price difference. Old Master Wang smiled. Thanks for your hard work. Name your price. Sir, we won't overcharge. It takes a lot of effort to buy fresh wild ginseng and then process it. How about 10% above the procurement station's price? These are all local industry prices. Even for cultivated ginseng, we pay 10% above the procurement station. With the previous transaction as precedent, Old Master Wang had no objections. He opened the boxes and, after checking a few, found the processing was well done. Smiling, he nodded and signaled Lin Quan to start weighing. Any wild ginseng that middlemen were willing to sell was sure to be of good quality and age. Unfortunately, aside from a single 300-year-old root, the rest were all around 100 years old. This time, Zhang Guoqing did the packing and Uncle Wang handled the payment. The 20 wild ginseng roots cost Old Master Wang over 7,500 yuan. Before the 2 left, Zhang Guoqing noticed Old Master Wang didn't want their fresh ginseng, so he asked them to leave their address and arranged to visit that evening to check the goods. Given their connections, it would be much easier for him to let them handle the sourcing, saving himself the trouble of searching. For the rest of the day, until just before dinner, 2 more groups arrived. After Old Master Wang had spent a total of 20,000 yuan, he suggested that Zhang Guoqing take over the remaining purchases. By the time the last group left after 6 p.m., Zhang Guoqing had spent a full 50,000 yuan on wild ginseng. Fortunately, Old Master Wang had the foresight to take Lin Quan out of the East Room for a chat. Otherwise, from Uncle Wang's face, shocked to the point of numbness, it was clear just how much money Zhang Guoqing had spent. Of course, Lin Quan wasn't blind, he could more or less estimate the total. But after Old Master Wang had vaguely hinted at Zhou Jiao's family background and mentioned that the couple was helping a few major families in Beijing with their purchases, Lin Quan wisely avoided the topic and kept quiet. From the moment Zhang Guoqing's family of 3 followed him home, he could tell the couple was either wealthy or of high status. Not to mention anything else, Just the little one's soft leather sandals and their table manners spoke volumes. He'd accompanied his master to big cities before, and those young gentlemen always exuded an air of ease and confidence, a temperament cultivated from a life of privilege. Still, he enjoyed dealing with people like this. Compared to those arrogant, lawless types, anyone who could earn the respect of a shrewd man like himself was clearly from a good family. Zhang Guoqing was multitasking, and with his sharp hearing, he'd caught everything old Master Wang said. But since the old man clearly had his own plans, Zhang Guoqing didn't bother to intervene. From the start, he and his wife hadn't intended to hide their identities. Now that Lin Quan knew their names, anyone with a mind to investigate could easily find out who they were. With old Master Wang as their partner in crime, as Zhou Jiao put it, there was nothing to worry about. Just after 7 o'clock, the sky, still bright a moment ago, quickly fell into darkness. Compared to their hometown, the nights here were much cooler. After a simple wash, the family changed into long sleeves. Not long after, one of the middle-aged men they'd arranged to meet today arrived at the courtyard. Old Master Wang sized him up and gave a few instructions. Come back early. Don't worry, old master. Accountant Lin and I are old acquaintances, and my home is less than 10 li from here. I'll make sure to bring the young fellows back later. Lin Quan nodded. Don't worry, Shu. If Xiaowu wants to buy anything, he can just tell these two brothers. They're good people and know a lot of folks around here. Zhang Guoqing smiled knowingly. No wonder these guys got along so well. Ping'an, do you want to stay with your great-grandpa? There are a lot of mosquitoes outside. Ping'an shook his head. Great-grandpa, I want to go see the night scenery. Old Master Wang burst out laughing. You little rascal. What's there to see in the pitch dark? Go ahead, but come back early. I'll take you up the mountain tomorrow morning. Thank you, great-grandpa. I'll be back soon. Watching the family leave, Lin Quan asked suspiciously, Shu, they're letting such a young child go up the mountain? You'll see tomorrow morning. Haha. Heaven's secrets can't be revealed. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing carried his son out the door. Not many people were out and about. He asked, Uncle, what's your surname? No need for formalities, just call me he. Folks around here call me Old Second He. Second Uncle He, besides what you have on hand, can you help me get other things? Like hasma, lion's mane mushrooms, deer tendon, deer antler, that sort of stuff. Old Second He grinned widely. His big brother had guessed right. There's no way this man only wanted wild ginseng. In the past, those medicine dealers always wanted to take back a bit of everything. You've come to the right person, little brother. When my father was young, he used to collect wild goods and medicinal herbs from all the villages around here and sell them wholesale to merchants in the provincial capital. If he hadn't sensed trouble and dared not buy a shop, our family might have gotten into trouble. A few years ago, my brother and I had no choice but to take over his connections, just barely supporting the family. I know most of the mountain folk around here. As long as my brother and I ask, there won't be a shortage of goods. Zhou Jiao glanced at him speechlessly. Was he revealing his family background on purpose or not? Either way, she didn't mind. In this business, you need some smarts to survive. Maybe he was trying to build rapport after all. That's a tactic too. Uncle, you're really modest. But I like your straightforwardness. How do you charge according to the usual rules? Old Second, he recalled his big brother's instructions and lowered his voice. Is it a big order? If it's big, the usual rules. If it's small, we'll add a bit for travel expenses. Instead of answering directly, Zhang Guoqing asked, within 3 days, without word getting out, how much can you get? Old Second, he thought for a moment. There's hasma and lion's mane mushrooms in stock right now. Not sure exactly how much, but the supplier said about 10,000 yuan's worth. As for the rest, we'll have to see what we can gather in 3 days. Zhang Guoqing nodded in satisfaction. This man was being honest. If he'd claimed he could get as much as needed, Zhang wouldn't have dared to do business with him. How about this? Later, you and your brother discuss it. Find a secluded courtyard near the main road to store everything you collect. I'll give you a 5,000 yuan deposit up front, and we'll settle the rest the night after tomorrow. Old Second, he thought it over and agreed right away. No need for us brothers to discuss it. Give us the 5,000 later. I'll write you a receipt. Give me a list of what you need and the quantities. For some things, we'll have to reach out to folks in neighboring counties. All right. Keep this between you two, don't let it spread. Old Second, he nodded knowingly and patted his chest. Don't worry, little brother. In our line of work, the last thing we want is to get caught. But how will you take the goods away? Accountant Lin and his people, are they reliable? Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile. I'll have someone drive over at night to pick everything up. Old Second, he was thrilled and nodded repeatedly. Even better, they'd been worried Accountant Lin might know too much. With things getting riskier by the day, this big deal would let the brothers finally take a break. His big brother sure knew how to pick people. This guy really wasn't short on cash. With this deal in hand, when they arrived at the He family's house, Old Second, he warmly invited them in and pulled his big brother aside to relay Zhang Guoqing's request. Big brother, he nodded happily. There were some things he hadn't told his younger brother. Their father, with all his years of experience, had already ordered them to get out of the business for good. If even their father was worried, it must be serious. If not for Accountant Lin's introduction, he wouldn't have taken this ginseng order. Now, it seemed lucky they did. They'd met such a generous client. After this deal, plus their savings, the family could finally settle down and earn work points honestly. On the Kong table in the inner room sat a large basket with a dozen or so fresh ginseng roots. Zhou Jiao was unwrapping the leaves to inspect them. Seeing they weren't cultivated, but truly wild, with intact rootlets, even if only 30 to 50 years old, she nodded slightly at Zhang Guoqing. As for the two brothers whispering at the door, Zhou Jiao paid them no mind. With a deal this big, even if they only added a 10% markup, for 50,000 yuan's worth of goods, that's 5,000. After losses, they'd still make at least 4,000. No way they wouldn't put in the effort. Of course, Zhou Jiao didn't begrudge them that 4,000. The wool comes from the sheep's back. Compared to the sky-high prices in the black market elsewhere, 10% was already a fair deal. Still, to avoid getting overpriced goods, Zhou Jiao drew up a detailed list. For rare items like lingji, hasma, lion's mane mushrooms, deer antler, and deer penis, she made it clear they'd get a good profit. But for local specialties like pine nuts, black fungus, schisandra, and rhodiola, she didn't plan to have them source those. She could buy them directly from farmers in the next couple of days. No need to pay extra. Zhang Guoqing understood Zhou Jiao's list at a glance. With her sharp mind, few could take advantage of her. Except for the bulky lion's mane mushrooms, even 50,000 yuan's worth wouldn't be that much. Everything could fit in the small car they kept in their storage space. After agreeing on the details, the brothers took Zhang Guoqing's list and nodded without hesitation. My only requirement is quality. Make sure it's good. Don't worry, little brother. If you find anything wrong when you check, just leave it. We'll check everything carefully too, so we don't lose money. Zhang Guoqing smiled, took the 5,000 yuan Zhou Jiao handed over, and gave it to them. Once they'd counted it and written the receipt, he pointed to the wild ginseng on the table. Big brother, he laughed, these aren't worth much. Take them first, we'll settle up later. Let's do it one by one. We'll weigh them and pay now. Since Zhang Guoqing insisted, they didn't argue. They weighed the ginseng and paid according to the agreed price, without adding the 10% markup. Afterwards, Zhang Guoqing declined their offer to see them out. It wasn't far, so the family strolled back home at their leisure. Early the next morning, just after 4 o'clock, as the sky was beginning to lighten, old Master Wang couldn't wait to take his son and head up the big mountain behind the house with Zhang Guoqing and his son. According to Lin Quan, the mountain wasn't dangerous at all. His martial uncle and master used to spend the night up there all the time, and even his own boys often went hunting on the mountain. Hearing this, Zhou Jiao finally felt at ease. Lin Quan went off to work in the brigade, and Aunt Lin also headed to her job in the township. With only Zhou Jiao left at the Lin house, that just wouldn't do. The wild ginseng the two families had bought had already been hidden away by Lin Quan in a secret room early that morning. Seeing this, Zhou Jiao slung her military satchel over her shoulder and followed Aunt Lin out. She was planning to take a walk nearby anyway, to see if she could find any local specialties to buy. The township wasn't far from the Lin house. The two of them walked together for half an hour, but Zhou Jiao was disappointed to find that the whole township had only one main street, surrounded by mud brick and thatched houses. For such a large township, there was only a small post office and a supply and marketing cooperative, not even a single restaurant. Aunt Lin pointed to a corner up ahead. I work at the sewing co-op just up ahead. Remember to come find me at noon and we'll eat at the township canteen together. Zhou Jiao shook her head. Auntie, don't wait for me. I'll walk around nearby and just eat wherever is convenient. Aunt Lin laughed heartily. Silly girl. There's nowhere to buy food around here. Even the pastries at the supply co-op require ration coupons. Listen to me, just come over a bit later. Zhou Jiao looked around helplessly and asked in a low voice, why aren't there many people around here? Aunt Lin suddenly remembered. Oh, look at me. We're really close to the county seat here. People usually go there to shop or do business. Do you want to go to the county? Every so often, a horse cart or ox cart passes by heading there. You can hitch a ride. Zhou Jiao nodded quickly. I'll wait with you for a bit. There'll be a cart soon. When you get to the county, there's a parking area outside the city gate with lots of ox carts. Just ask who's heading back to our commune and catch a ride with them. Zhou Jiao glanced up and down the street, a little doubtful. Auntie, how long would it take to walk to the county? A little over an hour. But don't walk, the road's all dirt. Our folks here are warm-hearted. If you say you're heading back to the commune, they'll give you a lift. Hearing it was only about an hour, Zhou Jiao didn't worry about the ox carts. She continued, are there villages along the way? It's not all wilderness, is it? No, there are villages all along. Every few li there's a village. My mother's family is just up ahead. Too bad I have to work, or I'd go to the county with you. Zhou Jiao understood and quickly declined. You'll be late, go on to work. I won't wait for a cart. I'll walk and keep an eye out. An hour or so isn't far. Aunt Lin thought about it. There were households all along the way, so it wasn't dangerous at all. She nodded with a smile, all right. If anything happens, just call for help. And hop on any ox cart you see. After saying goodbye, Zhou Jiao set off briskly. She thought to herself, if anything really happened, would she need to call for help? Still, Aunt Lin really did trust her. As she walked, she touched her face, wondering if she was really that unattractive. Maybe she just didn't fit their standards of beauty. After all, whenever she wanted to wander off like this, people around her would always try to stop her. Feeling a bit vain, Zhou Jiao walked along and realized this area was actually pretty nice. At least there weren't any hooligans around. Everywhere she looked, people were working in the fields. Passing ox carts would even slow down instinctively, and the drivers would glance at her, only speeding up when she didn't call out. After half an hour, another ox cart passed by, this time with an old lady who shouted out, asking if she was heading to the county. When Zhou Jiao nodded, she immediately had the cart stop and let her on. Zhou Jiao grinned from ear to ear. Such hospitality. Seeing the old ladies make room for her, she didn't refuse and quickly climbed aboard. Thank you, aunties. Girl, why didn't you wait by the road? Walking wears out your shoes. Where are you from, dear? No need to ask. I can tell she's a city girl. Aren't you, dear? Looks like you're taking advantage of the school break to visit the countryside before heading home. That's right. Move in a bit, dear, or you'll get bounced right off. Unable to refuse their kindness, Zhou Jiao scooted further in. Soon, the warm-hearted ladies were chatting about whose daughter was getting married at the end of the year, how much they should chip in for the wedding, and when to go help make new quilts for the bride. Before long, they were all reminiscing about what dowries they brought when they got married. When they reached the county gate, Zhou Jiao, still a bit dazed, got off with them. If the ladies hadn't all gone their separate ways to shop, she would have liked to keep listening to their gossip. Compared to the crude talk of women in some villages, these friendly ladies' stories were genuinely interesting, making Zhou Jiao laugh along with them. This county town was smaller than the one back home, but it had all the necessary facilities. The central clinic was quite large, and there were plenty of brick houses with tiled roofs. Zhou Jiao wandered aimlessly. Not far from the procurement station, she saw a few young girls with bamboo baskets talking about selling embroidery. On a whim, she followed them. In front of the procurement station, there was a line of people selling local products and straw sandals. Zhou Jiao listened to the prices being called out and the sound of an abacus from inside, shaking her head in regret. Too bad she couldn't set up a stall across the street. Sis, they really won't buy our embroidery. What should we do? Yeah, if I'd known, I wouldn't have listened to second sis. We should have brought some dried goods from home to sell. Alright, don't blame Xiaozhu. You can keep the embroidery for your dowry. You silly girl, don't be so shameless, just saying whatever comes to mind. Stop arguing. What do we do now? I have to get back to work this afternoon. Let's think fast. There's no cart to go home now. How about we pool our money and buy some noodles? I don't have any money. Second sis, you're so stingy. Listening to their conversation, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. When she saw them about to leave, she hurried after them and caught up just as they were leaving the city gate. Hey, are you girls selling embroidery? Can I take a look? One of the girls glared at her. Who are you calling little sister? You're younger than us, but you sure have guts. Another girl quickly pulled her back and smiled apologetically at Zhou Jiao. My second sister has a bit of a temper. Please don't mind her. Zhou Jiao just looked at the girl who'd spoken earlier and chuckled. Her own son talked just like that sometimes. Seeing their misunderstanding, she smiled and said, My son is already 5 years old. Are you selling embroidery? Can I take a look? If I like it, I'll buy some. The girls were stunned by her claim that her son was 5, totally missing the rest of what she'd said. Zhou Jiao pointed at their bamboo baskets helplessly. Aren't you selling? The first girl snapped out of it, put down her basket, and took out a pillowcase to show Zhou Jiao. We wove these ourselves. We heard that city girls can't embroider pillowcases, and that some people sold them in the village, so we thought it was true. Turns out, it was all a lie. Zhou Jiao realized they'd misunderstood. Those transactions must have been private, not through the procurement station. She didn't plan to explain. After all, speculation was a serious crime at this time, and one wrong move could ruin these girls' reputations. How much are you selling them for? The girls were stumped. They really didn't know what price to ask. They'd just heard people in the village say they could sell them, and thought the procurement station would set a price. Zhou Jiao sighed and patted her forehead. Since her real goal wasn't the embroidery, she said, besides these, do you sell any homespun cloth? We do. But you'll have to come back with us. Zhou Jiao nodded. That was just what she wanted. Once she got to their village, she could ask the local aunties about all the local specialties. From this day on, thanks to the help of these young girls, Zhou Jiao got to know their mothers and managed to purchase a batch of local mountain goods and specialties from the older women in the village. In the end, one family introduced another, and soon, many people brought out all the eggs they had been saving to sell and handed them over to Zhou Jiao. After all, going to the county town to sell was a waste of time and labor points, and Zhou Jiao was offering a price a bit higher than the official procurement station. Naturally, they were eager to spread the word and get their neighbors to come as well. Throughout the day, Zhou Jiao didn't leave the village even once. She even had lunch there. A warm-hearted old lady brought her a bowl of corn porridge and 2 big pancakes to fill her stomach. By around 5 in the afternoon, seeing the growing piles of baskets and sacks by the roadside, Zhou Jiao almost wanted to cry. She'd really dug herself into a hole. How was she supposed to take all this back? In broad daylight, she couldn't exactly pull off any magic tricks. She had seriously underestimated just how much surplus a village of over 2,000 people could have. People kept bringing things over. Resigned to her fate, Zhou Jiao simply accepted everything, weighing and paying for the goods with the borrowed scale. As for how to get everything back, she didn't want to think about it anymore. Since the village was far from Lin Quan's place, she'd just have to wait until dark to act. Leaning against a big tree, Zhou Jiao continued her purchases while sneaking items into her space whenever no one was looking. Otherwise, she doubted even a truck could haul it all away after dark. By 6 in the evening, the sun had set, the though a streak of red still lingered in the sky. The villagers working in the fields on both sides of the road were heading home for dinner. Just then, another group of customers arrived this time, a noisy bunch of women from the neighboring village. After Zhou Jiao weighed and paid for their goods and sent them off, dusk had truly fallen. 10 minutes later, once darkness had fully set in and there was no one around, Zhou Jiao quickly brought out her vehicle, stuffed everything into her space, and sped off. She knew all too well that it wouldn't be long before people finished dinner and came out to stroll and socialize. If she waited any longer, she really wouldn't be able to leave. As she drove away, the sound of the engine, along with her earlier hints that someone would come by with a car to pick up the goods, helped mislead the villagers. With the cover of darkness, the risk was much lower. Anxious but determined, Zhou Jiao sped all the way to the outskirts of Lin Quan's village. There, she got out, grabbed a basket of about 20 eggs and a bolt of homespun cloth, and hurried toward the Lin family home. Before she even got close, she saw a figure waving a torch and calling out, "Is that you, Jiao Jiao?" It was Aunt Lin's voice. Zhou Jiao quickly responded. Aunt Lin rushed over. "Where did you go? You had me worried sick. If I'd known, I would have gone with you during the day. I was about ready to die of guilt." Zhou Jiao apologized sheepishly. "I took the wrong road on the way back, and there weren't any cars. Sorry, Auntie, for making you worry." Sigh. "I figured as much. Luckily the men aren't back yet. Otherwise, this would have turned into a big scene." As they walked home together, Zhou Jiao raised her eyebrows in surprise. Zhang Guoqing actually left her alone in a stranger's house? That was odd. "Auntie, didn't Uncle stay behind instead of going up the mountain?" Aunt Lin poured water into a basin. "Go wash your face, let's eat first." "Don't mention your uncle. That old man, about the same age as my eldest, left a note saying he'd gone up the mountain to find them before I even got back. Told us not to worry at home." Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. No wonder Zhang Guoqing was so at ease leaving her here. Aunt Lin brought out 3 plates of meat dishes, a soup, and over a dozen pancakes. Zhou Jiao glanced around the rooms instinctively. Aunt Lin smiled. "It's just the 2 of us tonight. Are you scared? Want to sleep with Andy?" Zhou Jiao shook her head. "It's just us, but you cooked so much." "Andy, you're too kind. I feel bad eating so much." "Silly girl, don't I need to eat too? You must be starving after today. Eat up and get some rest. The men won't be back from the mountain until tomorrow morning at the earliest." Zhou Jiao nodded. "Worried the kids won't sleep well on the mountain?" Aunt Lin handed her chopsticks and studied her face. "There's a log cabin up there with everything they need. My boys used to go up with their dad all the time when they were little." Zhou Jiao smiled back. "Don't get up too early tomorrow. Sleep in a bit." During the day, there are lots of girls picking wild fruit on the south side of the village. You can go for a walk there. I'll have one of the girls from our family keep you company. "No need. I don't plan on going out these next couple of days. My feet are killing me after today. I need to rest." Zhou Jiao knew Aunt Lin was worried she'd wander off again. "It's boring to stay home all day. Walking around nearby won't make you feel cooped up. By the way, do you want to buy some mushrooms or mountain goods? If you need anything, just go to the courtyard at the village entrance and find Aunt Meow. She's the women's director here. If you ask her, she'll take care of everything for you. Don't buy these things in the county. They're much more expensive there. Here, we sell at the procurement station price, and the less pretty ones are even cheaper. Aunt Meow is a good person. She knows your family and won't cheat you." Zhou Jiao nodded. "Once your order's weighed, don't try to carry it yourself. You're too petite. They'll deliver it for you." Dinner ended with Aunt Lin's chatter. After washing her feet, Zhou Jiao finally collapsed onto the kang, letting out a long sigh of relief. She'd run herself ragged today, really shouldn't have. That night, without Zhang Guoqing and the kids by her side, Zhou Jiao didn't sleep well. She kept worrying someone might jump into the yard and listened intently for any sign of wolves howling from the mountain. She didn't wake up until the sun was high the next day. Coming out of her room, she found she was alone in the courtyard. Aunt Lin had already gone out, but left porridge and pancakes for her in the pot. After a quick lunch, Zhou Jiao didn't plan to go out. She spent the afternoon sorting through yesterday's purchases. She'd been in such a rush that she hadn't had time to organize anything. Now, with some free time, her obsessive-compulsive tendencies kicked in. When night fell again and Zhang Guoqing still hadn't returned, Zhou Jiao realized he must have taken the kids deep into the mountains with the others. If they were really staying in the log cabin, as Aunt Lin said, it wasn't far, so why hadn't they come down yet? Plus, Lin Quan, the village accountant, had also taken leave to go with them. It didn't take much to figure out these men had gone off to have fun. And that's exactly what happened. It wasn't until the afternoon of the day they'd agreed to meet the He brothers that the group finally came down from the mountain, all in high spirits. And it wasn't just them, a whole crowd followed behind, all carrying plenty of game. The whole village was swept up in excitement. Zhou Jiao looked at her son, eyes shining as he excitedly recounted his mountain adventures, and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Was her child going to turn into a wild boy under his father's influence? As soon as night fell that day, Ping'an, exhausted, washed up and went to bed early, while Zhang Guoqing pulled Zhou Jiao along as the couple headed out together. When they got close to the He family's place, they saw He Lauer, the second eldest He, waiting for them at the intersection. The man, nearly 40, broke into a big grin when he spotted the couple. "Uncle, why didn't you wait for us at home?" "There are so many mosquitoes out here," Zhang Guoqing said. "I've got thick skin, it's nothing. Shall we head over now?" He Lauer replied. Zhang Guoqing nodded, signaling for him to lead the way. "There's a lot of stuff this time, so my brother and I didn't dare take it lightly. For safety, we didn't let anyone else get involved. My elder brother is guarding the goods over there right now." Zhang Guoqing was more than happy with this arrangement. "Little brother, there's quite a bit of goods this time. Is that all right with you?" He Lauer asked, worried Zhang Guoqing might not have enough money. "How much are we talking about?" Zhang Guoqing asked with a smile. "Over 40,000. It's not a huge amount of stuff, but they're all valuable items. My brother and I managed to find quite a few old wild ginseng roots, plus deer tendons and antlers, that alone cost us over 20,000. The hasma and lion's mane mushrooms aren't as pricey, about 10,000, and the rest is just some rare odds and ends. We've basically scoured everything within a few 100 miles. There's nothing more to be had." "Uncle, you've worked hard," Zhang Guoqing said. He Lauer waved his hand with a smile. "We're making money, no need to be so polite. Since you wanted so much this time, my brother even bargained down the prices with a few people. He said we don't need to go by the procurement station's prices, just use what we actually paid. He's got the receipts." Zhang Guoqing raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Such a good deal?" Before he could say anything, He Lauer continued, "My brother says after this deal, he's washing his hands of this business for good. Consider it a celebration. Anyway, those who squeezed the mountain folk for goods, he's just doing the right thing by them and won't deal with them anymore." Zhang Guoqing chuckled. "Uncle, he is right to quit. At least for the next few years, it's best to lay low and see what opportunities come later. There's always more money to be made, but as long as the Green Hills remain, there'll always be firewood. You agree with my brother, don't you? Honestly, we can't keep taking time off work either. If my uncle weren't the brigade leader, we couldn't get away with this. Our kids are grown and ready to get married, but outsiders think we're not doing honest work. No decent family wants their daughters marrying in. Sigh. What can you do? Even with money, you can't show off. We just want to settle down for now. We make money for our kids, everything is for them in the end." As He Lauer sighed, the three of them arrived at a courtyard by the roadside. He explained it belonged to his brother-in-law, who worked in the county and was currently vacant. He'd borrowed it for half a month. Zhang Guoqing didn't need to ask further. Once he learned the brother-in-law worked at the police station, he understood. With connections like that, there was no way the He family would have trouble finding daughters-in-law. In fact, their standards were probably quite high. He Lauer knocked on the gate and called for his elder brother. Since the courtyard was on the outskirts by the road, he didn't have to worry about being overheard. He Lauda, the eldest He, opened the door, led them in, and pointed to a pile of goods on the kang in the west room. "Little brother, you two should check the goods first. There are a few things I picked up just because they were cheap. Take a look. If you don't want them, that's fine. We can sell them elsewhere. Zhang Guoqing knew they were planning to quit the business, and this was just their way of making things easy for him. Anything they brought would be good stuff. They wouldn't shortchange him. He smiled and shook his head. No need. Since you went to the trouble of finding these for us, we'll take everything, whatever it is. He Lauda clapped him on the shoulder, delighted. You're straightforward. Good. Take a look. If there's anything bad, just pick it out for me. Zhang Guoqing figured they'd already checked everything, and he trusted the brothers' character. So he didn't bother inspecting. He waited for Zhou Jiao to give him a nod after her quick check, and he knew he hadn't misjudged them. Uncles, please calculate how much I still owe you. The sooner I settle up, the sooner you can rest. He Lauda didn't hesitate. He pulled Zhang Guoqing over to the table and took out a sheet of paper, the very form Zhou Jiao had given them. Zhang Guoqing glanced at it. It was densely filled with the purchase prices for each item. Many prices varied, but all were much lower than the procurement station's rates. You're a straightforward guy, so I won't say much. We'll go by these prices, and you just add a 10% profit for me, he Lauda said. Zhang Guoqing quickly replied, Uncle, I can't accept that. The profit is rightfully yours. He Lauda laughed. No need to argue. That's settled. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can move the goods out, no need to tempt fate. Zhang Guoqing thought for a moment and nodded. Thank you, uncles. Jiao, come calculate, no need to go line by line, just take the average. Zhou Jiao nodded in understanding. For example, if there were 5 batches of Hazma at different prices, she'd just use the median price. What's a little loss? She didn't care. The He's had been generous, so she couldn't be petty. Besides, this was ill-gotten money anyway. A little extra for them was fine, as long as things ended amicably. With Zhou Jiao's sharp mind, it didn't take long. She reported a total, 45,356 yuan. The amount listed on their sheet was 44,950, about 400 yuan less. They'd already paid a 5,000 yuan deposit, so Zhang Guoqing handed over 40,000 in cash, then counted out another 350 yuan for He Lauda. He Lauda rolled his eyes. All right, I'll shamelessly take 45,000, even though I calculated just under that. Do you want us to help move the goods out? Zhang Guoqing smiled and handed the change to Zhou Jiao. No need, someone will come with a car later to pick it up. You two should take the money and head home. It's not safe to stay out late. He Lauda stood up and nodded. Right. I don't feel safe carrying this much cash, and I still need to deliver some to a few families tonight. If anything happens, just mention our names, no one will dare give you trouble. Zhang Guoqing saw them out, then stood in the courtyard, watching the dark night and listening for any movement. After a while, seeing nothing unusual, he waved Zhou Jiao over to bring in the cart. The couple went inside. After Zhou Jiao finished packing up all the goods, Zhang Guoqing waited a bit longer to make sure everything was safe, then opened the gate for Zhou Jiao to drive out. The rumbling car sped down the road toward the provincial capital. After a few intersections, Zhou Jiao turned around and took a detour back toward the Lin family's house. In the dead of night, the couple snuck around like ghosts, but finally made it safely to the Lin family's courtyard. After a restful night, the sky was just turning pale at dawn, and the rooster had only just begun to crow when old Master Wang was already in the courtyard, practicing martial arts with his son and his apprentice. Inside the room, little Ping'an was still half asleep, listening to the shouts and calls of "Ha! Hi! Lower your stance," coming from outside. Suddenly, he jolted awake and scrambled over to the window. His father, Zhang Guoqing, was woken by the commotion. He listened for a moment, glanced at the sky outside, then beckoned to his son. Go back to sleep, son. We'll practice horse stance at 5. Dad, I went to bed early last night. Catching the hint in his son's words, Zhang Guoqing sat up. Want me to take you outside? No need, I can just watch from here. You and Mom keep sleeping. Seeing how intently his son was watching the scene outside, Zhang Guoqing smiled and shook his head, lying back down. They're practicing their own school's martial arts. It's not proper to watch, goes against the rules. I'm not trying to steal their techniques. I'm just observing how Great-Grandpa Wang's style differs from the ones the old men practiced back in our compound. Zhang Guoqing didn't argue, but as a man, he believed one should always act with integrity. With that thought, he got up again. Come on, I'll take you outside. You're not going to sleep a bit longer? No can do. With such a hard-working son, I can't let myself fall behind as a father. Pingyan wrapped his arms around his father's neck, stifling a laugh. He even turned to glance at Zhou Jiao, still sleeping on the kang bed, and shot his dad a mischievous look. Wasn't Mom the one falling behind now? You little rascal. Zhang Guoqing patted his son's bottom. After washing up, Pingyan began practicing his horse stance in the courtyard. At first, he kept sneaking glances at the three men practicing martial arts, especially at the sparring between Uncle Wang and Lin Quan, but gradually, he withdrew his gaze and focused on his breathing exercises. This breathing technique, according to his mother, was a kind of internal method meant to complement his own set of martial arts. Of course, he'd only learned about it by overhearing a conversation back in the compound. Well, that shouldn't count as stealing a master's secrets. It's not his fault he had such sharp ears. He could hear the old grandpa teaching his silly grandson from all the way across the yard. Old Master Wang had lived a long life. He might not be a legendary figure, but he was certainly shrewd. Ever since returning from the mountains, he'd noticed that this little boy had inherited Zhang Guoqing's remarkable strength. Now, watching the child's horse stance, he was even tempted to take him on as a disciple. What a pity. Once Pingyan finished his stance, he noticed that old Master Wang and the others were still there. An idea struck him, and he began to demonstrate his boxing forms. Let them see what real martial arts look like. And if they could point out any flaws, all the better. His grandfather always said to listen to criticism. Those are your weaknesses. If the criticism is valid, correct it. If not, just let it go. And it's important to learn from all schools, to master every technique. Little one, how long have you been practicing? Lin Quan asked. Pingyan finished his form and smiled at him. A year. Not bad. Old Master Wang beckoned him over. When Pingyan bounced up, he patted the boy's head. Practicing martial arts is good for your health, but your path lies elsewhere. Pingyan understood what the old man meant, but as his mother said, he was only 5. He nodded obediently. I'll remember what you said, Great-Grandpa. Looking at the boy blinking up at him, old Master Wang was reminded of Zhang Guoqing as a child and burst out laughing. You really take after your father. Pingyan grinned along with him. Who else would he take after, if not his dad? No way he'd resemble an outsider. Well, since the old man was praising him, he'd let it slide. Your boxing form is good, but it's too aggressive. It's fine while you're young, but when you start sparring with others, be careful to avoid accidents. Have you studied the meridian charts? Most kids wouldn't even know what a meridian chart was. But old Master Wang knew Zhou Jiao was skilled in medicine, quite skilled, in fact. As her son, there's no way she wouldn't have taught him the basics. If he guessed right, this boxing form was probably passed down from the boy's maternal grandfather. Every move was designed to be lethal. Ordinary people couldn't master such a diverse range of techniques. Only those who'd faced life-and-death struggles could truly understand them. Who would pass down such skills to anyone but their own blood? Pingyan tilted his head. Meridian charts? You mean the acupuncture points? There are too many, I can't remember them all. My mom says I'm still young, there's no rush. Old Master Wang nodded. Your mother's right. But anyone who practices martial arts should know a bit of medicine. It can save your life in a pinch. Seeing the respectful look in the boy's eyes, old Master Wang felt a surge of pride and blurted out, I have a body-strengthening recipe. I'll give it to your father later. Soak in it once a month and you'll never get sick. Pingyan threw himself into his arms in delight. Great-Grandpa, you're the best. Old Master Wang, who'd been having second thoughts, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Worth it. Great-Grandpa, do you still use it yourself? If you're missing any herbs, ask my dad for help. I'll help you look for them when we get home, too. Old Master Wang patted him. Good boy. You're the best, Great-Grandpa. Zhang Guoqing had watched the whole exchange. He knew better than anyone that the key point in his son's question was, Do you still use it yourself? After all, Zhou Jiao's recipe was only suitable for children up to 18. After that, it was useless. Clearly, the boy was thinking of his maternal grandfather. Sure enough. Great-grandpa, does Grandpa Wang use it too? Are the herbs expensive? If they are, it must be hard for you. You have so many uncles, can you keep up with all of them? It's just once a month. Compared to getting sick and going to the hospital, it doesn't cost much. But listen, this recipe is just for your family. Don't share it with anyone else, understand? Ping'an nodded eagerly, his eyes shining as he gazed at the white-haired, youthful-faced old man. So what Dad said was true, this grandpa really was a master. Ping'an's eyes darted around. Since the old man had given him such a gift, he couldn't be stingy in return. What could he offer in exchange? He thought hard for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Great-grandpa, the red pine nuts here are warm and sweet. They nourish calm wind, moisten the lungs, and ease the bowels. They can treat rheumatism, dizziness, dry cough, spitting blood, and constipation. Old Master Wang looked at the little boy in his arms, reciting fluently as if reading from a book, and raised his eyebrows in interest. Oh, and lion's mane mushrooms, they have unique medicinal value too. They're mild and sweet, aid digestion, benefit the heart, and can treat indigestion, stomach ulcers, gastritis, stomach pain, and bloating. Zhang Guoqing sheepishly rubbed his nose. Son, no matter how much you say, the old man probably won't be able to buy much. Your dad's already bought up everything within a few 100 miles. Great-grandpa, you should buy more to take home. My mom told me that all medicine is 3 parts poison. Dietary therapy is better than medicine. Old Master Wang nodded with a smile. Your mother is absolutely right. Isn't she? My mom is amazing. Grandpa says that ever since she came home, he hasn't had to go to the hospital. Even the health doctors aren't as good as my mom. Old Master Wang laughed. Then why didn't your mom study medicine? She seems suited for it. I asked Grandpa about that too. He said being a doctor means using knives all the time, and if mom's not careful, she might cut herself. And all that blood and guts would make her lose her appetite. She's too thin. Her body couldn't take it. Old Master Wang laughed heartily. Seeing this, Ping'an slapped his forehead in annoyance. Why had he blurted out such private things? He quickly added, but Grandpa also said, to serve the people, Mom could study Chinese medicine in her spare time. The medical skills passed down by our ancestors are just as good as those of the Americans. Very true. Our Chinese medicine has 5,000 years of history. The earliest was Huatua. As Old Master Wang launched into a long lecture, Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief. Pride comes before a fall, he'd let his tongue slip again. Clearly, he still had more to learn. Before heading back, Old Master Wang finished buying expensive items like ginseng and deer antler, but he also picked up some local specialties such as monkey head mushrooms and Korean pine nuts. When Old Master Wang spent all his cash and was about to dig out a small gold bar, Zhang Guoqing stopped him. Zhang even lent him 1,000 yuan on purpose. As for the gold bar Old Master Wang tried to hand over, Zhang Guoqing didn't accept it and even said, "Gold is for troubled times, antiques are for peaceful times. Keep these for the family." Hearing this, Old Master Wang paused mid-action and put the gold bar away without another word. It wasn't that he didn't want to repay the loan, he still had some cash at home besides what he brought on this trip. He could just pay the kid back later. What really made him uneasy was the meaning behind Zhang Guoqing's words. With Zhang's current status and connections in Beijing, there's no way he'd say something like that for no reason. If there were any signs of trouble, he'd definitely know. For Zhang to lower his voice and speak so meaningfully, it was definitely worth pondering. Plus, the way this young couple spent so much money this time, if they claimed it was all for relatives, that would only fool a child. Who the hell would bother dragging a baby all the way to the middle of nowhere to buy 50,000 yuan worth of ginseng for a relative? Especially since this couple wasn't the type to show off. They knew how unpredictable people could be. Could they really trust those relatives and friends? Even Zhou Xiaozheng wouldn't agree to that. Old Master Wang secretly decided, from now on, he wouldn't arrange for his grandsons to work at the factory. It was safer to keep them under his own nose. When they arrived in the provincial capital, Zhang Guoqing used the excuse of visiting Zhao Chuangang to part ways with old Master Wang and his son. After seeing them onto the bus, Zhang and his family went to the post office to mail a large package. Aside from the expensive items like ginseng, Zhang mailed out whatever could be sent by parcel. To have a legitimate source for these goods in the future, he had to spend the postage, whether he liked it or not. The family didn't rush to visit Zhao Chuangang at the military district. Instead, they checked into the same guest house they'd stayed at before, using a student ID and a letter of introduction. "Do you think Mom and Dad will bring the kids over?" Zhou Jiao asked. Zhang Guoqing nodded. "They will. Uncle Wang will give Dad the letter, and he'll be here tomorrow. He knows we promised the kids. Besides, we haven't really explored the provincial capital with Ping'an yet. We can have some fun for a couple of days before heading home." Zhou Jiao smiled. The home he referred to as their place in Beijing. It seemed their family of 3 had gotten used to life there. "Daddy, are we going to second grandpa's? And why hasn't Aunt Yuan come to play with me?" Ping'an asked. "We'll go to your second grandpa's before heading back to Beijing. If your grandpa comes tomorrow, there'll be too many people and it'll be inconvenient. As for Crazy Zhao, let's see what happens first." Ping'an giggled. If his Aunt Yuan knew about that nickname, she'd probably have it out with his dad. After Zhou Jiao finished unpacking and putting away what needed to go into her space, she left a few things out in the open. Hearing their conversation, she shook her head and said, "Let's not bother that couple. They're probably busy with their summer internships." Zhang Guoqing didn't mind. "All right, you decide." After washing up and changing clothes, it was already dinner time. When they left the state-run restaurant, it was still light out. Zhou Jiao suggested that Zhang Guoqing go take care of his business, while she would take their son for a stroll to see if there was anything interesting nearby. Zhang Guoqing looked around. "Don't go too far, and when it gets dark, just wander around the night market. I'll come find you there when I'm done." "Okay, be careful," Zhou Jiao replied. Zhang Guoqing patted his pocket to reassure her. There was no regular market these days, and the provincial capital's famous night market was packed with people. Of course, it had been renamed the second-hand goods market. No one dared to make trouble now, and the place really was full of old household items people wanted to trade, including defective goods. You couldn't openly complain about anything, either. Under the dim streetlights, both sides of the street were lined with broken tables and chairs, cracked water jars, and even chipped bowls. If it weren't for the occasional piece of unevenly dyed fabric, you'd think you'd wandered into a junkyard. Still, people were crouched down, enthusiastically inspecting items and haggling in low voices. Zhou Jiao, carrying her son, glanced over everything quickly. She didn't see anything interesting until she reached the end of the street, where she spotted a small wooden rocking horse in the corner. "Comrade, you've got a good eye. It may be secondhand, but it's made of quality material. Just repaint it and it'll look as good as new," the seller said. Zhou Jiao smiled. "Oh? What kind of wood is it?" She didn't believe the seller could answer. She could tell he didn't care about the item at all. "Mom, don't buy it. I don't like it. Look, it's all cracked, and there are knife marks all over it. Someone probably wanted to chop it up for firewood, but thought it wasn't worth burning," Ping'an said. "Oh, this is a family heirloom. Kids say the funniest things. Those marks are just from when the child got older and played rough. A fresh coat of paint will fix it right up," the seller insisted. Zhou Jiao frowned and turned to leave, holding her son. If someone insulted her child, she wouldn't want it even if it was gold. "Hey, don't go. I'll give you a better price," the seller called after her. Zhou Jiao couldn't be bothered to argue and kept walking. Ping'an squinted back at the seller. "Don't bother with people like that, Mom." "I know. But Mom, is that thing valuable? Did he not realize what he had?" Zhou Jiao laughed and patted his head. "It's all right. That's a special kind of wood called snakewood from the South American rainforest. You were right, people can't even chop it up for firewood. It's so hard you need special tools to cut it. Plus, snakewood doesn't have much oil, so if you don't take care of it, it cracks easily." Ping'an thought back and realized the wood really did have a snakeskin pattern. If his mom said so, it must be true. "Is it expensive?" "It's not bad." The condition isn't great, but it's rare. This was probably a tribute item from the Ming Dynasty, made into a little rocking horse for a favored imperial grandson. Ping An's eyes widened. Wow. Mom, let's go back and buy it if he calls after us again. You like it? We have some of that wood at home, you know. But that guy was so annoying. Let's get it to teach him a lesson. Seeing her son so interested, Zhou Jiao nodded. As long as he was happy. She didn't go back right away, though. She patted him and strolled a bit further before circling back, slowing her pace. Comrade, take another look. This is perfect for your son. It's a real family heirloom, passed down for generations, the seller tried again. Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes. He had the nerve to say that. She felt embarrassed just listening. How much? She asked, feigning impatience. 10 yuan, the seller said, watching her reaction. Zhou Jiao laughed. Don't be ridiculous. Pork is only a few cents a pound. Be serious. Who's going to spend 10 yuan on a broken piece of wood? The seller rubbed his hands awkwardly. Comrade, what do you think is fair? My family's in a tough spot, or I wouldn't be selling a family heirloom. Zhou Jiao glanced at the other broken furniture nearby and smiled. 2 yuan. Not a cent more. Take it or leave it. Can you go a bit higher? Zhou Jiao immediately turned to leave. All right, 2 yuan it is. After paying, Zhou Jiao carried the rocking horse and led her son away. It was exhausting, but seeing her child's happy smile made it all worthwhile. When Zhang Guoqing arrived, he didn't need to search for long. He headed straight toward the used book stalls. Sure enough, he soon spotted the mother and son flipping through books there. Especially his son, who was sticking his little butt out as he carefully picked through the books one by one. How's your selection going? He asked. Ping'an immediately turned around, saw his dad, and happily put down the book in his hand to rush over. Dad, there are so many comic books here. I can almost collect a whole set. Zhang Guoqing glanced at the book stall and nodded knowingly. Things were different now compared to a few years ago. Aside from children's publications and some professional books, most miscellaneous books had already disappeared from circulation. The nearby bookstalls, in order to make a living, could only focus on collecting and selling comic books and children's magazines. Ping'an leaned in and whispered in his ear, 5 cents each. Zhang Guoqing caught his meaning, patted him, and whispered back, pick out some more. Ping'an's eyes lit up with joy. The little bookstall in the alley outside their compound charged a penny just to borrow a book, and 3 cents if you wanted to take it home. Now, for just 5 cents, he could take a book home and keep it for himself. What a deal. If it wouldn't look bad, he'd even set up his own bookstall in the compound to make some money. Thinking of this, Ping'an's eyes darted around. Dad, help me pick out more. I'll take them back to the compound and lend them to my friends. Isn't that generous of me? Am I a good buddy or what? Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. No one understood her son's thoughts better than she did. It seemed her words the other day had really sunk in, and now he was putting them into action. Zhang Guoqing was pleased to see his son starting to understand how to handle relationships and nodded quickly. Compared to giving out little gifts, these comic books and magazines would do more to help the kids bond through sharing and interaction. Wife, you pick out some more too. When we get back, let's turn that spare room in the West Wing into Ping'an's reading room. We can put in some chess and military strategy games too. All right, Zhou Jiao agreed. The child was growing up and starting to have friends over, so it was no longer convenient to let people into his bedroom, especially since there were some things in there that shouldn't be seen by others. With a reading room, Ping'an would have a perfect excuse to avoid bringing friends into his bedroom. Their family was open and above board, let anyone who was curious come and see. What secrets did they have? What did they have to hide? Human nature is a strange thing. As the saying goes, a gentleman is open and honest, while a petty person is narrow-minded. The more you try to hide, the more it arouses suspicion. But if you do the opposite, people will see you as upright and straightforward. Zhang Guoqing didn't think that deeply. When it came to his son, he just wanted him to be as comfortable as possible within the bounds of safety. If it weren't for the current circumstances, what would his son ever lack? Once the doting dad mode was activated, the nearby bookstall owners were overjoyed. Ignoring their other customers, they hurried over to help, and some even sent their own kids home to look for more books. At 5 cents each, they spent over 100 yuan. With some discounts for books in poor condition, plus a few children's magazines, they ended up with nearly 3,000 books, all packed into 2 big burlap sacks. Zhang Guoqing was very satisfied with this haul. Compared to the rare medicinal herbs he'd acquired, these books were what he truly cherished. Once they got back to Beijing, he'd sort out any sensitive titles, arrange the rest in the West Wing, add a simple sand table, and make a big Kong table for military chess. He didn't believe those old men who dreamed of their grandsons becoming dragons wouldn't be pleased when they saw it. Zhang Guoqing hoped that before the next wave of change hit, his son could, through these relationships, experience the good and evil of human nature firsthand and build his own social circle. Late at night, after the child had fallen asleep, Zhou Jiao finally asked quietly about the results of the investigation. Zhang Guoqing sighed. "What is it?" "Wife, it's not about background. The girl really does like our eldest. She has other suitors with higher status, but she turned them all down." Zhou Jiao pursed her lips at his words. She could hear the unspoken meaning, but so what? Living in this world, the only thing that matters is a clear conscience. Besides love, there's also morality and responsibility. I heard that a few days ago, Big Brother brought his wife back to campus. They stayed at the guest house for 2 nights, and their relationship is very good. After saying this, Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. Zhou Jiao was too exasperated to even comment. What kind of trivial thing was this, worthy of such a silly laugh? Jiao, don't you think it's funny? Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes. Yes, you're even funnier than they are. You little rascal, don't think I can't tell what you're thinking. Zhou Jiao patted him. Since your big brother can handle his own affairs, you should stay out of it. Pitiful people always have something detestable about them. Even if that girl is truly sincere, she's still in the wrong. What does it mean to be a person? To have principles, to know shame, that's the most basic standard. After saying this and seeing him fall silent, Zhou Jiao's eyes flashed. Let me give you an example. If there was a girl better than me in every way, who silently did everything for you, even risked her life for you, would you be so moved that you'd give up on me? How could that be possible? Zhou Jiao patted him. Don't get worked up. I said it was hypothetical. Even hypothetically, no way. We're not like other people. Your big brother and his wife went from newlyweds to having 3 sons and a daughter. They were sweet for years, but now? Just one little girl almost made him lose his most admirable quality, his integrity. If it weren't for Huang Suilan, if it were me, a man like that, Zhou Jiao shook her head with a smile. He didn't cheat. Zhou Jiao looked at him with a half smile. Baby, don't you start doubting me. Am I being wronged or what? Zhou Jiao nodded, and as he smiled, she said softly, emotional betrayal is worse than physical. Flies only land on cracked eggs. Whether man or woman, as long as you conduct yourself properly and keep a respectful distance with the opposite sex, I don't believe there are so many crazy people willing to be flies. Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement right away. He was afraid that if he hesitated, his wife would start overthinking, and he'd end up being the cracked egg. Don't think I'm just talking nonsense. Have you ever seen me joke around inappropriately with men? Whether in the past or now, no man has ever dared speak nonsense in front of me. That's because I've always known how important boundaries are between men and women. All that sworn brother and sister stuff is just an excuse for people with ulterior motives. Hearing this, Zhang Guoqing laughed so hard he had tears in his eyes, leaning on her shoulder. This silly girl thought her stern face was enough to scare off those dogs. If he hadn't been there to keep an eye out, how could she have had such peace and quiet? He still remembered the first time he saw her at school. She was so skinny, but her cool, aloof aura couldn't be hidden. If he hadn't claimed Zhou Jiao as his real sister, could he have held back that pack of wolves? And in this world, if he hadn't married her early and kept her close, did she really think her sense of boundaries could fend off all those wild men? Seeing him snickering, Zhou Jiao punched him a few times in annoyance. What are you laughing at? Back then, you kept saying I was your real sister. Was that just your way of being a playboy? Oh, baby, you finally figured it out. Zhang Guoqing wiped his tears, shaking his head with delight. Zhou Jiao gave him a thoughtful look. So, you're not exactly a gentleman yourself. No wonder you feel sorry for your big brother. TSK TSK. Hearing her click her tongue, Zhang Guoqing quickly sat up. Wife, don't wrong me like that. Other than you, I don't have any sworn sisters. I don't even dare look twice at my two real cousins. Whenever a young girl gets close, I get nervous you'll misunderstand. Pfft. Zhou Jiao burst out laughing and gave him a thumbs up. My husband is really great in this respect, an example for all men. Praise when it's due, know when to stop. She just wanted to remind him tonight that flies don't land on intact eggs. Say too much, and it could affect trust between husband and wife. Her man had a strong sense of pride and high emotional intelligence. If she really had to lay down the law and tell him what to do, not only would he hate it, even Zhou Jiao herself would find that kind of person annoying. Early in the morning, Zhang Guoqing woke up to find his wife sleeping sweetly in his arms, and he grinned silently. This little girl is starting to learn how to give me a hard time. Does that mean she loves me even more now? The sun and moon are the highest and brightest, but the bond between husband and wife is the closest and yet the most distant. That might apply to other people, but he never felt that way about his own marriage. In this world, not even his own son, bound by blood, could compare to his wife. He'd instinctively avoided answering Zhou Jiao's question last night. That nonsense about women being willing to die for him, he never forced anyone, so why should he care about others' lives or deaths? He knew his wife well. Even though she was guarded and cold toward outsiders, she had a strong sense of right and wrong and a righteous heart, unlike his own carefully constructed facade. Take the recent incident with oldest Zhang. Even though she didn't like Huang Suilan, she still condemned the situation from a moral standpoint. But him? He lacked that sense of righteousness. Zhang Guoqing gave a self-mocking smile. He'd understood since he was 5 in his previous life that nothing comes for free. Anything he wanted, he had to fight for himself. As long as his own interests weren't involved, he was easygoing. Lose some money? He could earn it back. Suffer a little loss? No big deal. Wasn't there a saying that a loss is a blessing in disguise? But if anyone threatened his wife, no matter how much he owed them, it meant nothing. Honey, let's sleep. Zhang Guoqing relaxed his arm and gently patted her. Okay, be good. Go back to sleep. By the time Zhang's father and his wife arrived at the provincial train station with a string of grandchildren in tow, Zhang Guoqing's family of 3 had already been waiting at the exit for a while. Grandpa. Holding Ping'an's hand, Zhang Guoqing smiled at Zhou Jiao. See? I even guessed the timing pretty much right. Zhou Jiao nodded with a smile. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed that even Huang Suilan and Lin Juhua had come along. Looks like her mother-in-law really went all out this time. Silly girl, she still hadn't realized that the one footing the bill wasn't her mother-in-law, but herself. Never mind that the guest house cost 1.2 yuan per room per night. Just think about how many ration tickets the 3 meals a day would take. There's a saying, the rich are bold. When money isn't an issue, your priorities shift. Making her kind and respectable in-laws happy had become her new wish. Mom, sis-in-law, I'm over here. Mother Zhang looked up and saw her youngest daughter-in-law beaming like a flower and couldn't help but laugh along with her. The pain of spending money on travel just now vanished. Why'd you come all the way to the station to meet us? What if we hadn't arrived yet? Silly child. Zhou Jiao giggled and took the luggage from her. Mom, the guest house isn't far. Let's go drop off the bags first, okay? Is it the same guest house as last time? Pretending not to notice her mother-in-law's pained expression, Zhou Jiao quickly shifted the blame. Yes, my husband already booked the rooms for you. He's waiting for you to make arrangements. What could Mother Zhang say? Her youngest son was a public figure. She couldn't let him lose face in front of all these people. She nodded. Let's walk over, it's really close. Well, close was relative. It was still over half an hour on foot. And her mother-in-law meant they shouldn't even take the bus. Sigh. Might as well treat it as exercise and a chance to window shop. Jiao Jiao, tell me about these places so your second sister-in-law doesn't get lost and embarrass you. Zhou Jiao smiled. Second sis-in-law, you won't get lost. If you do, just ask anyone how to get to the Bai guest house. They'll all know. Lin Jihua nodded seriously. Bai, I can remember that. Second sis-in-law, what did you and big sis-in-law bring? Why so many bags? Your godmother, Aunt Zhao, lives in the provincial city, right? Since we rarely come, we packed some dried goods for her. When we leave, we'll have Xiaowu deliver them. Zhou Jiao laughed. Why not visit the military district first? She'd be so happy to see you. Lin Jihua shook her head. Let's not bother them yet. There's so many of us, it'd be too noisy. We'll just say hello before we leave. Mother Zhang agreed. The Zhao couple were good people, but if their whole family showed up, they'd eat through a month's worth of their rations in no time. Mom, is that way to the kids' dad's school? Mother Zhang had been there countless times and nodded. Seeing her mother-in-law was eager to visit the school, Zhou Jiao smiled and persuaded her, let's rest at the guest house first and contact Big Brother later. Lin Jihua added, right, let's wash up and change clothes. Mom and Dad should rest their feet too. The four women walked behind Zhang's father and the men, while Mother Zhang quietly explained to her daughters-in-law the social customs of city folk. Zhou Jiao listened and nodded from time to time. Her mother-in-law really was a wise woman. She was teaching her daughters-in-law how to conduct themselves in society. Pay attention to these little details. We're not any worse than them. Stand tall and be confident. After a while, you'll see it's no big deal. Lin Jihua nodded. Mom, I'll remember. Huang Cuilan nodded along as well. Actually, most city people are poor. Their houses are so small you can barely turn around. It just looks good on the outside. Zhou Jiao stifled a laugh as her mother-in-law lowered her voice to talk about how tough life was for city folk. Praising and belittling at the same time, her mother-in-law was quite the character. At the guest house, after some insistence from Mother Zhang, they changed plans and booked 4 rooms. Zhang Guoqing figured the boys could share 2 rooms without crowding, so he let her have her way. After the noisy wash-up, they had lunch at a restaurant. Then, after a discussion, the family split into 3 groups. Zhang's father didn't want to run around with the boys, so he took little Ping'an to the nearby theater. Mother Zhang took her 3 daughters-in-law to show off at her eldest son's school. The rest of the kids were all taken by Zhang Guoqing to the department store to buy gifts. Uncle, let's just look, don't buy anything. Otherwise, I'm not going. Yeah, Uncle, we already have everything we need. No need to waste money. Zhang Guoqing smiled. All right, we'll just look. There's too much stuff, I couldn't afford it all anyway. After the store, we'll visit Xiaowen's school. It's not the school term yet, will there be anyone there? There should be students doing summer internships. Besides, you're supposed to report next week, so there should be people around. We'll check it out. Zhang Guoqing calculated his return date to Beijing. He planned to ask the school today if they allowed early registration. He could help his eldest sister settle her son while he was still home. At the department store, Zhang Guoqing picked out a stack of pencils and school supplies, then some hair ties and headbands for the girls. Finally, he gritted his teeth and splurged on 3 pink smocks for the 3 little girls. He'd figured it out. If he gave them fabric again, his eldest niece would probably end up patching up old clothes for another 3 years. That child was clever and well-behaved, but being born into the eldest branch of the family meant she had it tough. Zhang Ziwen's provincial college was located right in the city, which saved him the trouble of transferring between buses. Compared to a higher education institute, this vocational school wasn't very large, but the surroundings were fairly quiet. Not far away was a residential area, and there were a few state-run canteens and supply cooperatives on the nearby streets. All in all, the conditions were pretty good. Before they even reached the school gate, they could already see young men and women who looked like students coming and going. A banner welcoming new students hung above the main entrance. Zhang Guoqing quietly asked his eldest nephew, "Are you sure you didn't get the registration date on your admission notice wrong?" Zhang Ziwen also found it strange. He shook his head. "I checked several times. I couldn't have gotten it wrong." Zhang Guoqing patted him on the shoulder. "We'll ask around in a bit and find out. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." After saying that, he glanced at the group of children behind him. "You lot, Don't make a racket when you go in. Just wander around the campus a bit. Shizi, you're the eldest. Keep an eye on your younger siblings. I'll take Ziwen to the office to handle some things first. Shizi replied, Don't worry, uncle. We won't run around. We'll just wait for you on campus. Zhang Guoqing nodded and led the children to the school gate. He didn't rush in right away. Instead, he went to the gatehouse first. Seeing an elderly man inside, he quickly pulled out a cigarette and offered it with a smile. Sir, would you like a smoke? The old man waved his hand. No need. What brings you here? Zhang Guoqing noticed the old man's reluctant gaze lingering on the cigarette, so he lit one and handed it over. Don't be shy, sir. My kid got into this school this year. The admission notice says registration is next week, but there's already a banner up at the gate. Did I get the date wrong? The old man took a deep drag and grinned. You didn't get it wrong. The banner just went up this morning. I heard some students from out of province have already started arriving. So, since we live nearby, can we register early? The old man pointed in a direction. I'm not too sure about the details. Go over there. There are teachers inside. Just ask and you'll find out. What's your surname, sir? In the future, I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on my kid. He laughed. No need for formalities. My surname's Mo. Is this your brother or? Zhang Guoqing laughed. You've got it wrong, sir. This is my eldest nephew. I'm the youngest in the family, so my generation is a bit different. Anyway, I'll head inside now. Sorry to trouble you. What trouble? Young man, it's best to register early if you can. The earlier you get here, the better your choice of beds. I always hear the kids complain about rooms being too close to the toilets. Zhang Guoqing nodded knowingly and left the half-pack of cigarettes on the table. Sir, please don't mind. This is a little token of my appreciation. Please help keep an eye on my kid in the future. Thank you. Hey, there's no need. But Zhang Guoqing was already done talking. He pulled Zhang Ziwen along and waved goodbye to the old man with a smile. After walking a bit, he quietly explained to the confused child, Don't underestimate the gatekeepers. They're often the most well-informed people around. First, they're older and have seen a lot, so they know a lot. If they give you some advice, it can help you avoid a lot of trouble. Second, teachers at school compete with each other, but none of them want to be on gate duty. So the old man's position is the safest. He's not involved in any of the politics, so he sees things most clearly. Third, if anyone wants to find out about a student's character, they'll ask the gatekeeper first. And if someone from another school comes to cause trouble, he's the first line of defense. Zhang Ziwen exclaimed, Uncle, you're so smart. Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile. It's not about being smart. Once you've been through enough, you'll naturally understand these things. In the future, when you go in and out of the gate, don't go out of your way to curry favor. Just be respectful to the elders and help out with small things when you can. At school, whether it's teachers or classmates, no matter how nice they seem, treat everyone equally. Especially when you speak, be careful not to let anyone catch you out. Some people like to bully others, but don't confront them head-on. If there's a problem, settle it privately. If something happens, don't be afraid, just make sure you keep yourself safe. Safety comes first. Loose lips cause trouble and don't meddle in other people's business. Remember these 3 things. Zhang Ziwen nodded seriously. He knew his uncle was teaching him how to conduct himself. He wasn't a little kid anymore. He understood that one wrong word could implicate the whole family. Zhang Guoqing patted him. Don't be nervous. We don't pick fights, but we're not pushovers either. Focus on your studies these next few years. When you graduate, I'll help you find a good job. Now, put on a smile. Let's go see the teacher. Zhang Ziwen nodded with a smile. After his uncle's words, he felt much more at ease. Hello, teacher. Zhang Guoqing knocked on the open office door. A bespectacled middle-aged man looked up in surprise. Can I help you? Hello. My kid got into your school this year. The admission notice says registration isn't until later, but I saw the banner at the gate today, so I wanted to ask if we can register early. The teacher put down his pen and gestured to a seat. Have a seat. Did you bring the admission notice and household registration papers? Zhang Guoqing glanced at his nephew, who shook his head slightly. He smiled. We didn't bring them today. But I have a request. Would it be possible for the school to make an exception? The teacher looked puzzled. Go ahead. If it's something we can do, we'll try our best. Zhang Guoqing smiled. I'll be heading back to Beijing for school in a few days. You know how it is, studying away from home. You always worry about your family. If we register these couple of days, could I take the kid home for a few days and bring him back when school starts? The teacher nodded. That's no problem. Even if you register a few days late, it's fine, as long as you don't miss the date on the admission notice. Hearing this, Zhang Guoqing relaxed. He'd been worried that registering early would mean his nephew had to stay on campus right away, but that wasn't an issue after all. Thank you, teacher. I'll go discuss it with his parents. Sorry to bother you. No problem. You can come by any time. After saying goodbye, Zhang Guoqing led the kids out. Should we register now? Second uncle already prepared the household registration transfer papers for me a couple of days ago. If I go home now, I can still make it back tomorrow. But, uncle, it's okay. If you have any thoughts, just tell me. Zhang Ziwen scratched his head shyly. Since the teacher said the date on the admission notice is right, I'll just come back later to register. I want to learn to grow up and handle things myself. Zhang Guoqing patted him approvingly and gave him a thumbs up. Uncle, I just feel a bit embarrassed, like I'm letting you down. Silly boy, I wish you'd all grow up quickly and be able to stand on your own. Registering a bit later is fine. Enjoy yourself these next few days and get everything you need for living on campus. Zhang Ziwen glanced at Shizi for help, distressed. The reason he didn't want his uncle to handle the registration early was because he was worried about the extra expenses. All these years, his uncle had helped their family so much. His father never hid it from the three brothers, always reminding them to remember this kindness and be filial in the future. And now, here they were again, going around in circles. Zhang Guoqing could easily see what was going on between the kids, but he just smiled and didn't interfere. With the way his eldest sister raised her children, their character wouldn't be too bad. It was only because the kids were good that he was willing to give so much. Otherwise, with his eldest nephew having both parents, there was no need for him, as an uncle, to get so involved. When he returned to the guest house, the group of mothers and daughters-in-law hadn't come back yet, nor had his father and grandson. Zhang Guoqing figured they wouldn't show up until mealtime. All right, you guys go play. We'll head out again when everyone's back. Zhang Guoqing waved his hand, letting the kids go divvy up the gifts. Uncle, you should lie down for a bit. Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile. If you're hungry, eat some pastries. Don't be stingy. Tonight, I'll take you to the night market. If you want to go anywhere else, discuss it and let me know. Uncle, maybe we shouldn't go out. Everywhere we go costs money. Opportunities like this don't come often. Soon, I won't have time to take you out. While we're all in the provincial capital, think of a few more places you want to visit. Shizi pointed helplessly at the noisy rooms next door. They're already over the moon. Let's not bring it up. Zhang Guoqing ruffled his hair. Didn't you always want to go to the seaside? Forget it. With so many people, how much would that cost? We'll have plenty of chances to travel once we start working. You shouldn't have bought those 3 outfits today. Grandma will definitely say something when she sees them. Zhang Guoqing shot him a look. The older this kid got, the less cute he became. Uncle, don't be upset. If you tell Grandma you want to go out, she'll definitely nag you. Zhang Mingyuan, you're getting bold, always using your grandma to get at me. Shizi burst out laughing. Being able to chat with his uncle was pure happiness. You really don't plan to apply to a university in Beijing? Shizi shook his head. I want to stay close to Grandpa and Grandma. Someone needs to look after the family. If I go to Beijing, I might not even come home twice a year. I can't leave my younger siblings behind. Zhang Guoqing patted him approvingly. What a good kid, he really had the makings of an eldest son. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you run into trouble, come talk to me. Shizi nodded. Go play with Ziwen and the others. While you're young, you should enjoy yourself. Life is short, don't make things too hard on yourself. Are you going to say, enjoy the wine while it lasts next? Spend a fortune and it'll come back again? Haha. Uncle, you rest. I'm off. Watching him dash away, Zhang Guoqing laughed and called after him, "You little rascal." Meanwhile, Zhang's mother had taken her 3 daughters-in-law to visit Zhang Guofu's school. They saw her eldest son and chatted briefly with his classmates. Soon the school bell rang, and not wanting to disrupt her son's studies, she had to leave in a hurry. Zhou Jiao waited a long time but didn't see her mother-in-law show off or make a scene. She kept smiling and chatting cheerfully with everyone. Clearly, the attempt to slap faces had failed. Her mother-in-law was such a kind-hearted woman. How could she say anything harsh, let alone make a sarcastic remark? Not a word. Heh, face-slapping. Unsuccessful. Zhou Jiao thought this was for the best. If you want people's respect, it's not something outsiders can give you. It has to be earned by yourself. If it hadn't been for Zhang's mother, Zhou Jiao wouldn't even have wanted to come. Was it necessary? Her mother-in-law was upset that her eldest daughter-in-law was being looked down on, so she wanted to take her out and show her off to those people. Just like those nouveau riches who wear chunky gold chains, look how rich my family is. That's her mother-in-law for you, an illiterate old woman, using the simplest, most direct way to protect her daughter-in-law's dignity. It was admirable. Not every mother-in-law would go to such lengths for her daughter-in-law. Zhou Jiao had asked herself many times, if the roles were reversed, could she do the same? If one day her son married such a wife, she'd definitely tell her to stay as far away as possible and not get in her way. Just now, watching the way people talked to Zhang's mother at the school, and the words they used, it was clear her mother-in-law was respected by these students. And that respect didn't come from family background, but from their genuine affection for a loving mother and the kindness in her words and actions. Mom, I've really broadened my horizons today. So this is what it's like to be a college student, living in such a big school. They're so lucky. I always knew our Xiao Wu and Jiao Jiao went to college, but now I finally understand what that means. Zhang's mother laughed and scolded her. What do you know, you silly girl? Xiao Wu and Jiao Jiao go to the best university, just the campus is twice as big as this one. Zhou Jiao watched her mother-in-law show off and found it amusing. Why didn't she say this earlier? It seemed her mother-in-law only liked to boast in front of family. That was fine. Lin Jihua didn't mind being teased and laughed. Then next time you go to Beijing, take me with you, Mom. I'll carry your bag. Zhou Jiao smiled and replied, no need to wait for next time, just come with us this trip. But can you bear to leave second brother at home alone? Who is Lin Jihua? When the village women joked around, she never blushed or got flustered. As soon as Zhou Jiao said that, she replied, you're right. I really can't bear to leave second brother behind. I'm not worried about meals, there's the cafeteria, but no one to wash his clothes. I can't let him go out stinking in the summer. Zhou Jiao glanced at her with a smile. What a clever woman. As soon as she said that, her mother-in-law was grinning from ear to ear. Zhou Jiao realized Lin Jihua was the smartest in the family. Back when Zhang's second son was still in the village, she'd sneak some food now and then and only get a few harmless scoldings from her mother-in-law. Her husband never raised a hand. But once he started working in the city, she immediately curbed that behavior. She knew that if she angered her husband and her mother-in-law, it could mean divorce. Knowing how to adapt and get along was Lin Jihua's greatest strength. Like how she always sent Ping in a set of hand-sewn clothes every year, she knew Zhou Jiao valued the thought behind it, and that handmade clothes meant more than store-bought ones. Even knowing her little tricks, how could Zhou Jiao dismiss that kindness? She couldn't. And it made her in-laws happy too. What do elders want, if not for their children and daughters-in-law to get along? Zhou Jiao liked dealing with smart people, especially those with no ill intentions. She understood what it meant to be in the same boat. For Huang Cuilan's sake, her second sister-in-law had really put in a lot of effort. Mom, how about we go for a stroll in the department store? First and second sisters-in-law, if you want to buy anything, just say so. I have ration coupons and tickets. No need, you keep them for yourself. I'm not buying anything, just looking. Zhang's mother nodded. Let's see if there are any discounted goods. Otherwise, let's not waste money if we already have things at home. Inside the department store, after confirming there were no defective items, Mother Zhang finally started leading her 3 daughters-in-law around, checking out each counter one by one. She didn't buy anything, just asked about the prices. Occasionally, Mother Zhang would ask the sales assistant to take something out for her to have a look. And she really was just looking. Zhou Jiao followed behind her mother-in-law, in charge of the actual buying. So, a rather amusing scene unfolded. Mother Zhang had her two generals on either side, the three women touching the merchandise and chatting warmly, occasionally turning to ask the youngest daughter-in-law at the back for her opinion. Zhou Jiao would respond while discreetly signaling to the sales assistants at the counters they'd just passed, pointing out the items her mother-in-law was especially fond of, quietly asking them to prepare the receipts without saying anything. To avoid misunderstandings, she even made a point of showing the stack of ration coupons in her palm. Fortunately, Mother Zhang's circumstances had improved these days, and she didn't have a strong urge to shop. Otherwise, Zhou Jiao really didn't know how much she'd have to spend today. After making a full round of the mall, the mothers and daughters-in-law wrapped up their shopping. Lin Juhua sighed. Big cities really are different. Even the service is better than back home. If this were our place, they wouldn't let us touch anything if we weren't buying. They'd have cursed us out long ago. Zhou Jiao stifled a laugh. Halfway through their stroll, the sales assistants had already figured out what was going on. Who would dare be rude? Nonsense, our service back home is good too. Every time I go, those women are all smiles. They've never said a harsh word, Mother Zhang retorted. Mom, that's just because you have face. Last time I went, that dark, long-braided girl completely ignored me. I was so mad I almost cursed her out. Huang Cuilan shook her head in disagreement. Maybe the young girl was busy and didn't hear you. Anyway, let's head back, Mother Zhang said. Zhou Jiao just smiled and listened to their banter from the side. When she heard they were heading back, she quickly said, Mom, why don't you all check out the grocery store next door? I just remembered I have a few more things to buy. We'll wait for you next door. Take your time, Mother Zhang replied. Zhou Jiao nodded happily. Once they'd left, she went to each counter, thanked the staff, collected the receipts, and hurried off to pay. Everything Mother Zhang liked was practical and good value for money. If it had been anything expensive, Zhou Jiao wouldn't have put the sales assistants in a tough spot. So, Zhou Jiao didn't actually spend that much. Well, at least not by her standards, over 50 yuan in total, plus ration and industrial coupons. For sales assistants earning only 20 or 30 yuan a month, it was still a huge sum. Was that your mother just now? You're such a filial daughter. Look at your two sisters-in-law. They're not willing to spend. Only a real daughter is this thoughtful, no matter how good a daughter-in-law is. It's not the same, one of the saleswomen said. Zhou Jiao just smiled and didn't bother to explain that it was her mother-in-law. She was happy to buy things for her, whether as a daughter or a daughter-in-law. If it weren't for the strict management at Friendship Mall these days, Zhou Jiao would have loved to take Mother Zhang there to buy her some really nice things. Seeing the sales assistant helping Zhou Jiao carry the purchases, Mother Zhang knew this silly child was up to her tricks again. She wondered how much money Zhou Jiao's uncle had given them this time. Was she worried they wouldn't be able to spend it all? Mom, I bought everything you liked. This should last you a while, Zhou Jiao said. Mother Zhang looked at the pile of things and nodded wordlessly. She guessed Zhou Jiao had bought everything she'd touched earlier. She should have been happy, but for some reason, she felt like crying. She'd suffered all her life and thought that being able to eat her fill and stay warm in her old age was already a blessing. But this child had given her a life better than that of a landlord's wife. Mother Zhang glared at her. Next time, don't go behind my back like this. Zhou Jiao just grinned sheepishly, as if she couldn't tell how happy her mother-in-law was. She only came back to her hometown once a year, and she'd basically stolen her mother-in-law's favorite youngest son away. Of course, she had to make it up to her. When the four women returned to the guest house, Mother Zhang saw her three daughters-in-law showing off their new smocks and was immediately distressed. These spendthrift girls, was this how you spend money? If her two other daughters-in-law weren't there, she'd have given her two silly children a good scolding. All this money was her youngest son's hard-earned savings. Next up was the night market and then sightseeing around the provincial capital the next day. After careful observation, Mother Zhang concluded that Zhou Jiao was the least concerned about money. Why, you ask? Who else would spend over 30 yuan and a bunch of fabric coupons to buy smocks for nieces and nephews, and have the women at home praise her for buying good ones? So, Mother Zhang decided to stick closely to her eldest daughter-in-law, and unless absolutely necessary, refused to let her waste money. Zhou Jiao found this both funny and exasperating. She had to admit, her mother-in-law was definitely biased toward her. But it's not like she was a total pushover either. After finishing their tour of the provincial capital, Mother Zhang insisted on returning home. When Zhang Guoqing heard his mother say the chickens at home were about to starve, he couldn't stop laughing. With such beautiful weather, it would be a shame to waste it on a few chickens. He figured even the heavens would disapprove. If the chickens died, so be it. They could always make soup out of them later. He hired 2 horse-drawn carts for the trip, at 1.5 yuan per cart per day. Zhang Guoqing immediately paid 6 yuan, enough for the whole family to make the round trip in 2 days. The cart drivers were an old man and a middle-aged uncle, apparently distant relatives. They looked decent enough, after all. You'd need some connections to land such a cushy job in the production team. But Zhang Guoqing didn't pay much attention. The 6 yuan went to the 2 production teams anyway. The drivers just used the opportunity to bring back some extra goods and earn a little on the side. After packing up their purchases, Zhang Guoqing wrote a letter and entrusted it to the bus driver to deliver to his second uncle in the county. Before leaving, he took everyone to the cinema, a place his mother had always wanted to visit but felt too embarrassed to enter. Strangely enough, Mother Zhang had heard somewhere that cinemas were for young people to date, but she had no problem going to the theater for plays. Zhang Guoqing didn't believe his mother hadn't noticed that some of the middle-aged people there weren't married couples, but just companions. It wasn't until Zhou Jiao mentioned that the lights would be turned off during the movie that he finally understood. He remembered how, whenever the movie team came to the nearby villages, his mother would get so excited she'd skip dinner, afraid she'd be late. Zhang Guoqing only wished he could buy her a TV, though there was only one channel. Seeing her kind face light up with joy would be worth it. In the cinema, watching his mother laugh heartily and chatter about the plot, Zhang Guoqing swore that when times changed, he'd buy her not just 1, but 10 TVs. Good thing Zhou Jiao didn't know about this idea, or she'd worry he'd lost his mind. Even if society was absurd, you couldn't forget the essence of things or the direction of history. Xiao Wu, where exactly are you planning to take us? Mother Zhang regretted it the moment she got on the cart. How did she end up going along with her youngest son's plans again? Inside the carriage, Grandpa Zhang leaned back, leisurely sipping tea from his thermos as he watched his grandkids whispering and pointing excitedly out the window. Hearing his wife's comment, he shook his head and chuckled. If he guessed right, his youngest son was planning to take them all on a beach camping trip. Back at home, his son had mentioned wanting to find a quiet place for the family to relax for a couple of days. Up front, Zhang Guofu, sitting next to the driver, exchanged a knowing smile with the uncles steering the cart. We're almost there. Your brother still hasn't told your mother where we're going. Zhang Guofu grinned. He'll have to spill the beans now. He's just afraid Mom will nag him. Sure enough, Zhang Guoqing's voice rang out, Mom, we're going to visit Uncle Wang's place as a family. The weather's nice, perfect for a trip to the seaside. It's been years since we last saw them. Wonder how they're doing. Oh, Uncle Wang's, huh? Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have prepared something to bring. Well, it's been so long since we visited relatives. We really should go. Zhang Guofu shook his head with a smile. His youngest brother had always been sharp, even his lies sounded convincing. Good thing their mother was clever too and knew how to play along. Inside the carriage, Zhang Guoqing gave his mother a thumbs up. That's his mom for you, smart as ever. Mother Zhang shot him a proud smile. Seeing this, Grandpa Zhang was caught off guard and choked on his tea. He always wondered how an honest farmer like himself ended up with such crafty sons. Must take after their mother. Grandpa, we don't need tea. Popsicles are more refreshing. Ping'an quickly patted Grandpa Zhang's back, speaking softly. Why so gentle? Ever since he'd seen a black bear fight a wild boar, he'd been itching to try patting someone hard. But this was his real grandpa. What if he hit too hard? Ping'an felt life wasn't easy. He was even tougher than little soldier Zhang Guoqing, but he was born in the wrong era. If there were Japanese invaders around, he'd just give them a slap and become a hero. Maybe he could even become a young general like his grandpa, get special rations, ride in a car, and have uncles to handle his chores. Grandpa Zhang, smiling, covered his mouth and shook his head. Take a break. How about I tell you a story to pass the time? Ping'an glanced at the long-stemmed pipe nearby. Grandpa, smoking is bad for your health. Let's skip it. If you really need something, choose some candy instead. Zhang Ziwen teased from the side. Ping'an is really filial. But you can't tell stories from those old comic books. Grandpa's heard them all, they're boring. Ping'an just smiled, unfazed. Little things like this were no trouble for him. These days, besides Little Trumpet, the radio had serial broadcasts and storytelling hour at 12:30 and 5:30. He knew plenty of stories. His mom had explained that tales of emperors, generals, scholars, and beauties weren't suitable for him to tell, so he just played dumb to avoid trouble. Sitting up straight, Ping'an cleared his throat and clapped his hands. Today, I'll perform a bit from Tracks in the Snowy Forest for everyone. How about a round of applause first? Mother Zhang, delighted, forgot all about chatting with her son and immediately started clapping, calling out, "What are you all waiting for? Clap." As soon as she finished, the carriage erupted in laughter and applause. The commotion was so loud that even Zhou Jiao and the others in the cart behind craned their necks to see what was going on. So, in our northeast, Ping'an's clear, childish voice filled the carriage. As he began, everyone quieted down, even the driver behind them listened in. Disguised himself as the dead Hu Biao. Now, Hu Biao was the horse handler for another bandit, Sudama Bang, and taking advantage of the situation, he passed on the intelligence he'd gathered. Grandpa Zhang watched his grandson with pride. Compared to the radio, his grandson was even better. He'd been going for almost an hour without stumbling, even adding in a few jokes. When he told a story, he raised his voice at the right moments and even mimicked the characters' expressions. No wonder everyone was so engrossed. If it weren't for his childish voice, who'd guess he was only 5? This wasn't just Grandpa Zhang bragging. Zhang Guoqing was also holding back laughter, eyes full of admiration for his son. For such a little guy to speak so clearly and tell, taking Tiger Mountain by strategy, with such vivid characters and dramatic flair, even he might not do as well himself. When Ping'an finished, the carriage had reached their destination, a fishing village. Seeing the kids crowding around Ping'an with questions, Zhang Guoqing worried he might say too much and quickly called out, "Grab your things, next stop, the beach." Ping'an shouted, "Brothers, don't forget the tents and buckets." Shizi ruffled his hair, "You little rascal." "Uncle, just go straight ahead. At the next turn, head toward the mountain for about 100 meters and we'll be there." The driver called back and kept moving. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Wang family's place. Zhang Guoqing had the cart stop and went ahead to find Uncle Wang. He hadn't seen them since before the commune was established. He wondered how they were doing now. Luckily, Aunt Wang still recognized the tall, handsome, generous young man. After all, last time he'd bought out several family stock, even emptied their crab pond. It'd be hard to forget. "Auntie, where's Uncle? Come in, come in. Haven't seen you all in years. You probably don't know we don't raise crabs anymore, right? Your uncle's a fisherman now. He'll be back from sea tomorrow morning." Zhang Guoqing had more or less expected this. Private fish farms weren't allowed anymore, so he wasn't too disappointed. As long as there were fishing boats, even if the catch had to go to the collective, there'd always be a little left for the family to enjoy. Looking to buy some dried seafood? Every family here has some after a day at the shore. Aunt Wang glanced ahead. "All these people came with you?" Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile. "My parents, brothers, and their families were planning to stay for a couple of days." Aunt Wang understood immediately. "I'll go let the team leader know my family's got guests." "Thank you, Auntie." "No need for thanks. I'll have my son keep you company. He still remembers you." With that, she called her son out to greet the guests and hurried off to the team leader's house. Even though they'd be camping on the beach for the next couple of days, The Wang family would still be helping with meals, so Zhou Jiao's cart was loaded with flour, cornmeal, and some game meat. Since the whole family was visiting, Zhou Jiao made sure the Wang family wouldn't be at a loss, bringing extra food and plenty of gifts. Wang Laoyao's face lit up when he saw Zhang Guoqing. Last time, this big brother's visit had brought in enough money for him to go to school. Now, he didn't have to worry about tuition for his siblings either. Zhang Guoqing and his brother carried 2 sacks outside. Seeing how crowded and chaotic it was, they had Wang Laoyao lead everyone to the beach to set up camp. Xiao Wu, there's enough space at home. My eldest brother and sister can sleep at my uncle's place. Just leave 2 rooms for us. While the tide hasn't gone out yet, let's hurry to the beach and set up camp. If we're late, we'll miss the chance to go tide pooling. You even know about this? Of course. You think your brother would come to your place without being prepared. The tide was coming in. Wang Lao led a group to a spot and started pitching tents. With a big military tent and a smaller one set up, the whole place instantly felt like a seaside holiday. Dad, what do you think? This small tent is for you and Mom. If you're not used to it at night, you can always stay at Uncle Wang's. Father Zhang walked around the tent with his hands behind his back, then waved. This is something new. We'll sleep right here on the beach tonight. On the other side, Mother Zhang bent down and entered the tent, touching everything lovingly. I can die happy now. I never thought I'd get to do something like this in my life. Mom, with this, you don't even need to build a house. Isn't it great? Jiao Jiao, do you think your second brother can find this place? If he misses out, he'll regret it for sure. Lin Jihua glanced outside. So this is the sea. It really is different from a river. That wave just now was pretty scary. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. I drew a map in the letter. My second brother will definitely find it. Tomorrow's the weekend. Maybe Auntie Zhua and Auntie Cheng will come too. That would be wonderful. Don't worry, everything's ready. If Uncle Zhao and the others come, they might even arrive tonight. Zhou Jiao was confident. With Cheng Hongli's playful nature and Zhang Lao's silver tongue, chances were high that the group from the county would hitch a ride on Zhao Dashan's truck. And Zhao Dashan, always looking out for his work unit's welfare, wouldn't miss this trip. After all, there's a fishery here, and if things go well, even the Mid-Autumn Festival benefits could be sorted out. Later, you'll have to teach us how to go tide pooling. Don't let us make fools of ourselves. Zhou Jiao pointed at her mother-in-law and reassured her, Mom's better at it than I am. She's got sharp eyes, just stick close to her. Lin Jihua had forgotten about that. A few years back, Xiao Wu and his wife had taken the in-laws to all sorts of places. Now, people in the county always said her parents-in-law were knowledgeable and well-traveled. Mom, are you okay with the fishy smell? Does it bother you? Mother Zhang beamed and shook her head. It's not worse than farm fertilizer, is it? Since arriving at the seaside, Mother Zhang had been in high spirits. This place was great, no need to spend money on hotels, no shopping malls to tempt her youngest son to spend. As long as they saved money, everything was wonderful. Zhou Jiao just smiled. They hadn't even seen the excitement of tide pooling at low tide yet, or the bonfire on the beach at night. She was sure that after this trip, her 2 sisters-in-law would be hooked on the sea. By evening, a military truck rolled into the fishing village. Zhao Dashan and his wife, Zhuo Lin and his wife with their granddaughter, Zhang Meili and her husband, and Zhang Lao all headed straight for the beach as soon as they got off. Uncle Dashan, are you sure they're on the beach? No need to ask. Zhao Dashan shot Zhang Lao a look and said firmly, of course. Didn't you see all those kids running that way? The tide must be going out, they're all rushing to go tide pooling. A passing uncle, curious, looked them over and asked, Are you relatives of the Wang family? They're all at the beach. You'll find them if you head over. After thanking him, the group hadn't even reached the sand when they spotted the conspicuous tents in the distance. They exchanged smiles and quickened their pace. That kid really knows how to have fun. No wonder he called us all over. Everyone nodded in agreement. As Zhao Dashan said, Zhang Guoqing was always up to something new and interesting. But this trip was worth it. The moment they neared the beach, the cool sea breeze lifted their spirits, and the sound of laughter all around made them feel completely at ease. Any worries just melted away. Father Zhang lounged in a chair, grinning as he watched his grandchildren shouting and playing. When he saw little Shirtu running back, calling for his dad, he turned and just as his youngest son predicted, there they were. Brother Zhang, you're living the good life. Brother Dashan, I've been waiting for you, and Brother Zhou. Come, sit down. The reunion was genuinely moving. Father Zhang happily pulled the two of them to sit in front of the tent, calling for his daughters to start cooking. The Wang family sisters-in-law had already steamed a basket of buns. Zhang Lauer, seeing the spread, was secretly amazed. No wonder his younger brother wrote in his letter that they wouldn't regret coming. There was wine, seafood, and a table set facing the sea. Even immortals wouldn't trade places. Zhang merely grabbed a few buns to hand out, but seeing no one was hungry, put them back and noticed her mother and sisters were nowhere to be seen. Dad, where's Mom? They all went tide-pooling over there. You'll see them if you go east. Father Zhang pointed, then poured wine for Zhao Dashan and Zuolin. Have a drink to shake off the fatigue. Zuolin took the wine bowl and glanced at the tents. So we're camping out tonight? The Wang family has rooms ready too. We'll sleep wherever's most comfortable. Lots of fishing boats come back late at night. If you ask me, this is just as good as indoors. Zhao Dashan nodded with a smile. Judging by the look of things, his wife wouldn't want to leave even if he tried to drag her away. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing kept a close eye on his mother and son, worried they might get swept away by a wave, and also watched his three sisters-in-law as they went tide-pooling. He glanced at the 3 baskets of assorted seafood they'd collected and shook his head. They were really giving it their all. Little did he know, their group's arrival had caused quite a stir in the fishing village. If he hadn't had the foresight to arrange with the team leader to buy dried seafood, even Aunt Wang's connections might not have been enough. They'd probably have been kicked out. Xiao Wu, take a picture of us like this. Okay, Mom, stand still. Zhang Guoqing grinned and raised the camera. The best part of this trip was seeing his mother as happy as a child. With the sunset painting the sky red and the endless sea as a backdrop, Mother Zhang held her grandson's hand, both of them raising their seashells and starfish, their smiles warming everyone's heart. At that moment, Zhang Guoqing once again deeply understood why his wife missed her color camera so much. Facing the sea, with spring blossoms. Maybe Zhang Guofu and the others couldn't fully appreciate this sense of ease yet, but it didn't stop them from feeling happy. Soon, couples paired off to dig and collect seafood, while Mother Zhang, Aunt Sua, and Cheng Hongli exchanged smiles and headed back to the tents, leaving the young people to their fun. When night fell, Zhang Guoqing invited the village team leader, party secretary, and accountant over for a drink. A bonfire was lit, its warm glow illuminating the happy faces of both their group and the villagers, shining on the simple, enthusiastic hearts of the 3 village leaders. Over 2 days and 1 night, Zhang Guoqing's group formed a friendly bond with the villagers, young and old alike. By the next evening, as 2 horse carts and a truck set off to leave the village, many workers came running to invite them back whenever they had time, not to mention the tearful children. These kids moved Zhou Jiao deeply, someone who had seen so much hardship in her previous life. There were over 400 school-aged children in the village, but only about 10 actually attended school. The rest spent their days shelling shrimp at the fishery and tide-pooling to help support their families. And yet, these children gave all the seafood they'd collected that day to these strangers. Their pure, sincere hearts made Zhou Jiao feel she had to do something for them. Cultivate oneself when poor, help the world when prosperous. Zhou Jiao knew well that she wasn't yet capable of helping the world, and reality wouldn't allow her a single misstep. But this time, for the sake of those lovely children, she wanted to do her part. After dealing with miscellaneous matters, that night, the Kong bed in the Zhang family's small courtyard in Zhangjia village was covered with stacks of Mao bills, 1s, 2s, 5s, and 10s. These years, you've taken too many lives, and my father's hands aren't clean either. I don't know if karma really exists, but doing good deeds can't be wrong. What do you think? Zhang Guoqing raised his hand in agreement with his wife's decision. In this life, doing good and accumulating virtue, Whether or not there's a reward, at least brings peace of mind. That's what I think. Listen first, then help me refine the plan. Zhang Guoqing handed her a cup of water, his tone gentle. All right. Don't rush, take your time. Whatever you decide, I'll support you. Hearing this, Zhou Jiao beamed. We have over 5,000 yuan in cash here. If we donate it anonymously all at once, not only will the villagers get suspicious, but it could also cause internal disputes. Zhang Guoqing nodded. That was certain. So I thought of Grandma Song. On the surface, after expenses, your and your parents' salaries, plus the monthly support for the families of martyrs' orphans, we'd have about 1,000 yuan left over each year. We donated the last half of the gold the year before last, so counting from last year, it's been over a year and a half. Taking out 2,000 yuan now shouldn't attract attention. If I donate it to Grandma Song's foundation and let her help the fishing village kids, wouldn't that be safer? Zhang Guoqing glanced at her, fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. His wife had fallen into a trap again, otherwise, she wouldn't have overlooked human nature. Sometimes, after all your careful maneuvering, you think you're just an ordinary worker, but there are plenty of clever people around. Instead, it makes it obvious your family isn't short of money, even wealthy. Some might even suspect you've already gotten hold of the Gu family inheritance, so you have no worries and don't need to save for Ping An's future. And another thing, if your family keeps making donations, isn't that a slap in the face to the old folks? The gold before could be explained as Gu Rui's, and your family just being noble. But if you start donating your salaries too, that's too ostentatious. After Zhang Guoqing voiced his concerns, Zhou Jiao smacked her forehead. She always got muddled when emotional. He was right. It was honorable to wear patched clothes, but no one ever said those who donated their entire fortune were heroes. That damned resentment toward the rich. There are always people like that in every era. If she made a fuss, someone might even force her to explain where her money came from. Zhang Guoqing took her hand, worried, and gently rubbed her forehead in disapproval. Just a moment, and it was already red. Zhou Jiao let out a heavy sigh. It was hard. Why was it so hard just to do a little good? How about this? Zhou Jiao immediately looked up at him. Zhang Guoqing smiled and patted her head. You've been thinking about it wrong from the start. When it comes to survival, filling your belly is more important than anything. The fishing village kids can earn money peeling shrimp besides gathering seafood. We can sponsor their school fees, but for them, eating enough is the real issue. So what do you mean? Zhang Guoqing patted her. Don't rush. The education department has a rule. If a family's per capita income is less than 10 yuan a month, kids don't have to pay tuition or fees. We can anonymously send 500 yuan, marked as a donation for school fees. For 400 kids, that's 2.5 yuan each, about 1,000. This 500 is a test. Zhou Jiao caught his meaning. A test? That was good. The children were innocent, but that didn't mean the adults didn't have their own calculations. If they could really get some fees waived, that 500 would be enough to support the kids. This money can't be sent right away, and definitely not from the Northeast or Beijing. I'll ask Uncle Huangdong and Haisher to help send it anonymously. All right, let's do it that way. Zhou Jiao couldn't think of a better solution. Zhang Guoqing couldn't stand to see her suddenly so downcast and listless. He knew those children had touched her soft spot, or she wouldn't have lost her usual rationality. Of course, she was also worried about the future, wanting to do good and accumulate virtue for her family's sake. His wife was his to care for. He could only comfort her, not let her get stuck in a rut. He didn't want these trivial matters to affect her health. Actually, you've always been doing good deeds. Not to mention the kids in Beijing. Just this trip back, we've helped the provincial orphanage, the county nursing home, and Grandpa Wu in the village. Those are all good deeds. As he spoke, he watched her expression, then continued, at the end of the year, we'll have to go south again. Conditions there are even worse than here. We can do more good then, all right? Zhou Jiao nodded. That's all we can do. Zhang Guoqing nudged her, joking, how about we go around the village tonight and throw money into every yard? Then we won't have to worry anymore. Zhou Jiao was amused, giving him a playful glare. Heh. Actually, that sounds pretty fun. Tomorrow everyone would go to the ancestral hall to pray for another windfall. Zhou Jiao quickly put away the money. I'm so sleepy. Zhang Guoqing could tell she was changing the subject. Seeing her relax, he was secretly relieved. Someday, he'd cure her soft spot for children. Just before bed, Zhou Jiao suddenly said, I forgot we still need to set aside money for old Wu's batch of mountain goods. Zhang Guoqing hugged her and said softly, That's not much. Jiao, what if we buy mountain goods from every family in the village at a higher price than the collection station? There are plenty of families who need money for their kids' school fees. Zhou Jiao smiled. That was another way to help. She had no objections. She teased, That's more meaningful than throwing money. But you'll have to deal with Mom first. If she finds out, she'll be furious. Zhang Guoqing paused, then grinned smugly. I have my ways. I'll just say some friends from the provincial capital asked me to help, and leave it to third grandpa to handle. As long as you know what you're doing. It's fine to help the village, but don't upset Mom. If you really want to help, there's something else. Third grandpa might have thought of it too. Have you noticed the row of fruit saplings halfway up the mountain? Zhang Guoqing's eyes lit up, and he asked in a low voice, You mean a canning and beverage factory? Exactly. The village can submit a report to the township and set up a simple production team canning factory. Times are getting better, and there's plenty of hawthorn and wild grapes on the mountain. After the busy season, we can make hawthorn preserves, hawthorn snacks, wild grape juice. These will sell well. Besides making a profit, we can trade with other factories for supplies. The more Zhang Guoqing thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He'd been stuck thinking everything belonged to the collective, so he hadn't considered it. But if the production team did it collectively, there'd be no problem. I'll go talk to third grandpa. Seeing him about to rush out, Zhou Jiao quickly reminded him, Don't go yourself. I know. Besides, we'll be heading back to Beijing in a few days. Even if I wanted to handle it myself, I wouldn't have the time or position. I'll see what the old fox says first. Watching him leave, Zhou Jiao sighed inwardly. It really wasn't easy to do even a little good. Hopefully, this plan would work, and the thousands of people in Zhangjia village could finally improve their lives, never again having to worry about not even having enough cornmeal to eat. Under the moonlight of a summer night, the courtyards of Zhangjia village could be vaguely made out, some near, some far. Some had stone walls, but most were fenced with bamboo. Even with such humble conditions, the Zhangjia village production team was already the envy of the surrounding area. Families with sons and daughters liked to arrange marriages with people from their village. But Zhang Guoqing could never forget the way most of the village children ran around naked and barefoot, their eyes full of envy as they stared at his son's little sandals. Poor, far too poor. Except in snowy weather, the villagers would let their children go naked all year round if they could. Did parents really have the heart to let their children go without clothes? It was all because of poverty. If every household could have a little more income, maybe the fate of the whole village could change. Once they had enough to eat and wear, of course they'd want their children to be able to read and write. Only if the next generation could leave Zhangjia village and go to school to better themselves, could the village's age-old fate of hunting and farming be changed. Third grandpa, are you asleep? Standing at the old team leader's door, Zhang Guoqing knocked loudly, calling out. The commotion set off a frenzy of barking from the neighboring hunters' dogs. In previous years, it wouldn't be long before the whole village's dogs joined in, barking one after another. But in recent years, food was so scarce that people couldn't even afford to keep dogs. The only reason this dog was still around was because it had once saved the old hunter's life, and the family had kept it out of gratitude. Wait a moment, I'm coming. After a while, the old team leader shuffled out in his slippers, opened the door, and revealed his tired, weathered face. Third grandpa, did I wake you? The old team leader glanced behind him, saw he was alone, and shook his head. Not yet, I was just thinking about the team's work. If you've got something to say, come in. Zhang Guoqing followed him into the east room. As they passed the outer room, he saw third grandma and her eldest daughter-in-law still mending clothes. Clearly, they hadn't gone to bed yet, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Pour yourself some water. So, What brings you here in the middle of the night? It was already late, so Zhang Guoqing didn't bother with small talk and got straight to the point, sharing his idea about setting up a food processing factory in the village. Whether this plan could work depended on the experienced old man in front of him. As the old team leader listened, a smile spread across his face. I've actually thought about this too. Now that hunting is basically out of the question, and with just our meager harvests, we can barely scrape by. That's not enough. Zhang Guoqing nodded. At the last meeting, I brought this up with the township. They said they'd approve it, but everything would be up to us to arrange, and we'd still have to hand over a fair share to the township every year. I've kept this in mind, but haven't told anyone else. It's a tricky calculation. Starting a factory means a lot of upfront costs just for glass bottles and labor, and we'd still have to give a cut of the profits to the township. After all that, it's not much better than just selling directly to the procurement station. Zhang Guoqing could hear what he was really saying. He didn't want to let the township take advantage. After all, they'd had enough of handing over grain quotas. Who knew if the profits they had to hand over would just keep increasing every year? The old team leader smiled knowingly at Zhang Guoqing, whose head was bowed in thought, and his eyes flashed as he continued, "Actually, the best way is not to set up a factory at all. Every winter, we could just process things ourselves in the ancestral hall, calculate work points, and sell the goods under the production team's name. Then we could split the money. No one could take advantage of the village." "That's a good idea too," Zhang Guoqing said, fully understanding the old team leader's meaning. This would basically be a private workshop, not much room for growth, but it suited the village's current conservative mindset. It's tough though. You don't know, without the township support and just a production team certificate, those glass bottle factories wouldn't take us seriously. And the most important thing is, without the township's involvement, no technical expert would be willing to come guide us. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't he just walking into a trap himself? Maybe if he hadn't come tonight, the old team leader would have come looking for him in the next couple of days. The old team leader laughed heartily too. He knew this clever young man was the only one in the village who could handle this kind of thing. "So, what do you say? Can you help Third Grandpa find some connections?" Since Zhang Guoqing had come, he hadn't planned to refuse. "Sure. I'll go to town tomorrow morning and look for someone. The glass bottle issue shouldn't be a problem. I have a classmate who works as an accountant at a factory, so they should give me some face. But as for the technical expert, Third Grandpa, do you think it'd be better to find a retired food factory worker?" The old team leader's eyes lit up with joy, and he slapped the table. "Whatever you say goes. I don't actually know anyone like that myself. If we get someone through connections, and they feel awkward about it, they might not be happy to come." The old team leader nodded slightly, waiting for him to continue. If this young man was saying this, he must have someone in mind. "My dad would be much better at this than me. He's got an old friend named Mo, a master who retired from a provincial food factory. He's always wandering around the county with nothing to do. If we ask him to come and help out, he'd definitely be happy." The old team leader pointed at him with a laugh. "You sly rascal." Zhang Guoqing grinned. "Old Mo is a good man. His older kids are all in the provincial capital, only his youngest is in the county. He's tired of city life anyway, and my house has room. They could stay for a few days. My dad has a few other old friends too. If they're free, maybe they could come and give us a few pointers. Talk to my dad about it. He'd love to have something to do." The old team leader teased. "Aren't you afraid your dad will scold you when he finds out?" "My dad can't sit still," Zhang Guoqing said, knowing better than anyone how much his father cared about the people of Zhou Jiao village. Otherwise, he wouldn't come back to help during the busy farming season. Sometimes, happiness isn't just about having money or free time. If his dad felt he could still do something for the villagers, he'd probably be even happier. And with these old men and women around, his parents wouldn't be lonely in their later years. If he went to visit these families in town, they'd probably give him some face. "Your dad has always been warm-hearted and generous." Seeing that their business was finished, Zhang Guoqing stood up to leave. "Third Grandpa, I'll sort out the glass bottle issue tomorrow, and we'll talk about the rest later. You get some rest." "All right, there's no rush." Take care of your own things first. Zhang Guoqing declined the old man's offer to walk him out. On the way home, he passed the old courtyard and hesitated, but decided not to wake his father. The busy farming season was coming soon, and the harvest was the most important thing. Everything else could wait. There was no need to rush contacting old Mo. When he got home, Zhou Jiao was still up, waiting for him with the light on. Zhang Guoqing told her in detail about his conversation with the old team leader that night. The couple compared their thoughts and discussed it for a bit before letting it go. Since the old team leader already had a plan, that was for the best. They would do what they could to help and would never stand by and do nothing. The 2 sand apple trees in the backyard were laden with bright red fruit, and the row of jujube trees against the wall was dotted with countless little red spots. Clusters of small, black-purple grapes gleamed under the sunlight, so dazzling that you simply couldn't ignore them. If they weren't picked soon and a heavy rain came, it would be such a waste. Previously, in order to get a taste of fresh sweet corn, peanuts, and edamame, Zhou Jiao had even snuck out at night with Zhang Guoqing, spending 2 evenings in the dark picking the innermost rows of sweet corn. Now, every time she passed by the 2 tall stalks set up for decoration in the backyard, she still felt a little guilty. Just a couple of days ago, Aunt Zhua had mentioned that the authorities were cracking down on people stealing unripe crops again. Since this was tied to class struggle, who wouldn't be scared? On the day she returned to the county, Zhou Jiao even made a special trip to check the public notice. Every year when sweet corn came into season, the market would put up a notice: edamame and sweet corn are prohibited from being sold. If caught illegally selling less than 10 ears of sweet corn or under 5 jin of edamame, all will be confiscated. Over 10 ears or 10 jin, confiscation plus a fine. If the amount is large and the attitude uncooperative, the case will be handed over to the Mass Organization for Ideological Education. Buyers will also be fined, and those who refuse will be handed over as well. Just listen to that. It's enough to scare anyone to death. Luckily, Zhang's parents had always trusted their youngest son, knowing he wasn't short of money and wouldn't risk the black market. Otherwise, they'd never have helped cover things up. That's also why Old Wu only helped them sell other fruits and vegetables, never edamame or sweet corn. Compared to money, everyone valued their own safety more. To avoid drawing attention, Zhang Guoqing had even spent an entire afternoon replanting the crops. So, just getting a bite of fresh sweet corn came at a huge price. Right now, Zhou Jiao couldn't be bothered with Zhang Guoqing's instructions before he left. She took her son and a bamboo pole to knock down some jujubes. After a few random whacks, the sound echoing through the yard, little Ping'an shook his head from the side. Shouldn't we wait for Dad to come back? Zhou Jiao quickly shook her head. No, let's not wait for your dad. He's always busy. Who knows when he'll have time? But you promised him. That was a little white lie, Zhou Jiao said, rubbing her sore arm. Damn, it really ached. She caught her son smirking out of the corner of her eye. Baby, we have to rely on ourselves. If we leave everything to your dad, he'll be exhausted. Ping'an didn't argue. He waved her over, signaling for her to crouch down. He whispered in her ear, I'll go get my brothers over. If they want to eat and drink, they should help out too. Zhou Jiao looked up at the fruit trees around her. Aside from the plums, which had already been picked, there was still so much left. She really couldn't handle it all by herself. Seeing her tempted, Ping'an quickly reassured her, Mom, if you want to play, there's still plenty left when we get home. We have several courtyards. You'll have your fill. Zhou Jiao shot him a sideways glance. Trying to coax your mom? Only go to the old courtyard, and if there's no one there, come right back, understand? Okay. Mom, you rest for a bit. I'll be back soon. Watching him dash off, Zhou Jiao hurriedly called after him, Slow down, don't fall. I'll be careful. Once he was out of sight, Zhou Jiao continued knocking at the branches with the bamboo pole. If her arms weren't so sore, she felt she could finish the job herself in no time. Just as she was getting into it, Zhang's mother came into the backyard from the front. Seeing Zhou Jiao's efforts, she burst out laughing. Zhou Jiao sheepishly patted her hair. Mom, did you see Ping'an? He went to find his brothers. I just came from your eldest uncle's wife's place and saw him running home. Shizi and the others are all in the back courtyard, don't worry. As she spoke, Zhang's mother picked up another bamboo pole. Why didn't you ask Shizi and the others to help? The jujubes are all ripe, they need to be picked. We used to complain that Xiaowu planted too many, but now jujubes are a rare treat. Your youngest son takes after you, smart, Zhou Jiao teased. Zhang's mother laughed heartily at that. After chatting for a bit, Zhou Jiao remembered Zhang Ziwen's wedding banquet. Mom, did Big Sis say how many tables she's planning for tomorrow? Should we go back to the county early? Zhang's mother shook her head. No need. The banquet's tomorrow night, so we'll have plenty of time if we go back in the afternoon. Your Big Sis's in-laws only want 2 tables, but that's probably not enough seats. She said there's seafood this time, so they'll set up a few more tables. I didn't ask for the details. Zhou Jiao clicked her tongue inwardly. 2 tables? Does that mean the whole family's going to the county? Really planning to take advantage. But then again, their own family was going too, so it wasn't that strange. Can't judge others with double standards. Ziwen's grandpa is over the moon. He even invited the old team leader and clan head. Luckily, we have vegetables in the yard now, otherwise it'd cost a fortune. Zhou Jiao smiled. It was only natural for Accountant Zhang to care about appearances. As a grandfather, seeing his grandson succeed, especially one who would inherit his legacy, he must be grinning even in his sleep. If you ask me, there's no need to make such a fuss. The kid's future is still ahead of him, making it too lively isn't good. It's not like he's getting married. After one meal, your Big Sis's household rations will be tight. Talking about rations for the banquet reminded Zhou Jiao of something. She laughed. Mom, in Beijing, wedding customs now require making a pledge in front of the chairman's portrait, then eating a piece of candy, and that's it. Last year, I chipped in for several weddings. Only one family held a banquet in the canteen. Each person got a mixed grain bun, 3 vegetarian dishes, 1 meat, and a cabbage soup for the table, with 12 people sharing. Before I could even move my chopsticks, all that was left was a bowl of soup. Hearing this, Zhang's mother put down her bamboo pole, frowning and shaking her head. A married daughter is like water poured out. Since we're the bride's family, there are some things I really can't say. I wonder if your Big Sis realizes this. Zhou Jiao slapped her forehead in annoyance. Her mother-in-law had misunderstood. She quickly explained, Mom, customs are different everywhere. Big Sis will definitely follow our local traditions. She's careful, she won't let anyone find fault. Didn't brother go to the county today? He'll definitely visit Big Sis. With him there, nothing will go wrong. Oh, you mentioning that rascal just makes me worry more. He's not going to take everything on himself again, is he? Why is that child so silly? Seeing her mother-in-law pacing anxiously, Zhou Jiao heard Shizi and the others chatting outside and decided not to keep working by herself. She linked arms with Zhang's mother and headed out. As they walked, she comforted her. Mom, brother has attended so many banquets, he knows all the ins and outs. Besides, Big Sis's in-laws are there. He won't interfere in their family affairs. Don't worry, like I said, your youngest son takes after you. He's very smart. Auntie, why didn't you ask us to help? Yeah, you and Grandma go rest. We'll handle this before dinner. Zhou Jiao looked at the kids and smiled, nodding. All right. Just be careful and stay safe. I'll steam some jujube cake for you this afternoon so you can have a taste. Littleswood jumped up happily. Auntie, make lots. Auntie, we're going to catch loaches and pick snails this afternoon. Okay. You spoil them too much. When you're done, go call us at the old courtyard, Zhang's mother said, then turned to Zhou Jiao. Come on, let's see how your eldest sister-in-law is handling the wedding gifts. Watch and learn from her. Zhou Jiao felt a bit regretful. She was really off her game today. If she'd known they were going to discuss wedding gifts, she'd rather have stayed and picked fruit with the kids. Early in the morning, Zhang Guoqing went into town to take care of some business. On his way back, he passed by the textile factory on his bike. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, decided not to go in. His mother always said, help in an emergency, not in poverty. Zhang Meili's family was doing fine now. There was no need for him to interfere further. The flour he'd brought over a few days ago was enough for them to get by for a while. He glanced up at the sun. Since there was nothing else to do, he might as well head home and spend time with his wife and son. Passing by the post office, he stopped to call home. Aunt Shen happened to be there and filled him in on how things were going. Hearing that everything was fine, he felt much more at ease. It wasn't easy to make a trip back to the Northeast, so it was good to prepare as much as possible. On the phone, Aunt Shen asked several times when he'd be coming home. Zhang Guoqing figured he'd have to wait until right before the new school term started, so he gave her a rough date and quickly hung up. Damn, phone calls were expensive. The cost of that call could buy his family enough cabbage for a year. He'd originally thought about calling his friends back home, since they'd been asking about him every day, but after seeing the phone bill, he gave up on that idea. If he kept calling, people would probably think he'd lost his mind, and was a spendthrift lunatic at that. On his way back to the village, he happened to run into Uncle Wang, who was on his way to his house. Turns out, Uncle Wang was coming by after work to pay back some money and to set a time to head into the deep mountains. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. "Aren't you tired, old man?" Uncle Wang looked helpless. His father said that after resting for 3 days, it was time to set off, or else the kid would run off to Beijing and they'd lose their reliable helper. He shook his head. "If my uncle hadn't come by last night, my dad would have gone to your house himself. So, what's the plan for the morning after?" "Uncle, you need to tell your dad I can only stay 1 night in the mountains at most. My kid's too young and I can't relax. Plus, once we come down, we'll be heading back." Uncle Wang smiled and nodded. "I'll pass along the message. The rest, you two can talk about when you meet." Zhang Guoqing knew Uncle Wang couldn't make decisions for the old man anyway. He just wanted to give a heads up, so the old man wouldn't get carried away up in the mountains and lose track of time. After parting ways with Uncle Wang, Zhang Guoqing went straight to the village to find the old team leader and handed him a note. In the future, if he wasn't home, the old team leader could use that note to find the right person. Back in the courtyard kitchen, Zhou Jiao saw him return and quickly brought out food. "Why didn't you eat first? Where's our son?" He already ate and went a nap in the house. He spent the whole morning playing with Shizi and the others in the back. He was running around so much, he must be tired. "I just checked on him. He's already asleep." Zhang Guoqing nodded and handed her a pair of chopsticks. "Let's eat and talk. I've taken care of everything for today. The glass bottles have been sorted out for third grandpa. I'll see old Wu tomorrow after the banquet." "I also called home," Aunt Shen answered, "and everything's fine." With her mouth full of rice, Zhou Jiao just nodded. "Uncle Wang just paid back the money, and we agreed to go up the mountain the morning after tomorrow. I'll take our son and stay 1 night. What about you? Should I find someone to keep you company?" Zhou Jiao swallowed and quickly sipped some soup. "Just promise me you'll put safety first." "With our son with me, of course I'll be careful. I'm more worried about you. Why don't you go to the provincial capital and visit Godmother? Too bad Zhao Yuanyuan is off on her internship. Otherwise, she could keep you company. Oh, by the way, Lindsay came by a few days ago and asked Uncle Li to tell us he's gone back to school. Let's finish eating first. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine at home with my Meow and the other 2 kids. Go to the provincial capital? No way." With Zhang Guoqing gone, she'd finally be free to do as she pleased. After lunch, Zhang Guoqing took over the dishwashing while Zhou Jiao told him about the gifts his 2 sisters-in-law had prepared for their eldest nephew, as well as some arrangements his mother had made. "That's about it. You handle the rest. There's not much to prepare. We've got extra military bedding at home. Just wrap it up in homespun cloth and send him off with a full set. Give him a set of the white shirts and liberation shoes we bought secondhand in Huaihai. Nothing too fancy, no need to make him stand out. That should be enough, right?" Zhou Jiao looked at him with a half-smile. More than enough. He was being generous, wasn't he? "Don't look at me like that, wife. It's unsettling. Why don't you decide what's appropriate? Your parents already got him a fountain pen. If you keep piling on, he'll look like a rich kid. It's not that I mind giving him things, but it's not good for the child." Zhang Guoqing was intrigued and cupped his hands in mock respect. Please enlighten me. Zhou Jiao changed the subject. What do you think of Accountant Zhang? Zhang Guoqing raised his eyebrows. He's the one pushing for your eldest sister to throw a banquet, inviting the old team leader and the others for drinks, and having all his sons come celebrate. Celebrate what? That your sister's family finally has enough food. Zhang Guoqing narrowed his eyes. He's been around for years, managing all the accounts for the production team and feeding thousands in the village. Don't tell me he doesn't know how precious grain is. So what's he after? Even your mother knows there's no need to be so extravagant. Don't tell me he doesn't? Face? How much is face worth? Zhou Jiao tapped the table. You'd better remind your sister not to show off everything they have in front of him. People like that forget their pain once the wound heals. And having all his sons come celebrate, what's that about? If his wife was a bit tougher, would Accountant Zhang dare to suggest a banquet? Whose money is he spending? They're already freeloading and still want to call the shots? She's your real sister, so I can't say too much. But you need to warn her, don't let her fall for it. Sometimes you have to pretend to be poor. Don't let people think our family is just naive and easy to take advantage of. Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement. It was natural to be filial to your parents, but if the elders refused to listen to reason, there was no need to keep giving your all. After hearing Zhou Jiao's words, he decided not to let his brother-in-law manage the courtyard, and he'd have to remind his parents to be wary of Accountant Zhang. There's a saying, take precautions before anything happens. Don't think I'm being cynical. I don't care about other people, but your sister is different. You have to talk to her. If she doesn't believe you, ask her if Ziwen is doing well, but Zizeng and his brother are so poor they can't even eat. How would she feel as their mother? Zhang Guoqing nodded. I'll find a chance to talk to her tomorrow and have second brother keep an eye out. She's had a hard life. Now that things are finally looking up, we can't let those leeches suck her dry. Good. And when you have time, talk to your eldest brother about these things too. Don't let him feel left out. Let him shoulder some responsibility, it'll help him grow. That made Zhang Guoqing grin. Even the usually cool and reserved Zhou Jiao was getting sentimental. Did that mean his wife was getting softer toward outsiders? He was probably just overthinking it. Sure enough. Zhang Lauda is the eldest son. He should take on the responsibilities of an older brother. If he can mature and handle things on his own, you won't have to get involved in every little thing. With that, Zhou Jiao was done discussing matters that didn't concern her. So, you know what to do about Ziwen's gift now, right? This is a good chance to show Accountant Zhang that you're just the uncle, nothing more. You can't take the place of his parents, and you can't take on all your nephew's burdens. Ever the doting husband, Zhang Guoqing immediately decided to follow his wife's lead. No need to prepare anything extra, just stick to his mother's arrangements. As for Accountant Zhang, he could mind his own business. Zhang Guoqing wasn't his son, after all. After attending her eldest nephew's wedding banquet, Zhou Jiao didn't bother paying any more attention to Zhang Meili's family. Judging by Zhang Meili's expression, though, it seemed she'd taken her younger brother's advice to heart. Right now, Zhou Jiao wasn't in the mood to concern herself with other people's business. Looking at the empty room, with neither her husband nor her son by her side, she felt the loneliness all the more keenly. She thought of how her son had reminded her before leaving not to sneak out alone, and couldn't help but laugh. Her son really did know his mother well. While Zhang Guoqing and his son followed old Master Wang and his grandsons up the mountain, Zhou Jiao, after disguising herself, set off on a drive of her own. To say Zhou Jiao wasn't worried about the father and son heading into the mountains would be impossible. It was precisely because she was worried that she wanted to get away and relax. With no destination in mind, she drove along the main road, avoiding the military district, as if by doing so she could let her worries drift away with the wind. She drove, stopping here and there, and as dusk approached, she entered a large city and found a guest house. She'd lost interest in the black market, and nothing in the department stores caught her eye anymore. Besides, it seemed she'd left the province, without ration tickets. Even if she slapped a sack of cash on the counter, no one would pay her any mind. Actually, she might even end up at the police station. That night, Zhou Jiao closed her eyes and tried to sleep, but her husband's and son's smiling faces kept flashing through her mind. She tossed and turned until nearly dawn before finally falling asleep. When she woke, she couldn't suppress her longing to return home any longer. She checked out and immediately set off for the village. If her departure had been aimless, now, hands gripping the steering wheel and eyes fixed on the road ahead, Zhou Jiao was eager to get home. To hell with the idea that getting away would help her relax. She'd imagined countless scenarios throughout the night, scaring herself silly. It was better to stay close to her husband and son for peace of mind. By the time she got home, it was already evening. According to their agreement, Zhang Guoqing would bring their son home before dark, but Zhou Jiao knew better than anyone that, given the amount of food, weapons, and medicine he'd brought, they wouldn't be back so soon. If they made it back by tomorrow afternoon, that would be a blessing. As soon as Zhou Jiao got home, she closed the courtyard gate. Zhang's parents had stayed in town after the wedding banquet the night before, and since Zhang Guoqing had mentioned he might be away for a while, they definitely wouldn't be back in the village yet. They were probably still at the small courtyard in town. Standing alone in the yard, gazing at the distant Dakingshan Mountains, Zhou Jiao shook her head hard. Jade must be carved to become a gem. Her son had to be better than others, so he'd have the ability to protect himself if something unexpected happened. To steady her nerves, Zhou Jiao took out some embroidery thread and began splitting the strands. When night fell and she came back to herself, sure enough, her husband and son still hadn't returned. To keep herself from overthinking, she rubbed her eyes, lit the kerosene lamp, and carried it into the kitchen, trying to keep herself busy. When you're tired from work, you don't have the energy to let your thoughts run wild. Worried that the smell of stew would waft out in the first half of the night, she put on gloves and started dealing with the wild chickens and rabbits she had in her storage space, plucking, skinning, chopping, cleaning. The more she did it, the faster she got. It wasn't until the kerosene lamp sputtered out that Zhou Jiao snapped back to reality. Her mind was calm now. This method really worked. She took out a flashlight, refilled the lamp with oil, and lit it again. Seeing it was getting late, she ignored her physical exhaustion and, while the stove was still hot, started stewing meat and vegetables in 2 big pots, unconsciously making everything to her son's tastes. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of food. Zhou Jiao stepped outside, took a deep breath, and looked at the neighboring Zhang family's courtyard, then at the other courtyards shrouded in darkness in the distance. With this much distance, no one should be able to smell the food. Feeling relieved, Zhou Jiao glanced again at the distant Dakingshan. She wondered if her child was asleep by now. She kept busy until almost dawn, yawning as she cleaned up the bloodstains on the floor. The cold water woke her up a bit. She packed the last basket of shrimp cakes into her storage space. Then she stir-fried a bowl of chopped red chili peppers, the spicy, pungent smell masking the aroma of the food in the kitchen. Zhou Jiao opened the kitchen door, quickly washed up, and collapsed onto the heated brick bed to sleep. But she didn't sleep soundly. She was woken up, half-dazed, by the sound of a loudspeaker and a pig being slaughtered. Who would be slaughtering a pig when it wasn't even New Year's? And what was with the miserable squealing and the cursing coming from the loudspeaker? Startled, Zhou Jiao jumped up from the bed. Could it be that the smell from last night had attracted a wild boar down from the mountain? She grabbed a wet towel from her storage space, wiped her face, and rushed outside. Aunt Shishan was standing at her door and saw Zhou Jiao approaching from afar. Surprised, she came over to greet her. "You stayed in the village last night? I didn't hear a peep. I thought you'd all gone to town." Zhou Jiao glanced at the crowd in the distance, ignoring the question. "What's going on?" Aunt Qingshan grinned and whispered, "It's Uncle Tieju's eldest son's wedding tomorrow. You know how stingy his wife is. She didn't want to pay a butcher, so she got Uncle Tieju and his sons to slaughter the pig themselves. Somehow, the pig escaped and ran all the way over here from their house. Aunt Tieju's wailing must be because she's heartbroken over all that spilled blood." Zhou Jiao stifled a laugh, and the 2 women exchanged knowing smiles. Just a few days ago, the villagers had been gossiping about how stingy Aunt Tieju was. Who didn't get married during the winter downtime at the end of the year? They were in such a hurry to hold the wedding, probably so the new daughter-in-law could earn work points during the busy season. And compared to the freezing winter, the vegetable gardens were still full now. But now, with all the pig's blood lost, there'd be no pork blood for the banquet. No wonder she was heartbroken. The old team leader raised his loudspeaker. All right, break it up, everyone. Eat lunch early. There's still a lot of work to do this afternoon. Don't stand around making trouble. Tieju's family, hurry up and boil some water. With the team leader's words, everyone dispersed. Zhang Guoqing and his 3 sons tied up the half-dead pig and carried it home. Some villagers joked, need a hand? If it runs off again, you might not even have any meat left. Someone nearby patted him. Enough with the jokes. Seriously, didn't they see how dark Aunt Tieju's face was? Everyone could read the mood. Aunt Qingshan slapped her thigh and hurried home, but as she lifted her foot, she suddenly remembered Zhou Jiao was beside her and whispered, "Go get some money." Zhou Jiao watched her run off, then saw several other aunties happily heading home as well, and couldn't help but smile wryly. With Aunt Tieju's stingy ways, who knew if there'd be enough meat left for a few tables of dishes? Usually, when a family in the village held a wedding, they'd apply to the production team and keep at least half a pig. Besides the banquet, they'd cure some for the new year. Some families, not wanting to use up their meat ration tickets, wouldn't sell any at all, just turn it all into preserved meat to last the whole year. Aunt Qingshan soon came back out, pulling Zhou Jiao along. Busy season's coming up, better buy more while you can. Hurry or there won't be any left. Zhou Jiao had seen that the pig was barely 100 jin, about 110 pounds. Never mind the whole village, just Zhang Guoqing's cousins alone would take a chunk each, and there'd be nothing left. How could anyone hope to buy more? Zhou Jiao frowned. If those 12 people really died back then some of the things that happened later wouldn't be so surprising. What are in-laws after all? They're all part of the Yu family's power base. The ones who came to the capital back then must have been trusted members of the family. For so many to die, of course that would create a blood feud. And then there was that old man from the Gu family's 4th branch, Gu Rui's father, who accused the Zhou family of being reckless. Was it because those 12 people posed a threat to the Zhou family, so they were eliminated at the crossroads? And the Zhou family's later downfall at the hands of the 8-Nation Alliance, could that have been connected to those 12 deaths? Did those in-laws and the Gu family's side branches join forces for revenge? At this point, old lady Hu paused, catching her breath. She looked at Zhou Jiao and her husband, struggling inwardly, hesitating about whether to name her price first or curry favor, and then ask for something. Thinking of young Master Yu's character from her memories, she figured the couple would definitely report today's conversation to Zhou Xiaozheng. As the son of young Master Yu, he must have inherited at least some of his parents' temperament. For the sake of her grandson, old lady Hu decided to take a gamble. If she spoke up, it would be a favor owed, and maybe Zhou Jiao and her father would be like their ancestors, always repaying kindness. Having made up her mind, old lady Hu stood up and glanced around. Seeing the coast was clear, she sat back down, reassured. Zhou Jiao watched her calmly, knowing she was about to reveal some secret. As for why? It wasn't about money. What she wanted was a good job or a transfer for her descendants. Miss Zhou, old lady Hu began, strictly speaking, I shouldn't be telling you this, because I'm not even sure it's true. A few years ago, before the eldest young master was imprisoned, I met with him once. I asked if he could escape this time. He told me a few things. He said he defended both sides and could only take things one step at a time. Someone had sent word that as long as he kept quiet, he'd be safe. But he said he was still worried he didn't trust the other party's character. In the end, he laughed and said that if he was really pushed to the brink, he'd go to his niece's husband. At worst, they'd all go down together. He didn't believe the Zhou family wouldn't avenge their own destruction. When I asked who he meant, he clammed up and wouldn't say another word. Not long after, he was arrested. I knew something was wrong. Wasn't he supposed to be safe? Clearly, something had happened. And soon after, he really did die. No one knew the details of Gu Dejiao's case better than Zhou Jiao and her husband. They'd followed it from start to finish, right up to his imprisonment. So, even during the later transfer, someone must have interfered? Zhou Jiao's face remained calm, but Zhang Guoqing could see her fists clenching in anger. He sighed. He should have met with old Gu back then, but his father-in-law was just as stubborn as Zhou Jiao. Neither wanted to hear a confession from their enemy. Stubborn to the core. It's fate, really. But it didn't matter. Anyone who could manipulate things right under his father-in-law's nose must have serious power. The fact that 12 people were sent to the capital back then meant they were likely all Southerners. Once they investigated the in-laws' backgrounds and eliminated the unlikely suspects, it would be clear who the culprits were. Better to flush them out than wait for them to strike from the shadows. Old lady who finished her story, watching the couple anxiously. If it weren't for her grandson and wanting to eliminate future threats, she'd never have revealed such secrets. One wrong move and her whole family could be wiped out. But she'd take the gamble, betting on the Zhou family. She'd lived long enough to trust her own judgment of people. What old lady who had thought of Zhang Guoqing had too. If her words got out, her family would be doomed. Maybe she and her husband had hidden their intentions so well that the enemy's spies hadn't caught on. And of course, old lady who was hoping to use them as a weapon against her enemies. But they had no choice but to play along. If his father-in-law ever learned there was more to the Zhou family's destruction, and that their enemies were still out there, he'd stop at nothing for revenge. Perhaps that's why the enemy had held back all these years, out of fear of his father-in-law. The downfall of those two big families in the capital a few years ago had scared a lot of people. What I said today, I'll never admit to it in the future. Don't blame me. When immortals fight, us little people can't take the fallout, old lady who said. Zhang Guoqing nodded, glancing at his wife, who was deep in thought. He said quietly, today, we're only talking about your grandson and granddaughter-in-law. As for the rest, we didn't hear a thing. Old lady who gave him a grateful look. What a decent man. Of course they could see through her little tricks, but he hadn't called her out, giving her some face. If her eldest grandson couldn't be transferred back, she'd just have to find another way. Good people were hard to come by. Zhou Jiao interjected, you told us all this today. As long as you don't leak it, no one but my father will ever know. But, madam, we don't owe you anything. This is mutually beneficial. Old lady who wasn't offended. She laughed, you're just like your grandmother. I don't know how that old woman Gurui put up with you all those years. Put up with her? Heh, what could a stroke victim do? If she hadn't worried that the old witch might one day blurt out Lin Lishan's background, she wouldn't have let her die so soon. Seeing the conversation was over, old lady who beckoned to her daughter-in-law and stood up. I'll be going now. Some things can't be rushed, take them slow. There aren't many of the Gu family's in-laws left in the capital. That year in Nanjing, most were killed. A few who are officials now all defected from the nationalist army. Their backgrounds won't stand up to scrutiny. Zhou Jiao watched her leave, sighing. She'd just said they didn't know each other, and now the old woman pulled this trick. She really was something. These weren't just idle words, clearly, old lady who was also watching those people, but her own power was too insignificant. So, when she met Zhou Jiao, she tried to use her as a weapon. Well, consider the favor repaid. Zhou Jiao wouldn't make an enemy of a woman like her, but she didn't want to get involved with her either. Never underestimate a woman who can endure. She exchanged a smile with Zhang Guoqing and said, it's not the right time to transfer your grandson back. That impersonation scandal caused too much trouble. Wait until the end of the year, then find a way to transfer him out of his current unit. After half a year, he can claim illness and transfer back to his original household registration. Old lady who was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. She understood from this that only her grandson could be transferred, but that was enough. Truly worthy of being young Master Yu and Miss Gu's descendants, so righteous. Seeing her daughter-in-law approaching, she said no more, just cupped her hands to Zhou Jiao and left. Only the three of them knew about this. She understood the rules. Now, about that granddaughter-in-law. After hearing all this, Zhou Jiao lost the mood to continue shopping. Right now, the only thing to do was to go home and tell her father about these matters, There was a lot they still needed to think through. As soon as she pushed open the front door, Aunt Chin came out of the kitchen, pointed toward the living room, and whispered, "A young man from the Miao family is here. Your mom is entertaining him." "The Miao family? Who's that? Isn't my mom supposed to be at work today?" Zhang Guoqing chuckled. He suddenly remembered, it must be his mother-in-law's family, the Miaos. Someone really did come looking for them. How were they supposed to explain secretly sending away the newborn child back then? To be continued.